Martial Peak Chapter 2001 Chapter 2001 Sect Master. Someone is coming, you don't have to do it quickly. Wu Mengxuan suddenly expressed cold and started to drink. Yang Kai also noticed the sound of someone walking in at the entrance of Bone Prison. He didn't hesitate anymore, and went straight to Wu Mengxuan's side, reaching out and holding a cone on his right hand. Secret treasure on. The secret treasure is probably made of phantom gold. Yang Kai just grasped it, and felt that all the power within the body was suppressed and he could no longer use it anymore. Use the power of your flesh body. Wu Mengxuan reminded. Yang Kai nodded. The muscles on the arms are raised high, bursting out the power of the whole body. With a sneer, the cone-shaped secret treasure was pulled out, bringing out a piece of dark fresh blood. The fresh blood was sticky and seemed to be drying out, without any color. Yang Kai did the same and quickly removed the cone-shaped secret treasure from Wu Mengxuan's limbs. Until then, the old man nailed to the wall fell from the wall and collapsed to the ground. It looked like panting and gossamer, but his mouth continued to make a strange sound of GG laughter. He is also wrapped with chains made of the same spirit gold. They are very strong. Yang Kai pulled it hard and found that it could not be broken. Finally, he had no choice but to use 5 elements indestructible sword. She only tore off all the chains. 5 elements indestructible sword chi is the cultivation technique of body tempering, and it is not restrained by the spirit gold. Regained his freedom, Wu Mengxuan stood up tremblingly. His green eyes throbbed faster and faster. He smiled low, with a frenzy of hatred and pleasure on his face. Zhejian Shan, Bian Yu King, Miao Chi, Tong Kong. Are you ready to bear the anger of old man? Yang Kai heard a thump in his heart, and these 4 names popped out of Wu Mengxuan's mouth. Amazingly, they are the names of the 4 major protectors of Blue Feather Sect. Obviously Wu Mengxuan has a monstrous hatred with these 4 people. It can even be said that the reason why Wu Mengxuan was tortured like this is probably because these 4 people used their hands and feet. But Wu Mengxuan's current situation can only be said to be struggling on whilst at death's door, and it was just as fasting shamelessly as to get out of the trap, which made Yang Kai feel that his thoughts were too unrealistic. He even regrets that he didn't immediately escape here after getting out of trouble, instead wasting precious time on rescuing the old guy. However, regretting now is of no avail. Yang Kai thought for a while, opened the mouth and said, "Senior, our transaction has been completed, and the kid will no longer stay here. You and I will live in peace." While speaking, he will leave here. Wu Mengxuan gave a low laugh, looked at Yang Kai sideways, and said, "What? Do you think old man is not the opponent of those people?" Yang Kai frowned, opened the mouth and said, "It's not that the kid doesn't trust senior, it's just that you are in this state." HMPH. Wu Mengxuan lightly snorted, with a big thorn waved his hand and said, "Follow the old man behind. Old man gives you a boost of knowledge." He looks like a serene and makes Yang Kai stunned for a while. I really don't know what he is going to do next, but this old guy has tried his best to get the owner to he was rescued. Probably not someone who would easily die. Yang Kai could only hold back his temper and follow him all the way forward. Not much time. 2 people came to the cell where many martial artists were held. After seeing Wu Mengxuan, the martial artists who had been guiding Yang Kai before were excited, and they all gathered at the door of the cell, looking at Wu Mengxuan eagerly. Wu Mengxuan stood in the tunnel and looked around. Suddenly, he gave a low laugh, and his dry hands slowly opened up, and following his movement, an inexplicable attraction flowed from him within the body. Yang Kai was shocked. In this brief moment, he felt that his consciousness suddenly fluctuated, as if being pulled by something, and the power of divine soul was about to escape. Not only that, the blood within the body was also tumbling fiercely, and the whole body was as uncomfortable as a fire. His complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran the profound arts to suppress many of his own discomforts. This was the case, and he also resisted extremely hard. But the martial artists detained in the cell were not so lucky. After seeing Wu Mengxuan posing in that pose, Even if someone yelled out in shock, there was no longer any way to tell Wu Mengxuan before. The expectation and fanaticism of the people, on the contrary, are like avoiding snakes and scorpions, retreat one after another. But there is a prison wall behind them. Where can they retreat? A scream came. One after another bloodlight rays of light shot out from the cell in all directions. Wu Mengxuan opened his mouth and sucked, actually sucking all the blood-red light into his abdomen. Naked eye visibly, his dry body actually began to gradually become full. A dirty robe without wind, the exposed cracked skin gradually became shiny. A sparse white hair, not only did it turn black quickly, it also became dense. His whole person seems to be reinfused with unimaginable vitality. He suddenly got rid of his dying state, and transformed into a surging vitality. Yang Kai's heart is shocked. He sees the blood-red light that shoots from the cell is clearly the vitality and life essence of those martial artists within the body. But at this moment, they have all become. Wu Mengxuan has become stronger, capital and confidence. What kind of magic is this? Is there such an effect? Yang Kai suddenly thinks of the Heavens Devourer battle law that Wu Mengxuan gave to own before, and the cultivation technique. Although Yang Kai didn't go through it carefully, he still vaguely knew its purpose. The characteristics, what Wu Mengxuan displayed at this moment, is definitely Heaven's Devourer battle law. Is this cultivation technique so evil and weird? Can you forcibly deprive others of their vitality and life essence for your own use? This cultivation technique is so powerful. Let a dying person regain his vitality in a very short time? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Yang Kai didn't dare to think about it anymore. But he also knows that the more it seems that the cultivation technique is against the sky, the more its drawbacks will be. This Heaven's Devourer battle law definitely has some drawbacks that the owner hasn't discovered. Perhaps Wu Mengxuan's evil temperament it's related to this. While he is thinking about it, Wu Mengxuan within the body's power fluctuations are increasing at an unimaginable speed, from Saint stage to Void King stage, just 3 blinks of the cultivation technique, and then Void King 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, Principal Source 1 layer. It seems that it has not reached the limit. This old guy said that ON is a powerhouse of Principal Source 3 layer, which seems to be really not nonsense. Sect Master, be merciful. I waited to follow all the way back then. I was loyal to you, without complaint, even if I was imprisoned for so many years. I never compromised. Why do you act like this, Sect Master? In the cell, a martial artist suddenly screamed. Immediately afterwards, all directions sounded begging for mercy, and those martial artists called Wu Mengxuan as Sect Master. Sect Master? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Wu Mengxuan is which sect master of sect? Could it be Blue Feather Sect? The thought came out and Yang Kai was shocked. Instinctively denied it, but thinking about it carefully, it is really possible, because until now, he does not know the name of the sect master of Blue Feather Sect. Within a month of coming to Blue Feather Sect, he has also inquired about the situation of Blue Feather Sect. For protectors my name has been clear, but when I asked what sect master was called, those senior brothers all had a very taboo expression on their faces. When he asked Kuwu once, Kuwu also reprimanded him, telling him not to be okay, and to be careful about the troubles. Yang Kai was not very clear at the time. Now it seems he understands a little bit. This is interesting. The sect master of Blue Feather Sect was imprisoned in the deepest part of the bone prison, and was bound to death by the cone-shaped secret treasure and chains made by the spirit gold. If it were not for the human form, Wu Mengxuan would not want to escape from there for the rest of his life if it weren't for the help of a martial artist with enough flesh-body strength like On. No wonder this old guy taught On's secret technique for lifting restrictions so effective. If he is really the Blue Feather Sect master, he certainly knows his own sect's secret technique. The voice of all around begging for mercy continues. Those martial artists, each and every one, are ashamed and desperate. They thought that after Wu Mengxuan got out of trouble, they would release their old ministries too. Yixu's shame in the past, but Wu Menshun was not at all as they wished. Instead, they displayed the Heaven's Devourer battle law, and their blood deprived of strength and life essence, filling oneself. When their trust and expectations were betrayed, they saw the cruel face of Wu Menshun. Old man feels your heartfelt, but old man now needs strength. He said that he would follow old man to the death. Then now ... old man wants you to fulfill the promise of the year. Isn't that too much? Wu Menshun turned a deaf ear to all the rounds begging and screams, just standing there, urging Heaven's Devourer battle law, and said indifferently. After hearing this, Yang Kai's back was cold. The upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. Yang Kai finally understands why the martial artists of Blue Feather Sect have that many intrigues. Same sect slaughter one another, a sect master has this virtue, and he can count on the following. Where is your discipline so good? It can even be said that the reason why Blue Feather Sect has this kind of atmosphere now has to be attributed to Wu Menshun. Old guy. Never entangle him for too long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to leave Bone Prison and escape Blue Feather Sect. Otherwise, with Wu Menshun's temperament, he might kill Own one day. Yang Kai doesn't want to pass the safety of Own to others. Wu Menshun, you are a descendant of Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor. You shame the Emperor Senior. I curse you not to die. Finally someone can't stand it, knowing that begging for mercy is useless, and you will undoubtedly die. Scolded loudly. This explosive intelligence makes Yang Kai stay for one. Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor? Although he has never heard of the character of Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor, but from these 4 words alone, he can experience the extraordinary weight. Martial artist cultivation level can only be called Emperor after reaching the Emperor Senior stage. But the General Emperor Senior stage powerhouse has no qualifications at all. Only the Welkno figure in the Emperor Senior stage is worthy of the title of Own. The title has nothing common with each other, but often it represents the most proficient rule of that Emperor Senior stage powerhouse, practices cultivation technique, and even a major honor obtained in his life. A title represents a legendary, represents an epic, represents the glory of shaking the ancient and dazzling the present. Martial Peak Chapter 2002. Chapter 2002 Escape. If the Emperor Senior stage is the Welkno figure in Star Boundary, then the Titaned Emperor Senior is the Welkno figure in the Welkno figure. Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor is definitely one of them. Wu Menshun is actually a descendant of Titaned Emperor Senior. This kind of things are too far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Judging from the title of the Great Emperor, he obviously also practiced the Heaven's Devourer battle law. It can even be said that the Heaven's Devourer battle law was inherited by the Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor. Yang Kai was stunned. Titled Emperor Senior practices cultivation technique. How can it be described with precious words? It's simply a rare treasure. If the news is spread, I'm afraid that even the normal Emperor Senior stage will come and snatch it. Yang Kai suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Owner unexpectedly learned such a big secret. Will Wu Menshun fall out to become hostile, right? And ... why did he pass the Heaven's Devourer battle law to the owner so readily? That is undoubtedly his most precious asset. Yang Kai can't believe that Wu Menshun is really so kind. Judging from his current style of behavior, this old guy is cruel and unreasonable. Even the old men who followed him back then can kill at will. Own is such a magnanimous martial artist who has only recently met. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, and decided to release Monster Insect Queen if something went wrong. As if perceiving the change in Yang Kai's aura, Wu Menshun turned his head and gave Yang Kai a low laugh. Yang Kai suddenly got a little hairy. Fortunately, Wu Menshun did not at all care what he meant, but said in a low voice, HMPH, if it wasn't for one of you to leak the news back then, let the 4 thieves know that old man was the descendants of Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor, and mastered the Heaven's Devourer battle law. How can old man be today? After so many years, old man didn't even bother to pick up who betrayed old man. You all died, too. It will be clean. While speaking, Wu Menshun is becoming more and more suddenly urging the Heaven's Devourer battle law. Standing not far behind him, Hardly resisting the devouring power Yang Kai's forehead, cold sweat fell down. Damn. I heard a lot of top secrets all of a sudden today, and I have some indigestion. From the meaning of Wu Mengxuan's words, it is inferred that he might have been sold by a subordinate of the owner. As a result, the four major protectors learned that he had mastered the Heavens Devourer battle law, so there will be troubles, and he will be imprisoned here, hoping to detect the practice technique of Heaven's Devourer battle law. There may be some crafty plots and machinations, sneak attack and so on. But Wu Mengxuan obviously did not cooperate, otherwise he would not live to this day. He would have been killed by the four major protectors. Titled Emperor Senior Inheritance Cultivation Technique. Who is not jealous? The four major protectors who received the news dared to attack Wu Mengxuan, and it is excusable. After all, their strength is at the level of Principal Source 3 layer. If they are fortune and then sneak attack, they will definitely succeed. Just as many distracting thoughts flashed in Yang Kai's mind, the screams in all around the cell gradually subsided, and the vitality of those martial artists quickly dissipated. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, and found that the appearance of those people after death was extremely dry, as if they had been weathered for hundreds of years. Each and every one had raised eyeballs and looked terrifying, without the slightest blood within the body. After swallowing so many people's vitality and life essence, Wu Mengxuan also changed the image of the old man before, and now he has a black hair swagger, fair skin, majestic body. It looks no different from a middle-aged person 3040 years old. From the violent power fluctuations that emerged within the body, his cultivation level has been restored to the Principal Source 3 layer level. He turned his head, smiled at Yang Kai hey, and said, "Let's go. Old man will lead you to a bloody road." Well, old man, smell the aura of old acquaintance. It's really nostalgic! When the words fell, he went straight forward. Wherever he went, the cells on both sides shot bloodlight continuously, and he opened his mouth to swallow them. The martial artists held in the cells were slightly less powerful and killed directly, and the higher ones were also killed. Blood energy and life essence that were forcibly plundered by Wu Mengxuan not long enough. Along the way, the fluctuation of Wu Mengxuan within the body's power has become more and more terrifying. The violent fluctuations of the power of blood. Even Yang Kai is trembling in fear, for fear that the old guy cannot withstand self-destruction and die. A few silhouettes approached quickly in front of them. Obviously, they detected something wrong in the bone prison. They wanted to come in and find out, but the first person was Yang Xiren, who followed Yang Xiren behind. It is precisely the two Void King stage martial artists who have tortured Yang Kai many times before. Not long after these talents entered the bone prison, before they had time to clear the situation, they were slapped in the air by Wu Mengxuan, who walked in front of them and beat them into ashes. Among the burst of flesh and blood, one after another bloodlight shot out. Wu Mengxuan opened his mouth. One after another swallowed. "Brother Yang." Liu Xianyan's voice came from the darkness. Wu Mengxuan's eyes flashed cold light, and he wanted to attack Liu Xianyan. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, this is my friend." "Your friend?" Wu Mengxuan, looking at Liu Xianyan coldly for a while, it seemed hesitated, and it took a long time to nod it and said, "That's all. The strength is not too high. It's of little use to old man." "Many thanks, Senior's grace not to kill." Yang Kai exhaled heavily. If Wu Mengxuan really attacked Liu Xianyan just now, he can't just sit back and watch what he said. He must cast aside all considerations for face with Wu Mengxuan. Fortunately, this situation does not occur at all. "Brother Yang, this Senior is." Liu Xianyan didn't even know that Owen walked through the gates of hell. But she also noticed that Wu Mengxuan's not to be trifled with was the moment he stared at him. He was covered in cold sweat. It felt like he was caught by death god. The dead aura rushed towards her face, making her unable to breathe. "This is Senior Wu," Yang Kai casually explained, then looked at Wu Mengxuan and said, Can Senior help my friend within the body's restriction? Although Yang Kai can also unlock the restriction for Liu Xianyun now, it will definitely take a lot of effort. It's better to try to see if Wu Mengxuan can do it. Wu Mengxuan, hearing this, not at all speak, but just lift it up. The restriction of Liu Xianyun within the body is directly broken, and the power returns. Boy, after you leave here, take your friend with you. You can go as far as you can. Wu Mengxuan suddenly said lightly. Yang Kai started it. He has been thinking about how to escape from Wu Mengxuan in a while. After all, the owner now masters the Heavens Devourer battle law, and the reason why Wu Mengxuan was imprisoned back then was also because of this cultivation technique that was inherited by the Titan Emperor Senior. He felt that Wu Mengxuan was impossible for the owner to leave with such a set of cultivation technique. But I don't want this old guy to say this kind of thing. There is definitely something tricky. It's just that Yang Kai still can't see, that's all. Why? Don't want to leave? Wu Mengxuan hey smiled low. That's not what I mean. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. In that case, then many thanks, Senior. Well, don't die. Old man is very looking forward to your growth. Hey. Wu Mengxuan smiled strangely and strode forward. Yang Kai and Liu Xianyun looked at each other and followed closely from behind. After a while, the three left Bone Prison. Let's go. Wu Mengxuan stood there with his hands on his back, squinting his eyes and staring in one direction. In that direction, a mysterious light was rushing toward this side. Judging from the aura, impressively, it is Miaoqi who Yang Kai met not long ago. Yang Kai rushed to Wu Mengxuan and held the fist, saying, Senior, take care. After finishing speaking, he pulled Liu Xianyun and left. After Yang Kai left, Wu Mengxuan turned his head and glanced at the direction where he disappeared. In his eyes, the rays of light twinkling like a ghost fire were beating. GG weird smile. The seeds are already when it's planted. When will it sprout? I'm really looking forward to it. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly turned his head again, moving towards Miaoqi with a gloomy and cold face, staring at the direction he came to, all over. The rope has no wind and automatically, with a low voice shouted, Miaoqi, come and die. Among the mysterious light, Miaoqi hearing this was shocked. He hurriedly stopped his figure and said in shock, Wu Mengxuan, how can you get out of trouble? Hey, old man should never die. He has his own nobles to help. Old man said that one day he would a group of thieves chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades. Today old man has come to fulfill the promise of that day. After experiencing that moment of panic, Miaoqi gradually calmed down and looked at Wu coldly. Mengxuan said, HMPH, you just got out of trouble, thinking you can compete with this king. Don't forget, you and I are both principal source 3-layer. Unsure things, old man, how can you do it? Wu Mengxuan's voice fell, and suddenly he opened his mouth and vomited. He took out a small bottle-like secret treasure. From that bottle, he suddenly sprayed out thousands of blood light. In an instant, this world was covered in blood. Covered, all around is a red, even the flowing air seems to be transformed into fresh blood, making people feel like being in the blood of the blood sea. Blood spirit bottle. This thing really is with you. Miaoqi's horrified cry came from the blood sea. Wu Mengxuan growled, yes, this thing has always been here in old man. If it hadn't been completely repaired back then, old man would not encounter your bad hands. Miaoqi, you are too young. Look at old man. How can old man be a descendant of Titan Emperor Senior? How can he not have one or two emperor treasures in his hands? In this sea of blood and spirit, old man is the master. How much strength can you exert? Old man will break your bones one by one, devour your blood and life essence little by little. Your divine soul will become old man's delicious meal, and you will never have the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Wu Mengxuan's spiteful voice resounded like a curse in Miaoqi's ear, making his face suddenly pale. Don't worry, after I kill you, I will go to Zijuanshan, Bian Yu King and Tong Kong. You all have to die. Come the roar of Miaochi lose one's head out of fear. The blood spirit bottle is the emperor treasure left by heaven's devourer, a great emperor. Although Wu Menshun principal source 3 layers cultivation level can't exert its full power, there is emperor treasure to help. Miaochi not an opponent at all. Defeat and death is only a matter of time, that's all. Marshall Peak Chapter 2003 Chapter 2003 Parting Ways. Beyond the distance to Blue Feather Mountain, more than 100,000 li, 2 principal lights swift across in the sky, as a fast tilting, lissing towards the one below in a hidden area. The brilliance dissipated, revealing the silhouettes of Yang Kai and Liu Xianyan. Is this escape? Liu Xianyan's pretty face was filled with surprises and unbelievable brilliance, and the beautiful eyes were exhilarating. This way, she was surprised to find that she was not interrupted at all. After all, she and Yang Kai are now Blue Feather Sect's disciplines, and they have identity plates, even if they occasionally encounter who interrogates. Show the identity plate and pass safely. After exiting Blue Feather Mountain, the 2 people went all the way to Xiangfu. Now they estimated that the distance was almost the same before landing. The distance more than 100,000 li is safe enough. Even more how? Now Blue Feather Sect is still in chaos. No one cares about the escape of the 2 disciplines. This is also thanks to Bian Yu King and Kuwu. Neither of them are in sect. Brother Yang, we really escaped. Liu Xianyan was still immersed in excitement, with a smile on his face. Xianyan, come here. Yang Kai did not show any expression of being too happy, but waved to Liu Xianyan with a solemn expression, and immediately took out a few space rings from the owner's pocket and released them. Spiritual mind investigation. These space rings are owned by enemies he killed in Bone Prison before, and there are only 4 in total. After some inspection, Yang Kai quickly learned what was in these space rings, leaving one of the space rings, and stuffing the other 3 into Liu Xianyan's hands, saying, "You take this." Brother Yang, what is this? Liu Xianyan stared at Yang Kai blankly. It's nothing. From now on, you and I will part ways. Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Liu Xianyan's lovable body trembled, and asked with some difficulty, "Brother Yang, do you think this mistress is holding you back?" Yang Kai frowned, silent for a while, nodded and said, "Yes." Liu Xianyan looked at him seriously, and suddenly gritted his teeth. "No." "Brother Yang, tell me the truth. Is there any danger approaching? Isn't it just follow? Does that senior Wu have something to do? What do you ask so much for?" Yang Kai looked impatient. "You women are so long-winded. Let you leave with your things." Liu Xianyan bit Yin Yang and glared at him, his towering chest undulating up and down, said solemnly, "This mistress has received a lot of attention from Brother Yang during this time. Now if Brother Yang is in any danger, Xianyan won't just sit back and watch." "What danger can I have?" Yang Kai was exasperated. "Anyway, you and I will be everyone minds their own business. Good luck for everyone." Yang Kai directly urged the momentum to break through after saying that. "Want to leave like this?" Liu Xianyan raised his eyebrows, cold snort, and quickly chased him out. Although she doesn't know why Yang Kai did this, but from the impression of him in these days, Yang Kai is not such a ruthless person, so Liu Xianyan concluded that Yang Kai definitely encountered him. What a big trouble. I don't want to drag it down to Own, so I have to separate from Own. But how could her Liu Xianyan forget favors and violate justice? Naturally, it is impossible to let Yang Kai commit the danger alone. Even if the power of Own is limited, it is better for 2 people to be together than to face it alone. What makes Liu Xianyan startled is that after a while, the owner found that Yang Kai's was missing. His speed is so fast that he should have it. The speed is definitely not a Void King 3-layer powerhouse. Yes, and where Yang Kai passed, there was still a hint of space force fluctuations. Yang Kai understands space force. Liu Xianyan knows this. At the time, in the Starlight Channel, Yang Kai used it during the battle with Yin Lexing. Want to chase a person who is proficient in space force and who wants to get rid of Own? This is undoubtedly too reluctant. So Liu Xianyan chased for a while, but she had no choice but to give up. After falling back to the ground, she sighed faintly, staring at the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared, and muttered to herself, "Many thanks for this time. Be sure to take care." Open the palm. 3 space rings on the palm. Spiritual mind scanned it. She quickly discovered that in these 3 rings, a lot of source crystal and secret treasure were stored. One of the space rings has the most wealth, and that is the ring belonging to Zhu Yi. It really fits his character. Liu Xianyun smiled wryly. Yang Kai only took a ring belonging to the Void King stage martial artist and left her with the overwhelming majority. Obviously I am worried that she will not have practice resources in the future. High above, Yang Kai flies alone. The reason why I chose to part ways with Liu Xianyun is actually because Yang Kai has a sense of anxiety in his heart, and the source of that anxiety comes from Wu Menxuan. Although he doesn't know what sly plan Wu Menxuan is playing, he doesn't think that old guy will let the owner so kindly, especially if he has mastered the Heavens Devourer battle lore. He definitely has any crafty plots and machinations. Old guy is the powerhouse of Principal Source 3 layer. It is very likely that half of his foot has stepped into the Emperor Senior stage. Yang Kai is not sure to face it. To avoid being involved in Liu Xianyun, he can only separate from her. Liu Xianyun is also a Void King 3 layer anyway. She is also a region's overlord character in the Star Territory of Own. I believe that even in Star Boundary, she can take good care of Own. If any accident happens because of bad luck, it can only show that her chances are over. Now Yang Kai just wants to be as far away from Blue Feather Sect as possible, so he has no intention of stopping at all, just speeding forward with his head stuffed along the road. I have also experienced the landscape and landforms in Star Territory. The towering mountains and the spiritual energy big river are everywhere. The practice environment is better than any cultivation star in the Star Territory in my hometown. Many, at night, raises the head looking up. There are countless nebulae in the sky, and every nebula means a Star Territory. After flying forward for more than a month, Yang Kai feels a little safe. Now it's only a few 10 million li away from Blue Feather Sect. Even if Wu Menxuan has a strong cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer, it is absolutely impossible to deal with Own at such a distance. He stopped in the air, turned his head and looked around. As far as he could see, it was desolate. He doesn't know where Own is now. When he first arrived, he doesn't know anything about Star Boundary. He only knows that there are 4 great domains from the east to the northwest. Own should still be in the South Territory. He slowed down and moved forward slowly, while regaining his strength. He waited for an opportunity to find a place where the creatures gathered. After half a day, he finally found something. There is a war chariot-like flying secret treasure flying in front of you. Judging from the energy fluctuations in the war chariot secret treasure, it is a Void King grade middle rank secret treasure with speed. Wonderful quick. Yang Kai quickly stepped aside and waved his hand at the same time, trying to stop him from inquiring about the location of the nearby city. Where do I know that the other party didn't mean to stop at all, but just galloped past Yang Kai not far away. On the war chariot secret treasure, I took 3 martial artists and didn't even look at it. Yang Kai walked away at a glance. So indifferent. Yang Kai looked depressed. But soon, he discovered that immediately after the war chariot, many rays of light rushed toward this side. What's the situation? Yang Kai was at a loss, subconsciously thinking that his own was involved in some killing incident. But after a closer look, he found that this was not the case, because the people who came after, there is no murderous aura, obviously not for the 3 martial artists of the war chariot secret treasure ahead. They look like they are hurriedly gathering somewhere. What happened? Yang Kai stood in place, waving his hand continuously, trying to find someone to find out the reason, but those people ignored him completely and didn't mean to pay attention to him. Yang Kai is very embarrassed, but he has a little bit of insight. The item refining technique in Star Boundary is really extraordinary. It can be seen from the flying secret treasure used by the martial artists. The flying secret treasure, all kinds of strange things. There are all kinds of things. There are simple long swords, shuttle-shaped, war chariot shaped, boat shaped, sedan shaped, and even secret treasure that looks like a windmill. The speed is very good. Let Yankai see a formation. I is dazzled. Hey, boy, why are you standing here in a daze? If you don't rush to catch up, you won't get any benefits if you are late. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yankai, hearing this, turned his head and saw that there was a tiger head war chariot parked next to him. The tiger head was vivid and majestic. On the war chariot, there was a middle-aged with a Void King 3-layer cultivation level. The man looked at Yankai curiously. He was overjoyed and quickly holds the fist, saying, I have seen this friend. The middle-aged man was nodded and looked at Yankai up and down, looking thoughtful. You are not from Maplewood City? Maplewood City? Yankai raised his brows and shook his head slowly. No. Dare to ask the Maplewood City. How far is it from here? You go here, 100 miles away. The middle-aged man is not bad, and he enthusiastically guided Yankai to the next direction, and said with a smile, but boy, are you sure you are going to Maplewood City now instead of joining the fun? Just want to ask. What are you guys in a hurry? What are you going to do? Yankai asked with a puzzled face. Middle-aged person mysterious smiled. 30 miles away, someone in Jade Clear Mountain found a mystical fiery bird, which seems to be an item spirit psychic, and I wanted to catch it and make it an owner. What about secret treasure item spirit? Fiery bird? Item spirit? Yankai was shocked after hearing this. If you want to go to Maplewood City, you can go straight ahead. If you want to join in the fun, don't be too late. After the middle-aged person said a word, he directly utilized the war chariot and left quickly. Yankai was silly on the spot, deep in one's heart for a while with excitement. Although the other party described it as not very clear, but if it is what he said, it is very likely that Liu Yan among Jade Clear Mountain. The body of Liu Yan is a bird-shaped fire, and it is the item spirit that gives birth to spiritual wisdom. Moreover, Liu Yan's existence is very attractive to all martial artists. There is no other reason. The item spirit can be born is not simple. It requires great opportunity and luck. Martial Peak Chapter 2004. Chapter 2004. I am so young. In the Starlight Channel, Yankai's spatial secret technique made the channel unstable, causing them to be separated from Xiao and Liu Yan. Now, during this time Yankai has been worried about their safety, but unfortunately there is no way to inquire about their whereabouts. Leave aside, Xiao looks like a puppet at first glance. I am afraid that everyone will be interested in it. If he really exposes his body to outsiders, he will definitely be targeted. But the small escape method is very good. It is Stone Puppet Clan. It is natural to escape, and it is quite difficult for others to catch it. Liu Yan is different. She doesn't have the powerful means of escape as Xiao, and her presence can also make all martial artists interested. Grasping her into the secret treasure of Own is equivalent to let Own's secret treasure generate item spirit, enough to raise the power of secret treasure to a higher level. Not only that, some martial artists who are proficient in the power of fire attribute can even directly swallow Liu Yan and integrate his power into Own within the body, thereby greatly increasing their strength. Even if it is useless to Own, you can sell it if you catch it. I believe it can definitely be sold at a good price. So Liu Yan's situation is much more dangerous than Xiao. At this moment, Yankai couldn't help but feel anxious after hearing the information provided by the middle-aged person. If the one in Jade Clear Mountain is really Liu Yan, then her current situation is not good. With so many martial artists rushing to the past, Liu Yan can't handle it at all. It will be sooner or later to be caught. The thoughts got to this point. Yankai also hurriedly used his body skills, chasing those people away. The distance of 30 miles is actually not a big deal for martial artists at the Void King stage level. After only 2.5 minutes before and after, Yankai has reached the bottom of the Jade Clear Mountain. A lot of martial artists have gathered here, and roughly 200 people. But what makes Yankai a little relieved is that these people's cultivation level is not high. Most of them are Void Return stage and Void King stage level, Principal Source stage and rare. It seems that the overall martial artist level of Maplewood City is not too strong, Yankai secretly guessed. The martial artists gathered here have no intention of entering the mountain range search. Instead, they start to yell in groups of 3 or 4 to form a team. It seems that they want to act on the advantage of the number of people. Some other guys looked bruised and bruised. The injuries were burned by flames. There were even a few dead bodies on the ground. They looked terrible and scorched. The fiery bird is really cruel. Although it is inferred from the power fluctuations within the body, it is only at the level of Void King 3 layer. But the flames it spit out are extremely difficult to resist. Elder brothers Zhao, both Brother Zhang and Brother Zhang are both old brand Void King stages, but they were burned to death directly under one face. Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise, sitting next to the corpses, while dealing with Owen's injuries. He explained the situation with Fiery Bird before. Many people gathered around them and inferred Fiery Bird's battle strength through the injury. It is precisely because of the encounters and explanations of these people that the Void King stage, who is not too strong, gave up the plan to eat alone and turned into groups. Yankai naturally heard these words, and he couldn't help feeling agitated. The power fluctuation and flame terrifying of Void King 3 layer are in line with the characteristics of Liu Yan. If Yankai was still doubting whether the fiery bird in Jade Clear Mountain was Liu Yan or not, then he is basically more than 80% sure now. Liu Yan also has the power fluctuation of Void King 3 layer, and because she has swallowed too many different fires, even Sun's true fire this thing has been swallowing, so her flames are extremely terrifying. Even Yankai dare not get infected easily. How many? Have you seen the fiery bird? Yankai pushed aside the crowd and stepped forward to ask. Naturally, I saw it. The speaker raises the head and glanced at Yankai, saying with a bitter smile, otherwise, how would we come back crippled? Then dare to ask what the fiery bird looks like. I can't tell, it looks weird. The tail wing is very long, but it is not big. Only about 10 feet. Yankai hearing this stunned. If Liu Yan's body appears, it should be a huge monster. This is not in line with Liu Yan's image. Then it only has a fiery bird form, and will it change into something else? Yankai continued to ask. The man suddenly laughed. Then what do you want it to be like? Is it possible that to become a cold-faced red-haired beauty in an exposed dress? People watching, he burst into laughter. Looks at Yankai's eyes and it's weird, just like looks at a guy with a worm's brain. Many thanks. Yankai chuckled and withdrew from the crowd. Although there is not much intelligence obtained from others, it is somewhat rewarding. Is the fiery bird in Jade Clear Mountain Liu Yan after all? Go inside and we'll know when you see it. He secretly urged the soul brand in consciousness C. Silently perceiving it. He and Liu Yan have a one-layer divine soul connection, which was planted when Liu Yan was conquered. As long as the distance is not too far, the divine soul brand can be activated to perceive each other. What disappointed him was that he not at all felt Liu Yan's response. It seems that I can only go in and explore. Just as he made up his mind to enter Jade Clear Mountain, he suddenly approached silently from behind. Yankai frowned. Looking back, he saw a petite figure with waves on his chest. The surging young female looked at Owen with a smile. That young female was supposed to be an exquisite like beauty, but there was a brown crescent-shaped birthmark on half of her cheek. That ugly birthmark directly ruined her capital to become a beauty and made many the men who saw her brightened up. Then sighed. Young female wears a long green skirt. The loose skirt still can't hide the feng wai on her chest. She has a few cloth pouches tied around her waist. She doesn't know what's in it, it's bulging. She has a pleased expression on her face, with a smile of harmless to humans and animals, looking at Yankai timidly. This uncle, can you take a step to speak? Yankai's face turned dark, and he said grimly, who is your uncle? I am so young. From the perspective of a mortal, Yang Kai's age is indeed not young, but at the level of a martial artist, he is still very young. Just looking at his appearance, he is only in his early 20s. Suddenly called uncle by a young female, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became bad. It seems that Yang Kai's fierce appearance frightened the young female. She couldn't help retreat a few steps with an aggrieved expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced up and down at her. His gaze lingered for a moment in the full position, and his eyes narrowed. Void King 3 layer, he stunned. It was discovered that this young female seemed to be only 1516 years old, and it was actually a cultivation level with no weak and own existence. However, Yang Kai is not sure how old the other person is. Maybe this young female is an old hag who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Yang Kai will never be naive to think of her. The grievance expression on his face is real. For this kind of old hag, acting on the spot is simply commonplace. Their wonderful performances can fool the owner, even more Yang Kai. But that long-lost name reminds Yang Kai of a person, Lin Yuna. When I was in High Heaven sect back then, this girl just took a bite of an uncle, shouting happily, and for no reason called Yang Kai much older. I don't know what's going on with this girl now. When Yang Yan left, no one took it, not even Yixon. He took Lin Yuna alone. Apparently watching, I got the special physique of Lin Yuna's tyrant strength body. The expression on Yang Kai's face gradually softened. The young female stretched out her hand and patted On's chest, boldly saying, "Then big brother, can you take a step to speak?" "It looks like it." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, and said calmly, "What do you want to tell me?" The young female looked around, cautiously extremely, and immediately the red lips wriggled and sounded transmission to Yang Kai. "One sentence." Yang Kai frowned, said solemnly, "Didn't you lie to me?" "What did I lie to you with your lacking hatred and enmity?" Young female looked wronged. "Lead the way ahead." Yang Kai gestured. The young female smiled immediately and led the way as expected. She has no defense against Yang Kai, and she doesn't know if she pretended to be or she was confident. Yang Kai is probably the latter. Walking not much time, I left the crowd. In that remote location, there were two other people waiting early. When the young female came back, they all looked happy. Yang Kai observed his words and colors, secretly released spiritual mind and scanned them, and found that they are also martial artists of Void King 3 layer. These two people are a man and a woman. The man has a firm expression and a kind smile. It makes people feel like a spring breeze, but the female is a beautifully dressed up, enchanting figure. A pair of cutwater pupils seems to contain a strong magical power, which makes people involuntarily attracted by it. The slightly wriggling red lips are even more impressive. The power of temptation. A man with poor concentration is afraid that his mouth will become dry at the first glance. Yang Kai showed a dull expression at the right time, and then quickly returned to normal. His performance made the female look in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth could not help but a slight smile, as if he was satisfied with the charm of On. "Xioki younger sister, did you find someone?" the woman Xiao asked. Young female hearing this nodded, happily said, "This big brother should be okay, and is also very interested in our plan." While speaking, she pointed her finger Yang Kai. The man smiled at Yang Kai, nodded, and holds the fist saying, "Under the king, dare to ask my friends how to call it." Yang Kai. Anyway, this star boundary few people in China knew On, and Yang Kai simply didn't make up a false name. "This mistress you knew my has met brother Yang." The female gave a bow. Yang Kai quickly returned a gift. "My name is Moxioki." The young female who brought Yang Kai over also introduced herself. Yang Kai nodded, said, "Miss Xioki, you just said that you know where Fiery Bird is now. Is this true?" Martial Peak Chapter 2005. Chapter 2005 Big Delivery. If it weren't for this young female named Moxioki to tell Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of Fiery Bird, Yang Kai said nothing would come here with her. The intrigue in Star Boundary is much more than that of Star Territory in his hometown. How can Yang Kai act carelessly? The news that Moxioki threw out made him unable to refuse. Listening to Yang Kai's question, Moxioki nodded his head and said, Naturally it is true. Where is it? Yankai asked directly. Aside, King and Uruomai are also focused, seem to want to listen more carefully. Moxioki just uttered a word, and suddenly reacted, and quickly swallowed the second half of the sentence into his stomach, laughing said, I don't tell you now, you just follow me. She has an innocent look, as if she was really planning to tell the specific location and details of Fiery Bird. Yankai Cold Snort said, how do I trust you? You know the specific location of the Fiery Bird, why don't you summon familiar people, own to find, but summon us? King was nodded on the side, saying, Brother Yang is right, Miss Xioki, it's not that I don't trust you, but everyone doesn't know each other. This Xu also has this question in his heart, and I hope Miss Xioki can answer it. Moxioki frowned and looked as it should be by rights, and said, I have seen it before when I went in, so naturally I know where it is. Look, have you reached the injured guys? I followed them behind and sneaked in. Then they met the little brat, died dead, escaped, and I followed the little brat all the way to find its habitat. As for why I don't find acquaintances, I don't know who here. People who rely on my one may not have played it, so I found you. Yankai and King looked at each other. Both nodded slightly. Moxioki's remarks are not at all weak spots, or in other words, even if there are weak spots, they cannot be traced. Seeing a few people were silent, Moxioki couldn't help being a little nervous, and hurriedly said, don't be afraid. Then little brat is powerful and difficult, but after all, it's a lava, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we are fully prepared, it's no problem to take it. On the side, the enchanting Uruomai pursed his mouth and said, Xioki younger sister, it's not that we are afraid, but there is only one Fiery Bird. If we really get it, how should we distribute it? Hearing this, Moxioki suddenly twisted and said with a sorry face, I'm going to talk to several people. Big brother big sister is discussing this matter, then little brat is of great use to me. When the time comes, if it really succeeds, can it be done for me? When the words come out, not only Yankai looked at her with a weird expression, even King and Uruomai's faces were not good to look at. Everyone is a martial artist of Void King 3-layer, so why don't you give me the slightest benefit? Leaving aside Yankai's own plan, King and Uruomai would definitely not agree to such a nonsense condition. This old hag, pretending to be innocent a bit too much, right? Yankai secretly despised her in his heart. Could it be that she didn't know that it was too late? Moxioki saw that the faces of a few people were not pretty, and he quickly said, of course it won't make you work in vain. I can give you enough compensation. Compensation? King Cold Snort, the attitude is no longer as friendly as before, and said with a smile, I don't know what kind of compensation Miss Xioki will give us. Moxioki did not answer him, but it was to release the spiritual mind and feel it in own space ring. After a while, her hand flashed and she took out 3 secret treasures. The 3 secret treasures, one of which is a pink gauze, as thin as a gauze, with multicolored gems dotted on it. The gems are not mortal, but ups and downs, one after another, magical energy fluctuations. The second piece is a ruler, 2 fingers long and short, in pitch black. Although not big, it gives a very heavy feeling, as if even the spiritual mind of the martial artist can suppress it. The last piece is a thick-backed machete. The blade is thick and carved with complicated mysterious patterns. A blood-reeking chi comes out of the knife. Will know when you see it. Die in this knife. There are a lot of powerhouses under. The energy fluctuations of these 3 secret treasures are not weak. Void King grade secret treasure. King's eyes are straight, and Uruomai's breathing is even more sudden. Yankai is also dumbstruck, because the 3 pieces of secret treasure that Moxioki took out were actually 3 pieces of Void King grade secret treasure, and they were definitely not low-grade Void King grade secret treasure. This heavy tassel ruler and the long hate knife are both Void King grade high-rank secret treasure, each has its own magic. This colorful yarn is Void King grade middle rank secret treasure. It is woven from silk thread spit out from the 3,000-year snow silkworm that is a specialty of North Territory Selanga. The 5 elements are not invaded and have good protection capabilities. The star sand dotted on it can also be turned into a fierce attack, integrating attack and defense. Well, I'll take these 3 things as compensation for you first. If it's done, I would like to thank you very much. Moxioki looked at the 3 people in front of him timidly, and stammering asked, "All right." King couldn't help but swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and Uruomu's pair of beautiful eyes had long been biting on the colorful gauze like locusts, and couldn't bear to look away. Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart forcibly, and looked at Moxioki calmly, deep in one's heart with extreme vigilance. The other party casually took out 3 such high-end Void King grade secret treasures. It can be seen that her family property is not so generous. This kind of person is definitely not an unknown person. Maybe they are what principal source stage powerhouse may be disguised. Otherwise, how could it be so carefree? Even if she doesn't know much about world affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not revealing money. She should be confident of exposing her own wealth in this way. But if she can really hide from the principal source stage that owns the perception and prying, then at least it should be a principal source 2-3 layer powerhouse. What else does she have to do with Own and the others? Yang Kai is a little confused. No? Moxioki saw that the 3 of them hadn't responded for a long time, and could not help showing a hint of disappointment, so he wanted to take back the 3 secret treasures. What did Xioki younger sister say? Uruomai came back to his senses for the first time, laughing eagerly. The elder sister first saw the younger sister, and thought that younger sister was good as for the girl. Since the younger sister wants that little brat, the elder sister will naturally not compete with you. For that matter, the elder sister will help you, she said coldly, her actions. But it didn't take too long. He took the colorful yarn directly and stuffed it into the space ring. Not to mention the value of the fiery bird in Jade Clear Mountain. Is there a Void King grade middle rank defensive secret treasure? Even if it is, it will definitely be divided evenly after the 4 people succeed. Can't match the color yarn. Besides, this has not yet started. Moxioki has already given her a colorful yarn dress. If it is really successful, I am afraid there will be more benefits. So she didn't hesitate anymore. King saw that Uruomai had started, and couldn't help coughing lightly. The sincerity of girl Xioki is felt by this Xu. In this case, it's a copy of this Xu. Speaking like this, his gaze flicked over the remaining heavy tassel ruler and the long hate knife. It seemed a bit difficult to choose, and finally he picked up the heavy tassel ruler and put it into his space ring. Moxioki turned his gaze to Yang Kai, looking at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively didn't want to mix with this muddy water, but thinking that Liu Yan is very likely to be besieged by countless powerhouses, he can only make false claims. King also persuaded, "Brother Yang, Miss Xioki is so sincere, why are you hesitating?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "I'm not hesitating, it's just ... I don't need a knife." Moxioki hearing this, his eyes lit up, and hurriedly said, "Then what kind of secret treasure does Big Brother Yang want?" She is not afraid that Yang Kai is demanding, she is afraid that Yang Kai does not demand it. Sword. Is there? Ice attributes sword-shaped secret treasure. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that Monster Insect Queen lacked a decent weapon, and asked quickly, "Oh, I'll look for it, I remember I have it," Moxioki said, putting away the Chengun knife, and burying his head in his space ring to find it. King and Uruomai stared at her with fiery eyes, as if staring at some peerless treasure. No wonder they're like this. Moxioki's performance at this moment has made them believe that this young female is carrying countless treasures. She can easily take out 3 or 4 Void King grade secret treasures. Who knows how many babies are there in her ring? This kind of space ring, who doesn't covet it? Yang Kai keeps sneering in his heart, observing words and colors. He doesn't believe that King and Uruomai can't see Moxioki's problem, but human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. The eternal truth. How do they think about Yankai? Not too lazy to care. For a long while, Moxioki raised the head, looking at Yankai with a sorry face, and said, "Big brother Yang ... I seem to have a wrong memory. I don't have the ice attribute long of Void King grade high rank. Sword secret treasure." Her expression is like a little child who has done something wrong, eager to be forgiven by others. Yankai indifferently said, "If there is none, then forget it. It's not a matter of urgency anyway. Monster Insect Queen has no weapons, but can also exert good battle strength. Double swords do not work." After Moxioki finished speaking, he suddenly took out two long swords that exuded chills. One of them appeared purple and was about 3 feet 3 long, and the other appeared cyan. It is about 2 feet 5 long, and the two swords are one long and one short. They mark Cheng Hui, and the brilliance flows, like a perfect combination, without any sense of surprise. The most interesting thing is that these two long swords both emit the power fluctuations that the Void King grade high rank secret treasure should have. Xa King and Uruoma's eyes turned red all at once, and their breathing was slightly rapid. Double swords. Yankai also shinned. One didn't expect Moxioki to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, the double sword is already another form of sword-type secret treasure. The driving difficulty is several times more difficult than a simple sword, but correspondingly, it can be used formidable. The power will also be greatly improved. For this reason, the value of double swords is far above the general secret treasure, which is equivalent to the value of the defense secret treasure of the same level. The two-handle matching Void King grade high rank long sword, its true value is no weaker than the general principal source grade secret treasure. Martial Peak Chapter 2006. Chapter 2006 is not Liu Yan. "Are you sure you want to give me this pair of swords? It's not low value." Yankai looked at Moxioki and asked with a frown, "If Brother Yang feels wrong, can I exchange that heavy tassel ruler with you?" Xa King asked eagerly from the side. He is not a fool. Why not clear the heavy tassel ruler and the value gap between these two swords? Yankai glanced at him, coldly smiled. Xa King couldn't help but feel a little sullen, scratching his head awkwardly. Moxioki said with a slight smile, "But I don't have the secret treasure Big Brother Yang needs." Only these two swords reluctantly comply with the request. "If Big Brother Yang doesn't dislike it, please accept it." "Right." Cough. Since you said that, then I will. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Yankai took the purple and blue swords from Moxioki's hands, and lost them after changing hands. Entered the mysterious boundary bead and sent it to Monster Insect Queen to familiarize it with the secret treasure of refining. Until then, Xa King and Uruomai withdrew their reluctant gazes, but when they remembered that the rich man was by their side, there might be more benefits waiting for the owner, and the two people calmed down. Looking at it, there seemed to be something secretly communicating between the eyes. Moxioki didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing that all three of them had accepted the benefits of owning, he smiled delightedly on his face and said, "Then let's say it's settled. If we can really catch it later, for little brat's words, please keep your promises." Moxioki, "Thank you very much." "It should be." Xa King put on a gentle smile again on his face. "It's not too late, let's go," Yankai urged. At the moment when several people discussed, many teams have already assembled and rushed towards Jade Clear Mountain. He was worried. Liu Yan's recent situation. Impatient wants to find her quickly. "Follow me." Moxioki turned around and led the way. "Brother Yang, please." Xa King smiled and gestured. Yankai calmly said, "Two first, I am behind." Xa King slightly smiled, and did not refuse, opened the mouth and said, "In that case, then Brother Yang is here." While speaking, he immediately followed along. Uruomai also walked into Jade Clear Mountain after Yankai was slightly nodded. Yankai looked around, and the last one entered Jade Clear Mountain. The mountain range does not know how many 10,000 li. The mountains are deep and secluded, and there are many ominous beasts, but the group of four are all martial artists of Void King 3 layer, Even if they come together, Ray Monster Beast of the principal source stage level also has the power to fight, so it is not very afraid, and it does not go deep into the Jade Clear Mountain. So there is not at all what powerful monster beast exists. Then Moxioki seemed to really know the exact location of Fiery Bird. After entering Jade Clear Mountain, he didn't need to distinguish the direction at all, and he directly led the crowd all the way forward, very fast. Her performance also gave Yankai a little confidence in her. But what surprised Yankai was that Moxioki walked along the road and seemed to have no intention of fortifying the other three, as if he really trusted the three. And between Xueqing and Yu my two people sandwiched in between, there is a hidden divine soul power fluctuation spreading out. Obviously they are secretly doing some communication. It's ridiculous that they think they are acting concealed, but in front of the powerful spiritual mind that Yankai does not belong to the Void King 3-layer martial artist, they have nothing to hide. In a team, Moxioki's background is mysterious. Xueqing and Yurui are sneaky. Yankai also has another plot against, and I don't know who will have the last laugh. Along the road, I can hear the sound of flying through the air in the distance. It is obviously that other teams are searching for the whereabouts of Fiery Bird. However, with the passage of time, this kind of movement has become less and less, and the place where the four of them are located is getting deeper and deeper into the depths of Jade Clear Mountain. After a full half day, Moxioki, who was leading the way, stopped suddenly, and the other three naturally hurriedly stopped. The last time I saw it, it was in the mountains ahead. Everyone is ready to fight. Moxioki reminded everyone. Xueqing and Yurui nodded, secretly urged the power within the body, ready to take action at any time. Yankai brows is tightly knit, because if Liu Yan were in front, he would have felt it a long time ago, but until now he has not felt Liu Yan's aura. There are only two kind of possibility. One is that Liu Yan has left the mountain col in front, looking for another place to live. Second may also be something Yankai doesn't want to see. The inside of Jade Clear Mountain is not Liu Yan, so he can't perceive it. Moxioki has used the secret technique of concealing his body to converge his own aura and power fluctuations, as is the case with Xueqing and Yurui. The secret technique of the three have nothing common with each other, but stronger and weaker are obvious at a glance. After Moxioki performed the secret technique, aura and life fluctuations were completely disappeared. Without naked eye observation, even Yankai would not be able to find her whereabouts. It can be seen that her practice's secret technique level is extremely high. And Xueqing and Yurui are much worse. Although they are not bad from Yankai's point of view, they are completely incomparable with Moxioki. Yankai also used the secret technique of aura nihility. However, he didn't use all the power of nihility, he just used that's all a little bit. In this way, while being sufficiently concealed, he didn't worry about owning the secret of the secret technique in the space. What Yankai couldn't think of was that when he displayed a weakened version of the nihility secret technique, Moxioki in front of him turned his head and glanced at him, twinkling of doubtful rays of beautiful eyes light, then turned his head blankly again. This girl ... Could it be that? What do you see? Yankai heart startled. The four of them approached the front silently. After a while, they came to the top of the mountain col, looked down, and Moxioki couldn't help but yell. What's wrong? Xueqing was surprised. It's not here anymore, Moxioki said, and stood up and flew directly towards the col. The remaining three looked at each other, too lazy to hide their figures, and followed Moxioki behind. At the mountain col, it seems that fierce fighting has just happened. There are traces of burnt everywhere. There are several scorched corpses on the ground, which look terrible, and the air is full of smelly smells, making people sick. This kind of scene made everyone's eyes narrow. However, the situation in front of me also confirmed from the side that Moxioki is not at all lying. Fiery Bird did live here before, but it may be disturbed by these people. Fight and kill the enemy, then left again. This is ... Jiang family's third elder. Xueqing looked down at an old man in a brown robe, lowly cried. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, His appearance was barely recognizable. What is this person's strength? Yang Kai asked. Xia King's face is solemn, opened the mouth and said, Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. Third Elder has a Void King 3-layer cultivation level, which is comparable to us. This is the Vice Palace Master of Red Leaves Palace. He actually died here? Mai covered his red lips, beautiful eyes trembling lightly. As the martial artists who died in each and every one were identified, these corpses were all martial artists in the Void King 23rd layer environment, and the number was quite large, as many as 8. 8 powerhouses in the Void King 23rd layer environment joined forces, but they were all killed by Fiery Bird. This discovery made the faces of Xia King and Mai not look good. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this action was a bit too sloppy. Everyone seemed to underestimate the strength of that Fiery Bird. After all, their 2 people plus Yang Kai and Moxioki have only 4 Void King 3 layers. In terms of number and overall strength, they are definitely no better than the 8 dead in front of them. They have all been brutally murdered. How can Own 4 succeed? The thoughts got to this point. Xia King and Mai couldn't help but retreat. Their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also brows is tightly knit, because he is very clear about Liu Yan's strength. Even if Liu Yan is not to be trifled with, he will not be able to kill so many enemies at once. The hesitates of the 3 made Moxioki see in her eyes. She suddenly opened the mouth and said, You don't have to worry too much. Although Little Brat killed a lot of people, it was also injured. How do you know? Yang Kai raises the head, looks at her. There are blood stains on the ground. Moxioki slightly smiled, pointing to a place on the ground and said, On the ground. There seems to be a puddle of red, but the red all around is burning with raging fire. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention before, and now I'm finally aware of Moxioki's reminder. Not Liu Yan. The moment Yang Kai saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai was disappointed. This Fiery Bird in Jade Clear Mountain is obviously not Liu Yan, because Liu Yan is an item spirit, not a body of flesh and blood at all. Even if she is injured, it is impossible to bleed. And judging from the situation of the blood stain all around, the blood also contained unimaginable hot power, causing the ground all around to ignite and cannot be extinguished. Aware of this, Yang Kai doesn't have much motivation. The reason why he came to Jade Clear Mountain was because of Liu Yan, but now that he learned the truth, he was naturally disappointed. So, we really have some opportunities. Xia King frowns, looking thoughtful. Jiang family's 3rd elder. The entire group was wiped out, but it caused damage to the Fiery Bird. If the owner and the group of 4 are well prepared, they might not have a chance to succeed. It's just when the time comes, if we really encountered Fiery Bird, what should we do? Should we discuss it carefully? Mai asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her mind. I was anxious. If it weren't for the greed of Moxioki's heavy thanks, I'm afraid she will leave now. Treasure is good, but it must be enjoyed by life. It's time to discuss it carefully, so let's talk about the secret technique and power that Ona is proficient in briefly. When the time comes, everyone can cooperate, Xia King suggested. Listening to what he said, Yang Kai immediately glanced at him deeply. Moxioki smiled and waved his hand and said, No, when the time comes, the 3 only need to delay a little time for me. I have my own way to deal with it. She has a face of victory, and she doesn't know where the confidence comes from. Martial Peak Chapter 2007. Chapter 2007 Pig Teammate Moxioki. This person gives Yang Kai the feeling that it is mysterious. He faintly feels that the innocence shown by the other party are disguised, but he can find a weak spot. Moreover, judging from the degree of her generosity and the hidden secret technique she has mastered, I am afraid that the origin of it is somewhat unusual. In the general Void King stage, how could it be possible to store that many Void King grade secret treasure in the space ring, and all grades out of the ordinary, especially her body, one after another powerful power fluctuation faintly discernible, obviously wearing a lot of powerful secret treasure. This young female definitely has a background, and the background is not small. This makes Yankai always keep an eye on her. But now that she says there is a way to deal with the fiery bird, Yankai believes it's 7 to 8 points. Eating people's mouth is short, and people are soft. Although Yankai doesn't want to mix things up with Jade Clear Mountain anymore, but after all the benefits of others, it's not good to withdraw halfway through, so he can only. It was dark one by one. Miss Xioki, you said there is a way to deal with the fiery bird, can you tell me in detail? After all, the beast is very strong. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others. Xuking asked with some worry. Tao Yuruomai is also nodded and agrees with Xuking's point of view. Moxioki frowned and looked a little embarrassed. It took a while before she seemed to have made up her mind, opened the mouth and said, "It's not convenient for me to talk more about it, but there is a secret treasure that restrains its power. Please trust me. Everyone, I will not let you do too dangerous things." Hearing this, Xuking and Yuruomai looked at each other slightly nodded. The former said with a smile, "Since Miss Xioki said so, then this Xu will not ask more. Just hope that when the time comes Xioki girl can be successful." "No problem, it's all wrapped up on me." Moxioki hearing this was overjoyed, his chest was patted, and he looked like a big deal. "Then trace its location now, although I don't know where it is now. But follow the traces. If you look for it, you can definitely find it." While speaking, she led the way again, going all the way to the inside. After walking for more than an hour, Moxioki stopped again in the nervous atmosphere of the entire group. The traces ahead suddenly broke off. Just as she browsed tightly knit and wanted to find clues again, an extraordinary force suddenly surged out from a certain place. That force was extremely hot and hot. Once you appeared, the temperature in the air was straight and ascending. The green trees all around were affected by the high temperature, and instantly became withered and dried up, and burned immediately. "Be careful!" Yankai hurriedly shouted loudly. It's no longer necessary for him to remind. The 4 people present are all Void King 3-layer martial artists. They are extremely sensitive to the ups and downs of power. When the hot fluctuations come, the 4 are already avoid in different directions. A group of pitch black as ink flames, the size of a wash basin, directly strikes where everyone was originally located, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flame is burning, and it seems that it will not go out forever. Whether it is the deep color or the terrifying killing, people can't help but complexion slightly changed. Sure enough, here Moxioki was not surprised, but overjoyed. His delicate face was full of joyful expressions, staring at a certain position. At that position, a strange bird about 10 feet long, with a fiery red color, looked at the 4 people with fierce eyes. It seemed to be cast from flames. The watch is burning with scorching flames, dragging a long tail, and its appearance is magnificent, like a spirit of fire. Liu Yan. Yankai was taken aback. The fiery bird that appeared suddenly, in terms of appearance, was almost carved out of the same mold as Liu Yan's body. But he quickly understood that the fiery bird in front of him was not Liu Yan, because even though it looks like a flame cast, it is still flesh and blood, and Yankai also vaguely felt a faint coercion from its within the body. That is a kind of inexplicable power, stronger than own in front of it. There is a feeling of palpitations. Asshole, who rumored that this thing is an item spirit? Xuking was foul-mouthed on the other side, extremely angry. Before, outside of Jade Clear Mountain, many martial artists rumored that there was an item spirit that gave birth to spiritual wisdom in the mountain. This led to countless people rushing here, but it seems that it is not this kind of, and I don't know what kind of bastard who has eyes and no beads passed the news. But it is meaningless to investigate these now. Here again, Yuruomai screamed, and his lovable body shook, bringing out a piece of afterimage, which suddenly escaped from the spot. The next moment, a dark flame strikes where she stood before. After Yuruomai showed his silhouette from the other direction, there was a lingering fear in his face. She can clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in the black flames. If she accidentally gets infected, She is afraid that it will not be much better than the end of the Jiang family third elder. That many Void King stage powerhouse has already used body dyes, and Dao disappears to explain the difficulty and terrifying of this fiery bird. How can you oh my be careless? Please entangle it for a while, I will start preparing. Moxioki said in a hurry, suddenly jumped away from the spot, pinched a mysterious magic arts with both hands. The whole person suddenly, his temperament changed. The innocence faded from her. Moxioki suddenly became solemn and coldly up. Red lips squirmed gently, as the magic arts in his hands changed. He didn't know what he was talking about, and at the same time, a blue watercolored sphere appeared in front of her. Inside the sphere was an extremely surging amount of power of water. It was deep and vast, like a vast ocean. Listening carefully, you can even hear what comes from inside. The sound of waves and tsunami. Principal Source Grade Secret Treasure. The king's eyes reddened suddenly, breathing quickly, staring greedily at the blue water circular bead in front of Moxioki. Although he is a Void King 3-layer martial artist, he has never owned the secret treasure of Principal Source Grade. Although from the previous generous degree of Moxioki, this young female is very likely I have a lot of secret treasures of Principal Source Grade, but I really saw it at this moment, which still shocked the king expression. Even more how, the circular bead of blue watercolor is unusual at first glance. Principal Source Grade secret treasure is very likely to be the existence of high rank in Principal Source Grade. This kind of treasure is invaluable to the king. Brother Xu, this time I took a short run. Not so good. Yang Kai cold snort, hurried to Moxioki. When Moxioki took out the circular bead secret treasure in blue water and mutter incantations in his mouth, Fiery Bird on the opposite side suddenly stared at the young female with twinkling fierce eyes, as if he had felt it too. The young female threatened her life and regarded her as the #1 enemy of own. The bird's beak opened, and a pillar of black flame like a dragon sprayed straight out. Yang Kai complexion greatly changed. The first reaction was to avoid it immediately. Hurry up and help me withstand it. I am inconvenient to act now. Moxioki's nervous words came into his ears before Yang Kai dodged. Pig. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Moxioki was really stupid or fake. In the face of such a powerful enemy, he even used it. Selling the secret technique that the owner cannot move. This is not courting death. What is it? Now as long as the owner avoids it, Moxioki is bound to be more shocking than the black inflammation. Judging from the terrifying killing of the black inflammation, this young female absolute death is set. Could it be that her nature is the same as before? It is not a disguise. Owner's previous guesses about her are all wrong. Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? As long as people with a little bit of fighting knowledge will not choose this approach, unless the people around them are extremely trustworthy companions who can entrust their lives and own. Xu King and Yu Omai are obviously not companions who can let Moxioki entrust his life. In an instant, various thoughts floated in Yang Kai's mind, but soon, he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come and help." While speaking, he loudly shouted, and his 5 colors glowed. He stretched out his hand and pushed forward, muttering in a low voice, "Earth Sword Chi, Great Amplifier Divine Shield." The Earth ILO rays of light were stripped from him. Soon a shield-like protection was formed in front of him. Yang Kai practice 5 elements indestructible sword chi has absorbed a large amount of the energy of Great Amplifier Divine Sand as the power of Earth attribute, and now it is natural to show the power of Great Amplifier Divine Sand to form a defense. The soil is thick, the main defense. The defensive power of the Great Amplifier Divine Shield is absolutely good. But this is not over yet. Yang Kai stripped the cyan rays of light from his body again. Wood attribute sword chi suddenly turned into an illusory jungle in front of him, turned into second protection, and placed it in great behind the Amplifier Divine Shield. Followingly, there are water attribute, gold attribute, fire attribute. 5 elements sword chi are all used. The 5 colors originally covered on Yang Kai's body are in a very short time disappeared inside, and replaced by a 5-layer defense net that echoes away. Bang! The dragon of black flame hit the great amplifier divine shield, and in just an instant, it tore the protection of the great amplifier divine shield and rushed into the illusion. In the jungle, burn all the scenery. The water curtain is evaporated and the copper wall iron bastion of the golden light twinkling is melted. Only the fire sword chi of the main attacker can entangle with the opponent's black inflammation for a while. After all, it is the sword chi from Yang Kai who absorbed Sun's true fire practice. It is definitely not inferior to the opponent's black inflammation in terms of grade, but it pales in comparison in number, and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intention on the face made Yang Kai hair stands on end, and the dead aura rushed towards him, as if he saw the summon of death god. Until this time, Xueqing and Yu my two people finally reacted. They two people are sneaky secretly, but they are not stupid, knowing that On and the others are not opponents of this fiery bird. If you want to survive, you can only save Moxioki's life and let Moxioki complete her secret technique. So seeing that Yang Kai has already shot, they won't be able to. Heavenly Net / Boundless Sacred Seal. The two tricks strikes from the direction where Xueqing and Yu are. Blocking the direction the black flame dragon like a hot knife through butter, the full burst of Void King 3-layer powerhouse, is definitely not to be underestimated. The two people joined forces, and Yang Kai's pressure was greatly reduced in an instant. Martial Peak Chapter 2008 Chapter 2008 Why sneak attack me? Secret Technique, Exile. Yang Kai knew that if he didn't use his whole cards, there would be no chance. So he didn't care about revealing anything at this moment, and quickly displayed his own space force. In front of him, a void black hole suddenly opened wide, like an open mouth of a hungry beast, greedily devouring the weakened black flame dragon. Exile it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yang Kai's secret technique a good cover, so that people who did not understand the complete truth seemed to think that the power of both parties was too huge. After the collision caused the space to collapse. At the very least, Xueqing and Yu who saw Exile's secret technique with their own eyes didn't think of space force going up, but stared at all this in amazement. Their faces trembled. On the contrary, Moxioki, who has been focusing on preparing the secret technique and motivating the power of secret treasure, suddenly shines and glances at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai is ignorant of all this. Now he is indescribable annoyance. If you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. If he doesn't avoid it, Fiery Bird will be the first to attack him. But if he avoids it, Moxioki will be in danger. This made him scold Moxioki in the heart and at the same time had to stove in place to act as a meat shield. And Yang Kai and Xueqing Yuomai's combined blockade, obviously also let Fiery Bird know the difficulty of the opponent. The red within both eyes are full of anger, wings spread, light with a light wave. Countless dark fireball hiding the sky and covering the earth attacked the three separately. Xueqing and Yuomai are bizarrely called again and again, and continuously displayed subtle body techniques to avoid, but the number of fireballs is too much. It is compelling. Two people can only take out their own defense secret treasure, expecting get a sense of security. Yang Kai's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xueqing and Yuomai are free to move, but he can only pester in place, forced to take out golden blood silk thread and turn them into golden light in the sky. The incoming fireball flew away. Although the effect is not cheap, Yang Kai has unspeakable bitter suffering, and golden blood silk thread is burnt a lot when he comes into contact with those fireballs. These are all things transformed from his own golden blood. Each of them is precious and abnormal, and the effort of this time has been lost a lot, making him want to cry without tears. Ah, my sad cloud mirror, Xueqing screamed into his ears. Yang Kai was busy raising the head, and he saw that Xueqing was hacking a treasure mirror in his hand. Yan was wrapped in it, and it began to melt in the blink of an eye, so that he quickly threw away the secret treasure so as not to catch fire. And inferring from the power fluctuations uploaded by the treasure mirror, This is a Void King grade middle rank secret treasure. It seems that more than one person has suffered heavy losses. If your own golden blood silk thread is damaged, you can still use golden blood to repair it. If it doesn't help, you can re-practice, but if the other party's Void King grade secret treasure is burned, it really means nothing. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai's mood suddenly improved a lot. Not only Xa King lost his own cloud mirror, but also a Void King grade secret treasure with hairpin in Uoma's hand was destroyed by black inflammation. The two people who lost a huge loss suddenly some Yazi wanted to split. Looking at Fiery Bird, his gaze was full of endless hatred, but he was frightened by Fiery Bird's ferocity. He didn't dare to step forward and could only dodge in embarrassment. Fiery Bird called out suddenly, and an inexplicable anger was mixed in the voice, and it was directly transmitted to 9 heavens. The moment the sound rang, everyone's complexion greatly changed. Because of this, it is very likely that it will attract the attention of others. In case all the martial artists who have gone deep into Jade Clear Mountain are drawn here, all the efforts of those 4 people will be wedding dresses. At the moment when Yang Kai lost his mind, a ball of fireball suddenly shot in front of him. Yang Kai complexion sank. He had to re-exile his old tricks, so he didn't do anything. What was expecting was that the fireball burst out directly in front of him, and for a short while, the dark rain of fire shot at him like raindrops. Yang Kai's eyes shrank suddenly, without even thinking about it. He directly displayed another secret technique, dragon transformation, along with the high-pitched dragon roar sound. The huge dragon's head flashed behind Yang Kai. At that moment, the dragon prestige filled, and the Fiery Bird on the opposite side obviously stayed for a while, with red eyes. There was a hint of fear in the expression. A piece of dragon scales emerged, wrapping up most of Yang Kai's body, and even that piece of real dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's chest, covering the vital position of his chest. Boom boom. There was a series of noises. Countless black fire hit Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai directly spouted a mouthful of fresh blood, and the black fire was on his body. On the surface of the body, it was burning blazingly, and the power within the body began to melt at an extremely fast speed, as fast as snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai's face sank like water, desperately urging Golden Holy Dragon Source power, and only then did he stop the spread of the black fire. But his appearance looks very miserable, and his imposing manner has fallen a lot. Miss Xiaoqi, I'm at my limit, Yang Kai said in a hurry. He was about to leave here. He has done his best. If he stays any longer, I am afraid that things are not good, and stand in front of Mo Xiaoqi. After struggling for such a long time for her, he even suffered personal trauma. He has done enough. I'm done. Mo Xiaoqi tenderly shouted, suddenly waved his hand, and the sound of tsunami waves suddenly rang out from the blue water ball in front of her, which made people involuntarily give birth to a kind of standing. The sea listens to the illusion of waves crashing. The blue water-colored sphere also burst into pieces suddenly, turning into a little water mist, attacking forward like life. The water mist swayed over Yang Kai's body, causing the burning black fire to extinguish instantly. Immediately afterwards, the water mist came to Fiery Bird, wrapped it directly in it, and turned it into a blue water ball again. However, this blue water-colored sphere is many times larger than before. No matter how Fiery Bird struggles inside, it still can't get rid of the sphere's package. After doing all this, Mo Xiaoqi also seemed to be a little prostrated. His delicate face was pale, and his towering chest undulated violently. Obviously, using this secret treasure also put a huge load on her. Although the price is not small, the result is gratifying. Hee, I finally caught you, little thing. Let's see where you are going. Mo Xiaoqi smiled hee and looked ahead. Yang Kai suddenly complexion sank, and whispered, be careful. While speaking, he quickly stepped away from the spot, and a silhouette appeared strangely behind him. Use the secret technique to hit Yankai's afterimage above and smash the afterimage to pieces. The silhouette was exposed and frowns tight. It seemed that the sneak attack that didn't expect was deliberately spotted by Yankai. This person, who is not King. At the same time, Uruoma's silhouette also appeared behind Moxioki. The slender palms contained violent power, and the coquettish face was hung with a cruel and greedy smile. Fiercely slapped him with a palm. In the back vest of Moxioki. Moxioki let out a horrible cry, with a sandal mouth. A blood arrow spurted out, and while falling forward, the beautiful eyes were still full of unbelievable expressions. And Moxioki's screams were handed over, and Uruoma's screams. After one move, Uruoma was hit hard as if she had suffered a severe injury. She couldn't help but retreat. The pretty face turned white suddenly, and her palm was also aching pain. She raised her palm and looked down. Her face was difficult to look, and she screamed, "How is it possible? What is this?" A very strange mark appeared on her palm, which looked like a sheet. The grimace is terrifying, and it is extremely distorted. You can still hear the miserable howls, making people have one's hair stand on end. At this moment, in the grimace, two gloomy lights appeared in the eye position. Through the gloomy light, Uruoma seemed to see the existence of an aloof and remote, staring at Onan indifferently. She lost her mind for a while, and shuddered to the ground. "Uomai, what's wrong with you?" On the other side, King, who had not succeeded in the sneak attack, could not help shouting when he saw Uruomai falling to the ground. Uruomai was absent-minded, sitting on the ground so dully. If someone could use spiritual mind to invade her consciousness, one could see that there was a surprise among her consciousness. At this moment, Zhang's grimace, exactly the same as the one in her palm, is madly devouring her divine soul power, and the divine consciousness power is less than a point, and the look in her eyes is dim. On the other side, Moxioki stood up while coughing lightly. Judging from her state, although she was attacked by a sneak attack, it was obviously not a big deal. She turned her head, somewhat blankly, looking at Uruomai. Her face was incredibly authentic and said, "Why do you sneak attack me?" She has a heartbroken look, not like a fake. After all, she was a sneak attack from behind by a trusted companion of Onan. If it weren't for the protection of the powerful treasure armor, she would have been a dead body at this moment. "You really are a stupid woman." Yankai looks at her like an idiot. Moxioki turned his head to look at Yankai. There was a limpid in his big eyes, and he said to himself, "Where am I, stupid?" Yankai reached out to support his forehead. "Really don't know how to explain to her." "What did you do to her?" King saw no response to calling Uomai no matter what. Kyodi turned his head and yelled at Moxioki. Moxioki's lovable body trembled, with a terribly frightened look, waved his hand. "I didn't do anything to her. I wear treasure armor. Anyone who sneaks on me will encounter evil spirits." Printed backlash. She. Yankai dumbstruck. Is it really appropriate to reveal the details of Onan so simply? Now, he has finally determined that this young female named Moxioki is not at all the kind of treacherous existence that the owner had imagined before. It is simply an inexperienced, innocent child. Girl. She won't be the only one who rises so big, will she? Yankai was taken aback by the thoughts that came to his mind. If so, it would be too terrifying. Evil ghost seal? King brows tightly knit. Obviously he has never heard of this secret technique, but soon, he shook the head and said separately, "Never mind." Few people. Well, this happens to monopolize all the benefits. He no longer paid attention to Uomai's life and death, and instead laughed grinningly. Yankai sneered at hearing, "Brother Xu, where did your unfathomable mysteries confidence come from? Have you not seen the clear situation? We have two people here." Of Marshall Peak Chapter 2009. Chapter 2009. Who the hell are you? Many people are useful, King sneered, looking at Yankai contemptuously. How much strength can you two exert at this moment? From his point of view, after all, Yang Kai stood in front of Moxioki to resist Fiery Bird's attack. It must have consumed a lot of money. Later, he was touched by the black flame. It was a fluke to not die. And after Moxioki used the secret treasure, he also looked collapsed. These two people are obviously not at the peak period anymore, and their ability to display is greatly reduced. But he himself is in good condition, so he is not afraid. Yang Kai he laughed, indifferently said, "If Brother Xu really thinks so, then you might as well give it a try." See Yang Kai with a confident look. Xu King can't help being frowned, and can't guess whether Yang Kai is playing tricks on the profound void or whether he is really confident. Not far away, Moxioki still stood there with a lost face, looking at the loss of his eyes. "Divine Soul has become an idiot." Xu oh my, muttered, "Why sneak attack me? How could this happen?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, couldn't help cursing, "Idiot, human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. So simple you don't understand the truth. Do you know if you run out to die like this?" "I don't know." Moxioki's eyes showed a trace of panic and waved his hand at Yang Kai. "You but don't tell my father that I'm here, or he will beat me." "I don't even know your father. How can I tell him?" Yang Kai almost vomited blood from this young female died. "That's right." Moxioki suddenly showed a grateful expression. "Enough." Xu King saw two people communicating there with no one else, and suddenly groaned to get really angry, and said grimly, "Brother Yang, if you don't want to die, just leave quickly here. You have no reason to oppose this Xu." Yang Kai chuckled, looking at Xu King unperturbed, and said, "We really have no reason to be enemies, but Brother Xu, the picture is exactly what Yang thinks." Xu King startled, staring at Yang Kai in surprise, stunned, and said, "Brother Yang hides it deep enough, but if so, then you and me, how does it work together? Everything will be added in too." "Not good." Yang Kai shook the head, raising a finger and saying, "I have a shortcoming. I always like it I eat alone and I don't want to share it with others. If Brother Xu is acquainted, it's still too late to leave." Brother Yang is not afraid to eat too much to hold on. "My appetite very good." Moxioki looked at the two people blankly and interjected, "What are you going to eat?" "I have some spirit fruit here. Would you like it?" While speaking, I really took out two tender spirit fruits from the space ring of the owner. The instant scented aroma makes the index finger move, and the energy radiates from the spirit fruit in terms of fluctuations. This spirit fruit is obviously not a mortal thing. It is very likely a rare treasure. "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Moxioki was wronged. "HMPH, Brother Yang said so. There is no discussion." Xu King swallowed. His expression gradually became crazy, and the good things Moxioki took out made him extremely greedy. It became more and more certain that there were countless treasures hidden in Moxioki's ring. When I remembered that as long as I snatch the ring into the hands of the owner, maybe there is no need to worry about the practice resources in his lifetime, how can Xu King bear it? From the Brother Xu sneak attack, we have nothing to say. Yang Kai said with a sneer. "Okay, then let this Xu come and try the ability of Brother Yang." Xu King tone barely fell, the power within the body suddenly surging out, and the whole person suddenly becomes bigger for several laps. The clothes on his body made a kai-kai sound, which turned into cloth strips in an instant, scattered on the ground. And Xu King's naked eye actually gave birth to countless golden hairs visibly. Without 3 breaths before and after, Xu King's image has undergone tremendous changes. At this moment, he is more than 5 feet tall, slightly rickety. His arms are unusually long, his muscles are raised high, his eyes shoot out an indescribable fierce light, and his throat is as low as a wild beast. The roar. His whole body was covered by the golden hair, making him look like a huge golden ape. Yang Kai is one of them. It was the first time he saw this kind of secret technique, at least in his hometown Star Territory. He hadn't seen this kind of beast-like secret technique. The wonderfulness of Star Boundary was really amazing, unusual. But what made Yang Kai a little scorned was that even in the dangerous situation just now, Xu King didn't use his whole cards, but when dealing with the owner, He used it without the slightest hesitation. Beastly soul symbiosis, golden hair gigantic ape. Moxioki was criticized out in surprise, with beautiful eyes trembling slightly, and then she made a move that made Yankai feel unreasonable. She stretched out her hands, covered the eyes of Ona, and never dared to look at the king, who was almost naked even though the broken clothes on his lower body were enough to cover the vitals. This silly girl. Yankai had nothing to say to her, and completely rejected the plan to join her. The king, who displayed his own trump card secret technique, roared at this moment, turned into a golden light, and rushed directly in front of Yankai at an unimaginable speed. The fist that was bigger than a casserole came down from the top and crashed down. It had the tendency of breaking the mountain and breaking the sea, covering a side world. What a fast speed! Yankai instantly realized the difficulty of the king at this moment, took a deep breath, stepped on his feet, but did not mean to dodge, but shot the power of the whole body, and fisted to meet him. The king's eyes showed expressions of sarcasm and mockery, said with a sneer, "Mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimate one's capabilities." Falling faster, bang! A loud noise came out. Yankai groaned. Half of his body was beaten into the mud, and the king's body was 5 feet tall. He also staggered slightly, almost being blown out. His face, full of golden retrievers, was full of surprised expressions. It seemed that he didn't expect Yankai's flesh body to be so powerful, but soon, he stabilized his body, and a fist raised high, slammed it down again, like a meteorite falling from the sky, and the whistling sound rolled up was extremely ear-piercing. Yankai was stuck in the mud half of his body, and was inconvenient to move. Facing this blow, he couldn't avoid it. I had no choice but to raise my arms to block. With another loud noise, Yankai was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. The king didn't even look at Yankai, nor did he pay attention to his life or death. Instead, his figure shook and rushed towards Moxioki. In his opinion, it is meaningless to fight Yankai's life and death battle. As long as Moxioki's space ring is snatched, the owner's goal will be achieved. Moxioki still stood there, covering his eyes, unaware of the coming danger. His face was red, and even the roots of his ears were full of pink. For Moxioki, who is as simple as a piece of white paper, even if she sees the king's topless body today, she cannot bear it. There was a panic in Fang's heart. If it's broken, it's broken. Wouldn't it just be so blind? Aunt Feng's teachings are still in my ears. Never look at the ugly body of man, it will blind your eyes. Moxioki still remembers that Aunt Feng told the owner that day. When she said this, her serious expression and serious tone made her uneasy. The king's speed is extremely fast, but he came to Moxioki in an instant, looking at the undefended young female of the owner, and the sparkling space ring in her hand. The king couldn't help but grinned. He split his hand and grabbed it towards Moxioki's space ring. Because of Yuryu Omai's lessons learned, he didn't dare to attack Moxioki at all. Heaven knows what kind of power the treasure armor wears on her body, in case she went to Yuryu Omai's. Following the footsteps, the fun will be great. His goal from beginning to end is Moxioki's ring. But when his big hand was about a foot away from Moxioki, the 2 earrings that Moxioki wore next to his ear suddenly heard the sound of ding-dong, and then, those 2 looked. The unremarkable earrings shook slightly, turning into 2 divine lights, which pierced the king like an arrow from a string. The sharp edge caused the king's paws to shrink suddenly, and the golden hairs all over his body couldn't help standing upside down. When his complexion changed greatly, how could he dare to attack Moxioki, and hurried to retreat? The 2 divine lights are reluctant, one left and the other right, flicking towards the king. At the moment of crisis, the king couldn't help roaring. Golden light appeared on his body, and his huge body seemed to grow bigger again. Kai 2 light sounds came out. The golden light on the king's body suddenly shattered, and his body was shaken. He couldn't help groaned, and fell back a few steps. The 2 rays of light returned again and turned into earrings again. worn on Moxioki's delicate earlobes. But there was a huge gap in Xaking's abdomen, fresh blood flowed out like a fountain, and he hurriedly ran his power to stop the flow of his own blood. He looked at Moxioki incredulously. How could he not believe that the young female in front of him couldn't even move her hand? The self-protection of secret treasure alone made the owner suffer such a big loss. I died unjustly. Who the hell are you? Xaking growled. At this time, if he could not guess that Moxioki's background is not small, he would be a Void King stage martial artist. He secretly regretted it and caught Moxioki's attention. This kind of a person must be a descendant of some great character. On dealing with her, if his hands and feet are clean, it's okay, but if there is a slight mistake, which leads to the leakage of information, then what is waiting for owner will be endless pursuit. If it falls into her elder's hands, it will really be worse than death. But I didn't turn my head back when I opened the bow, and now it's useless to regret it. There is only one thing I can't stop doing and killing. Just when he lost his mind, a wisp of murderous intention suddenly bloomed behind him. Xaking was shocked and quickly turned his head. He suddenly found that Yankai was madly rushing down from the top, twinkling on his body. 5 colors of glow, anger on his face, violent power brewing in his hands. Like an enraged beast, people shudder. Martial Peak Chapter 2010 Chapter 2010 Descendants of Holy Spirit. Yankai underestimated the power of Xaking, who is quasi beastly, mainly because he did not know the reason for the golden-haired gigantic ape. If he knew that the golden-haired gigantic ape, even in ancient era, was also known for its power variation, then he would not be so light-hearted and would be hit directly on the ground. In ancient era, this kind of strong as an ox variation can easily pull up the mountain. Fortunately, his hard skin and strong flesh, although a little embarrassed, it is no injuries. But Xaking's attack made him completely angry. The domain of Void King 3-layer was suppressed towards Xaking, and the domain hidden in Space Force triggered the instability of that piece of space. Numerous space cracks as small as fish began to disillusion. Yankai grinned grimly, waving his hands. One after another Moonblade shot wildly. Xaking's complexion changed greatly. Although he could not immediately determine what kind of power Moonblade belonged to, Yankai domain was so powerful and the whole was solidified that he also felt the threat of life. In spite of the injury on his lower abdomen, he yelled up to the sky, and his whole body of golden hair stood upright and turned into a steel needle-like existence. Forcibly relying on his own unparalleled divine force, he got rid of the suppression of Yankai domain and moved from the same place. Get out of the way. The sound of kai 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 is endless, and Moonblade's attacks are all in the air, splashing mud. After Yankai turned around and locked Xaking's position, he saw that there was an extra large axe in his hand at some point, and he turned twice in the air and cut straight down. Yankai eyes wide staring angrily. The 5 colors on his body are even more glowing, and the dragon transformation secret technique is also used at the same time. The right arm is covered by 1-layer dragon scales, and he swept toward the axe with his hand. 2 auras touch each other, as if 2 mountains collide, and the earth trembles. What? Xaking's complexion changed drastically. He looked at own secret treasure. Axe was bounced out, but Yankai was unscathed and his figure only slightly paused. He relieved the opponent's strength and killed him again. In his attack, even if he was a martial artist who was also a Void King 3-layer, he should be hit hard or even died directly when he was hit in the front, but Yankai looked unscathed. How strong is his flesh body defense? Xaking was angry, not at all shrinking, but instead roared and rushed towards Yankai. 2 people quickly fought in the sky, murky heavens, dark earth, and from the very beginning, Xaking fell into the wind. Yankai, the more fights the more brave is. Various secret technique martial skills rushed out, causing Xaking to complain repeatedly. Why is this? I have displayed golden hair gigantic ape's beastly soul symbiosis. Even if it cannot be said to be an invincible existence among Void King stage martial artists, It cannot be suppressed by who? Could it be that said that his source strength? The king's eyes were shocked, saying it was not fear or worry, and it was difficult to calm the emotions in his heart. It's just that although Xu King was battered and exhausted and was suppressed by Yang Kai in all respects, he did not at all add new wounds. All he suffered was internal injuries. In 5 minutes, Xu King couldn't support it. He realized that if Ona stayed and entangled with Yang Kai, he would lose his life here. The thoughts got to this point. He has sprouted a retreat. And at this moment, a splitting the air sound suddenly came from far and near, and at the same time it was accompanied by a laughed-heartily voice. God treats me not thinly. I am here. I picked up a ready-made one. Ha 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 ha. The voice fell. A boat suddenly blocked the sun overhead, and in that boat above, a row of 7 or 8 Aura Marshal the artist was looking down with cold eyes. And the first old man stared at Fiery Bird, who was imprisoned by the blue water ball. Yang Kai and Xu King were shocked at the same time and hurriedly headed towards retreat. At the next moment, Yang Kai came to Moxioki's side, brows tightly knit, raised the head and looked up. At the same time, his spiritual mind spread out, investigating all around. Yang Kai's complexion is suddenly hard to look. He noticed that countless martial artists were hurriedly approaching here. It was obviously Fiery Bird's scream that attracted these people here. And the ships on that floor are only the first to arrive here. The old man headed by them has the powerful cultivation level of Principal Source stage. The old man's voice just fell, and one silhouette flashed not far away. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar appeared in the eyes of everyone. He sneered and said, "Old Jihad, you speed it's quite fast." The old man hearing this, the Imperial Courtney scholar took a look, coldly said, "Chen Shiki, are you here to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man hearing this name Chen Shiki smiled and said, "Why, you old Jew is here, so Chen can't come." "Yes, I also want to come to Raging Fire Palace. Join in the fun, old Jihad. You won't be unwelcome." Another voice came in, as 3 tiger-like war chariots appeared from a certain position, leading a burly robust man. Lightly jump off the war chariot. He is as strong as a bear. His body is full of obvious fire attribute power fluctuations, and even his hair and beard are dark red. HMPH. Seeing this person at Raging Fire Palace arrived, Old Jew and Chen Shiki couldn't help but cold snort, with a trace of unpleasant expression on their faces, and seemed extremely jealous of this robust man. 3 Principal Source stage. Yang Kai brows tightly knit up, and from his feeling, he can vaguely estimate the strength of these 3 people. Old Jihad and Chen Shiki who came first are probably it was from Principal Source 1 layer, and the later robust man was the powerhouse of Principal Source 2 layer. So as soon as the robust man appeared, Old Juicehead and Chen Shiki stopped arguing, and after looking at each other, they seemed to be holding together. Luo Palace Master will come unexpectedly by old man. Doesn't Luo Palace Master need to sit in the Raging Fire Palace? I heard that your palace has been exactly peaceful recently. Old Joe said cold snort. Surnamed Luo robust man lightly said with a smile, Old Joe cares about you, but there are just some small disputes in the temple, which have been easily resolved by Luo. Hearing this, Old Juice's head complexion sank, knowing that the easy solution he said would be accompanied by the death of many people. Don't look at this palace master with 5 big and 3 thick, carefree appearance. In fact, it is a vicious and merciless generation. So many people around Maplewood City are endlessly afraid. As several people talked, more and more martial artists gathered here. These martial artists basically came in groups, such as Chen Shiki alone, and extremely rare. This situation made the 3 Principal Source stage extremely dissatisfied. They deliberately expelled these miscellaneous fishes, but none of them became the first bird, which roused public anger. Yang Kai frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. In the middle of his hesitates, Nara Palace Master suddenly asked, Old Jew, you are experienced and knowledgeable, can you recognize what monster beast this thing is? Staring at the fiery bird wrapped in a blue watercolored ball, He didn't seem to recognize the species and had to ask. Old Jew frowned and said, "From old man's perspective, this little thing seems to have Phoenix lineage bloodline." Phoenix, Antiquity, Holy Spirit. Many martial artists hearing this, not only were there no surprises, but the complexion took a simultaneous retreat step in awe. The title of Antiquity, Holy Spirit is really too big. Even an ordinary martial artist will feel terrified to hear it, but even the top 10 peak Emperor Senior feel the existence of extremely tricky. From ancient the powerful Holy Spirit born by Era, the power of Holy Spirit is enough to destroy a world. Yang Kai hearing this is a bright spot. If so, it can explain why he has always felt a slight pressure from this fiery bird within the body. Dragon has dragon prestige, and Phoenix has Phoenix prestige. If this fiery bird has Phoenix lineage bloodline, there will naturally be innate pressure within the body, which is a deterrent to any creature. Force. Chen Shiki nodded on the side and said, Chen also agrees with Old Jew's view, but it is not clear which lineage this thing belongs to. Luo Palace Master laughed. I heard that ancient Era has a holy spirit called Vermilion Bird Phoenix, which also has Phoenix and Azure Luoan bloodline. Luo is not talented. He once saw some records and patterns on the ancient book, but this little thing there are 7 or 8 points similar, but I am not sure for a while. Vermilion Bird Phoenix. Old Jew frowned, suddenly rushed to the side. Xia King shouted, Boy, I ask you, this little one did something use any power before? Xia King has already lifted the state of beastly soul symbiosis and restored to its original appearance, but his face is a little pale. Obviously, he has consumed a lot in the battle just now. I heard Old Jew asked, how dare he not answer, and quickly explained everything he had experienced before. Everyone, principal source stage. The expression is getting more and more exciting. From the description of Xia King, this fiery bird may really be Vermilion Bird Phoenix lineage. That's Antiquity Holy Spirit. In other words, this little fiery bird is a descendant of Holy Spirit and is still a larva. If you can grab it and bring it back to captivity, when it grows up, you can get a Holy Spirit as a helper for no reason, and its status is no different from that of the top 10 peak Emperor Senior. The thoughts got to this point, many people's breathing became hurried. This is a good opportunity to ascending to the skies with a single leap. Old Jew, Chen Shiki and Luo Palace Master looked at the little fiery bird and became extremely greedy. It's time to go. Yang Kai, observing his words, realizing that this is not a place to stay for long, hurriedly whispered to Moxioki. Can I take my hand off? Moxioki asked timidly. What are you doing all the time? Yang Kai didn't get angry, and then moved her hands away from her eyes. Regaining his sight, Moxioki looked around for a while, and was shocked. So many people? Yes, if you don't go, you can't go. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. But my little Vermilion Bird Phoenix. Moxioki bit her red lips and looked at Fiery Bird, who was imprisoned by her secret treasure. Even though she was stupid, she knew that she was under the public gaze. It's impossible to take Fiery Bird away. Do you know it is Vermilion Bird Phoenix? Yang Kai stunned at Moxioki. I know, I knew it the first time I saw it. Moxioki looked as it should be by rights. Yang Kai was stupid for a long time, and it took a long time to be fiercely cursed. If I knew that this Jade Clear Mountain was a Vermilion Bird Phoenix lava, even if Moxioki gave him more benefits, he would have been impossible to come over. Martial Peak Chapter 2011. Chapter 2011 Contention. Not to mention an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If you really get the Vermilion Bird Phoenix, it must be troublesome. Just say it is a holy spirit with small, there must be old ones. Yang Kai doesn't want to be chased by a mature Vermilion Bird Phoenix all day long. This little Vermilion Bird Phoenix is obviously a hot potato. It is ridiculous that so many people are blinded by the beauty of the future and want to claim it for themselves. Facing this stupid young female, what can Yang Kai say? Theorizing with her, Yang Kai estimated that he would vomit blood out of his own gas. Just as the two people were communicating secretly, Old Jew asked again, what secret treasure is this? It can restrain a Holy Spirit lava. It seems a little not simple. He stared at the blue watercolored orb with scorching eyes. His face was greedy. Shenshiki and Luo Palace Master are the same. Even though the Vermilion Bird Phoenix in front of me is a lava, it also has the bloodline of the Holy Spirit. Exactly, it can be restrained by what secret treasure is simple. The blue watercolored ball is not too eye-catching at first glance, but if you perceive it carefully, it is shocking. The three principal source stages were unable to see its quality for a while. This thing ... was brought by that girl. I didn't know what the king's thoughts were. Hearing Old Juice question, he smiled slightly and pointed to Moxioki and said. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy, deep in one's heart greeting his ancestor 18 generations. The king is obviously going to murder a person with a borrowed knife. He has offended Moxioki for fear of being chased and killed by the power behind Moxioki, but he is powerless to deal with it, so he can only kill his idea on Olju. Sure enough, Olju and the others hearing this, couldn't help looking at Moxioki brightly. Luo Palace Master laughed and said, "Small girl is great. Do you want to join my Raging Fire Palace? Luo can provide you with good practice resources." She opened her mouth to draw Moxioki, and as long as she could draw Moxioki, she would naturally be able to work for the owner, and then Vermilion Bird Phoenix, who was imprisoned by Moxioki's secret treasure, would have it. If you change to a general martial artist, even if you refuse, it won't be too obvious, but Moxioki's young female with holes in his head is obviously not so smooth. Hearing this, decisively shook the head and said, Aunt Feng said, the outside forces are weedy, not worth mentioning. I don't want to join Raging Fire Palace. Now Luo Palace Master's forehead, blue veins jumped wildly, his eyes suddenly became cold, but instead it was Old Ju and Shenshiki who laughed at taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Yang Kai has a black face and the corners of his mouth twitching, holds the fist saying, Luo Palace Master, please don't care. This girl has some mental disorder. What did I say wrong, is it? Moxioki looked at Yang Kai blankly. You shut up. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Oh, HMPH, dare to insult me, Raging Fire Palace? Small girl, your courage is not small. If you promise something today, Luo will do it. I won't die around you, otherwise. How could Palace Master pay attention to Yang Kai's plea? Moxioki's answer made him lose face. Murderous intentions were already growing. If he didn't want to use Moxioki's secret treasure to subdue Vermilion Bird Phoenix, I'm afraid it has been shot. Luo Palace Master, please don't act on her rashly. This girl is a secret treasure, and many of them have the ability to protect themselves. One of my companions encountered her poisonous hand without notice. Divine Soul became an idiot, and even Junior owns almost her way. The king yelled over with a loud voice, which made everyone listen clearly. A secret treasure, can you protect yourself? Luo Palace Master, hearing this, lost his voice. The secret treasure with item spirit. Secret treasure is just a dead thing, can protect itself. It means that secret treasure has already spawned item spirit. This kind of secret treasure is definitely not low grade and extremely valuable. This is interesting. Old Ju also looked at Moxioki with bright eyes. His eyes were constantly flowing on her earrings, hairpin, necklace, and bracelet. Spiritual mind secretly perceives and finds. Sure enough, as the king said, the jewelry that Moxioki wears is actually secret treasure, and the grade is not low. That Shenshiki also expressed twinkling uncertainty. His eyes were greedy. Fucking dogs, the king, you must die. Yang Kai yelled and grabbed Moxioki and said, hurry up. Tone barely fell. Yang Kai throws away Moxioki like an electric shock, because the moment Yang Kai caught her, Yang Kai seemed to be stabbed with a needle, and his palm was painful. Sorry, I smeared on my hand. Don't say it. It's important to save your life. Yang Kai didn't bother to entangle with her, and then run the power pack. After speaking, he rushed toward her quickly. My weak water bead and the little Vermilion Bird Phoenix, Moxioki exclaimed, while pinching his hands. seeming to want to take back the weak water bead and the imprisoned vermilion bird phoenix. But how can the three principal source stages here look at all this happening? Luo Palace Master and the others just waved suddenly and resuppressed weak water bead and vermilion bird phoenix in place. Recover weak water bead soon, Yang Kai said hurriedly. Moxioki is very obedient. He doesn't care about the vermilion bird phoenix anymore. He takes back the weak water bead if he thinks it moves. Without the confinement of the weak water bead, the larvae of vermilion bird phoenix immediately regained their freedom. With its wings spread out, countless dark fireball all directions shot past, causing all around martial artists to be in a frenzy, and its body is soaring into the sky, as if to escape this place of right and wrong. Where to go? The three principal source stage simultaneous shots unsealed the retreat of the vermilion bird phoenix larvae, but they did not dare to ask them to come close. After all, the dark flames gave people too much deterrence. Once contaminated, it is extremely difficult to extinguish. After stopping vermilion bird phoenix, Naluo Palace Master even had some free time, and Yang Kai and Moxioki, who fled in the air, slapped a palm. Want to leave like this? Too naive. Luo Palace Master cold snort. Principal source two-layer powerhouse's blow, even if it was just a casual blow, evoked the heaven and earth law all around, making Yang Kai feel a sense of crisis, and quickly displayed the Nihility secret technique. The shape suddenly disappears in place. The formidable power of that palm arrived as expected, passing through Yang Kai's body and hitting the empty space. On the other side, Moxioki was twinkling with an oval energy protection, which actually took the palace masters. The attack was completely resolved without injury. When Yang Kai revealed his figure again, he immediately looked at Moxioki like a monster. He was able to avoid Luo Palace Master's attack because of the use of the spatial secret technique, while Moxioki was obviously because of the dazzling array of secret treasures she was wearing. This young female has a larger background than the owner expected. The speed of the two people is extremely fast, and they ran away in the blink of an eye. In the rear, Luo Palace Master and the others are caught in the battle for vermilion bird phoenix. The sound of killing and energy is extremely chaotic. The rays of light of secret treasure are released, which is estimated to be short. Time is no way to trouble Yang Kai and Moxioki. After running out of several dozen leap places, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Moxioki also stopped and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at her coldly and gave a grin. Moxioki Huarong suddenly lost his color, fell back a few steps, and said sternly, "What do you want to do?" "I'm exactly annoying." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling the eyes. "What do you think I want to do?" "I just want to observe and observe here again." Moxioki frowned, after thinking for a while, suddenly said with joy, "You mean, Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind?" She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. "I just want to lie in wait to see if Xu King will come over. Those who dare to yell at me are destined to have no good end." Yang Kai sneered again and again. "I'll help you. That guy doesn't seem to be a good person." Moxioki took the initiative to ask. "He is not a good person. You should have seen it a long time ago." Yang Kai was completely speechless to her. At the moment, the two people lie in ambush and converge into an aura. However, Moxioki is far away from Yang Kai. It is not that Moxioki has a long mind. He is not afraid that Yang Kai is bad for her, but Yang Kai is afraid. This girl is covered with thorns, and she was stabbed with blood just now when she accidentally touched her, and she got too close to heaven knows what would happen. So at the strong request of Yang Kai's, Moxioki lies in ambush at a distance of thousands feet from him. I was pouting my mouth at the moment, muttering something unhappy on my face. Although it is 30 li away from there, under the perception of Yang Kai's powerful spiritual mind, the situation can still be clearly understood. More and more martial artists rushed to that position and were involved in the battle. Many of them included principal source stage. These martial artists are either in groups of 3 or 4, or in groups of 7 or 8, and the battle is full of joy. Someone fell and killed from time to time, but the flow of fresh blood and the howl of death not only did not calm them down, but more and more aroused their inner cruelty. Almost everyone was blushing, and those principal source stage powerhouses are undoubtedly much calmer. While dealing with others, they are blocking the escape route of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix, making it always stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Xia King in the crowd. This guy once again performed the secret technique of beastly soul symbiosis and became like golden-haired gigantic ape, trailing behind old you behind, slaughter all sides. Hundreds of martial artists who entered Jade Clear Mountain, at least 80% of them were attracted to the battlefield in just 2 hours of time. In the battlefield, blood flowing into a river, seen it's extremely chaotic. And with the passage of time, principal source stage powerhouses have also begun to get injured. Until now, almost everyone has played True Fire. It is not just a problem of snatching Vermilion-Bird Phoenix, but there are grudges and grievances. Almost all of them are from martial artists near Maplewood City. There are many gaps between themselves. Many people have hatred. Now is naturally a good time for liquidation. More and more martial artists are falling down. Principal source stage powerhouses finally found out what was wrong, and I don't know who made the proposal. In the end, the battle subsided, but the remaining martial artists were only half of the original. The lava of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix is still surrounded by martial artists in the center. At this moment, it has long lost its previous ferocity. Instead, it collapses on the ground weakly, with fresh blood on its beautiful hair. The burning flame on the surface seemed to be extinguished. This battle seems to have hurt its origin. Martial Peak Chapter 2012 Chapter 2012 Burning the Quartet. The chapter serial number of the previous chapter was wrong again. It is really gratifying. Gratifying your sister. It seems to be making this kind of mistakes recently. Well, it must be Xiaomo's pot, but the content is not at all wrong, so it does not affect reading. It's the end of the month. Ask for a monthly pass. Now it seems to be a double period. You can change one vote to 2. The lava of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix is destined to have nowhere to escape. Under the eyes of so many martial artists, where can it escape? The remaining question is who can subdue it. However, looking at the posture of no one backing down, there must be no good results in a short time. Sure enough, those martial artists who were still alive wrangled and quarreled in place for an hour, and there was no good countermeasure. The situation remained deadlocked, and the atmosphere of the air gradually solidified, and it seemed that a second battle was about to break out. In the whole process, the larvae of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix have been lying on the ground with a soft cry in their mouths. Yang Kai frowned, hiding 30 li away, has no patience to wait any longer. Once those people negotiate the ownership of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix, then the next target is most likely Moxioki. After all, her value does not seem to be much smaller than that of Vermilion-Bird Phoenix. Just as Yang Kai was about to leave this place, his skin suddenly tightened, and for no reason there was a sense of crisis and horror rise in the mind. This made him brows tightly knit, not knowing what happened, and it caused him this kind of feeling. Turning his head to look to the other side, Moxioki also seemed to be aware of it. At this moment, he was looking around in a ghostly manner. Suddenly, the sky dimmed, as if dark clouds obscured the sun overhead, and huge shadows obscured the earth. At the same time, the temperature of the air rose suddenly, causing the green trees of Jade Clear Mountain to wither and burn. Stand up! A high-pitched and sharp scream resounded above the sky. Yang Kai was shocked, raises the head and looked at the next moment, completely stiff in place. In the sky, an existence exactly like the lava of the Vermilion-Bird Phoenix is waving its wings and flying overhead. But this existence is countless times larger than the Vermilion-Bird Phoenix larvae, just like an enlarged version of the Vermilion-Bird Phoenix lava. As it passed, even the sky left traces of burning. The space was shattered. The huge to unimaginable coercion came down like a mountain collapsed, and the suppressed Yang Kai cracked all over his body. Vermilion-Bird Phoenix, Antiquity Holy Spirit, Yang Kai exclaimed. This is the truly mature Vermilion-Bird Phoenix, a powerful existence that only appears in legends. and a peerless overlord who can compete with the true dragon horn. Yankai deep in one's heart moaned constantly, although he had guessed that since there are million bird phoenix larvae, there must be a mature million bird phoenix, but he couldn't think of this mature million bird phoenix actually appeared in front of One. The deterrence brought by the huge body alone almost makes Yankai unable to move, not to mention its burning pitch black flame, which is enough to destroy a world of black inflammation. His eyes trembled violently, and he wanted to move his fingers, but found that there was nothing he could do, and he could only watch Vermilion Bird Phoenix fly past his head. After 30 li, Vermilion Bird Phoenix larvae uttered an urgent cry of sorrow, and stood up with its weak body, as if the lost child had seen his parents, facing the sky kept tweeting in response. Luo Palace Master, Old Ju, Shenshiki and the others are all stiff in place. When the shadow that obscures the light falls on their heads, everyone knows that a catastrophe is imminent. Big beads of sweat rolling down from their foreheads, everyone desperately agitated their own strength, wanting to quickly escape from here. But under the pressure of Antiquity Holy Spirit, they are like young children, unable to withstand a single blow. Principal Source Stage Powerhouse is the same, and those Void King Stage and Void Return Stage are even worse. There are even a few Void Return Stages that are too weak, vomiting blood and die. Vermilion Bird Phoenix hovered in the air, seeming to have seen the tragic situation of the owner's child. His eyes suddenly became red, and the violent hostility escaped from it within the body, sweeping across the country. It stopped in the air, opened its big mouth, its abdomen shrank slightly and bulged again, and the black inflammation of the world swept down from the air like a tsunami. No! Luo Palace Master desperately could only shout such a word. The next moment, he was burned by the black flames and instantly turned into nihility. Everything disappeared where black flame passed. Among the more than 200 martial artists present, none of them escaped this tribulation and they were all burned to death. Divine Soul entirely extinguishes. The black flames soared into the sky. Even if they were hundreds of miles away, they could still be seen clearly. The flames seemed to burn the world together. Extremely brutal. The earth became scorched earth, barren, with a radius of 10 li, internalized into a piece of dead territory, and this piece of dead territory was still spreading towards the periphery at a very fast speed. 30 li, Yankai has one's hair stand on end for a while. His eyes look at that black flame burned toward the owner like lightning. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and moved himself the golden holy dragon source power, resisting the violent coercion from Vermilion Bird Phoenix, finally restored a little bit of freedom. The next moment, he directly took out Mysterious Boundary Bead and hid in it. As soon as Yankai disappeared from his silhouette, Hai Yan burned his hidden location. If he was slow to get on the line, he was about to follow in the footsteps of Palace Master and the others. Broken. Before he hid in Mysterious Boundary Bead, Yankai suddenly remembered that the owner had forgotten Moxioki. Moxioki is a powerful secret treasure, but in the face of the peerless flames of Antiquity Holy Spirit, I am afraid that there is no resistance. It was too urgent just now, and he did not have time to consider Moxioki's thing. I want to come now. Even if I go out to rescue her, I'm afraid it is too late. Yankai can't help but feel a little upset. Although he can't talk about friendship with Moxioki, this innocent young female Euxin machine caused her to die in the black flame. Yankai is also a little guilty. I hope she heaven helps the worthy. Yankai thought to himself, even though he knew that the probability was minimal. Jade Clear Mountain is burning. Black rays of light enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles, and all the creatures were destroyed. Until then, the Vermilion Bird Phoenix flying in the sky flickered and suddenly turned into a young woman-like female, with her hair bun rolled up, her temperament high and her clothes luxurious. Her pair of beautiful eyes do not carry the slightest emotion, but some are just cold murderous intention. Only when looking at the Vermilion Bird Phoenix larvae on the ground, will he reveal a rare gentleness. The Vermilion Bird Phoenix larvae also changed its body shape at this moment, and suddenly turned into a child who looked only about 3 or 4 years old, with a soaring cannon on its head. Tiger head. The young woman reached out and hooked. An inexplicable force wrapped the child and entrusted it to the owner. The young woman glared at the child fiercely, as if she was blaming him. But the child was laughed, crawling into the arms of the young woman with both hands and feet, posing in a comfortable position, closing her eyes and sleeping stand up. The young woman faint sighed, embraced the child with one hand, and disappeared at a very fast speed in place. Before she left, she frowned and looked at the direction where Yang Kai was before, as if somewhat puzzled. After 10 days, Yang Kai quietly ran out of mysterious boundary bead. As soon as you appeared, you felt an unbearable heat rushing from all directions, and it was not only heat, but also mixed with a power that seemed to burn divine soul. Yang Kai was horrified and hurriedly flew up. He looked underneath, terribly moved. Jade Clear Mountain at this moment, scented on the battlefield that day, black flames are burning for hundreds of miles. Although 10 days have passed, there is still no sign of extinguishing, especially at the center. In the 10-li range, the burning black inflammation reveals a dying aura. I am afraid that there is not a few 100,000 years of time. There is impossible to grow something. There were no corpses on the ground. All the corpses were burned clean, and there was no dust left. He looked at the place where Moxioki had been hiding before, and his face turned gloomy. This seems to have been affected by the black inflammation. The burning fire is especially dark, and Moxioki has long been gone. The young female ... I'm afraid it's already bodil rather than well. Yang Kai thought to himself. At that time, if there was a chance, he would definitely not die. It was just that he was not close to Moxioki at that time. Life and death were only a moment, and he didn't have time to think too much. Could it be that this is fate? If Phone hadn't been stabbed by Moxioki, they wouldn't be separated so far. If she was Bion at the time, Yang Kai could take her into the mysterious boundary bead. Shook the head. Yang Kai will leave here. But at this moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and he looked in one direction. There seems to be something left over there. In the face of Vermilion Bird Phoenix's black flames of extinction, what can be left is absolutely nothing. His complexion was overjoyed and hurried over there. He didn't really see what that thing was when he got closer. It was actually a feather, 2 feet long, not black, but glowing rays of light, lying quietly in a corner. Vermilion Bird Phoenix feather? Yang Kai raised his brows and hurried forward. He didn't dare to reach out to take it rashly, but displayed the golden blood silk thread and presented it to the owner. Unexpectedly, this Vermilion Bird Phoenix feather is not hot. Through the golden blood silk thread, Yang Kai can feel that it is not threatening at the moment, as if it is an ordinary thing. But if you perceive it carefully, you can perceive the peerless ferocity and terrifying power fluctuations contained in this feather. This is a good thing. The feather of Holy Spirit, if it is handed over to an excellent item refining expert, it can definitely produce a good secret treasure. Even the Emperor treasure is possible. After all, this is regarded as the item refining material of the cream of the crop. Yang Kai inspected it for a while, and happily put it away. This trip to Jade Clear Mountain is not without gain. I got ice attributes purple and green double swords from Moxioki, and picked up a piece of Vermilion Bird Phoenix feather. Compared with the time consumed, this kind of harvest is already very rich. It's just a pity that Moxioki. Yang Kai secretly sighed, adjusted his mood, and flew away. His goal is Maplewood City. When he came to Star Boundary, he was caught by Kuwu and forced to enter Blue Feather Sect. He didn't have time to appreciate the many wonderful things of Star Boundary, so for the nearby Maplewood City, he's still looking forward to it. He now only has the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer, and the power within the body has not been fully transformed into source strength, and he does not even have the qualifications to attack the principal source stage, so his top priority now, it is to transform power. Marshall Peak Chapter 2013 Chapter 2013 Maplewood City. Maplewood City is more prosperous than any city that Yang Kai has seen in his hometown Star Territory. Even the Water Sky City of the Constant Gathering Chamber of Commerce can't compare with it. But in Star Boundary, It's just one of countless unknown cities, and it doesn't even look at the entire South Territory. Yang Kai is really eye-opening. The only thing that made him a little bit spurned was that he actually needed to pay 10 low-rank source crystal to enter the city. This makes him feel extremely distressed. Now he is no better than in his hometown Star Territory. Now every piece of source crystal is precious to him, so naturally he dare not use it casually. The source crystal in his hand is all found from the space ring of Blue Feather Sect Disciple. It is not too much, only a few thousand. There were originally 4 space rings, and there was even a principal source 1-layer martial artist ring, but Yang Kai gave Liu Xianyun 3, and owner only left 1. In the ring, apart from a few thousand source crystals, there are only 2 secret treasures that are not of a high grade. There are also some miscellaneous materials that are not of much use. When he entered Maplewood City, he was not at all anxious to find a place to live, but walked around, watching the conversations of martial artists around him, and obtaining information that was beneficial to the owner. He also gained a lot after one day. As he expected, the martial artist in Maplewood City is not that strong, and even some small forces around it don't have a strong powerhouse. City Master Duan Yuanshan is a principal source 2-layer powerhouse, and 2 Vice City Master is a principal source 1-layer martial artist. The 3 work together to govern the entire Maplewood City. As for the small families in the city, except for an old ancestor with a principal source 1-layer in Jiang family, there are no more martial artists at the principal source stage level, and most of the surrounding small forces have only the martial artist of principal source 1-layer. There is only one raging fire palace with a principal source 2-layer, which can faintly interact with the city of Maplewood City. Lord's Mansion contends. But Yang Kai knows that Luo Palace, master of Raging Fire Palace, has been killed in Jade Clear Mountain. I am afraid that the pattern of influence on Maplewood City will change soon. The tragedy in Jade Clear Mountain has spread to Maplewood City, and is even spreading to the entire South Territory at a very fast speed. After all, it is the Holy Spirit Vermilion Bird Phoenix who appeared. I am afraid it will attract the attention of many powerhouses. Investigate. Of course, this is not what Yang Kai needs to care about. What he cares about is whether Maplewood City can become owner's temporary foothold. Now, it looks good here. There is not a martial artist who is too powerful, which means that owner will not encounter too much threat, and he has enough time to grow slowly. So after inquiring enough information, Yang Kai immediately decided to stay in Maplewood City for the time being. At the very least, he must first convert his own within-the-body strength into source strength before doing other things. Nightfall. He came to a side hall next to City Lord's mansion, and went through the owner's identity plate and various procedures with the staff on duty in City Lord's mansion. After some tossing, Source Crystal spent another $3,000. The distressed Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Although it is expensive, he can live in Maplewood City with peace of mind within 1 year, and he has a nice cave mansion. This cave mansion was built by Maplewood City Lord's mansion. Any external martial artist can be rented, but depending on the quality of the cave mansion, the fees to be paid are also different. Yang Kai not at all is stingy in this regard, because he knows that the speed of practice is inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a relatively good cave mansion. Leaving from that side hall, it took a lot of trouble to inquire about the location of cave mansion, and finally came to the foothold of owner. Turn on cave mansion restriction with the nameplate, and Yang Kai enters it. It is said that it is cave mansion, but in fact it is just a well-built house, with a lot of good restrictions placed inside to prevent outsiders from peeping. Yang Kai turned around and found that it was okay. The world's spiritual energy in Cave Mansion was much richer than the city. It seemed that it was due to the formation of gathering spiritual energy. There are also several rooms with different functions for Yang Kai to use. He doesn't have much demand for this, as long as there is a place to live. Without talking all night, Yang Kai just meditated cross-legged, transforming source strength while regaining his spirit. On the second day, he walked out of Cave Mansion. Walking on the street, looks at the street where all kinds of martial artists, people coming, people going. Yang Kai's thoughts are flying. When Own first entered Star Territory, he seemed to be in the same mood as he is now. He was full of curiosity and desire to explore everything, step by step from weak to strong. At that time, Own was fine, but now it must be fine too. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai's eyes became firm. It's just ... I don't know the two major contributions of Own, AIU, Ghost Ancestor, how they are now, and where they are. If you don't disperse with them, it's better to be alone than to own. Yang Kai shook the head, without thinking about it, went straight ahead. Not much time, he stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Pill Workshop. He pondered for a moment, and he walked directly in. The opposite shop. Xiao immediately nodded and greeted him with a bow. What do the guests need? I'm not bragging. We have everything in the Spirit Pill Workshop. The price is fair and young. We guarantee that there will be the Spirit Pill you need. In addition, I will tell you quietly, we have the City Master's share here, so you don't have to worry about buying fakes when you buy things here. This shop looks like a mysterious and secretive little second-person voice. Yang Kai slightly smiled, knowing that he must say that to every guest who comes here. But this Spirit Pill Workshop may really have the City Master's share. In this Maplewood City, I don't dare to be fooled, otherwise, there are not enough lives to lose. I'm not here to buy Spirit Pill. Yang Kai waved his hand. What do the guests need? Xiao from the shop has a good temper, hearing this said with a smile, we only sell Spirit Pill here, not at all other things. Pill recipe. Is there any? Yang Kai frowned. The second person in the shop is hearing this frowned, and barely said with a smile, this ... I really can't be the master, or the guest. Wait, I ask the storekeeper. Yang Kai nodded. Diane Xiao immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Yang Kai came to buy the pill recipe is completely related to what happened during the month of Blue Feather Sect pill refining. Although he was very popular when he was in Blue Feather Sect pill refining, he was also sought after by many Blue Feather Sect disciples. But in many cases, those martial artists came to request the medicine pill, and Yang Kai even I have never heard of it, let alone refining. After all, Star Boundary's materials and properties are much richer than that of Star Territory, my hometown. Many medicinal herbs that are not seen in Star Territory are everywhere in Star Boundary, which promotes Star Boundary. With the development of pill refining technique, countless different pill recipes came into being. With pill refining knowledge mastered by Yang Kai, it is enough to use in Star Territory, but when it comes to Star Boundary, it pales in comparison. If he wants to practice, he must earn Source Crystal, and the only way he can think of is to return to his old career and pill refining for others. Completing the pill recipe of Own is a preparatory work. Sharpening an axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Furthermore, Yang Kai also urgently needs a pill recipe. Source Congealing Pill's pill recipe. The role of the Source Congealing Pill is to help the martial artist of the Void King stage transform the strength of the body within the body into source strength, and to be welcomed by the martial artist of the Void King stage. After all, the strength has reached this level. Difficult, not to mention all kinds of opportunities, but also the accumulation of time, but compared to the promotion level, transforming source strength can also improve battle strength. Void King stage martial artist naturally needs a lot of Source Congealing Pill to assist, shorten the time to convert source strength. When Yang Kai was promoted to Void King 3 layer, the starlight within the body had already been consumed, and the speed of converting source strength suddenly slowed down. If you want to increase the speed, you can only start from Source Congealing Pill starts. Moreover, this medicine pill is among the Void King stage martial artist, but it is very popular, the price is expensive, and the materials are not too difficult to find. As long as you can buy the pill recipe of Spirit Pill, Yang Kai can let go of refining. Even if only refining Source Congealing Pill, Yang Kai feels that Own can make a lot of money. While waiting, he wandered around in the Spirit Pill Workshop and saw many Spirit Pill that the owner hadn't heard of. but the effect was all kinds of strange things, which made him very excited. As an alchemy expert, he naturally desires the pill recipe. He secretly calculated that it would be appropriate to find someone to buy the pill recipe. Not long after that, the shopkeeper went back and returned with a smile on his face. "This guest," our storekeeper said, "please come in." Yang Kai brows Yi Yang looked a little surprised. After all, owner is just here to buy a pill recipe, and he has never met the storekeeper. What is he doing so passionately? But after thinking about it carefully, I, as it should be by rights, nodded. "Okay, I have work. Please here." The shopkeeper graciously led the way. Not much time, so he took Yang Kai came to a wing room. He motioned for a moment, then bowed and retired. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door, and there was an old voice immediately inside. "Please come in." Push the door and enter. The smell of sandalwood in the house lingers. The decoration is simple, and a half-large old man is standing there with his hands on his back. After seeing Yang Kai, he quickly holds the fist, saying with a smile, "Old man, Spirit Pill Workshop storekeeper Kang Saran. I don't know how the guests are called." Yang Kai has met storekeeper Kang. Yang Kai smiled back. Kang Saran nodded, looked at Yang Kai up and down, before his eyes lit up. Young Master Yang is young. Yang Kai naturally knows what he said, because he has seen through the own cultivation level. Kang Saran is also a martial artist of Void King 3-layer. But Yang Kai can feel that his power within the body is pure and not messy. Obviously it has all been transformed into source strength. If there is a chance, he might be promoted to principal source stage. The other party praised this. Yang Kai naturally humbled. "Come, young Master Yang, please sit down and try the Yufeng Cherui fried by old man himself." Kang Saran, while speaking, enthusiastically filled Yang Kai with a cup of hot tea. The fragrance of tea overflows. Kang Saran pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and stretched out his hand for him to taste it. Martial Peak Chapter 2014 Chapter 2014 Pill Recipe. In the wing, Yang Kai took a seat, but did not rush to touch the tea in front of him. The storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop was a bit too enthusiastic, which made him a little bit of courtesy, a feeling of trespassing, so he showed the caution he should have. Kang Saran apparently discovered this too, and didn't care. He smiled slightly and said, "I heard that the customer came to buy the pill recipe." "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded. Kang Saran's eyes lit up, opened the mouth and said, "So, the guest is an alchemy expert?" Yang Kai frowned, indifferently said, "Gifang while selling things, do you also inquire into the details of the customers?" There is already some blame for this, but Kang Saran is not at all angry, but apologizes. "Young master, don't blame Yang, it's not the old man. The old man is here to replace the wine with tea. I am sorry for you." While speaking, he really killed the tea on the own cup in one mouthful. He wiped the water on his chin, opened the mouth and said, "If the guest is really alchemy expert and your alchemy expert level is high enough, what pill recipe do you need? Old man can give it to you." What does this mean? Yang Kai was confused by him. Kang Saran hearing this gave a wry smile, "Not at all," and answered immediately. It seemed to be considering the wording. After a while, he opened the mouth and said, "In this case, the old man is straight to the point." Storekeeper Kang, "Please tell me." "It's actually this kind of." Kang Saran groaned for a while. "Our Spirit Pill Workshop now alchemy expert is a bit lacking. If it is an alchemy expert above Void King grade, the old man wants to hire a guest as the Pill Master of Danfang. The treatment is absolutely generous. The old man has 2 proposals for you to choose. You will be given a certain amount of monthly salary every month, or you can contact us. Danfang is drawn according to the income, and everything depends on your own wishes." Yang Kai hearing this stunned. "Do you have insufficient alchemy expert in Danfang?" Frankly, Kang Saran seems to have been annoyed by this for a long time. Now he sees a glimmer of hope, so he didn't intend to hide it. "We originally had 3 alchemy experts in Danfang, but we left 2 a while ago, and now only 1. The spirit pill that was refined is really beyond making ends meet, so. But don't worry, if there is any pill recipe in our Spirit Pill Workshop, you can check it out, and the old man will never keep it private. This answer can't help but make Yang Kai a little bit excited. After all, he simply doesn't have much source crystal on his hands. If he really picks up the pill recipe, maybe he can only buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill recipes. As for that source congealing pills pill recipe, it must be extremely expensive, and he cannot afford it with his current financial resources. He was only planning to check the price of pill recipe first, and then raise source crystal to buy it. Didn't expect to come to this spirit pill workshop, and I encountered this unexpected surprise. Yang Kai asked calmly, why did the 2 alchemy experts suddenly leave? Could it be that storekeeper Kang gave me insufficient compensation? Where is this kind of things? Kang Saran smiled bitterly. The old man asked himself that in this Maplewood City, the price of doing business is fair, and he is honest. The price Dan Fang offered to several alchemy experts is definitely not low, but it's as it should be by rights that they choose to leave Dan Fang in the face of greater interests. Listen to him. Once I said that, Yang Kai understood a little bit. The corner was dug by someone. Kang Saran hearing this, the expression showed a trace of annoyance, and nodded. That's it, our spirit pill workshop counts, is actually the industry of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Danky Pavilion across the street is the commerce of the 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce. It will also be targeted at us as it should be by rights. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai frowned. Have you heard of the guest? Now it's Kang Saran astonished. Yang Kai smiled and shook the head. Kang Saran was stunned for a while. It seems that he didn't expect Yang Kai to be a Void King 3-layer. He has never heard of the names of these 2 Chamber of Commerce. After all, they are in the South Territory. In addition to the Supreme Overlord Star Soul Palace, the next 1-layer forces are great influence such as Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength is not low. How come you haven't even heard of this? But Kang Saran is a businessman, and he is the best at observing words and expressions. In order to avoid Yang Kai embarrassment, he quickly said with a smile, it looks like the client is a penitent person. No wonder he is not inferior at a young age at the cultivation level of the old man. The old man admired it. Yang Kai forced a smile, and did not answer the conversation. But from the information revealed by Kang Saran, the relationship between the 2 chambers of commerce seems to be a hostile relationship. It is not difficult to understand that the peers are sweethearts. They are all in business. Naturally there are competing ingredients in it. 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce offered a higher price and poached the 2 alchemy expert of Spirit Pill Workshop, which led to the embarrassing situation of Spirit Pill Workshop right now. Without enough alchemy expert, naturally there will not be enough Spirit Pill. Over time, I am afraid that no one will patronize Spirit Pill Workshop anymore. As the storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop, Kang Saran is naturally seen anxious in the eyes. These days, he has also been looking for a suitable alchemy expert and wanted to get into the Spirit Pill Workshop, but Maplewood City is not too big in the star boundary. Even with alchemy expert, it has already belonged. Those low-level alchemy experts are of little use even if they are hired. That's why he is so passionate about Yang Kai. So when he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy the pill recipe, he immediately asked the shopkeeper to come in. The person who buys the pill recipe must be alchemy expert. Undoubtedly, the average martial artist does not care about the pill recipe at all. They only need to raise the materials and pay enough compensation to ask alchemy expert to refine pill success. Dare to ask, what is the customer's alchemy expert level? Kang Saran explained the plight of Own and asked Yang Kai, looking nervously and expectantly. If Yang Kai's alchemy expert level is not high, then he does not need to waste time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a while, and said, Void King grade spirit pill is okay to refine. His answer is not complete, and it is concealed, but this answer is already enough to satisfy Kang Saran. Hearing Yang Kai personally admit that Own is a Void King grade alchemy expert, Kang Saran was already overwhelmed with excitement, and his eyes were full of sincere meaning. Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Kai said, Storekeeper Kang, needless to say, I pill refining just because I need source crystal. It is a means of making money. It is also a practice. I will not be president for a long time. If you continue to refine it, maybe one day it won't be refined. Storekeeper Kang should invite Gao Ming. The other party's attitude is very sincere, and Yang Kai doesn't want to deceive anything, so he speaks out. After all, to him, pill refining is just a method of practice, and he won't invest too much energy and time. If you agree to Kang Saran's request, it is equivalent to selling to Spirit Pill Workshop, and your time and freedom will be restricted in the future. This is exactly what Yang Kai wants to see. Don't President refining for a long time? Kang Saran stunned, and then said with a smile, it's okay, as long as the customer can help the old man refining for 3 months. No, 2 months. Okay. Old man won't delay your practice time too much. Only 2 months. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Yes, in fact, the old man has already reported the situation here to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. They also agreed to transfer 2 alchemy experts over there, but it still takes a bit of time. After all, the journey is far, and here is in a small place. The headquarters will not pay too much attention to it. It will take about 2 months before and after, so you only need to help the old man survive these 2 months. So that's how it is. Yang Kai slightly nodded. What do you think of the guest? Do you want to think about it? Kang Saran asked nervously. He was almost tormented by this incident during this period of time. Seeing this suitable candidate was delivered to the owner, he would not miss it anyway. If it's 2 months. I haven't tasted it and can't try it, but Storekeeper Kang, those pill recipes in Gifang. Do not wait for Yang Kai to finish. Kang Saran waved his hand boldly. If the guest really becomes the owner, those pill recipes can naturally be searched and even copied. I can ask what pill recipes are there. Well, is there a source congealing pill among them? Source congealing pill is a pill recipe. Almost every Danfang will have it, but because each family is different, the pill recipe will have some small differences. Why? Since the guest is Void King grade alchemy expert, he still doesn't know how to refine source congealing pill. Kang Saran suddenly became a little nervous, thinking that Yang Kai was just talking nonsense, right? Which Void King grade alchemy expert does not have a pill recipe for spirit pill like source congealing pill? This is the medicine pill with the greatest demand for Void King stage martial artist. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, and could only say, I came from a remote place, and there is no martial artist that is too powerful. So, this explanation is full of loopholes, but anyhow it can be regarded as a reason. Kang Saran not at all to go to the bottom of the question. Annoying. Let's do it. Storekeeper Kang, you will give me a copy of the Danfang owned by Gifang. I will go back and consider it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come again within 3 days. Yang Kai did not rush. Promise Kang Saran. After all, he is not familiar with the Spirit Pill Workshop and Kang Saran himself. Who knows if he is a moral person? It is always right to be careful in everything. That's okay. The old man will wait for the guests to drive, and we ask the guests to consider it as soon as possible. The medicine pill of our Spirit Pill Workshop is not enough now. Kang Saran knew that this matter was in a hurry. Able to agree to Yang Kai's request. At the moment, he sorted out a list of pill recipes and handed it to Yang Kai. Farewell to Kang Saran. Yang Kai not at all returned to his residence, but still wandered around the city. Whenever he saw a shop selling spirit pill, he went in and asked about it. Although he has negotiated with Kang Saran, he still wants to try if he can buy pill recipes from other places. After all, if he can own it, it is better than taking a draw from Spirit Pill Workshop. The benefits will be more. Of course, cooperating with Spirit Pill Workshop also has some benefits, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, no worries about sales channels, and so on. Both have pros and cons. Martial Peak Chapter 2015. Chapter 2015 The Deed of Divine Soul. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai returned to his residence with a depressed expression. Today's trip was not very smooth. Although I visited a lot of shops, Those shops either value one's own old broom, treat the pill recipe as a treasure, and easily avoid showing outsiders, or offer sky-high prices to let Yang Kai is helpless. And the pill recipes that the shops are willing to sell are all unfamiliar pill recipes, basically useless. The really useful and best-selling pill recipe, they won't sell it at all. Yang Kai certainly will not be taken advantage of. He can also understand the practices of those shops. The pill recipe of each shop is improved and refined by many alchemy experts. It is a trade secret of the owner. How can it be easily shown to outsiders? So he had to carefully consider Kang Saran's proposal. The next 2 days, to live together in harmony. On the third day, Yang Kai came to the spirit pill workshop again. Kang Saran seems to have ordered it a long time ago. The shopkeeper greeted Yang Kai immediately after seeing Yang Kai, saying with a smile, "My lord, you are here. Please come inside." The storekeeper has been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai slightly nodded, motioning for him to lead the way. Still entering the wing room last time, Kang Saran saw Yang Kai as punctual and trustworthy as agreed before. His face smiled and greeted Yang Kai enthusiastically to take a seat, and fell on Yang Kai. After the tea, he took out a piece of paper from the space ring and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "This is the pill recipe directory that young Master Yang needed before. You can see if you are satisfied." Yang Kai thanks, took the pill recipe directory and browsed. Just sweeping his eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but brighten up, because this pill recipe directory actually contains 4050 medicine pill recipes. He carefully looked at the past one by one, and the one in the first row is the source congealing pill continued by Own. In the future, although most medicine pills pill recipe Own have been mastered for a long time, the pill recipe this thing is not static. Depending on the geographical environment and the production of materials, in different regions, one pill recipe can be derived from many different versions, and the effects of the refined spirit pill are also somewhat different. So even if Own has already mastered the pill recipe, Own can learn some experience from the pill recipe of the spirit pill workshop and improve it. It is not without value. 4050 medicine pill recipes, only about a dozen are not owned by Own. But this kind of result has made Yang Kai extremely satisfied. He clicked and put down the paper. Kang Saran has a pair of fiery eyes and has been observing his words and expressions. I don't know that Yang Kai has been moved. Now he asked, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalogue provided by the old man?" Yang Kai slightly smiled. Storekeeper Kang has the heart. These pill recipes are hard to come by. Kang Saran said with a smile, "Young Master Yang have good eyes. These pill recipes have only one. A small part is owned by our Danfang, and the others are from old man from some old friends. They are not commercial secrets, so young Master Yang doesn't need to care." Spirit operated by Gifang. There are so many kinds of pill. Does this mean that if I am here for pill refining, I need to refine all these spirit pills? No. Kang Saran waved his hand quickly. We done the medicine pill to be operated by Workshop Lord is the top 15 spirit pill in this catalogue. We do not sell the others, mainly because there are not many martial artists in demand and not much profit. Especially the source congealing pill. It is as Danfang's top priority is not the boasting of old man. Our source congealing pill from Danfang is at least 10% better than the source congealing pill on the market, and is sought after by Maplewood City martial artists. Why is this? Yang Kai astonished extremely. In fact, he had also noticed before that many martial artists who came to Spirit Pill Workshop to purchase Spirit Pill needed source congealing pill, and these martial artists were undoubtedly the exception of Void King stage. Hearing this, Kang Saran smiled proudly, touched his beard, unperturbed, because of our source congealing pill recipe, but the headquarters Huang Fu Great Master personally improved it. After finishing talking, Kang Saran seemed to realize that Yang Kai was somewhat unusual and inexperienced, and quickly added, Huang Fu Great Master is Emperor grade alchemy expert, and has a high reputation throughout Star Boundary. Yang Kai, hearing this, shocked. This is why the Source Congealing Pill of Spirit Pill Workshop is so popular. It turned out to be a pill recipe personally improved by Emperor Grade Alchemy Expert. In this way, the effect is better than that of other people's Source Congealing Pill. It's better as it should be by rights. But this is good news for Yang Kai, because what he needs most now is Source Congealing Pill, holding the pill recipe pill refining improved by Emperor Grade Alchemy Expert. The help to him is naturally incomparable, gigantic, and perhaps, from the pill recipe, what mystery could be spied on? Young Master Yang, old man is frank and honest. I don't know young Master Yang you. Kang Saran smiled and looked at Yang Kai. At this moment, he is not as anxious as before, because he is from Yang Kai's demeanor. As you can see in the tone, Yang Kai will join the Spirit Pill Workshop temporarily. Sure enough, Yang Kai, hearing this, nodded and said, it is an honor for Yang to be able to provide pill refining for Gifang, and it will be an honor for Storekeeper Kang to take care of it in the next 2 months. It's easy to talk. Kang Saran laughed heartily, and the haze that had covered his face for the past few days was finally wiped away, and he was in a good mood. The current situation of Spirit Pill Workshop can be said to be stretched, because Source Congealing Pill has opened up a good market. So Spirit Pill Workshop has always been a steady stream of customers. Before, there were 3 Void King Grade Alchemy Experts sitting in the town, and Refined Spirit Pill still managed to keep up with the sales. But when 2 of them were dug a corner by the Pill Pavilion of the 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce, the last remaining person worked overtime and worked hard to make ends meet. Nowadays, the Source Congealing Pill of Spirit Pill Workshop is completely in short supply. Many old customers who come to buy Dan have complained constantly. Business is about a long stream. Once the supply is short, many customers are very likely to be lost. This is a fatal blow to Spirit Pill Workshop. Now it's finally done. With Yang Kai's joining, although it won't return to normal in a short while, it's finally possible to take a sigh of relief. The rest is just going through these 2 months and waiting for the headquarters. With the 2 alchemy experts tuned, everything is fine. Young Master Yang, the old man, is a businessman, so one said one, the other said two. If there is any offense, please forgive young Master Yang. After the great joy, Kang Saran suddenly became solemn again. Stand up, Storekeeper Kang, please tell me something. Well, these pill recipes young Master Yang can observe and read, and can even transcribe, but cannot be disclosed to others, especially Source Congealing Pill's pill recipe. The old man needs Yang Kai to sign a contract with me with a soul brand. I wonder if young Master Yang can agree. This is natural. Yang Kai is refreshingly nodded. It's so good. Then please young Master Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kang Saran had already prepared, so he took it out of Space Ring and was ready. Contract. I don't know what material this contract is made of. Yang Kai will not recognize it at all for a while, but there is a hint of energy fluctuation in the contract. Yang Kai took it in his hand and looked at it. The contract details the responsibilities and obligations that both parties should perform, especially the pill recipe issues. Yang Kai is never allowed divulged the secrets of those pill recipes. After a long while, Yang Kai nodded and said, no problem. Kang Saran said, then please young Master Yang and old man together to brand Divine on this contract. Soul brand, and it's done. While speaking, he took the lead in bursting out the power of divine consciousness and branding it on the contract. Although Yang Kai has never done this before, he was demonstrated by Kang Saran first. I will learn it soon. After the 2 people's divine soul brand was completely burned into the contract suddenly became fire-free. As the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into 2 levels and poured into Yang Kai and Kang Saran's consciousness. In the dark, Yang Kai feels that there is an inexplicable 1-layer restriction in the own consciousness. The restriction usually has no effect on him, but if he is going to reveal something that should not be leaked, it is bound to be backlashed by the restriction. This thing is a bit magical. Yang Kai thought to himself that he didn't know which Heavenspan powerhouse opened up, and it is undoubtedly a great help to business people. Kang Suren knew that Yang Kai didn't have much knowledge, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of divine soul contract was passed on from the Ghost Palace and was researched by the Ghost Great Emperor. The Ghost Great Emperor, however, he is one of the top 10 Emperor Seniors. The divine soul contract he researched can ensure the integrity of both parties. If young Master Yang travels in the future and has to cooperate with strangers, he can sign this divine soul contract. However, the value of this thing is not low. A contract requires at least 150 low-rank source crystal, and it is priceless, so it is extremely difficult to obtain. So expensive. Yang Kai can't help being emotional. He helped pill refining in Blue Feather Sect for a month, and only earned 30 low-rank source crystal, 150, which means he wants to refine for 5 months, and he may not buy it. Hee. The old man's divine soul contract was also obtained inadvertently from his early adventures. Kang Suren had a painful expression on his face. Although he is reluctant to use On's divine soul contract in this way, Kang Suren has no choice but to keep the Spirit Pill Workshop. Pill Master Yang, please take care of it in the next 2 months. Kang Suren curbed his painful expression, and smiled at Yang Kai, cup one fist in the other hand kindly to each other. Yang Kai replied, "Well, now that the divine soul contract has been signed, let's talk about the issue of compensation." Kang Suren said, and sat down. The divine soul agreement just now only guarantees that Yang Kai will not reveal the pill recipe. The reward is not at all written on it. This requires detailed discussions between Kang Suren and Yang Kai. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Kang Suren frowned, coldly shouted, "What's the matter?" He clearly instructed to discuss a major event with Yang Kai today. "No one can disturb, but I don't want to continue. I don't know you." This makes him very annoyed. The storekeeper is not good. Pill Master Fan is leaving our Danfang. The voice of the storekeeper lose one's head out of fear came outside. "What?" Kang Suren stood up abruptly, with a look of iron and stunned, obviously unexpected. "Storekeeper, go and take a look." Pill Master Fan said he is quitting. "It's impossible." Kang Suren was so angry, hearing this hurrying outwards. "Hurry up." When I reached the door, I suddenly remembered Yang Kai coming, opened the mouth and said, "Will Pill Master Yang go together?" "Can it be?" "Naturally yes. Now you are no longer an outsider." Marshall Peak Chapter 2016 Chapter 2016 Digging for Walls. Kang Suren has had a hard time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Bright Chamber of Commerce, has a despicable shameless hand. Regardless of industry ethics, he poached his 2 major alchemy expert pillar. Let him have unspeakable bitter suffering. If Spirit Pill Workshop goes bankrupt because of this, then his career in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will be over. Finally founder Yang Kai, who just signed the Divine Soul contract. It is expected that he will become the 2nd alchemy expert of Spirit Pill Workshop to stabilize the situation. Didn't expect to be here again. The news that Pill Master Fan is leaving. If Pill Master Fan really leaves, then the situation he has worked so hard to restore is likely to tilt again, and the future will be worrying. His anxious throat caught fire, and he led Yang Kai hurriedly towards the backyard. Before people arrived, he heard Fan Hong yelling, "Who dare to stop me?" This Fan stopped doing it. "Get out of my sight. If you don't get out of the way, I won't blame this Fan." Welcome. In the backyard, a few guys are talking to each other, but they still seem to be unable to stop Fan Hong. Kang Suren, hearing this, knowing that it's not good, quickly speeded up a bit, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the backyard, and saw Fan Hong's angry face. His whole body agitated and seemed to be about to fight hard. But after seeing Kang Suren, Fan Hong is frowned, with a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. "Pill Master Fan, what are you doing?" Although Kang Suren was disturbed by annoyed Fan Hong at this time, he did not dare to say too much, so he could only ask with a sad face. Fan Hong sighed, opened the mouth and said, "Storekeeper Kang, it's Fan Hong. I'm sorry for you, but Fan Hong has decided to go." and storekeeper Kang forgive me. Does Pill Master Fan think that Kang's payment is not enough, or is there a better price elsewhere? If so, let's discuss it. Kang Saran knows that the most important thing now is to understand Fan. The reason Hong wants to leave Spirit Pill Workshop, so that he can prescribe the right medicine. Storekeeper Kang is insulting this Fan by saying so. This Fan has been in the Spirit Pill Workshop since he came to Maplewood City, and has been refining the Spirit Pill Workshop for 10 years. He has already regarded this place as his own home. No matter how high the price is offered elsewhere, this Fan will not be greedy. Fan Hong looked impassioned, as if Kang Saran's words insulted him. Kang Saran said with a bitter smile, neither for this reason. Why did Pill Master Fan leave suddenly? Fan Hong sighed, opened the mouth and said, Storekeeper Kang, in the past month, this Fan has been pill refining day and night, almost exhausted, and the lamp has dried up. If this continues, this Fan is afraid that it will not be able to bear it. Storekeeper Kang, please do me a favor, let this Fan go. Hearing this, Kang Saran was immediately at a loss. While the two people were talking, Yang Kai was also observing Fan Hong, and found that, as he said, this person is most likely to be over-consuming, and the whole person's mental state is not very good, and his whole body strength fluctuates and sinks. Uncertain, messy hair and sunken eye sockets. At first glance, it is due to fatigue. And this Fan Hong is not high in strength, only the peak of Void Return 3 layer. This kind of cultivation level, Yang Kai estimates that even if he is a Void King grade alchemy expert, he can only have a Void King grade low rank level. After all, sometimes pill refining needs the support of the strength within the body. The weaker the strength, the less hope that a good spirit pill will be refined. But alchemy experts have been dealing with spirit grass wonderful medicine all the year round. Where does the time practice come from? Where is the powerful force that is not practiced? Without strong power, how to support high-intensity pill refining? This has almost become a vicious circle in alchemy experts' business. It's Kang who has not thought about it well. Please Pill Master Fan forgive me. Kang Saran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, and hearing this hurriedly bowed. Fan Hong said in shock, Storekeeper Kang is serious. Kang Saran shook the head. Kang Saran shook the head, but now it's okay. Kang found it again. I got an alchemy expert and I don't need a Pill Master Fan anymore. You refine the spirit pill as before, so let's go back and rest for a few days. How about coming to Danfang again, an alchemy expert? Fan Hong hearing this stunned, his eyes scanned among the crowd, and finally fixed on an unfamiliar Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly at him. Pill Master Fan's contribution to Danfang, Kang is naturally in his eyes. I won't say much if I am grateful. You may go back and rest for a while, and come back when you feel comfortable. Kang Saran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, and was unwilling to let Fan Hong go. This Fan Hong looked embarrassed and seemed a little hesitant. Just as Kang Saran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and sweet voice suddenly came from outside. Pill Master Fan is here, time has arrived, this mistress is here to pick you up. This person tone barely fell, Fan Hong complexion greatly changed. The pale face suddenly appeared purple-eyed, like pig liver, embarrassing to the extreme. However, Kang Saran is startled, and soon gnashing teeth said, Zhao Zai. He hates it very much, as if he has a big deal with the female named Zhao Zai hatred. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, vaguely understood something, and looked towards Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong is uncomfortable, his eyes are erratic, his lips are squirming, and he seems to be cursing. When Kang Saran's gaze shifted, Fan Hong flushed even more, and he wanted to find a hole in the ground. The old man understands. Kang Saran smiled coldly. Pill Master Fan really found a better place. If that's the case, you might as well say it earlier, and the old man will also congratulate you. Why bother to find excuses for those who don't? Fan Hong gritted his teeth, Some fly into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What does Storekeeper Kang mean? Could it be that 1 month ago? Is this fan's contribution fake? In order to make spirit pill for Danfang, this fan has vomited blood a few times. If it were not supported by this fan, Spirit Pill Workshop would have been closed long ago." The more excited he said, the more impassioned. Kang Saran, hearing this, frowning deeply, for a long time, before sighing leisurely, "The whole person seems to be a lot older," nodded slightly. Pill Master Fan said it was right. "If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Workshop would have been closed a long time ago." HMPH. Since you understand, you don't need to say any more. Fan Hong cold snort. This fan is also owned by OWN for the sake of the future. People don't want to die for themselves. Storekeeper Kang should also know the truth. Storekeeper Kang, take care. This fan says goodbye. The words are over. Fan Hong moved away from him. The two guys went straight to the outsiders. When he was next to Yang Kai, he turned to Yang Kai, slightly smiled. Some taking pleasure in other people's misfortune said, "You will be miserable later." Yang Kai shrugged. Indifferent expression. Kang Saran stood in place, pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and followed Fan Hong away. Outside the Spirit Pill Workshop, a pretty lady in a rather revealing dress stood outside the gate with a smile, followed by a few beautiful maids. She smiled sweetly, sexy bearing and charming temperament. Naked Snow White. The white skin and faintly discernible furrows have attracted the attention of countless martial artists in the past. She didn't care at all. Instead, she seemed to be very popular with those men's gazes. From time to time, she cast a few winks at all around, making many men divine soul upside down. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of the Spirit Pill Workshop, came to the beautiful woman, and whispered, "Didn't you say I will pass? What do you mean by coming here now?" Earnings. I chuckled, and Red Lips wriggled and said, "What's the matter? People will come to pick you up in person. Could it be that you woman ... Hey." Fan Hong looked helpless. Earnings. I said, "If you want people to know, unless you do nothing, you can hide it for a while. Could it be that you want to hide it for the rest of your life? Besides, it's just another place to pill refining." Human? Fan Hong gloomy face, did not answer. He knew that Earnings. I did not come here to welcome OWN, but to blow the morale of Spirit Pill Workshop, and OWN is just a pawn. That's all that Earnings I can use. So he knows that what owner says is useless. Two people. While speaking, Kang Saran has already walked out, looking at the graceful and colorful woman with fire-breathing eyes. Earnings. I cried out strangely. Storekeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce. Speaking of the back, she covered her mouth and smiled. Storekeeper Kang Saran was not moved by her beauty at all, but smiled coldly. Good means, the old man admires it. Ouch. What does Storekeeper Kang mean by this? This mistress doesn't understand. Earnings. I swayed. Suddenly a lady's fan appeared in his hand and swayed gently. They are all sensible, so why pretend to be confused? But Storekeeper thought that this would make my Spirit Pill Workshop shut down. Then you are very wrong. Kang Saran sneered. Hee. Earnings. I covered her mouth with a lady's fan, and stared at Kang Saran with beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that Storekeeper Kang had 3 Void King grade alchemy experts under his, but now it seems that I have all gone to the Danchi pavilion of this mistress. Could it be that Storekeeper Kang OWN is also a Pillway Great Master? Do you want to go into battle personally? Old Master, you are not young anymore, but you must take care of your body. HMPH, Maplewood City is so big. How hard do you think Void King grade alchemy expert is to find? Kang Saran smiled at hearing this. Earnings. I stunned, surprised. Storekeeper Kang, could it be that there are other pill masters? Fan Hong leaned over and whispered in Earnings' ear, whispered a few words. Earnings' amber black eyebrows frowned, his gaze immediately shifted to Yang Kai, his beautiful eyes lit up, and he smiled and opened the mouth and said, "Master Pill Master, dare to ask your name?" Yang. It turned out to be Pill Master Yang. This mistress is polite. Earnings. I pursed his lips and said, Pill Master Yang is young and has a cultivation level not bad. I even know how to pill refining, which makes this mistress really admire. There are always many people who admire me. Yang Kai laughed. Xuaning's eye is slightly stagnant. It seems that he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so shameless. He doesn't care. He still smiles and says, "Then I don't know if Pill Master Yang is interested in coming to me." Pill refining. This mistress can give Pill Master Yang Xuaning's eye. Before she finished her words, Kang Saran yelled furiously, "Stand up!" Marshall Peak Chapter 2017 Chapter 2017 Remuneration. Before the two Pill Masters and even the last Fan Hong were secretly dug out by Xuaning's eye. That's all. But now this woman has come to win Yang Kai in front of the owner. I simply don't take Hone seriously. Kang Saran is furious. Why should storekeeper Kang be angry? Xuaning's eye is not afraid of him at all. After all, the two people are martial artists of Void King 3-layer, and source strength has already been fully transformed. It just suffers from no chance, unable to be promoted to the breakthrough to the principal source stage. That's all, she said with a lovable smile. I just said a few words to Pill Master Yang. It doesn't matter to you. Kang Saran, a look of murderous intention is turbulent, but it is not easy to really make a move, so I can only hold a cavity of anger in my stomach, and only feel that my lungs are burning. Seeing this situation, Xuaning's eye turned his beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again, and said, "Pill Master Yang, what do you think of this mistress just now? In terms of compensation, don't worry, just follow storekeeper Kang's offer. How about your double calculation?" Hearing this, Kang Saran's face became more and more blue. The three alchemy experts of Spirit Pill Workshop before were all tempted by Li and turned to Danky Pavilion. He didn't know Yang Kai deeply and didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai. So he didn't. What is the attitude of clear Yang Kai? Looking at Yang Kai with extreme anxiety, Kang Saran's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Yang Kai turned out to have an emotional expression on his face, saying with a slight smile, "Is there such a good thing?" Xuaning's eye smiled more and more happily, nodded and said, "Naturally, if Pill Master Yang doesn't believe it, you can ask Pill Master Fan." In addition to the reward, this mistress will also arrange 4 beautiful maidservants to take care of Pill Master Yang. She resides. Men's life is chasing fame and fortune for nothing more than power and wealth. As an experienced female, Xuaning's eye naturally knows what these men are thinking, so it was also able to prescribe the right medicine and successfully poached several alchemy experts from Kang Saran. She believes that as long as Yang Kai is not stupid, she should also make a wise choice. Storekeeper's suggestion made me really moved. Yang Kai had a pair of eyeballs twirling around the beautiful maids. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneered, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes, as if he was abandoning Yang Kai's character. But after thinking about it, Owen doesn't seem to be qualified either. Suddenly there was a little chatter again. Pill Master Yang, you. Kang Saran looked at Yang Kai with a frustrated look of despair. 1,000 words came to his lips, and finally turned into a lifelong helpless sigh. Although he signed the Divine Soul contract with Yang Kai just now, it is only a contract for the pill recipe that cannot be leaked. Yang Kai hasn't got the pill recipe from him now, so the Divine Soul contract simply cannot be used. Kang Saran felt annoyed. If he had known this, he would just write the various agreements in the contract. Now it is too late to regret. Xuaning's eye laughed, beautiful eyes exhilarated, as if he had seen the day when Spirit Pill Workshop closed down, and the day when Owen was valued by the upper management of Chamber of Commerce. As long as she can fiercely hit the Spirit Pill Workshop, or even shut it down, then she has a chance to be favored by the above, and may be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger one. City presides over the business of Chamber of Commerce. Just when she was about to strike the iron while it was hot to finalize the matter, she saw Yang Kai look embarrassed. What a pity. What a pity. Xuaning's amber black eyebrows frowned. It's a pity that Yang signed the Divine Soul contract with storekeeper Kang just now. So even if he wants to, I'm afraid he won't be able to help Zhao storekeeper. Yang Kai sighed with an annoyed expression. Kang Saran startled, and immediately looked at Yang Kai overjoyed. He doesn't believe that Yang Kai doesn't know what the Divine Soul contract restricts. Yang Kai can say this now, which means that he is not at all going to the Danki Pavilion, which makes him how not to surprise. The excited eyes looked at Yang Kai, full of gratitude. After all, if Yang Kai really leaves, what else can he do besides spitting on Yang Kai's untrustworthiness? When the time comes Spirit Pill Workshop without alchemy expert, it's not far from closing the door. Yang Kai's attitude has become his life-saving straw. In a short time, his evaluation of Yang Kai's in the heart brought a 180-degree change. Even Yang Kai's silhouette suddenly became taller. The deed of divine soul. Zhao I was also shocked. Storekeeper Kang's so big handiwork, even the precious deed of divine soul was used. Kang Saran cold snort said, I have to do it. Zhao storekeeper, you think this is feasible? Yang Kai looked at Zhao eye with a smile. I'm doing it for storekeeper Kang pill refining. You pill refining, I only need half of the benefits you promised before. How about go and die? Zhao I glared at Yang Kai unceremoniously. After learning that Yang Kai and Kang Saran had signed the Divine Soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible to dig Yang Kai over, so she didn't have any perfunctory meanings before, and turned to abusive words. Since I can't dig, what are you going to do with him? This woman turned her face so quickly that Yang Kai was also stunned for it. Zhao has no intention of entanglement with Yang Kai. Anyway, her purpose of coming to Spirit Pill Workshop this time has been achieved, sneered Storekeeper Kang. Now you only have one alchemy expert. I want to see how long your Spirit Pill Workshop can last. Let's go. While speaking, he waved his hand and led the beautiful maidservants toward the opposite street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay long. I was blinded here, and hearing this hurriedly followed. The storm has subsided, but Kang Saran's brows have condensed into Sichuan. Spirit Pill Workshop's dilemma is not at all improved. Originally, Yang Kai has come, plus Fan Hong. There are two pill masters in the workshop, which relaxes Kang Saran a bit and is confident to support both month time, waiting for the arrival of alchemy expert dispatched by the headquarters. What made him really didn't expect is that he only invited Yang Kai and left Fan Hong. This situation has not changed at all. The only thing he can look forward to now is that Yang Kai's pill refining is better than Fan Hong. But if you think about it carefully, this is a little unlikely. After all, Yang Kai already has a Void King 3 layer. He has said that he only uses pill refining as a means of making money and does not invest too much energy. This kind of alchemy expert is definitely just taking pill refining as a sideline. It is good to be able to make a Void King grade spirit pill by luck. How can Kang Saran expect Yang Kai to be so powerful? However, Yang Kai's previous actions made Kang Saran a good impression of him. At least, Yang Kai is really a trustworthy person. Returning to the wing room, Kang Saran solemnly holds the fist saying, Pill Master Yang, today's matter, old man many thanks. If it weren't for you, then Spirit Pill Workshop and old man's face must be sweep the floor. Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. Storekeeper Kang is serious. And Yang didn't do anything. Kang Saran laughed and said, the old man actually has some thoughts. No, since Zhao storekeeper has provided such rich conditions, why is Pill Master Yang? Well, I went to Danki Pavilion 3 days ago and wanted them to buy a pill recipe, but I was caught in the store. I rushed out unceremoniously. Because of this, Kang Saran mouth opened wide. What does Storekeeper Kang think is because of? Yang Kai laughed. The old man understands. Let's continue to talk about the issue of remuneration. It is this kind of, our Spirit Pill Workshop can provide two payment methods. One is monthly payment. Spirit Pill Workshop, a certain amount of source crystal will be given to you on a monthly basis. Of course, this month's old man can give you a double copy. Maybe I am grateful to Yang Kai for staying to help him choose. Maybe it's because the earnings I previously offered Kang Saran is not at all stingy on this issue, and he readily stated that he can give double rewards. The other kind is Rake. Our Spirit Pill Workshop is responsible for providing you with various medicinal herbs, which are refined by Pill Master Yang. After the refined Spirit Pill is sold, you and Dan, I don't know what Pill Master Yang means. Second, Yang Kai replied without thinking. Kang Saran can't help but startled. He thought that Yang Kai would choose first. After all, only those alchemy experts with ability would choose the second way, because if the allocation is based on the rake rate, it would be the more rewarding. Refined spirit, the more pills, the more rewards alchemy expert can get. When he thought about it, Yang Kai was almost a half-hearted alchemy expert. Choosing the first way naturally protected the owner's interests to the greatest extent, but he chose second, which surprised Kang Saran. Could it be that this Pill Master Yang is still a Taoist unobtrusive pill refining expert? Kang Saran was shocked. For the sake of caution, he still asked, Pill Master Yang no longer considers it? The Pill Master Fan who left before and Dan Fang are the first way to pay. No more. Yang Kai shook the head. Then, okay. Since it was someone else's own choice, Kang Saran didn't have much to say. Soon, two people also finalized the proportion of sharing. Originally, the share ratio between Dan Fang and Alchemy Expert is 3 to 70%. Alchemy Expert 3 and Dan Fang 7. After all materials are sold by Dan Fang, and Pill Master is only responsible for refining. However, Dan Fang has to bear some of the losses of medicinal herbs. Alchemy Expert's 30% income is considered fair. However, Kang Saran took the initiative to be 60% with Yang Kai. Yang Kai naturally has no reason to refuse. Everything is agreed, Kang Saran said. Then even if we have negotiated, Pill Master Yang, do you need to go back and rest for a few days? Yang Kai laughs looking at him. He said, in Spirit Pill Workshop, is the time for me to rest. Without further ado, let's get started. Storekeeper Kang will get me the pill recipe from the catalog first. Start refining the spirit pill. No hurry, no hurry. Sharpening an axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Kang Saran said as he spoke. He would have already started from his own space ring. I took out the prepared various pill recipes and handed them to Yang Kai. Pill Master Yang, please come with me to the pill refining room. Spirit Pill Workshop has its own pill refining room, which is arranged inside Lituo formation. You can extract underground firepower for use by alchemy expert. It is a few 10 jang deep below the shop. It was originally used by 3 alchemy experts, but now it has become Yang Kai's site. Martial Peak Chapter 2018. Chapter 2018 Source Congealing Pill. Entering inside, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching force rushing toward him. Pill Master Yang is here to take a good look at the mysterious of those pill recipes. Pill refining is not anxious in advance. Wait until you are ready. Kang Saran was afraid that Yang Kai might not be well prepared, and said again exhorted. Yang Kai nodded, turned around and said, by the way, Storekeeper Kang, what kind of spirit pill does Gifang need now? Naturally, it is Source Congealing Pill. Maplewood City. There are countless Void King stage martial artists. There is an incomparable gigantic demand for this spirit pill. Our Source Congealing Pill is often sold out as soon as it is refined. Kang Saran replied proudly. I understand. Yang Kai was slightly nodded, and he also had cares in his heart. There are countless spirit pill wonderful medicines in the world, and the number of pill recipes can't be counted. But if you ask the spirit pill, the most in-demand martial artist, the answer is other than healing. In addition to the spirit pill used and recovery, that is the Source Congealing Pill. The use of Source Congealing Pill is accompanied by Void King stage martial artist for many years. Any Void King stage martial artist has great demand for this spirit pill because it can promote within conversion of the body source strength. Maplewood City is not big, and there are not many principal source stage powerhouses, but it has become a gathering place for many Void King stage martial artists. The terrifying demand for Source Congealing Pill can be imagined. Opening a pharmacy in Maplewood City. No source congealing pill is impossible to patronize. And the source congealing pill recipe of Spirit Pill Workshop, which is surprisingly improved by Emperor Grade Alchemy Expert, is about 10% stronger than the ordinary source congealing pill, and has accumulated countless praises and sought after. Countless martial artists want to buy source congealing pill from Spirit Pill Workshop. Every time a new source congealing pill is refined, they will be robbed. This is the result of Kang Saran limiting the number of purchases per person. If you don't limit the number of purchases, I'm afraid you will be more aggressive. Now, the source congealing pill of Spirit Pill Workshop is out of stock, which naturally arouses the dissatisfaction of many old customers. Outside of pill refining, Kang Saran walks back and forth, feeling restless, and his strength is not low at his level. As a storekeeper, his temperament is calm, but now, he is still anxious like ants on a hot pan. If you listen carefully, he can even hear the impatient urges of the Void King stage martial artist on the ground and at the door of the Spirit Pill Workshop. Deng deng deng. A series of footsteps came from above. Kang Saran doesn't have to go to see, you know that it is the guy in the store who rushed over. He paused, and before he waited for the man to speak, he said in an angry manner, "Didn't you let you comfort those guests? Why did you come down again?" No, storekeepers, the scene is a little uncontrollable. Originally Ardan Fang should have released the new source congealing pill yesterday. Many old customers have been waiting in line for purchase since yesterday, but they have been delayed until now and they have not arrived. I'm dissatisfied. What can I do with dissatisfaction? Could it be that old man can be transformed into them out of thin air? Let them wait. Kang Saran replied impatiently. I have said it many times, but they don't listen. The guy said with a sad face. And what? Kang Saran complexion sank. And I don't know who spread the rumor, saying that our Spirit Pill Workshop will not supply Spirit Pill in the future, and some customers' impatient waiting has gone. The guy replied quietly, "Zoning Zai, you lowly maid." Kang Saran broke his teeth in one bite. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, but with his shrewdness, he still didn't know that Zoning Zai was responsible for instigating people in it. Naturally, this vicious woman will not miss this opportunity to hit a person when he's down. She hopes that Spirit Pill Workshop will close down soon, although spurned. But this time is really troublesome. If the source congealing pill is not available in a short time, those customers who do not understand the complete truth will most likely believe this rumor. When the time comes, it will inevitably lose a lot of customers. The future of Pill Workshop is a huge blow. But in this situation, what can Kang Saran do? He turned his head and looked eagerly at the closed door of the pill refining room. He could only pray that Yang Kai would not disappoint him too much. Storekeeper, is this pill master Yang really okay? The guy doesn't seem to have much confidence in Yang Kai. He has seen many of alchemy experts, but there is no one like Yang Kai with such a high cultivation level, and alchemy experts are often very sloppy images. They deal with herbs all the year round and they also have medicinal fragrance. From the previous contact with Yang Kai's, Yang Kai does not seem to be an orthodox at all. Alchemy expert, where did I know? Kang Saran replied feebly. It's been 10 days since Yang Kai entered the pill refining room. 2 days ago, he was comprehending those pill recipes. On the third day, he asked the owner for a lot of exercises. The medicinal herbs of source congealing pill were made, and the door of the pill refining room was closed immediately, and it has not come out until now. Kang Saran really wants to rush in and take a closer look, to see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai has refined and how much medicinal herbs was wasted. Every alchemy expert loses medicinal herbs in the process of pill refining. This is unavoidable. Even the old alchemy expert cannot guarantee that every pot of spirit pill will be refined. Success. It's just that depending on the abilities of alchemy expert, the attrition rate of medicinal herbs is also different. Among the 3 alchemy experts of the Spirit Pill Workshop, the best one can control the loss rate of medicinal herbs at about 30%. That is to say, if you refine 10 furnace pills, you will succeed in 7 furnaces. The materials in the 3 furnaces below are exhausted. This is already a great achievement, and Fan Hong's material loss rate has reached about 50%. When this is the case, Kang Seren has to treat him as a guest, who makes him avoid king-grade alchemy expert. What is the loss rate of Yang Kai's medicinal herbs? 60%, 70%, even 80%. Kang Seren felt that the owner was also acceptable, as long as some source congealing pill was refined to support the scene. What worries him is that Yang Kai hasn't taken out a source congealing pill until now. Had it not been for alchemy expert to be able to interrupt while refining spirit pill, Kang Seren would have rushed in for a while. The noise outside seemed to get more intense, making Kang Seren extremely annoying. Kaka. At this moment, a light sound came. Kang Seren startled, immediately overjoyed, staring wide-eyed and looking forward. The door of the closed pill refining room was cracking open at this moment. Kang Seren rushed in without waiting for it to be fully opened. The fire in the pill refining room was raging, and Kang Seren turned a deaf ear to him, and went straight to Yang Kai. After scanning his eyes, he saw a pile of medicine slag piled up not far from Yang Kai. It was the product of the failure to refine spirit pill. It was dark and burned. This medicine dregs is not too much, probably just about 10 parts of material, and own handed over to Yang Kai 7 days ago, but a full 100 copies of source congealing pill materials. I just don't know how many shares this pill master Yang consumes. If he can know, he can estimate the loss rate of his medicinal herbs. Kang Seren thought to himself. Pill master Yang. Kang Seren forced a smile on his face, holds the fist saying, "But have you refined the spirit pill?" "Well, all here." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Kang Seren couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath, looking at the jade bottles on the ground stupidly, and the whole person was dull. Yang Kai looked at him stunned and shouted, "Storekeeper Kang!" Kang Seren came back to his senses, twisted his stiff neck, and looked at Yang Kai said, "Pill Master Yang, these are all source congealing pill." "Exactly. Storekeeper Kang can check it." Listen to him. Kang Seren doesn't hesitate anymore. I stretched out my hand to inhale, and sucked in several jade bottles, opened the caps one by one, and found that the contents inside were all source congealing pill with mellow color and fragrant aroma. A bottle of 10, there are more than 30 bottles. That means there are more than 300 source congealing pills. This number appeared in Kang Seren's mind, and it was like a sledgehammer hitting him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How is it possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, one person refined more than 300 source congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of the past 3 alchemy experts from Spirit Pill Workshop. Yang Kai can top 3 by one person. Kang Seren completely lost his stiffness in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Everything in front of him overturned his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling in his heart. It seems the tone is still taking too much. If you knew it earlier, just deduct 100 more. The refining of source congealing pill is actually not difficult for Yang Kai. After all, it is just Void King grade middle rank spirit pill, and Yang Kai himself can already refine Void King grade high rank pill. He just doesn't know the pill recipe. He has never refined it. After experiencing the first few failures, it is handy. The number of pills for a pot of medicinal herbs is gradually increasing, from the first 2 or 3, to 4 condensing pill, then 5, 100 materials, and 10 wasted. The remaining medicinal herbs are all refined into pill success, a total of 4 more than 100 pieces. Yang Kai detained 100 spirit pills privately, so as not to be too shocking. But now it seems that there is no problem with deducting 200 pieces. He also needs source congealing pill for his own, and it is in a large amount. When the time comes, even if the owner is not used up, it can be sold out. Source congealing pill is absolutely not worried about sales. Kang Saran's expression made him very upset. But fortunately, he detained all the source congealing pills with pill mark, which was a comfort. After a long time, Kang Saran also laughed at he, a little nervous. Yang Kai seems to understand Kang Saran's mood a little, so he didn't say much. After all, Kang Saran didn't expect Yang Kai to be so good. One shot can be worth the sum of the previous 3 alchemy experts. He originally only hoped that Yang Kai would not waste too much medicinal herbs. That's it. But the result surprised him greatly. The violent ups and downs of mood made him unable to restrain his heart's invigoration at all. And laughter is as it should be by rights. Martial Peak Chapter 2019 Chapter 2019 9 Heaven's Mysterious Pill Secret Art. How is it possible that the ghost of old Kang actually took out more than 30 bottles of source congealing pill? Are you sure that Owen is not wrong? Owenning's eyes pretty face was gloomy, looking at a martial artist of Void King one layer in front of him. Solemnly asked. The martial artist is short and chubby. Hearing this nodded and said, the subordinates will not be mistaken. The 30-odd spirit pills are indeed source congealing pills. Once they were taken out, many people the looting was gone, and the subordinates also struggled with strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, only to snap up 3 of them back. As he said, he respectfully took the jade bottle containing 3 spirit pills, put it in front of Owenning's eye. Because the source congealing pill of Spirit Pill Workshop is so popular, Kang Saran stipulates that any one customer comes to buy it, and can only buy 3 at a time. 3 source congealing pills are enough for a Void King stage martial artist to spend 1015 days. When it's used up, buy it again. It just so happens that Spirit Pill Workshop will release a new source congealing pill. This kind of selling method is also an important reason why Spirit Pill Workshop source congealing pill is so popular. Because of the tight supply of source congealing pill, this kind of spirit pill has appeared on the black market of Maplewood City. Although it is only 20% more than the price of those shops, it is in short supply. Many Void King stage martial artists don't care about the extra 20% of the price. They just want to convert the strength of their own within the body into source strength as soon as possible. Really source congealing pill. Owenning's eye poured out the 3 spirit pills, and Deus brow frowned even more. Storekeeper, are these spirit pills made by the guy named Yankee Eyes? The chunky martial artist asked. Owenning's eye chuckled. Cold Snort said, do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What level of alchemy expert do you think he is? Even principal source grade alchemy expert doesn't have such a great ability. The storekeeper said that his subordinates are dull. The chunky martial artist thinks about the same reason, although he doesn't know much about pill refining, but knowing how much spirit pill is refined, and how much consumption of alchemy expert is consumed for each spirit pill refining. One person refines more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days. Even if the time is enough, it is impossible to have such a lot of energy. This kind of thing is too funny. It seems that old Kang Ghost still has some inventory. Owenning's eye looking thoughtful. This old guy is really not easy to deal with. What can I do? Listen, it is said that their Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will have 2 alchemy experts dispatched to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't get the Spirit Pill Workshop in 2 months, when the time comes, there will not be much chance. Owenning's eye hearing this slightly nodded. A trace of murderous intention flashed in a pair of beautiful eyes. The murderous intention blooms slightly, making the chunky martial artist shiver. Go down, stare at the Spirit Pill Workshop, and notify me immediately if there is any disturbance. Owenning's eye waved his hand. Yes. After the chunky martial artist left, Owenning's eye looked puzzled and picked up a source congealing pill again and placed it under the nose. After sniffing and observing it for a while, she murmured, it's strange. This medicine pill doesn't look like it's been stored for a long time, but it looks like it was newly refined. She had discovered this before one point. After all, Although Zhao Ningzai is not an alchemy expert, he still has some insights in dealing with spirit pill all the year round. The 3 spirit pills in front of me are mellow in color, full of body, and pure in red. They are obviously good quality goods. What Zhao Ningzai cares most is that these spirit pills seem to have been refined recently. Could it be that from the hand of Yang Kai's pill master? This idea emerged and was quickly rejected by Zhao Ningzai. She would not or dare to believe that one person can refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Kang ghosts were prepared and thrown out. Stock. After groaning for a moment, she stretched out a slender jade finger, pinched a spirit pill into her mouth, swallowed it into her abdomen, and operated the mysterious power to resolve medicine efficacy. She herself has reached the Void King stage peak realm, and within the body source strength has also been fully transformed. There is no need for the assistance of source congealing pill, just to test the medicine efficacy of spirit pill, so that's why just do it. In the beginning, Zhao Ningzai's expression was not abnormal, but as time passed, when the surging medicinal power flowed through the limbs, she couldn't help but complexion slightly changed and opened beautiful eyes. Cry out in surprise. She found that the medicinal power contained in the source congealing pill was actually stronger than the source congealing pill previously sold by Spirit Pill Workshop. Although this increase is subtle and hardly noticeable, it does exist. Old Kang Ghost. Did you find the Great Master to modify the pill recipe? Zhao Ningzai suddenly thought of this probability. Spirit Pill Workshop's source congealing pill recipe. But Zhao Ningzai is extremely jealous, and it is also the main reason why she spared no expense to dig out 3 alchemy experts from her opponents. The 3 pill masters, for various reasons, will not leak the pill recipe that owners have to others, but it is no problem to take out the materials and let them refining, as long as they are dug up. Then in the future, Dan Kaij will be able to sell the same Spirit Pill as Spirit Pill Workshop. When the time comes Spirit Pill Workshop, the only advantage will be lost, and suppression will become easier. But today's discovery made Zhao Ningzai very angry. Old Kang Ghost is really wily old fox. He must have known the plan of Own, so he will change the pill recipe again, when the effect of source congealing pill becomes better. In this way, Spirit Pill Workshop still occupies the advantage of medicine efficacy. Zhao Ningzai's lungs are almost exploding, so what is the point of spending that many costs to dig out the opponent's 3 alchemy experts? Old Kang Ghost, you husband, wait for the old lady. In a few days, Star Soul Palace's Star Envoy will come to Maplewood City. When the time comes, I see how you fight with me, Zhao Ningzai angrily said to himself. At the same time, the Spirit Pill Workshop underground pill refining room. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, turning his own experience of pill refining these past few days into sentiment, one after another review and accumulation. Refining that many furnaces of source congealing pill, he naturally gained something. This harvest is not only the harvest of deducting 100 source congealing pill materials, but also the increase in pill refining experience and the perception of pill way. A few years ago, he triggered the great principal pill sound on the moon water star. Since then, he has the advantage of being blessed by heaven on the way to pill way. The sound of the great principal pill sound made him pill refining's natural talent has undergone a fundamental change. Not modestly speaking, the current Yang Kai's pill refining aptitude is not inferior to the spiritual medicine holy body of Xianing Chang, even in some respects. It is for this reason that he can easily get started after getting a new pill recipe, and he can refine a better spirit pill. Zhao Ningzai guessed wrong. The source congealing pill recipe of Spirit Pill Workshop has not changed at all. It is just that Yang Kai made the refining. The condensed medicine liquid is purer, so the refined spirit pill will also be better. And this is just the beginning. I believe that as Yang Kai continues to refine, the spirit pill medicinal power released will become stronger and become unique in the end. Kang Saran ordered another 100 copies of source congealing pills materials, but also asked Yang Kai to rest for a few more days before refining. He is more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now in the Spirit Pill workshop, only Yang Kai, an alchemy expert, is in charge, and he is able to top 3. How can Kang Sarin be negligent? Since that day, he has taken over 300 source congealing after pill. His attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more friendly, almost responsive to requests. But then again, Yang Kai doesn't seem to have any requirements. At this time, Yang Kai is gaining the insights of pill refining these days, while taking source congealing pill to transform the power within the body. After a few days in a hurry, Yang Kai opened the stove again. 100 materials are divided into categories. Yang Kai expression is solemn. In front of purple void cauldron there is divine consciousness fire beating, and the heat is very hot. Plants of medicinal herbs are put in, under the power of powerful divine consciousness. Impurities are eliminated, medicine liquid is condensed, and each and every one spirit formation is depicted, disillusioned in the tripod. Yang Kai is very familiar with the action, without the slightest procrastination, and the mastery of the heat, which can almost make the emperor-grade alchemy expert breathtaking. The timing of the medicinal herbs is not bad. The change in natural talent has made Yang Kai pill refining easier. For Yang Kai, refining medicine pill is almost like eating and drinking water. It is an instinct. He clearly knows when to portray which spirit formation and which spirit formation works best. When to use what kind of heat, and when to put medicinal herbs. When pill refining became instinct, it was a luxury to think that refining failed. With the powerful divine consciousness fire, which is all the natural advantages of alchemy expert yearn for something even in dreams. Yang Kai has already walked ahead of many people in pill refining, although until now, he didn't put much energy into it. The Great Road is dark, no trace, only a few lucky people can reach out. Yang Kai is one of them. Dang Xiang began to diffuse. Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He was not at all taking it lightly because of his skill, but more cautious. In purple void cauldron, various medicine liquids are mixed, and a magical transformation occurs under the action of spirit formation and divine consciousness fire. When the aroma of Dan condensed to a certain level, Yang Kai suddenly moved, continuously pinched the mysterious magic arts on both of his hands. One after another light hit the purple void cauldron, and printed it disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly spread, as if this set of magic arts does not belong to the era today, but belongs to the extremely ancient era. But this set of tactics coincides with the Da Dao, and contains countless mysteries. With the application of the technique, both the power of Yang Kai within the body and the power of divine consciousness are like a flood, and they are being consumed unstoppably. 9 Heavens Mysterious Pill Secret Art. This is a very profound receiving pill technique. It has no practical effect and can only be used when alchemy expert is collecting pills. There are countless ways of harvesting alchemy and magic arts in the world, and each has its own advantages. Back then, Zhuo the Great Master, who competed with Yang Kai in Water Sky City on Pillway, once created a set of Red Lotus miraculous hands method, sought after by countless alchemy experts in the hometown of Star Territory. Among Pillway true understanding, there are also magic arts for collecting alchemy. Yang Kai once studied it quite a bit. But this set of 9 Heavens Mysterious Pill Secret Art is not from Pillway true understanding, but from Great Principle Pill Sound. Marshall Peak Chapter 2020. Chapter 2020 Dragons and Snakes Mingle. On the day of the competition between Yang Kai and Zhuo, it was the final harvesting technique that triggered the Great Principle Pill Sound. That set of harvesting techniques is the prototype of 9 Heavens Mysterious Pill Secret Art. It is Yang Kai's self-understanding by combining all the pill refining knowledge he has mastered with his life's pill refining experience, with the sound of the Great Principle Pill Sound. the omnipresent and omnipresent heavenly Tao Law has perfected this set of salvation techniques for Yang Kai. So 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art can be regarded as the crystallization of heavenly law. Heaven and earth are the most important principles, which are everywhere, and only a fated person can realize 1 or 2 from it, and thus benefit infinitely. Yang Kai's 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art is the product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to spy on it by chance. This kind of technique, even if he wants to teach to others, I am afraid that outsiders will not be able to understand it, because this is the affirmation of great principle pill sound to him. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this set of alchemy techniques was extremely mysterious. If you want to understand thoroughly, it cannot be achieved in a short time. Now it seems that it really has several points of truth. After all, this set of 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art, which was born in the hometown of Star Territory, is still very high-end technique used in Star Boundary. All the medicine pill he refines are finished with 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art. At this moment, it's time to harvest alchemy. With the display of 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art, the pill incense in Alchemy Expert became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a burst of abnormal noise in Purple Void Cauldron. Aware that the time has come, Yang Kai reached for the Purple Void Cauldron and the cauldron lid flew up. Follow closely from behind are 6 chubby spirit pills. Yang Kai takes out the jade bottle that has been prepared and puts it away. Only 6. Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle. It seems a little unsatisfactory. In theory, a piece of source congealing pill material can charge up to 9 medicine pill, which is also the limit of most pill recipes. Although Yang Kai's pill refining aptitude is good, and there is a blessed by heaven method like 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art, but after all manpower is sometimes poor, he is just a Void King grade high rank alchemy expert, and he can only do his best. Can do 6 condensing pills at once. 9 of the distance limit is 3. But it's already amazing. Few alchemy experts can condense the spirit pill to its full limit. Those who can do this are all the great grandmasters who have the reputation of the entire Star Boundary. Even for them, there are times when horses stumble. Impossible has achieved such results every time. The 6 numbers are impossible for the general principle source grade alchemy expert. Yang Kai is able to do this. Most of the credit goes to 9 Heaven's mysterious pill secret art. That's why alchemy experts are eager for good pill harvesting methods, because a good pill harvesting method means that more medicine pill can be refined at the last minute, saving in disguise a lot of material, time and energy. When Yang Kai first refining source congealing pill, he could only condensing pill 2. Now, only 10 days later, it has reached the level of 6. This kind of growth is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Although it seems that it is not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 can become an insurmountable moat. To reach the limit, Yang Kai needs a lot of practice and experience accumulation. For 100 materials, Yang Kai spent 6 or 7 days and consumed them. He deliberately failed to refine more than a dozen furnaces as usual to avoid Kang Saran's doubts. According to his ability, the source congealing pill is now refining. Even if you close your eyes, it will not fail. When Kang Saran received the notice to fetch the pill, the whole person's expression was very exciting. Although he has had this kind of experience once, Kang Saran still can't believe that Yang Kai can refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there is almost no difference from the last time. More than 300 pieces. Yang Kai dunked more than 200 source congealing pills this time. Pill Master Yang, it's an old man's honor to be able to work with you. Kang Saran looked at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. If you weren't here, my spirit pill workshop would only be true. It's about to close the door for good, and I don't want to thank you. If Pill Master Yang is sent in the future, the old man must go through water and tread on fire. It's a matter of course. Storekeeper Kang is serious. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Yang Kai's humility and kindness make Kang Saran smile more heartily. He has never seen such a young, so capable, yet so unassuming alchemy expert. Of the 3 alchemy experts from Spirit Pill Workshop before, which one is not difficult to serve? Every time they come to fetch pill, the 3 of them have a stinking face. The owner seems to owe them millions of source crystal, even though the cultivation level is higher than them. Kangser, and every time I have to accompany them with a smiling face. Be careful. We have to help them complete all kinds of weird requirements. For example, Fan Hong, every time pill refining is finished, you have to find a beautiful virgin to relax, and the cultivation level of this virgin must not be lower than the Void Return stage. There are many martial artists in the Void Return stage in Maplewood City, but the price of Spirit Pill Workshop is definitely not low to find such a female. The other 2 alchemy experts' requirements are even more outrageous. Some have to drink the saffron stuffed only available in City Lord's mansion, and some have to eat the demon flame fruits that grows deep in the flame marsh. That 10,000 saffron stuffed, a small cup costs 1,000 source crystal. And it's the City Lord's mansion taken. If it weren't for Kangsaran, it wouldn't be possible. The demon flame fruit is even more rare. The depths of the flame marsh is a danger land. Principal source stage martial artist can go deep into it. It's possible to have 9 deaths and still alive. The demon flame fruit that grows in it has different natural values. Every sound, a fruit. 5,000 source crystal is low. 7 or 8,000 are possible. The key thing is that this thing can only satisfy the appetite, and it has nothing to do with improving the strength. Whenever I think of this, Kangsaran's heart is bleeding. And this Pill Master Yang, not only has a friendly personality, but also has no other requirements, just some pill recipes can satisfy him. By comparison, Yang Kai's noble character has almost completely exploded those 3 rubbish. Now that the 3 people are in the pill pavilion, let Zhao and Ning Sislo maid have a headache. Thinking of this, Kangsaran's mood suddenly improves. Pill Master Yang, would you like to rest for a few more days? With the source congealing pill you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Workshop will not need to worry about the supply of goods in the next half a month. Kang, seeing that Yang Kai was working so hard, Saran was moved a little, so he took the initiative to propose. Oh, source congealing pill is enough. Do you want to refine other spirit pill? Yang Kai asked. Kangsaran laughed. The demand for other spirit pills is not very large. There are still some stocks on the old man side, so don't worry. Pill Master Yang, please take a rest. Don't seem exhausted. Well then, I will rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while, nodded, replied, that's the best. By the way, Pill Master Yang came to Maplewood City for the first time. Do you want to go out with the old man tomorrow? Where to go? Yang Kai suspiciously looking at Kangsaran. Kangsaran faintly smiled and said, it's this kind of. A star envoy came from Star Soul Palace. He is now in the City Lord's mansion. The old man is fortunate to be accompanied by this invitation and will be with Star Envoy tomorrow. Adults can take 1 person when they go out. Star Envoy at Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing him, Kangsaran is secretly relieved. Fortunately, Yang Kai is not yet unknown and inexperienced, and even Star Soul Palace does not even know it. After all, this is the overlord of the entire South Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperor. Sect where it is, and Bright Moon Great Emperor, but one of the top 10 Emperor Senior. As the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoy is obviously highly respected. Why did Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai brows tightly knit. After all, Maplewood City is not so prosperous. How could it be impossible to attract this kind of characters? But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be that come for things in Jade Clear Mountain? Yes. Kangsaran nodded and said the trail of Vermilion Bird Phoenix was discovered in Jade Clear Mountain. During this time, many foreign powerhouses have visited Maplewood City and went to Jade Clear Mountain to find out. Pill Master Yang, you are here pill refining day and night, so you don't care about things outside. I don't understand. The Lord Star Envoy will come here because of Vermilion Bird Phoenix. Otherwise, How can the small Maplewood city motivate that many powerhouses, who are all here? Yankai was suddenly curious. Stand up. He is not gossip, but deliberately to inquire about the power structure of the South Territory. Listening to his question, Kang Saran naturally knows everything he can say. The news of the appearance of Vermilion Bird Phoenix spread very quickly. The big sect forces in the entire South Territory, but almost all who heard the news came. Only the old man knew about Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, Plain Palace, Azure Sun Temple. These forces are second only to Star Soul Palace's big sects. In addition, it seems that our Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Bright Chamber of Commerce also have powerhouses coming. But old man is only responsible for business. I have not been notified at all, nor have I contacted the powerhouse of the Chamber of Commerce. Kang Saran, neither too fast nor too slow, said, there are also countless other small and medium-sized forces. The current Maplewood City, the gathering of dragons, ghosts and snakes is very lively. They want to track down the whereabouts of Vermilion Bird Phoenix. Yankai looked stunned. It's not. Kang Saran, astonished, laughed. Vermilion Bird Phoenix is the Antiquity Holy Spirit. It is the top 10 Emperor Senior who took the shot in person, and it may not be able to beat it. Who dares to go after it? Her whereabouts? It's just. After all, it's the Holy Spirit who has appeared, which naturally attracts the attention of many people. Moreover, all great influences also know that there will be no results from the investigation, but they cannot be left alone. So the people who came are actually not the real seniors of sect. There are also some newcomers who come to accumulate experience, see the market and so on. So that's how it is. Our Spirit Pill Workshop, although it's not a big deal, it is the industry of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce after all. City Master also took good care of it. This time, in order to welcome the accompanying Star Envoy, the old man was invited to the list. Is Pill Master Yang interested in traveling? Go to see the place where the Holy Spirit appeared in Jade Clear Mountain? I heard that the black flames of the extinction are still burning there, and the principal source stage martial artist dare not go deep. But we will not go deep, just go to relax and raise your horizons and see what that world-destroying black flame really looks like. I have learned about that thing deeply, Yankai thought to himself. Marshall Peak Chapter 2021. Chapter 2021 gives you a great good fortune. When Vermilion Bird Phoenix appeared, Yankai was in Jade Clear Mountain. It can be said that among the martial artists who have observed Vermilion Bird Phoenix up close, only Yankai has survived, and the others have all died. He is naturally not interested in Kang Saran's proposal, so he declined Kang Saran's invitation. Although storekeeper Kang felt it was a pity, he didn't say much. After all, not everyone wants to show a face in front of Master Star Envoy, looking forward to getting help and the like. Everyone has their own ambitions and cannot force it. Kang Saran admires Yankai's free and easy temperament, so he again asked him to take a good rest for a few days before leaving. Yankai simply cleaned up, and left the Spirit Pill Workshop and returned to the cave mansion rented by owner in Maplewood City. On the second day, an imposing manor is magnificent, extremely huge, and luxuriously decorated high-rise boat flew from City Lord's mansion and headed towards Jade Clear Mountain. On the high-rise boat, there are stars and moons. Sign. That is the symbol of the South Territory Overlord Star Soul Palace. The martial artists of the entire Maplewood City are shaking. Yankai rented a white jade dragon horse carriage at the moment and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the Western District. Even if Maplewood City is not well known in South Territory, it occupies an extremely large area. Flying is not allowed in the city, nor is it allowed to utilize the secret treasure. If martial artists want to save time and hurry, they can only rent the carriage of the White Jade Dragon Horse. The White Jade Dragon Horse is said to have the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon, but it is already extremely thin, with a gentle temperament, easy to be domesticated, and looks like a wind, which is most suitable for pulling a car. But just 1 hour, it's there. Yankai paid for the car, got off the carriage, and came to a remote corner. He took out a set of clothes prepared in advance from the space ring and put it on. He lifted his hat to cover his face, walked straight to the bustling street ahead. Here is the black market of Maplewood City. Although he came to Maplewood City not very long, he has already found out about the existence of the black market. The so-called black market is a place that cannot exist just and honorable, but is also a street allowed by Maplewood City Lord's mansion by default. Here, there are a lot of spoils after killing and overcoming goods, and many things cannot be sold on the surface. Good sales can be found here. There are also some items of unknown origin, which can also be sold here. Martial artists who enter and exit the black market consciously abide by a rule, regardless of the source of the item, regardless of the origin of the seller's name, the silver and the goods, and they are irrelevant after the transaction. In this kind of place, it is easy to find some good things, so it is very popular with Maplewood City martial artists, and it is crowded every day. However, because of the special rules, there are also some speculators who use fake and inferior goods as good ones. This is a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If it is because of greed and being deceived is also asking for it, and cannot blame others. Yang Kai originally was a little worried about whether his own dress would be too noticeable. After all, this is a bit of a guilty dress, and it does not look like a good person. But when he entered this black market street, he found that the idea of own was a bit redundant. There are a lot of martial artists dressed like him, and they are everywhere. This discovery made him relax. As soon as he walked into this street, an old man with wide eyes quietly leaned up, with a mysterious and secretive look, and pulled Yang Kai's clothes, with erratic eyes, motioning him to arrive speaker side. "You have something to say," Yang Kai said coldly. "Brother, the old man has something to tell you. The exit from this place, be careful that the wall has ears." As the old man said, he was watching from side to side, vigilant as if a mouse is stealing oil. "Then don't talk about it." Yang Kai naturally knows that in this place, there are 3 sects and 9 who are there. How can I be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? While speaking, he took a step forward and walked forward. "Oh, little brother, don't go." The old man hurried up, stopped in front of Yang Kai, gritted his teeth and said, "Well, little brother looks like a busy man, so the old man doesn't. It's a waste of your time. Look at this thing." Speaking like this, I took out a crumpled piece of animal skin paper from my chest. The fur of what kind monster beast is made of tanning, and there are actually not weak energy fluctuations. And on the animal skin paper, a complex line runs through, crisscrossed, and it looks extremely profound. The old man just shook the animal skin paper in front of Yang Kai, then took it away at a very fast speed, and immediately said with a heartache, "Don't hide it from little brother, this hidden treasury picture is old, the treasure uploaded by the man ancestor. The old man ancestor followed the Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor, and this hidden treasury map points to the place of Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor hidden treasury. The old man is weak and unable to find treasure. When I saw little brother today, I fell in love with him. How would you sell this hidden treasury picture cheaply?" "Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor?" Yang Kai frowned. "Exactly. Is that the Great Emperor who owns the Heaven's Devourer battle law? Who else but him?" Old man looking at Yang Kai with joy. It turns out that little brother knows the Heaven's Devourer battle law, that is the top cultivation technique that makes heaven and earth intolerable. To tell you the truth, this cultivation technique is most likely in this hidden treasury. Little brother, if you can get this cultivation technique, it will be just around the corner to become the top 10 Emperor Senior in the future. I already know the Heaven's Devourer battle law, so I am not interested in your hidden treasury picture. You can find someone else. 5,000 source crystal will sell you, top chance. Little brother, do you want to think about it?" The old man shouted from behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't even care about him. The old man suddenly became angry. "Smelly brat, don't buy it, don't buy it," boasting shamelessly said that owning the Heaven's Devourer battle law, really old man is a fool. After speaking, he muttered to himself, Is this trick too easy for others to see through? Should you change to a separate method? I have been worrying about it for months. When people are deceived and don't penniless, another martial artist walks along the street, and that martial artist is a young female who looks 17-18 years old. The young female is not ugly, long, and has a very good body. Only a large crescent-shaped birthmark on half of the face ruined the overall sense of beauty, which made people sigh. Young female came from over there, hopping around, like a jovial elf, with an innocent face. When the old man saw this, he immediately greeted him with a very kind smile on his face. What are you doing? The young female was taken aback, and she immediately retreats a few steps, looking at the old man warily. Don't be afraid of girls. The old man is not malicious. The old man smiled more and more kindly. Then what do you want to do? The young female looked up and down the old man, with a hint of instinctive vigilance in the clear and beautiful eyes. Old man laughed, pretending to be profound. The old man and the girl are destined to meet here, and I want to send you a great good fortune. Young female listened. Suddenly the beautiful eyes lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Great good fortune? What great good fortune? Hurry up and talk about it, hurry up and talk about it." She was deep in one's heart for joy, secretly thinking about the original when I was a child. The legendary stories that Aunt Fen told Ona were not to coax the owner. There really is such an opportunity in this world. In those stories, the original martial artist was given some guidance and support from the mysterious old man. The benefits of soaring into the sky, amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieve Supreme's great cause, and worship by hundreds of millions of people. I listened to these stories with keen pleasure when I was young, but I haven't encountered it for half a year since I came out this time. The young female thought it was just Aunt Feng coaxing the owner. Now it seems that it is not the case. Now there is a mysterious old man who wants to give great good fortune to the owner. The young female is so excited that she jumps to the extreme. In a short time, the old man who is good at swindle becomes that kind in the eyes of young female, an extremely powerful expert from outside the world. And the reason why he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable legacy heir. And Ona is undoubtedly the peerless genius who is in 10,000 does not have one, so it can be selected by expert divine vision. As for dressing casually and even well, a little sloppy, shouldn't the world expert look like this? Hey 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 hey. The old man showed his big yellow teeth and laughed profoundly mystery, then reached into his arms and took out the crumpled animal skin paper from his arms. Grandma, is there a shop that accepts spirit pill? Yankai asked, standing in front of a booth, looking at the silver hoard, trembling old woman. One of the 500 source crystals, made by my own hands. The old woman looked at Yankai with a smile on her face and pointed to the pile of things in front of her that she didn't know what it was. Yankai frowned, said, I'm asking, are there any shops that charge spirit pill here? Oh, you are going to buy two, so you should be cheaper. 900 source crystals, no bargaining. The old woman raised her hand and swung straight, as if you were taking advantage of it. Don't pretend to be deaf and dumb with me. Believing or not, I have lifted your stall. Yankai fiercely looked at the old woman in front of him, showing his own Void King 3-layer in a timely manner. The powerful force fluctuates. The old woman complexion changed, and the senile was gone for a short time, and she turned her eyes to cold and severe. The little thing doesn't know the old and cherish the young. It's really impolite. The cultivation level of Void King 1-layer pretends to be deaf here. Are you kidding me? Yankai looked at her contemptuously. Go over there, don't stand in the way of doing business. These years, business is difficult to do. The old woman followed her finger in a direction, blinked, and recovered the trembling and wind blowing. Both looked down. Following the instructions of the old woman, Yankai quickly came to the door of a shop. The guy in the shop is a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man I met before. After asking Yankai's whereabouts, he enthusiastically welcomed him in and arranged a wing room properly. Make tea, let Yankai retreat respectfully after a while. Yankai was not in a hurry, so he sipped the tea while waiting quietly. Marshall Peak Chapter 2022. Chapter 2022 is still alive. The reason why Yankai came to the black market is really due to some lasting difficulties. The biggest problem is the more than 300 source congealing pills. These source congealing pills were secretly detained by him. Owned words can't be used up, kept unwasted, and sold. Not at all good channels, after all. Speaking of which, this batch of source, the origin of congealing pill, is really not so just and honorable. Yankai can't own a store to sell these medicine pills. If he does that, he will definitely be criticized by the people at Spirit Pill Workshop, so he can only come to this black market. This is the best and most suitable place. He basically doesn't have source crystal in his hands. After selling this batch of Spirit Pill, he can save the emergency. Wait, not much time. A chubby fatty pushed in. Fatty was full of red light and covered in fat. When I walked, the floor was creak, and those two eyes were already narrowed. There is a gap, twinkling in the gap. As soon as he came in, Fatty enthusiastically holds the fist, saying, "My fellow Jinfugi, I have seen this young master." He knows not to ask Yankai's name, because people who come here don't like others to inquire about the details of own. Yankai got up and said, "Storekeeper Jin is polite." Looking up and down, Yankai surprisingly found that this fatty is also a martial artist of Void King 3-layer, and the strength within the body is so powerful that it seems that source strength is completely transformed. This kind of exists. Even if it is a lot in Maplewood City, it is definitely not much. Like Kangsaran and Zai, it can be regarded as the powerhouse of Maplewood City. Up. Jinfugi sat down with a gentle face, and the chair under his buttocks made a sound of grinding his teeth. He smiled and looked at Yankai and said, "Listen to my buddy, the guests have a batch of spirit pills that need to be shot." Exactly. Jinfugi hearing this, the little eyes shinned, saying, "Dare to ask the customer what kind of spirit pill?" This Jin can be considered a face in Maplewood City, so if the customer trades here, you can rest assured, this Jin has always offered bids its fair, well known, and never reveals the least bit of information from the guests. This point also asks guests to relax. Storekeeper Jin can say that, that's the best. Yankai nodded, reached out and took out a jade bottle from own space ring, pushed it to Jinfugi and said, "Storekeeper Jin, take a look, this is the spirit pill I'm going to shoot." Jinfugi looked at Yankai, immediately picked up the jade bottle, opened the bottle cap, and looked around. The next moment, he couldn't help raising his brows, and happily said, "Is it source congealing pill?" Source congealing pill is thing, but he has never worried about no sales. Especially it is on this black market that there are not 10,000 or 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pill every day. This kind of spirit pill is robbed as soon as it appears, whether in the open or in the dark. So Jinfugi is extremely satisfied with the goods Yankai brought. How many guests are there? Yankai reached out and gestured a number. Jinfugi can't help being emotional. 300? The guests have such a means to get 300 source congealing pill. One source congealing pill going down, it can be used by a Void King 1-layer martial artist for 10 days. For Void King 2-layer, it is about 6 or 7 days, and 3-layer is only 3 or 4 days. So the number of 300 source congealing pills seems not to be much. But it is definitely a lot. Any Void King stage martial artist who gets these source congealing pills will be able to worry about source strength conversion in the next few years or even more than 10 years. Jinfugi's most puzzled thing is, where did Yankai get such a large number of source congealing pills? But it was confidential, so he didn't ask about it sensibly. After pondering for a while, Jinfugi said, "The quantity is indeed a lot, but I don't know the quality." Yankai said with a slight smile, "Storekeeper Jin can give it a try." Jinfugi did not refuse, hearing this nodded and said, "Then please forgive this Jin for being rude." While speaking, he paused. From the jade bottle a source congealing pill came out, plugged into the entrance, and silently operated the profound darts to dissolve it. After a while, the fat on his face shook slightly, and the surprised rays of light flashed in his narrowed eyes. This is the source congealing pill refined after Yankai, and the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Workshop. There is absolutely nothing in terms of quality, even better than the source congealing pill previously sold by Spirit Pill Workshop. The quality is better. Jinfugi is also a Void King 3-layer at any rate. He has dealt with Spirit Pill all the year round, so why can't I judge this difference? He was secretly surprised and realized that the origins of the source congealing pills in Yankai's hands were very likely out of the ordinary. The wing room was silent for a moment. Only the fat person Jin tapped his hand on the table, again and again, seeming to be thinking about something. After a long while, he said, "The quality of this batch of source congealing pills from the customer is nothing to say. How about the price I will give the customer?" While speaking, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yankai couldn't help but sneered, "Storekeeper Jin, in your eyes, do my batch of source congealing pills only have this price? If so, I would be happy to visit other stores." Jinfugi gave a light cough, and said, "Customers, listen to me. These source congealing pills are indeed top-notch goods, but if they are sold in a small shop, they also require some manpower and labor. Don't make money." What Storekeeper Jin said makes sense. Yankai nodded, "But source congealing pill is not worried about the market. I don't even need to go to any store, just stand on the street and shout with a sound. I'm afraid I'll be robbed." Storekeeper Jin, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money? Jinfugi's cheeks suddenly twitched and he was cruel, and once again made a gesture and said, "Then what is the price?" Yankai glanced at him and said, 101, maybe we still have a chance to cooperate again. Jinfugi hearing this frowned, but soon he made a decision and stood up and said, "Just do what the customer said. I hope that if the customer has a source congealing pill next time, they must first consider the small shop." Naturally, Yankai laughed. "By the way, besides source congealing pill, there are some other medicine pill here." Storekeeper Jin helped me estimate it. What Yankai said, other medicine pills are naturally deducted when helping those disciplines pill refining in Blue Feather sect. There are a lot of them and there are many types, but the grade and popularity cannot be compared with source congealing pill mention on equal terms. Of course, Jinfugi doesn't care about this. For him, a black market businessman, as long as he makes money, he is enough. At the moment, 2 people counted. Jinfugi took away most of the spirit pill from Yankai, and Yankai got nearly 170,000 source crystal. This number gives Yankai finally some confidence. After all, he helped pill refining in Blue Feather sect for a month and only earned 30 source crystal. Now, but half a month, there are 170,000 credits. The biggest reason is that source congealing pill is eager and expensive. After coming out of Jinfugi's shop, Yankai still looks like a black robe. He didn't rush back, but wandered in the black market. This kind of place is easy to find some good products, but the chances are very small. After all, there are certainly not many martial artists who don't know the goods, and it is extremely rare to sell treasures as garbage. Yankai walked around, but nothing was gained. Just as he was about to go home, he suddenly heard a familiar tender shout from not far away, with a hint of anger and grievance in his voice. "Why are you so unreasonable?" Yankai listened to startled, and immediately flashed a young female's charming appearance. Impossible, right? Yankai thought secretly in his heart, but he hadn't been to Maplewood City for a few days, and he didn't know many people. The only voice he heard was the young female. Being curious, he hurriedly went over there. Not far away, a group of people are watching something. Many martial artists are pointing fingers in the center of the field. Yankai separated the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, the eyes are almost protruding. On one side of the center of the scene, a young female wearing a jade green dress is looking forward with frowning eyebrows. She is petite, graceful, delicate and pretty, with fair skin. the most eye-catching. It was the big crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek, and there were a few cloth bags hanging around her waist. They were swollen, and she didn't know what was loaded. Moxioki. Yankai couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out to be Moxioki, the innocent young female that the owner knew in Jade Clear Mountain. She is still alive. To be honest, seeing this small girl still alive, Yankai unfathomable mystery sighed in relief. The guilt that had always existed in my heart disappeared instantly. In Jade Clear Mountain that day, the Holy Spirit became angry and the black flames died out. Jade Clear Mountain was violently poisoned for thousands of miles, and Moxioki was nowhere to be seen. Yankai thought she was dead, and felt guilty at the time. Because if he is close enough to Moxioki, she can be pulled into mysterious boundary bead to escape before the black flame burns. But because of a difference in thought, this innocent young female lost her life under the anger of Vermilion Bird Phoenix. At that time, Yankai was indeed a little guilty. Although he and Moxioki were not very familiar, the impression of him was still very good. There are very few Moxioki this kind of girls in this world. Now seeing her again, Yankai is delighted, but also a little suspicious about how she escaped from that place at the time. After all, the indiscriminate attack of Vermilion Bird Phoenix is too terrifying, and if the owner does not have the mysterious boundary bead, he cannot escape. But if you think about it carefully, the origin of this girl and it's mysterious. She has a dazzling array of high-end secret treasures. Maybe ... she used the power of secret treasure to escape. If you think about it this way, Yankai's evaluation of Moxioki in his mind is a bit higher. After all, secret treasure, which can withstand the angry blow of Vermilion Bird Phoenix, is at least the Emperor treasure level. Moxioki can have the Emperor treasure, indicating that her background may be somewhat unimaginable. But at this moment, this young female with a huge background is in trouble. Across from her, a group of martial artists surrounded a young man like a star-shaped moon. The young man looked handsome like a jade tree, suave, but lewd. The evil eyes scanned Moxioki continuously. However, when he turned his gaze to Moxioki's face, he showed a very regretful expression, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, and his expression was full of blood and blood. The Complaint of Tears. Marshall Peak Chapter 2023. Chapter 2023 am exactly annoying. Why don't you make sense? This is what I saw first. Source Crystal paid it all. Why should I give it to you? Moxioki, I don't know what I'm holding on one hand. Don't be behind my own ass, with a full chest, and face a dozen great hands without fear. Girl, you can't say that. Since my young master is interested in this thing, I have to buy it. We will pay you double for how much source crystal you buy. We will also ask the girl take that thing out so as not to hurt your peace. Opposite, a man called Snort. While speaking, his strength was ups and downs, and his threatening tone was obvious. Do I care about your source crystal? Moxioki pursed his lips, turned his head and looked at the 1.5-old man beside him, and said, Tell me, am I going to take you first? I bought it. The old man is obviously the seller. With a frowning face, hearing this looked at Moxioki, and looked at the dozen or so imposing guys opposite. He forced a smile. Probably ... is it? What is probable? Moxioki stunned at him. Could it be that I didn't give you source crystal? I just had more. I gave you some source crystal and you still thank me. Old man, corner of mouth twitching, silent. The young man, who has been surrounded by many martial artists and stars in the center, suddenly gave a chuckle and looked at the old man and said, Old sir, how much does this girl pay you source crystal? The old man looked awkward, hesitates after a while and whispered, 8,000. 8,000, not too much. This gentleman pays 10,000, old sir. How about selling things to me? The young man looked at the old man with a smile. 10,000? The old man, hearing this, was overjoyed, repeatedly nodded and said, Okay, okay. After agreeing, he again looked like, could it be that? But things have been given, this girl bought it. What does it matter? The higher the price for the sale. The young man smiled heartily and looked at Moxioki. Girl, you should listen to clear. Yes, This gentleman of old sir bought it for 10,000 source crystal. Please take it out. The higher the price. Moxioki's angry in ya bit. No, when he finished speaking, he opened the mouth and said, "Okay, then I'll pay out 20,000 yuan." Hearing this, the old man was surprised and happy. One didn't expect own things can actually sell for such a high price. At the same time, I was a little bit annoyed that it could cause the two in front of me to rob so much. The thing was obviously a good thing. Unfortunately, the owner didn't recognize it, and sold it as an ordinary item. The young man is frowned, with a bit of cruel expression on his face. This gentleman is 30. More than source crystal? Are you better than me? 50,000. Moxioki threw a number lightly, and immediately dropped it like an invisible sledgehammer, smashing the opposite young man a bit short. Young Yazi wanted to split. Raw said, "Naughty little girl. Do you know that this gentleman is who? How dare you steal something from me? How do I know you are who?" Moxioki looked at him with disgust. "Besides, are you going to grab it from me? You are too unreasonable." "Well, you are naughty little girl. Really won't shed tears till you have seen your coffin. This gentleman will let you die to understand. I am the Flying Saint Palace Master Ning Yuanqing, and those who are acquainted will leave things behind." Then, hey, this gentleman tells you to leave me with people and things. Ning Yuanqing sneered, looking at Moxioki harboring malicious intentions. "Flying Saint Palace. This person is Ning Yuanqing? This girl is in big trouble." Ning Yuanqing's voice fell, and Moxioki hadn't reacted yet, but the martial artists who were onlookers showed slight changes in complexity. After all, Flying Saint Palace in the entire South Territory can't be considered the most first-class power, and heavenly martial holy land. Plain palace and Azure Sun Temple unable to compare, but it is somewhat famous. Far from those forces around Maplewood City can be compared. As the Flying Saint Palace Master, Ning Yuanqing's reputation is naturally not small, at least in South Territory. It is also a familiar existence. During this time, because of the emergence of Vermilion Bird Phoenix, many forces went to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation. Naturally, Flying Saint Palace was also unavoidable, and the leader who came here was surprisingly less Palace Master Ning Yuanqing. But after they went to Jade Clear Mountain to see it, they didn't get any results. On the way back, they stopped briefly in Maplewood City. Didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing in the black market. Ning Yuanqing has a proud expression on his face. He thought that after throwing out the name of On and the power behind it, the female on the opposite side who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would definitely apologize and even take the initiative. Sending a hug to ask On for forgiveness may also be possible. Well, although the small girl has a huge birthmark that affects the outlook, her figure is really expected, especially the double breasts. It is absolutely fun to play with. At night, I took off my clothes and turned off the lights, and it made no difference. Flying Saint Palace? What? I haven't heard of it. Moxioki's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her face blank. Ning Yuanqing's proud expression instantly stiffened on his face, and the faces of many martial artists of Flying Saint Palace also became gloomy. "Bold madman, dare to insult the Saint Palace? Take her down for me. This gentleman will let her know what Flying Saint Palace is." Ning Yuanqing gave orders with a fierce look. The dozen or so Void King stage martial artists did not hesitate. Maplewood City is a small town. Even the city master is just a martial artist of Principal Source 2 layer, and 2 Vice City Masters are also Principal Source 1 layer. There are only 3 Principal Source stages, so there is no being put in the eyes of Flying Saint Palace. These guys, let alone a place that doesn't care about the black market, they dare to do it even on the street. What about City Lord's mansion? Could it be that still against Flying Saint Palace? A dozen people rushed out at the same time. Among them, 3 of them moved the fastest, and they came to Moxioki in an instant. The 2 people were separated from each other, reaching out to Moxioki's fragrant shoulder, and slapped Moxioki with one palm. Moxioki's lower abdomen, in their respective palms, power surges. At any rate, They also know that the order issued by the owner young master is to take people, not to kill, so they have room for action. The onlookers exclaimed, and all of them looked unbearable. After all, a group of big lords come together to bully a little girl. Although the little girl also has the Void King 3-layer cultivation level, it can always arouse the sympathy of others. Yang Kai also looked away in the heart unbearably, and slurped a few times. His unbearable in the heart was not aimed at Moxioki, but the Flying Saint Palace martial artists who took the lead against her. The encounter on Jade Clear Mountain that day is still fresh in Yang Kai's memory. Even he practiced 5 elements indestructible sword and took the powerful flesh of countless chaotic essence pills. When he touched his body, Moxioki was pierced with blood. Not to mention these guys who were not understanding the complete truth. Even more how? Yang Kai just wanted to catch Moxioki and take her with him at the time, not at all to use his strength. But now these people are angry and take action. What are the consequences? Sure enough, the screams of screams went up and down, making the martial artists onlookers all startled. After seeing the changes in the field, their jaw quickly hit the ground. The 2 martial artists who held Moxioki's fragrant shoulder yelled and flew back when they touched her. The fresh blood on their palms was dripping with blood and blood. I don't know what caused it. The wounds are deeply visible, which is terrifying. The martial artist who slapped Moxioki's lower abdomen was the most miserable. After the hand image was hit, Moxioki received some shocks, but the man also screamed and fell back. Palms there was a fiery pain. Looking around, a face imprint appeared on the palm of Own for some reason. The facial features of the face were distorted, hiss cracked, and the sensational howling sound seemed to reach the depths of the consciousness sea. This martial artist was momentarily sluggish in place. In the consciousness sea, a huge grimace suddenly appeared, ferocious looking, with his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. Swallowing his divine consciousness power is like drinking a sweet spring, and there is an extremely happy expression on the face of the ghost. This person has no ability to resist, and the look within both eyes quickly fades. What? Ning Yuanqing saw this scene and immediately screamed. Everything in front of him is beyond his ability to understand. It is clear that the 3 martial artists under the owner are attacking Moxioki. The opponent also stood still, his eyes panicked, as if he didn't know how to fight back, but didn't want her to do it at all. The 3 martial artists of Own suffered heavy casualties, 2 injuries and 1 death, the result of this kind of blinded owner. What secret technique is this? This girl is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Isn't it the old hag that has lived for thousands of over 10,000 years and hides the cultivation level, right? Various thoughts surfaced in Ning Yuanqing's mind, and his back was instantly wet with sweat. Retreat. At this moment, the remaining martial artists rushed to Moxioki's side, but they quit with a shock. Everyone's reaction is wonderful quick. When the chance is not good, how can you dare to attack Moxioki at will? Frightened and retreated, a complexion walked out from behind Ning Yuanqing gloomily. This man appeared to be dressed as a middle-aged man. He had been standing silently behind Ning Yuanqing expression calm and composed. Until now, he slowly go out and stand in front of Ning Yuanqing. As the palace master of Flying Saint Palace, when you travel, you will naturally be surrounded by a 2 powerhouse. This person is the Flying Saint Palace expert responsible for protecting Ning Yuanqing and Liu Yi of Principal Source 2-layer cultivation level. As Principal Source 2-layer powerhouse, his eyesight is naturally extraordinary. It is obvious that Moxioki was born out of the ordinary. It was just now that he saw that the opportunity was bad and drank the hanger and disciple. He stood in front of Ning Yuanqing without a trace, and blocked all the angles that might be attacked. He looked at Moxioki solemnly, with a deep vision, as if he wanted to examine her from the inside out. What do you want to do? Moxioki didn't come back to his senses until now, tenderly shouted with a stern expression on his face. Don't come here, I'm exactly so messy, be careful. Be careful when I hit you. All the people around the audience couldn't help rolling the eyes. You are not annoying, isn't it obvious? Still need you to speak. Marshall Peak Chapter 2024. Chapter 2024 Pulling tiger skin to be a banner. Liu Yi's slightly frowned, although he instinctively feels that Moxioki's demeanor does not seem to be fake, nor does it seem to hide cultivation level playing the pig to eat the tiger's old hag, but still dare not take it lightly. After thinking about it, he solemnly asked, "Dare to ask the girl Go's name?" Moxioki gritted his teeth and stared at him without answering. Liu Yi's brows frowned more severely. The other party did not say a word, which really embarrassed him, so he could only ask again. "Then dare to ask the girl where she came from?" "I saw that the girl seemed to be kind. It is vaguely similar to someone I know, maybe. You and I may have some connections between the two factions. If this is the case, please let the girl tell you, lest you flood the Dragon King's temple and your family doesn't recognize the family." He obviously wanted to make major events smaller and smaller. After all, the weirdness of Moxioki makes Liu Yi hard to see. This kind of people should not be easily provoked, otherwise it is very likely to bring disaster to sect, especially the current Maplewood City. Dragons and snakes mingle, and great influences come in endlessly. Liu Yi thinks that Moxioki is very likely to be a discipline of a super big sect. As long as someone with a little experience, facing Liu Yi's rhetoric, I am afraid they will know how to continue. But where did Moxioki know this? He basically didn't expect that Liu Yi and Flying Saint Palace would be given a step down. Hearing this said, "Where is there any connection? You Flying Saint Palace? I haven't even heard of it. How could it have something to do with my spirit? We." Liu Yi's face suddenly became as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed Moxioki for being too ignorant and didn't know the other party. Is it true or false? However, the clues Moxioki had just revealed, but Liu Yi was secretly frightened. Moxioki just now clearly wanted to say what spirit is coming from, but in Star Boundary, there are many forces beginning with the word spirit, and Flying Saint Palace cannot afford to offend a few more. For a moment Liu Yi can't infer the true origin of the other party either. Just when he felt a little "if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off," a strange laugh suddenly came from the crowd. Liu Yi is now annoyed, hearing this naturally and unceremoniously looking towards the sound source. "I saw a person who was wrapped in a black robe walked out over there." Unable to see his face, but from the voice of this person, he should be a man with the power fluctuation of Void King 3-layer, and Moxioki looks almost the same. The black-robed man who came out is naturally Yankai. He can't stand it anymore. Others don't know how Moxioki's temperament is, but he is clear, knowing that if this time is not handled well, even if the Flying Saint Palace people have scruples, they must also have their face and sect reputation. Punch Moxioki to start. At that time, Moxioki didn't know whether she could resist it. Although she had a lot of magic in her body, but the other party had a principal source 2-layer martial artist, which was enough to inspire heaven, and with the power of earth rule, whether the secret treasure on her body can be effective or not is a question. Faced with Liu Yi's question, Yankai didn't mean to take care of it. Instead, he walked directly to Moxioki and said, "You are here, young lady, but let her, it's easy to find." Young lady? Moxioki instinctively burst into his heart, thinking that his whereabouts were revealed. His father sent someone to catch the owner, and subconsciously took out something from the space ring. Prepare to escape directly. But she soon felt wrong again. Because of that person's voice, she is familiar. At this moment, Yankai showed a little appearance. Moxioki watched the startled, beautiful eyes burst into surprise rays of light. "Ah, it's you, you didn't die." Yankai reappeared, go up, laughed and said, "Young lady, don't start so hard next time. Although your subordinates are resistant, they can't stop your law." After recuperating for many days, I finally recovered. While speaking, Yankai winked at Moxioki quietly, and fearing that the chick would have no eyesight, He quietly gave her spiritual mind sound transmission and told her not to speak. Moxioki turned his head into chicken pecking rice. The martial artist onlookers listened to a black line, and they all looked at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they were looking at a hard-working subordinate responsible for protecting the safety of the noble young lady, and not only had to work hard to act as a nanny. You have to beware of your own young lady's assassin. Young lady, what happened here? Yang Kai pretended to find something unusual, turning his head and looking around as he asked. He was furious and shouted, "Who dares to attack my young lady so boldly, so impatient to live?" He is a Void King 3-layer martial artist in front of a principal source on the face of the 2-layer powerhouse. The tiger skin is used as a banner. There is no fear and no mention, but a fierce expression on the face. Murderous intention is almost condensed, overflowing, and many people are complexion. Well, there is such a bold person in this world. Hey. I am afraid that Master Star Envoy will come, and you will not be able to save your life. Yang Kai grinned and looked fiercely. Looking around, the scarlet eyes hidden under the black robe are like a wild beast. This fierce appearance alone is that's all. But the information revealed in his words caused Liu Yi's face to collapse suddenly. Even Master Star Envoy can't do anything here. What is the origin of these two people? Could it be that the heir of a senior officer from the South Territory Overlord Star Soul Palace? Liu Yi is so scared, not to mention Ning Yuanxing. He thought that in this Maplewood City, own, as the Flying Saint Palace Master, was not walk unhindered. Simply is no one dares provoke. I don't know how to provoke a noble existence that even Master Star Envoy doesn't look at. In an instant, Ning Yuanxing's face turned pale, her legs trembled, and she looked at Liu Yi imploringly. Although the latter has the powerful cultivation level of Principal Source 2-layer, what does this cultivation level count in the face of those peak forces? Anyone who comes out of the Star Soul Palace can crush Flying Saint Palace into ashes. He secretly swallowed his saliva, and brace oneself holds the fist saying, "This friend, let me calm down. It's the girl who has some misunderstandings with my young master." A few lesser disciplines have offended this girls, but they have already been punished, and they invite this friend Hei Hun for impropriety. Is that so? Yang Kai squinted at Liu Yi. Exactly. My friend, this girl is actually unharmed. HMPH, if young lady is injured, you think you can still stand here and follow I speak? Yang Kai sneered. Liu Yi's heart was secretly angry. After all, there is a huge gap between him and Yang Kai cultivation level. There has never been a Void King stage who dared to speak such a booming shamelessly to the owner, but did not dare to show it. Because the other party has a long history, there must be more than one Void King 3-layer protecting the girl. Maybe there is a more powerful expert secretly. When the man covered in black robe was talking to owner, he made a few unfathomable mystery gestures in a certain direction with one hand, apparently informing his companions some information. Discovering this, Liu Yi gradually seeped cold sweat on his forehead, because under his spiritual mind's perception, he could not perceive the existence of any powerhouse here. There is only one possibility in this situation: the powerhouse hidden in the dark is stronger than the own. Dare to ask this friend ... Where does it come from? Although Liu Yi was frightened by Yang Kai, he was always a little unwilling. After pondering for a moment, he still cautiously tried Yang Kai's origin. HMPH. Yang Kai ejected a note from his nostrils, looked at them up and down, and asked, "You are from Flying Saint Palace?" Yes. Liu Yi nodded. I don't know what Yang Kai asked this for. Want to know where we are from? Yes, come here and I will tell you. But at a price. Yang Kai smiled slightly, and then whispered, "Within 3 days, Flying Saint Palace from South Territory is removed. But I don't know if you can afford it." Liu Yi's body was shocked, and his face suddenly paled. "Do you still want to know?" Yang Kai scorned him. "It's this Liu who made a mistake, my friend, don't blame it." Liu Yi was completely bluffed. How dare I ask one more word? A group of clowns, a frog in well, This king is too lazy to follow you. Lower oneself to somebody's level. Seeing that young lady is unscathed, I will bypass you this time. If there is another. Yang Kai looked angry, squinted at Liu Yizi, and said every word. You understand. Liu Yizi is soaked in sweat, so he is not worried about anything at this moment. Sect and his own face quickly holds the fist, saying, many thanks to this friend. While speaking, he quickly pulled in place, as if the 3 souls had gone to the 2 souls. Ning Yuanqing, with a low voice, shouted, go. The remaining Flying Saint Palace disciples didn't dare to stay, and quickly picked up the corpses on the ground and followed Liu Yi's escape. Young lady, let's go, too. Until this moment, Yang Kai sighed in relief and hurriedly shouted at Moxioki. At this moment, this little girl is staring at Yang Kai with blinding eyes, with an expression of admiration. In those 2 eyes, almost all stars are twinkling. Let's go. Seeing her look like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but urge in a low voice. Liu Yi is a principal source 2-layer after all. Owner's bluffing may be able to fool him for a while, but not for the whole life. In case he wants to understand something, come to own to verify. That's it. Being so impudent in front of a principal source 2-layer powerhouse, how can the owner have any good fruits? AI, don't go. What about the 50,000 source crystal? The previous sellers were quite wanting money, and hearing this quickly shouted, you are ashamed to say 50,000 source crystal? I want your life, you believing or not? Yang Kai stared. The old man suddenly smiled, and went to retreat, keeping with Yang Kai safe distance. Go. Yang Kai grabbed Moxioki's hand wrist and prepared to take her away from here. At the next moment, he released Moxioki like an electric shock, a fresh blood dripping in his palm. Ah, sorry, big brother Yang. Moxioki finally recovered and began to apologize in a hurry. Marshall Peak Chapter 2025. Chapter 2025. The Hateful Liar. Maplewood City, Yang Kai's cave mansion. Yang Kai and Moxioki sat at the table. After leaving the black market, Yang Kai took Moxioki and fled back here in a hurry. He also deliberately checked whether anyone was following the owner along the way, and at the same time made a detour. After confirming the safety, I returned to cave mansion. Big brother Yang, you are so amazing. Kaya. Moxioki held his cheeks in both hands, with an expression of idiot, looking at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, without the worship and admiration of stingy owner. It means, in just a few words, those nasty guys were scared away. How did you do it? Yang Kai he give a dry smile. When someone asks the owner like this, Yang Kai will definitely think that the other party is burying Tai, but this is from Moxioki, which is a real praise. They own too much thought. Yang Kai casually said, today's matter is indeed the people of Flying Saint Palace who think too much. And it is also the result of the current situation in Maplewood City. If it weren't for the Maplewood City dragons and snakes mingled today, whether Yang Kai's rhetoric would be useful or not would be really different. But now in Maplewood City, there are a lot of people from great influence. Although Flying Saint Palace is good, it is not cream of the crop. Liu Yi's as it should be by rights will be scrupulous. Don't mention this, but Xioki, why are you here? Yang Kai changed the subject. I've always been here. Moxioki looked at Yang Kai with an unfathomable mystery. I don't know why, he asked. By the way, the cave mansion I rented is away from Big Brother Yang. It's very close here, not far away, but why haven't I seen you before? I haven't lived here before, and I didn't return until today. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask, Xioki, how did you escape from Jade Clear Mountain last time? Yang Kai looked suspiciously at Moxioki. After all, when he came out of Mysterious Boundary Bead, he also searched for Moxioki. There was no clue at all. He thought that Moxioki must be dead, and there was no burning slag left. But I don't want to see each other again in this Maplewood City today. That day. I used this thing to escape. As Moxioki said, he took out something from his space ring and placed it in front of Yang Kai. This is. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at the table, an animal skin exuding strange energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations are very familiar to Yang Kai. It is the fluctuation of space force. And the animal skin only has 2 palm sizes. The animal skin above depicts many complicated mysterious lines and runes, forming a magical pattern. Yang Kai reached out and touched, perceiving it carefully. For a while, he was shocked. This thing has the effect of space transfer. Moxioki, hearing this, smiled hee and looked at Yang Kai and said, "Big brother Yang actually practiced Space Force, and even this can be sensed." "Do you know I practiced Space Force?" Yang Kai looked at her astonished. "Yes, when you started with people in Jade Clear Mountain. Didn't you use Space Force?" "I found out at that time, because when you use power, the feeling is the same as Uncle Lee. It's a bit similar when you do it." "Uncle Lee?" "It's Lee Wu-I uncle. He also practiced Space Force. Very difficult to deal with. This thing is he made it and let me save my life." Moxioki didn't mean to be wary of Yang Kai, and I don't know if it is easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter one's character, or because Yang Kai has never treated her unfavorable thoughts. While speaking, she explained, "Uncle Lee said that this thing can open a void tunnel at a critical moment, so it is the most suitable way to escape. I originally had 2 of them. Last time I was in Jade, I used one of Clear Mountain, and now only this one is left." Moxioki, while speaking, showing reluctance, "Can you open the void tunnel directly with the formation carried by a piece of animal skin?" Yang Kai was on the spot. Although his research and accomplishments in Space Force are also extremely out of the ordinary, but with his current ability, he is absolutely unable to produce this thing. He can only rely on his Space Force to perform instantaneous mobile, but also vulnerable to interference. Once the surrounding heaven and earth energy is unstable, his teleportation will not be able to exert much effect. This is related to his strength, his accomplishments in Space Force, and the Heaven and Earth Law of Star Boundary. The Heaven and Earth Law of Star Boundary is countless times stronger than the star territory of the hometown, so Yang Kai's teleport has been greatly suppressed in Star Boundary. And that Lee Wu-I was able to make this kind of treasure of the animal skin in front of him. Obviously, it is difficult for Yang Kai to shoot a horse in terms of Space Force's attainments. "Big brother Yang, I'm sorry." Moxioki suddenly apologized with a look of guilt. "Why do you suddenly say this?" Yang Kai raises the head and looked at her. "The last time I was in danger, I originally wanted to take you with me. But the attack from Vermilion Bird Phoenix came too fast, and I could only. Later I wanted to go. I'll look for you inside, but I didn't get into it. I thought you must be dead." Hearing this, Yang Kai laughed. On this point, he and Moxioki have the same idea, thinking that the other party must have been killed under the black flames of the world. But they don't want each to have a means of escape. "Then Big Brother Yang, how did you escape?" Moxioki asked. "I am proficient in Space Force." Yang Kai said, "Nonsense." "Oh, yes. Uncle Lee said that people who are proficient in Space Force have first-class escapability." Moxioki suddenly realized. Seeing her convincing look, Yang Kai felt unfathomable mystery with one layer guilt. Next, the 2 people chatted casually again. Stand up. However, under Yang Kai deliberately or unconsciously, he also found out the cultivation level of Lee Wu-I, who was indeed an Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. He didn't explore Moxioki's background. Sometimes, the less he knows, the better he is. The origin of Moxioki is obviously out of the ordinary, and Yang Kai knows it well. "Big brother Yang, if you are fine, follow me to find the treasure. Right?" Moxioki suddenly proposed with interest. "Treasure?" "Yes." Moxioki was nodded repeatedly, and while talking, he took out a piece of hide paper from Space Ring. "I bought it today, a picture of hidden treasury. The person told me that it was a treasure left by the Heavens Devourer, Great Emperor. Maybe there is a Heavens Devourer battle law inside this stuff. Why are you so familiar?" Yang Kai looked suspicious, picked up the animal skin paper and observed it carefully. The next moment, a black line on his face. "How many of these things did Source Crystal buy?" Yang Kai raises the head and looks at Moxioki. 7,000. Moxioki triumphed. "Not expensive, right? If you can find the Heavens Devourer battle lore, then it will be developed. Fucking dog profiteer. Yang Kai couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Big brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Yang Kai gave a light cough, thought it over, and said carefully, opened the mouth and said, Xioki, go out on the outside. Will of the people is vicious, not everyone is as meek and kind as you. You have to keep an eye on everything. I know, Aunt Feng used to tell me that. In Star Boundary, there are so many intrigues, so people can't believe it. I know this too. Hey ... this hidden treasury picture is fake. Yang Kai sighed softly, and had to clarify what she said, hoping that this small girl owns the understanding. It is a bit too difficult for her. Why? That person solemnly vowed that there is definitely a treasure of Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor. Is that one of the top 10 Emperor senior long ago? Moxioki looked at it with an incredible expression. Yang Kai said absent-minded, could it be that Great Emperor also lie? I don't know if the Great Emperor lied, but the person selling this thing must lie to you. It's Moxioki startled, after thinking about it carefully. It took a while to vaguely understand, tenderly shouted, damn liar, dare to fool me, I'll go find him. Forget it, that person must be already not in. There is a huge crowd, where are you looking for? Yang Kai hurriedly stopped. Moxioki suddenly pursed his mouth, stomping his feet while waving his small fist and said, I'm so angry. Don't let me see him again, or he has to look good. After putting out two ruthless words, her mood seemed to be much calmer. After thinking about it, she took out 7 or 8 hidden treasury pictures from own space ring, opened the mouth and said, then Big Brother Yang, looking at these things, are they real or fake? Yang Kai fixed his eyes and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What about this? Moxioki took out another thing. It was a black and useless stone that can only be used to watch the night sky. Hee hee. Yang Kai forced a smile. What about this peerless cultivation technique? Moxioki threw something out again. Yang Kai swept his eyes, and his body was shocked. What a peerless cultivation technique. The pages of the book are yellowed. It looks like it is in the beginning, and the flamboyant on the page is written in 4 big characters, peerless cultivation technique, as if for fear of others not knowing that this is a peerless cultivation technique. But how innocent is a person to be fooled into buying so many useless things after visiting the black market? If people in the world are like Moxioki, wouldn't those swindlers have made a fortune long ago? Yang Kai's silence made Moxioki extremely frustrated. He buried his head on his chest, and the whole person seemed to be shrouded in the invisible shadow of one layer. Looking at her look as if she had been hit hard, Yang Kai sighed slightly, just trying to comfort her, let her eat a bite and grow her wisdom. And when her eyes are raised, Moxioki but suddenly raised the head, laughed, and said, this thing is definitely not fake anymore. While speaking, she cautiously took out a piece of oval, showing a pale blue stone, and placed it on the table. On seeing her confident appearance, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, letting out spiritual mind to perceive the past, only to find that the thing has no spiritual energy fluctuations. It looks like a real stone. But the weird thing is that this thing looks like a stone, but there is an inexplicable force on the surface that prevents the invasion of the own spiritual mind. What is this? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Moxioki mysterious smiled. Beast Eggs. Marshall Peak Chapter 2026. Chapter 2026 Chicken Ribs. This is a beast egg. Yang Kai stunned extremely. How do you know this is a beast egg? I just know it. Moxioki shook his head and replied with a smug look. Anyway, this thing can't be wrong, but I don't know which kind of monster beast's egg it is, but I can feel that it should be very difficult to deal with. Do you have secret technique to perceive? Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. That's right. This is what I was vying with a flying Saint Palace guy just now. Maybe he can see that this thing is out of the ordinary. Since you are sure that it is a beast egg, then carefully collect it. Yang Kai doesn't know much about this aspect, but since Moxioki can sense it with the secret technique, he can't be wrong. This is probably the only thing she gained from visiting the black market. By the way, Xioki, Do you know anything about Heaven's Devourer battle lore? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. Heaven's Devourer battle lore ... That's the cultivation technique of Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor. Of course I know it. Moxioki nodded. Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor also relied on this supreme art method. Step by step, he set foot on the peak realm and became the top Emperor Senior. In his era, Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor was extremely powerful. Even among the top 10 Emperor Seniors, it could rank in the top 3. Oh, that Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor is now. Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor has already fallen. Moxioki slightly smiled. World rumors. Heaven's Devourer battle law is incompatible with heaven and earth. Great in the end, Emperor practice was rejected by heaven and earth law, so he escaped become devil and died. But I know. At this point, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "This is fake. What is the real truth?" Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor was jointly besieged, and the falls are in the star fragments sea. When Moxioki said this, the expression suddenly became unprecedented. The solemnity. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and said in a condensed voice, Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor's strength ranks in the top 3 among the top 10 Emperor Senior. Those who dare to busy him. SHHH. Moxioki raised his index finger to his mouth and motioned, "This is a big secret." I also heard only a few words when Uncle Li and Aunt Feng were chatting. "Big brother Yang, don't you talk about it everywhere, otherwise it is very likely that it will lead to a killing disaster." In the world, there are definitely not many people who know this secret. I naturally understand this, but ... they exist. Why to besiege Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor? I will not clear this. Moxioki shook the head. With Moxioki's character, if she really knew and so on, she would never hide it. Since she said not clear, she really didn't know. Yang Kai didn't do much about it. Ask. It's just that Yang Kai instinctively felt that the reason why Heaven's Devourer Great Emperor was under siege might have something to do with the set of Heaven's Devourer battle lore. It looks like it's time to study the Heaven's Devourer battle lore. Even though Yang Kai knows that Wu Menshun teaches own Heaven's Devourer battle lore harboring malicious intentions, it is after all the cultivation technique mastered by the top 10 Emperor Seniors. It would be a shame to leave it alone like this. The two people chatted for a while before Moxioki left. Before leaving, Moxioki gave Yang Kai a sound bead and told Yang Kai that if he wanted to find her, he only had to pour spiritual mind into the sound bead. Yang Kai naturally nodded to agree, although Moxioki is too simple. But after all, the background is quite extraordinary, another treasure, and in some aspects of insight and experience, none can compare. Maybe there will be a day when you can use to the opponent of the opponent's strength. Yang Kai will naturally not refuse her kindness. Even more how? Everyone now settles in Maplewood City to deepen contact with each other, and it is convenient to take care of any accidents. The function of sound bead. This thing is similar to communication compass, but Moxioki's sound bead is specially created, which is better than communication compass. From the perspective of energy fluctuations, it is still a thing. Void King grade high rank secret treasure. After sending away Moxioki, Yang Kai arranged a large number of source crystals in Cave Mansion and turned on all prohibited formation regardless of the cost. Now he has a lot of source crystal in his hands, so naturally he won't be stingy in this regard. After ensuring safety and privacy, he took out Mysterious Boundary bead and entered it alone. In Mysterious Small Boundary, there is still tranquility. Yang Kai spiritual mind is released, and the situation of the entire Mysterious Small Boundary is obvious at a glance. At the Medicine Garden, the medical herbs previously obtained from Lost Earth are thriving and growing. These medical herbs are all materials of Void King grade. If they are refined into Spirit Pill, it will help the growth of the Void King stage martial artist. Greatly helpful. Before, Yang Kai was reluctant to use it because in his hometown Star Territory, these medicinal herbs are extremely rare, but now they come to Star Boundary, where the products are more abundant. These medicinal herbs can't be considered what? So he decided to refine these medicinal herbs into Spirit Pill. which is convenient for his own practice. It just so happens that he can also use these medicinal herbs to refine the spirit pill, Lee known pill refining technique, and see if it can impact the bottleneck of principal source grade. If he succeeds, he can be promoted to alchemy expert of principal source grade. In Star Boundary, Void King grade alchemy expert is not a big deal, but principal source grade alchemy expert is definitely number one. Yankai is not very strong now. If there is a principal source grade alchemy expert as a barrier, it may be able to save his own life in a crisis. While busy, Yankai collected all the Void King grade medicinal herbs, organized them into categories, and prepared pill success after going out. In Mysterious Small Boundary, in addition to the medical herbs in the medicine garden, there are also the monster insect queen that was collected earlier and the ice flower exotic fruit from the bottom of Ice Cliff. In the area where the ice flower exotic fruit is located, the ice is unstoppable, but monster insect queen sleeps there willingly, seeming to be absorbing the strange cold power emitted by the ice flower exotic fruit. Strengthen yourself. After this period of recuperation and fusion, Monster Insect Queen, which has turned into Blood Beast, has improved a lot, and the wounds of every big and small that existed on the body also showed signs of healing. After all, the flesh body of Monster Insect Queen is dead, but Yankai's pure golden blood has a strong recovery ability. And what surprised Yankai the most was that the purple and green double swords that Moxioki gave to Ona at this moment actually began to merge with the flesh body of Monster Insect Queen. The purple and green double swords are Void King grade high rank secret treasure. The double swords are in one, comparable to the general principal source grade secret treasure, and it is ice attribute, which is most suitable for Monster Insect Queen. When he got the purple and blue swords in Jade Clear Mountain that day, Yankai threw them into the Mysterious Small Boundary without the slightest hesitation. Looking at it now, the two long swords actually merged with the two previously broken pliers of Monster Insect Queen, showing signs of becoming one. This is a very strange thing. Yankai only wanted to find a suitable weapon for Monster Insect Queen, so he threw the purple and blue swords in. Think about it carefully. Although Monster Insect Queen is now the own blood beast, its ignorant spiritual wisdom within the body is transformed into a sword intent and has a natural influence on the sword-shaped secret treasure. Affinity. Blood beast, the psychic sword intent, is the body of a monster insect. When these kinds of things are completely needed together, Yankai does not know how to describe a monster like Monster Insect Queen. Unfortunately, it has no real mind, and it is not a living creature. Otherwise, Yankai would look forward to how much it can grow. After observing Monster Insect Queen for a while, and after confirming that everything was in order, Yankai found a place on his own, sat cross-legged, took the source congealing pill, and transformed his source strength. While thinking about it in his mind, he wants to comprehend the Heavens Devourer battle lore taught to Ona by Wu Menxuan at the time in Bone Prison. Although he also slightly reviewed this set of cultivation technique, he also felt the power and unimaginable of this set of cultivation technique, but he didn't have much time to study carefully. Furthermore, after Yankai learned of the origin of this cultivation technique, he also felt Wu Menxuan's harboring malicious intentions, and he was not willing to practice this kind of cultivation technique. But it doesn't mean it's useless if you don't practice it. The mountain stone can be used for jade. Maybe you can see the first line mystery from this set of cultivation technique. Yankai quickly entered a state of selflessness. Practice up to now, he has come into contact with many cultivation techniques and secret techniques, and he has some insight and vision. You can comprehend it, and he found that this Heavens Devourer battle lore is mysteriously stronger than any cultivation technique's secret technique that Ona has come into contact with. Devouring heaven and earth, everything that has spiritual energy, is turned into one's own use. When it reaches its peak, it will become the emperor, and even the sun, moon and stars on that day can be swallowed. Yang Kai was shocked. Heaven's devourer, great emperor who created this cultivation technique, is definitely a lunatic. He even wanted to devour the refining of the stars and the world. But after another thought, Yang Kai admires Heaven's devourer, great emperor again. And no matter whether he is crazy or not, this person is definitely a talented person, otherwise he will not be able to create this kind of anyway. Here comes cultivation technique. World rumors. Heaven's devourer battle law is incompatible with heaven and earth, but it is not increasingly distort the truth. This kind of cultivation technique really cannot be accommodated by heaven and earth, and cannot be accommodated by other emperor seniors. Heaven's devourer, great emperor, is finally besieged by other emperor seniors. The ending of False Star Fragments C can also be regarded as having only oneself to blame. But Yang Kai is keenly aware of the improprieties of this set of cultivation technique, swallowing the refining world, everything that has spiritual energy, for your own use. It sounds tempting, and it can also make people grow quickly in a very short time, but this kind of unrestrained devouring refining is bound to be accompanied by great hidden dangers. All things have different energies, and they are swallowed into the same body. If there is no strong endurance and transformation ability, it will only cause conflicts of different energies. It is inevitable to become a devil. The most obvious example is Wu Menxuan. Old guy temperament is perverse, cruel and violent. Even the loyal followers of owner say kill or kill without blinking. Obviously it has something to do with the practice of this cultivation technique. Moreover, if this set of cultivation technique is really so magical, then Wu Menxuan will not be the principal source 3 layer until now. I'm afraid he has already practiced to the Emperor Senior stage. Chicken ribs. Yang Kai sighed. Such a top-notch cultivation technique fell into the hands of the owner, but it became useless and a pity for abandonment, which made him feel sorry. Anyway, he will never make fun of his own future. Practice the Heaven's Devourer battle law. There is not only one road to Emperor Senior. Marshall Peak Chapter 2027. Chapter 2027 tailored. Just as Yang Kai felt sorry for the Heaven's Devourer battle law, he suddenly divine light flashed in his mind, and a thought that inspired him came out. Heaven's Devourer battle law can be used for devouring heaven and earth. Stone Puppet Clan's natural talent divine ability is to swallow and refine various minerals, to get rid of the weeds and keep the flowers, to strengthen itself. The two have amazing similarities in some aspects. Furthermore, Stone Puppet is not of flesh and blood. In terms of adaptability and endurance, what else is there in the world? Can creatures be stronger than them? Just say Xiao Xiao. Even sun's true essence can swallow smelting, let alone other things. What would happen if Stone Puppet Clan was allowed to practice Heaven's Devourer battle law? Generally speaking, Stone Puppet Clan is impossible to practice any cultivation technique, because although they have extraordinary natural talents and extremely powerful, but their mentality is too low. They are basically impossible to understand the mysterious place of any cultivation technique. More arrogantly to practice, the creator is extremely fair. He bestows Stone Puppet Clan with a strong physique and huge destructive power, and even a very high length, but it obliterates most of their spiritual wisdom. If Stone Puppet Clan also has high spiritual wisdom, they will surely become a race comparable to the Antiquity Holy Spirit. And they are like this for all members. This is a terrifying thing. But Yang Kai has embodiment. Embodiment was originally transformed from the golden stone puppet and integrated the entire hanging mainland. It is the depository of a spirit clone in Yang Kai. Embodiment is equivalent to Yang Kai's second body. Stone Puppet Clan cannot practice cultivation technique, which does not mean embodiment cannot. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's blood began to boil. He suddenly discovered that embodiment has such a blessed by heaven practice advantage against the Heaven's Devourer battle law. He hurriedly moved spiritual mind to take back a spirit clone stored in embodiment, and then poured many insights from Heaven's Devourer battle law and own into wisp of spirit. This is the figure in a flash, came to the place where embodiment is. Wisp of spirit flew out again, pouring into the huge mountain like embodiment. Followingly, embodiment assumed a very weird posture, solemn appearance, and practice started Heaven's Devourer battle law. In the beginning, there was no change. But with the passage of time, there was a crack in the huge embodiment. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He thought it was a setback of practice, but he felt it carefully. Looking at the situation on the Wisp of Spirit side, it turns out that this is not the case. The cracking sound continued continuously, and then, there was a noticeable movement. Large swaths of rock-like objects fell from embodiment, and when they hit the ground, they turned into dust. Flying around. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and couldn't help grinning. Heaven's Devourer battle law is really extraordinary. It is simply a super cultivation technique tailored for Stone Puppet Clan. Because the things that fall from embodiment are all impurities and useless things that have been swallowed up by energy. At the beginning, embodiment integrated the entire Hanging Mainland. In the past few years, it has been using Stone Puppet Clan's natural talent divine ability refining. Unfortunately, the progress is very slow, so the body shape has always been huge and it is inconvenient to move. Yang Kai has fought many times and never thought of using embodiment for this reason. Its body is too huge, and trying to get it out of mysterious boundary bead requires a lot of divine consciousness. How can Yang Kai use it when it's not as a last resort? According to the previous progress, Yang Kai estimates that at least a dozen or 20 years of time will be needed before the embodiment will gradually shrink to a dozen Shanghai, and only then can embodiment be used at will. But at that time, Yang Kai's is definitely more powerful than the current one. How much help can an embodiment comparable to the Void King 3-layer realm be? In fact, Yang Kai has been suffering from embodiment, but he has no good solutions and can only ignore it. Now, a set of Heaven's Devourer battle law seems to be able to solve this problem. Heaven's Devourer battle law, combined with Stone Puppet Clan's natural talent divine ability, makes the speed of embodiment refining impurities suddenly increase. Countless discarded impurities fell from the embodiment, the essence remained, and the shell of the embodiment body seemed to be stripped off. Maybe it won't be long before embodiment can become another big help for Yang Kai. This is not over yet. The most exciting thing for Yang Kai is that embodiment also has a set of cultivation techniques that can be strengthened by practice. Stone Puppet Clan could not be practiced. It can only devour minerals and strengthen itself through natural talent divine ability. Xiao Xiao has grown up all the way. And now, embodiment not only has the natural talent divine ability of Stone Puppet Clan, but also has the assistance of Heaven's Devourer battle law. Under the top-pronged approach, as long as the material is supplied, its strength can be in a very short time, has been greatly improved within Patters. In the place where embodiment is, a meteorite rain fell, and countless impurities peeled off from it, and quickly piled up on the ground. Thick one layer. With the practice of Wisp of Spirit hosting embodiment, Yang Kai does not need to bother to pay attention to it. So Yang Kai soon began to practice in the vicinity with ease, transforming the source strength within the body with heart. He has now used up the starlight within the body. If he wants to promote the speed of source strength conversion, he can only use source congealing pill. Although the effect is a bit slower than starlight, the source congealing pill refined by Yang Kai is of good quality, so it is not bad. Moreover, he does not know why he consumes source. The speed of congealing pill is much faster than the average Void King stage. For a general Void King 3-layer martial artist, taking a source congealing pill is enough to support the practice for about 3 days, which means that within these 3 days, the medicine efficacy of source congealing pill will always be effective. Yang Kai ran out in 1 day. He thought about it, but he could only think of the Star Master. The Star Master body, perhaps in terms of the conversion speed of source strength, is faster than the average Void King stage. So source congealing pill is also expensive. But this is a happy event for him. Now he doesn't need to worry about source congealing pill. He needs to refine it when he runs out. The most urgent thing for him now is to fully transform source strength as soon as possible and improve his own battle strength, reaching the criteria for promotion to principal source stage. Time flickered, and 7 days passed. Yang Kai walked out of mysterious boundary bead. When he scanned the spiritual mind, he immediately noticed that someone had touched the own cave mansion restriction, and then went outside to investigate. Yang Kai couldn't help being frowned, took out the owner's identity plate, and closed all the restrictions. Besides cave mansion, a man dressed as a shopkeeper waited anxiously, holding a communication compass in his hand. It seemed that he was communicating with someone continuously, and when he was agitated, suddenly he heard something in his ear. "Come to Yang Kai's voice, coming." The second person in the shop was shocked, and immediately overjoyed. He quickly pushed in. "I have seen Pill Master Yang." The shopkeeper hurriedly saluted. "You are welcome. Storekeeper Kang asked you to come to me." "Anything?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. "The second person in this shop is a fellow of Spirit Pill Workshop. Yang Kai has seen it several times, so I recognize it." The storekeeper said, "You can go to Danfang after you leave the customs, he has something to discuss." Storekeeper Kang is back. Kang Saran was invited by City Lord's mansion to accompany him to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation where Vermilion Bird Phoenix appeared. Yang Kai knows this, but it is now black and it is destined to be impossible to find. Counting time, it's almost time to come back. The storekeeper has returned the day before. "Pill Master Yang, if you are fine, it is better to go to Danfang to have an interview with the storekeeper with the younger one." The storekeeper has been urging it many times. The shopkeeper accompanied him. A smiling face. "Okay, it'll be over." Yang Kai nodded. Although he doesn't know why Kang Saran is so eager to find the owner, he also knows that something must have happened. Otherwise, it is impossible to keep the guy at the door of the cave mansion of the owner. No need to pack anything. Yang Kai immediately left Cave Mansion and rushed to the Spirit Pill Workshop with Xiao. Not much time. After entering Danfang, Kang Saran immediately pulled Yang Kai into a secret room. Seeing his mysterious and secretive look, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering, what is storekeeper Kang doing? Kang Saran laughed, opened the mouth and said, "Pill Master Yang, there is a good thing." "What good thing?" "Master Star Envoy wants to give us a chance." "Isn't it a good thing?" What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. What Kang Saran said was so unclear, it was difficult for him to understand. "This kind of thing is this kind of." Kang Saran opened the mouth and said while pouring a cup of tea for Yang Kai, "In 3 days, Master Star Envoy will open the 5 Colors Treasure Tower in Maplewood City!" 5 Colors Treasure Tower? Yang Kai was even more at a loss. What is that? Kang Saran suddenly opened his mouth wide, and it seemed quite surprised that Yang Kai actually even connected. "I've never heard of 5 Colors Treasure Tower, but when I think about Yang Kai's previous irresistible and inexperienced deeds," he quickly relieved. It's Kang who is confused and didn't say clear to Pill Master Yang. "Pill Master Yang, don't blame it." Yang Kai's expression was inconsistent, knowing that Kang Saran was saving face for the owner, and did not say anything, and looked at him seriously. 5 Colors Treasure Tower is an Emperor treasure. Emperor treasure? Yang Kai frowned. Yes, and in the Emperor treasure, it is also a very advanced existence. Kang Saran slightly smiled, seems very satisfied with Yang Kai's expression. But 5 Colors Treasure Tower is a very special Emperor treasure. It is not at all attack, and it has no defensive capability. It can't attack, it can't defend, then what can it do? Used for practice. Although Yang Kai is ignorant of star boundary and inexperienced, but some common sense is still known. The function of secret treasure is nothing more than attack defense. Since it is neither, it can only be used for practice. Almost. Kang Saran he said with a smile. 5 Colors Treasure Tower, which is used for experience, and the martial artist of Star Soul Palace has always been qualified to enter it. Listen to storekeeper Kang's meaning. Inside the 5 Colors Treasure Tower, could it be that become one world? Yang Kai immediately thought of this probability. Kang Saran astonished looking at Yang Kai, with a look of admiration. Pill Master Yang is really keen and quick in thinking. It's not bad. The inside of the 5 Colors Treasure Tower is indeed become one world, and it is extremely mysterious. Of the world. Marshall Peak Chapter 2028. Chapter 2028. 5 Colors Treasure Tower. After listening to Kang Saran's explanation, Yang Kai figured out what happened. 5 Colors Treasure Tower is the supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace, and it is also famous among Star Boundary. This is not only because it is an Emperor treasure, but also because it is extremely special. The Become One world inside 5 Colors Treasure Tower is similar to Mysterious Boundary Bead, but it is more complete than the Mysterious Boundary Bead in Yang Kai's hands. It is rumored that 5 Colors Treasure Tower was born in the hands of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the master of Star Soul Palace, but before Bright Moon Great Emperor became famous, 5 Colors Treasure Tower already had the prototype of own. It was only later acquired by Bright Moon Great Emperor and refined and improved to form the final form. The space inside the pagoda is said to be a piece of ancient battlefield, which contains a lot of ancient treasures and spirit grass wonderful medicine. The terrain in battlefield is quirky and changeable. It has been stored inside the Star Soul Palace, which is Star Soul Palace Disciples is a favorite and easiest place to go to for experience. The discipline of Star Soul Palace, as long as they meet certain requirements, they can go to the 5 Colors Treasure Tower to experience. Improve my own cultivation level there, improve my own fighting skills, and feel the heavenly law martial Tao, the mysterious of domain law. Although 5 Colors Treasure Tower has existed for countless years, and after so many years, there are countless martial artists who have entered into it to experience and find their own opportunities, but the internal treasure has never been increased. There is no other reason. Entering it is not without risk. Many people fall in the disciplines of Star Soul Palace. The space ring carried by those martial artists naturally becomes the 5 Colors Treasure Tower. The remnants inside are the targets for the next batch of martial artists who enter it. And the entire 5 Colors Treasure Tower is divided into 5 layers. The first 2 layers can be experienced by the Void King stage martial artist, and the third 4 layers can be used by Principal Source stage martial artist. As for the highest 5 layer, allows the Emperor Senior stage martial artist to experience and follow the road. In the pagoda, there are not only the hidden ancient secret treasure and the spirit grass wonderful medicine that has been grown for countless years. The martial artists are most fascinated by the occasional short-lived world law power and star source, because there is a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In ancient era, countless great expert warriors fought in it, breaking the world, shattering the stars, and breaking the laws. So inside the pagoda, the broken law power, there are also many incomplete star sources. Neither of these are complete, but there are a lot of mysterious and magic bred in them. If they are understood by the martial artist, it will have a huge effect on any martial artist. Martial artist practice. After the Void King stage is the Principal Source stage. It is necessary to start the comprehend law. But the Principal Source stage martial artist can only simply apply the rules, really turn the rules for their own use. Speak Fasui, that is the mystery that the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse can touch. Among Star Boundary, countless Void King stage martial artists within the body source strength have completely transformed, but they still cannot promote to the Principal Source stage. The biggest shackle is the inability to perceive heaven and earth law. It is for this reason that martial artists who are Star Masters will be welcomed in Star Boundary. For example, Yang Kai has already experienced Gloom Star's heaven and earth law as early as the Void Return stage. Although it is only a cultivation star law, it cannot be compared with the grand law mention of the entire world on equal terms. Yang Kai can also be considered as initial understanding. When he is promoted to Principal Source stage in the future, he will not have too much bottleneck. Even promotion to Emperor Senior stage has the advantage of being blessed by heaven. However, this kind of welcome is not only from the appreciation and expectation of Powerhouse, but also envy and plunder. The work of Yin Leshing of Underworld Sect is the best portrayal. So Yang Kai will not reveal the secrets of his own Star Master. Speaking of which, Pill Master Yang should understand the opening of 5 Colors Treasure Tower. How good is it for me? Kang Saran asked with a beaming face. Understood. If it is really this kind of, then Five Colors Treasure Tower is indeed a good place. Yang Kai nodded. It's more than that. Kang Saran slightly smiled. Pill Master Yang, you know, this time Maplewood City has dragons and snakes mingle, every big and small force has come innumerable, so in Star after Master Envoy opened the Five Colors Treasure Tower, how dare those top forces not say one or two? Storekeeper Kang means. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly thought of a possibility. Hey, don't hide it, Pill Master Yang, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, Plain Palace, Azure Sun Temple and many other forces each took out a batch of precious materials and put them into the space inside the pagoda. There are not only spirit pill wonderful medicine, but also cultivation technique secret technique, and even secret treasure of principal source grade. Yang Kai's eyes lit up all at once. If it is really this kind of, then the entire Maplewood City will be boiling. In the past, those martial artists who had their own practice or did not have a high background wanted to get some benefits from great influence. It was as difficult as heavenly ascension, but this time, such a big good thing happened, countless treasures hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for the fated person to find it. How can many martial artists not flock to it? Heavenly Marshal Holy Land even took out 3 principal source fruits and put them into it. Kang Saran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice became trembling. Pill Master Yang, you are alchemy expert. The role of principal source fruit is probably clearer than anyone else. Principal source fruit, that refining principal source pill. Yang Kai exclaimed in silence. Exactly. Kang Saran couldn't restrain the shaking of his hands, and the cup he held up sprinkled with water. Principal source fruit, the entire star boundary, there are only a few top forces that can. It was cultivated, and in the South Territory, even the Star Soul Palace does not have a principal source fruit tree. Heavenly Marshal Holy Land is the only one. There are no semicolons. Only 6 principal source fruits come out every 10 years. I took out 3 of them this time. Heavenly Marshal Holy Land is really bleeding this time. Storekeeper Kang wants this principal source fruit. Yang Kai saw that his expression was different, and suddenly he got it. Guess, of course the old man wants it. Kang Saran said with a bitter smile. Don't hide from Pill Master Yang. The old man has been stuck on the Void King 3-layer this realm for more than 200 years. The old man also knows that the aptitude of Own is not high. If there is no accident, I am afraid that he will stop outside the principal source stage in this life. But if there is really a principal source fruit ... old man can also hit the bottleneck. Whether it can be or not, success is always a ray of hope. Although Kang Saran is the storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop and a member of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but because of his low strength, he is in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The status is not high, so there is no way to get the principal source pill this thing from Chamber of Commerce. A principal source pill may create a martial artist of the principal source stage. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will not arbitrarily give it to its subordinates. It must have corresponding credit. Kang Saran will survive another 100,200 years in this Maplewood City, and then make certain achievements during this period. Maybe he will be given the probability of principal source pill. Yang Kai can understand Kang Saran's excitement, because a principal source fruit can refine a pill, and the limit of a principal source pill is 9, so as long as he can obtain the principal source fruit, no matter who he seeks to refine, at least can get 1 or 2 principal source pill. Once he is promoted to principal source stage, his status in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will be completely different, and there is no need to stay in such a small place as Maplewood City. Not to mention Kang Saran's desire, Yang Kai also has a need for principal source pill. Once he waits for his source strength conversion and gets a glimpse of the secret of the law, he will be eligible to be promoted to the principal source stage. And when the time comes, principal source pill can greatly improve his breakthrough success rate. Pill Master Yang, 5 Colors Treasure Tower, you shouldn't be there. right? Kang Saran calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Such a grand event, naturally I want to see the excitement. Yang Kai slightly smiled. That's good, that's good. Kang Saran laughed. I missed this time, and I will enter the Five Colors Treasure Tower in my entire life. But Storekeeper Kang ... If that's the case, I'm afraid this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both Void King 3-layer. Don't worry about the enemies of Void King stage, but in case you encounter Principal Source stage expert, Pillmaster Yang filtered. Kang Saran smiled and waved his hand. Five Colors Treasure Tower. It is not easy to open it. Master Star Envoy is kind and kind. This time I entered the martial artist of Maplewood City. But how can I open all the pagodas? Only 1 2-layer will be opened at this time, so only martial artists below the Void King stage and Void King stage can enter it. There will be no Principal Source stage the martial artist entered. That's how it is? Yang Kai stunned. But if I think about it, I can understand it. Five Colors Treasure Tower is the Emperor treasure anyway. Turn it on once, and the cost is definitely not small. Even if the strength of the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace is high, it is impossible to turn it all on. In that case, the loss of Star Soul Palace will be great. But if it's this kind of, it's Yang Kai's attractive spectacle. As long as there is no martial artist from the Principal Source stage, he doesn't need to be afraid of anything. When the time comes, just be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. If that's the case, I am anxious to call Pillmaster Yang over. That is, I want to tell you about this. This news has not officially spread, only those who followed Star Envoy into Jade Clear Mountain I know. I also got the news from Master City Master. Now that Pillmaster Yang knows, please prepare early. Many thanks Storekeeper Kang for reminding. Yang Kai said gratefully. Pillmaster Yang is polite. Without you, the future of Spirit Pill Workshop is worrisome. This can be considered a bit of repayment from the old man. Don't care, don't care. In that case, Yang will leave first. I really want to go back and prepare. Yang Kai stood up and said, see you in 3 days. Kang Saran cups one fist in the other hand. Yang Kai nodded, soon left the Spirit Pill Workshop, returned to the cave mansion of One. He took out the medicinal herbs he had collected from mysterious small boundary medicine garden before, and immediately began to refine the spirit pill. Although those who enter it are Void King stage and the following martial artists, Yang Kai is not worried about encountering too strong enemies, but spirit pill this thing is still the better, in case when the time comes. In any case, you can also help. There are a lot of medicinal herbs, and he refines them one by one with no distractions. Martial Peak Chapter 2029 Chapter 2029 Lang Xun Princess. On the second day, the news that the Five Colors Treasure Tower, the treasure of the Star Soul Palace, is about to open, spread in Maplewood City. Countless martial artists cheered and praised the generosity of Star Soul Palace, but only a few Principal Source stage powerhouses were indignant. After all, this time the Five Colors Treasure Tower is open to them. For a moment, the drugstore in Maplewood City, the secret treasure store and many other shops are overcrowded. 2 days later, the Five Colors Treasure Tower will be opened. Naturally, martial artists want to be well prepared. They will not hesitate to spend a lot of money to purchase a large number of spirit pills for life-saving recovery. Even the secret treasure that was previously reluctant to buy, this time also gritted his teeth. If you want to do well, you must first sharpen your tools. Every martial artist understands this simple truth. If they want to gain something in the Five Colors Treasure Tower and still retreat with their whole body, they must do more and more thorough preparations. Moxioki also got the news and was very interested in it. He also specially notified Yang Kai with Sound Bead, and agreed with him to enter the Five Colors Treasure Tower together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Moxioki came to notify him immediately when he got the news, but he knew it in advance, and instead forgot to notify Moxioki. She is going to Five Colors Treasure Tower, and Yang Kai will certainly not stop her. Although this girl is innocent enough to say that she doesn't know anything about the world, she is a treasure, just like a hedgehog. I am afraid that no one in the Void King stage can do anything to her. Yang Kai continues to focus on pill refining. Meanwhile, City Lord's mansion. In a secret room, a man and a woman sat cross-legged 30 feet across from each other. The man is about 40. Aura is deep and secluded, with a majestic appearance. He wears a black robe. His chest is embroidered with stars in the sky. Although the stars are dead, they look real same, little twinkling, mysterious. Silver Star Envoy. Silver Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace is the only one who dares to wear this kind of clothing. The logo embroidered with silver thread is exactly the characteristic of Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoy is divided into 3 levels, from top to bottom: Golden Star Envoy, Silver Star Envoy and Bronze Star Envoy. Even the lowest Bronze Star Envoy requires Emperor Senior only 1 layer powerhouse can serve. This middle-aged man who seems to be around 40 is a Silver Star Envoy, indicating that his cultivation level has reached the realm of Emperor Senior 2 layer, and the legendary Golden Star Envoy is the Emperor Senior 3 layer powerhouse. For so many years, Star Soul Palace has dispatched Golden Star Envoy only a few times. Even many General Emperor Senior stages have never seen Golden Star Envoy exist. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there are only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knows where they are and what they are doing. The opposite of this Silver Star Envoy, but sit cross-legged, a tall female, with bright eyes and white teeth, picturesque brows, a jet-black beautiful hair, smooth and straight, beautiful eyes like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurities. The female wears a blue long dress with luxurious and trivial gems dotted on the skirt. These gems are not even mortal, and each one emits wonderful power fluctuations. She sits cross-legged there, her eyebrows are slightly condensed, and her internal chi is ups and downs. And sometimes there is a magical resonance with heaven and earth law. She is already on the verge of breakthrough. Female's cultivation level has Void King 3-layer peak. If it's a breakthrough, it's naturally the principal source stage. His Royal Highness, are you okay? Although the 40-year-old man is an Emperor Senior 2-layer powerhouse, he still has a respectful tone when facing the female of the Void King stage peak. It clearly shows that the status of this female is not low. Female, hearing this, lightly nodded and said, "It's okay for the time being." "Hey, princess, you are too ... twilled." Then Silver Star Envoy looked annoyed. "I used fake face bead to lie to me, and left Star Soul Palace with me. After going back this time, I must be punished by the Great Emperor." The female, hearing this, he spit out his fragrant tongue and said, "Don't be afraid of Uncle Xiao. When the time comes, Xiana pleads with you. You are the old brother of your father, and he will not really punish you." "You?" Xiao Yueyang squinted at Lan Xun, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, and said, "You are now powerless to defend himself. What can you please for me?" The Great Emperor said, "Wait for you to return to Divine Palace. After that, I will keep you in confinement for 10 years. 10 years, Lan Xun exclaimed and wailed. "It's better to kill me. It's boring to stay in Divine Palace all day." "Well, that's why I wanted to come out and play." "Then you should choose a good time." Xiao Yueyang looked like you could not help it, said with a bitter smile, "You obviously knowing the dawn is about to break through. Why are you still uneasy to stay in Divine Palace? So you want to risk leaving?" Lan Xun lowered his head when he heard it, whispered, "It's not that I heard that there is Holy Does Spirit appear? I haven't seen Holy Spirit either, so I just wanted to come and see the excitement." "You are the daughter of the Great Emperor, the body of 10,000 gold. I am afraid that I will not see the Holy Spirit in the future. If it doesn't work, let the Great Emperor take you to Dragon Island as a guest. There are holy spirits everywhere." "What's so beautiful about these big snakes?" Lan Xun looked disapproving. "A few big snakes?" Xiao Yueyang's mouth twitched, and the powerhouse of the dignified Emperor Senior 2-layer was speechless for a while and sighed, That's all. Now you two, I can't suppress the breakthrough's internal chi. and it's too late to send you back to the Star Soul Palace. The Great Emperor also agreed to let me open the entrance of the Five Colors Treasure Tower here. The Great Emperor will also activate the real pagoda over there and let you enter among them. Breakthrough. In order to conceal people, I even claimed that this was an opportunity for me to give to the martial artist of this city from Star Soul Palace. I finally fooled those guys from Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Plain Palace and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, I can't do this with my strength alone. It's just that when the time comes, you must be careful. I will use the secret technique to send you directly to the third layer, and you will find a good place there. Feel the heavenly law marshaled and absorb the power of those broken heaven and earth law and star source as much as possible, which will be of great benefit to your future growth. I know. Do you know how to pull the broken heaven and earth law and star source power? Well, my father taught me before, and I also learned a secret set specially technique. That's good, but it's a pity. Your Royal Highness Princess, you are not a Star Master. If you succeeded in refining the star source in the early years, you should get more benefits this time. Lan Xun pursed his lips. Uncle Xiao is not a Star Master, and it is not the same practice that he has reached the Emperor Senior 2 layer. Although the Star Master has a lot of convenience on the way to practice, but it's not for nothing. Xuna is very confident of own and will be able to reach the height of the father. Xiao Yueyang, hearing this, the expression shocked, said with a big smile, "Okay, Princess has such ambitions, but it is a pity that you are not a man." Lan Xun suddenly hummed, "What about the body of a man? Am I worse than those men?" Uncle Xiao means that if you are a man, Uncle Xiao will be happy with you. Xiao Yueyang, he and the others, the topic turns quickly, and there is no sense of abruptness. I don't want it, it's smelly and I don't know what to drink. Xiao Yueyang didn't say much on this matter, but seriously warned repeatedly, His Royal Highness Princess is the most important thing for the current state of breakthrough. Of course, if the time is sufficient, you can also experience it in 3-layer. 3. There are still a lot of good things at layer, and there are many treasures. Even if we old guys enter it, they may not be able to get it. In the 5 colors treasure tower, chance and good fortune are the most important, but the realm of strength is actually second. Xuna, keep it in mind. 2 days of time passed in a flash. It's the day, Maplewood City is bustling with excitement, and everyone is heading towards the City Lord's mansion. The giant Grand Plaza gathered together, Void Return Stage, Void King Stage, each and every one was beaming. On the contrary, except for the other martial artists of the 2 realm, they all looked gloomy and gloomy. No one. The principal source stage powerhouse is not allowed to enter the 5 colors treasure tower this time, and martial artists below the Void Return Stage think they have no power to enter, and naturally they will not join in the excitement. Even many Void Return Stages do not have the guts. Those who have the courage to enter the 5 colors treasure tower are those who put life and death away and are ready to seek opportunities inside. Before the City Lord's mansion, I don't know when a high stage has been built. At the high stage above, there were several martial artists of different ages sitting. When everyone looked at them, they looked respectful and admired. After all, those few people are all powerhouses at the Emperor Senior stage level. They are not eligible to be seated if they do not reach the Emperor Senior stage. Even City Master Duan Yuanshan of Maplewood City can only bend over and accompany you, smiling, standing aside. Duan Yuanshan is the powerhouse of Principal Source 2 layer, and it is definitely the king of Maplewood City in normal times. But at this moment in front of these Emperor Senior stages, he is not even atmospheric. Dare to take a breath. Time passes quietly. More and more martial artists gather. Everyone is looking around, looking for it. Legendary Star Soul Palace's treasure of the town palace 5 colors treasure tower. I want to get a glimpse of its true colors. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they didn't get the slightest gain. Some insiders have reported that the real 5 colors treasure tower is not here, nor was it carried by the Lord Star Envoy. Although this is South Territory, No one dares to tell Star Soul Palace is disrespectful. After all, it is the treasure of the town palace. How can it be carried with you? This time the 5 colors treasure tower was opened, mainly because the Star Envoy adults combined with many Emperor Senior stages, relying on the large division ability, and some experts from the Star Soul Palace headquarters. The two sides worked together to get into the 5 colors treasure. It's just the passage of the tower. So even if the pagoda is not here, you can still enter. Yang Kai stood in a crowd, listening to the conversations of martial artists around him, and soon learned the news. This made his doubts go away. He originally thought that the Star Envoy of the Star Soul Palace carried the 5 colors treasure tower with him, but he couldn't understand why he thought about it. Now he finally understands it. While waiting, someone slapped someone on the shoulder, and then Moxioki's voice came over, "Big brother Yang." Yang Kai turned around, seeing Moxioki smiling and standing beside the owner. Beside her, countless martial artists grinned and looked at her with dread. Martial Peak Chapter 2030 Chapter 2030 The Old Liar. It's no better to describe Moxioki as a hedgehog. So wherever she went, the martial artists felt unbearable pain and avoided. For a moment, the place where she and Yang Kai are, has formed a vacuum zone with a radius of 5 feet, and no one dares to get close. "Big brother Yang, I found you. There are so many people here," Moxioki said, turning his head and looking around, like a hillbilly entered a big city, with novelty everywhere. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Moxioki, what's the matter?" Moxioki turned his head. The next moment, Huarong fainted. His little hand covered his mouth, and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Ah, big brother Yang, your shoulders are bloody." "Who sneaks on you? It's too damning." The serene on Yang Kai's face seems to have been accustomed to it. After a little luck, he stopped the flow of blood, opened the mouth and said, "It's just that you don't touch me again next time, otherwise it is possible to lose too much blood and die." Moxioki was startled, and soon blushed, lowered his head and twisted, pinching clothes with both hands, as if he could play some tricks. "Ha ha, Pill Master Yang, so you are here." At this moment, Kang Saran's hearty laughter came from the side, and Yang Kai turned his head and looked. "I was seeing Storekeeper Kang striding over." "Storekeeper Kang." Yang Kai briefly cupped one fist in the other hand. Seeing Pill Master Yang looking full of confidence, Kang was relieved. It seems that Pill Master Yang is doing well this time. Yang just wants to be able to "I'll be content if I retreat all over." Pill Master Yang is humble. In the 5 colors treasure tower, there are countless opportunities. Pill Master Yang will definitely be able to return home. "Hey, this girl is Moxioki is my friend." Yang Kai introduced Moxioki to Kang Saran. Although Moxioki is simple, he is not self-acquainted, so it is only slightly nodded, so he stands quietly in Yang next to Kai. "Pill Master Yang." The old man asked the adult from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to inquire about the news. "This time we enter the 5 colors treasure tower. We may be separated and we cannot join forces. Some Kang Saran lost." Yang Kai moved his heart and asked, "Could it be that after entering it, the place where it appears is not fixed?" He also entered various secret boundary and independent. "I have experienced the space, so I am still very experienced in this aspect." When Kang Saran said that, he thought of a kind of probability. "Exactly." Kang Saran nodded solemnly. "The space inside 5 colors treasure tower is an ancient battlefield. Heaven and earth law is broken and there are many uncertain factors. So even if we join hands, the martial artist who enters it will also appear in different positions." Before the old man thought about being with Pill Master Yang, now it seems that it is a luxury. Yang Kai faintly smiled and said, "We can join hands, and others can join hands if others are afraid. That's okay, everyone depends on their ability." Pill Master Yang said it was right. The old man also thought of this. "So I came here specially. Let me know, you must be careful when you enter the 5 colors treasure tower." In the 5 colors treasure tower, There are not a few traps and restrictions in the world. If we fall into this kind of Void King stage, it is very likely to be killed. Star Soul Palace every year. There are countless discipline falls among them. Don't be careless. Many thanks. Storekeeper Kang reminds me that I must be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Two people stood in place and chatted casually. By the way, Storekeeper Kang, those who sit on it are who? Yang Kai gestured to the high stage in front of City Lord's mansion with his eyes, and asked. Kang Saran chuckled and said, in fact, the old man only recognizes 3. The second from the left is my Vice President Lu Kai from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the third is 7. Mr. Vice President Zheng Yuan of Bright Chamber of Commerce. The one in the center is Mr. Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang of Star Soul Palace. As for the remaining few, the old man only knows their origins and does not clear their names. Yang Kai nodded, when he was about to say something and so on. Moxioki's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chen Wenhao from Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and the first one on the right is Plain Palace, Feng Ming from the right. The second from the right is Gao Xuting from Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai and Kang Saran looked at Moxioki stunnedly. You know all of them? Yang Kai asked. Moxioki laughed. I have seen a lot of the names and portraits of Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse, so I know a little. They, except for Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang, who is Emperor Senior 2 layer, the rest are all Emperor Senior 1 layer. The girl is very knowledgeable and the old man admires it. Kang Saran holds the fist saying with admiration. Moxioki hurriedly waved his hand. This is nothing. Yang Kai expression moved slightly, because when Kang Saran introduced the Emperor Senior stage, even if others could not hear, I also added the title of an adult at the end to show respect, but Moxioki directly called the names of those Emperor Senior stage, which shows that this girl does not care too much about these powerhouses. But at this moment, there are 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses gathered in small Maplewood City. It seems that the top forces of the entire South Territory are present. This is an eternal event. It's no wonder that even City Master Duan Yuanshan has to accompanying them with a smiling face standing aside. Before the hour came, many martial artists did not dare to show anything even though they were waiting anxiously. And not many people dared to speak loudly in the square inches front of the City Lord's mansion. After all, 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses were sitting upright. Who dares to be impudent here? But there are act recklessly guys who sell things here. The top healing holy medicine 9 revolutions come back to life pill. Want to buy as soon as possible. Fleshy bones, living dead, as long as there is a breath, spirit pill entrance. Lively Dragon and Animated Tiger. There are only 3 in total. The Family Biography Supreme Treasure can't be sold out. Hands are fast and slow. A shout suddenly sounded in the crowd. All martial artists startled for it, and immediately Shuai rushed towards the place where the sound came from. If you say what spirit pill is the best seller in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, then the answer is obviously all kinds of healing spirit pill. After all, many martial artists want to enter the 5 colors treasure tower. Who can guarantee that the owner will not get hurt inside? Therefore, martial artists have long emptied the healing pills in major stores. As a result, the price of all healing pills in Maplewood City has generally increased by as much as 3 times. But the supply is still in short supply. No matter how expensive the price is, can it match the life of own? Perhaps a healing pill can save his own life at a critical moment, and martial artists will naturally not be stingy. As early as last night, the healing pill in Maplewood City was sold out. Not to mention the high-end healing pill, even the most common medicine pill was sold out. At this moment, in this square above, someone shouts and sells 9 revolutions come back to life pill, which is the effect of living dead. Why doesn't it attract everyone's attention? This sound. Yang Kai and Moxioki looked at each other, and they couldn't help but wonder, why does it sound familiar? Come and buy, yes. 9 revolutions come back to life pill is refined with legendary undying source liquid as raw materials. Undying source liquid, you know, is the essence condensed on the divine object eternal tree. 1,000 years one drop is better than 10,000 years stalactite. It is even more precious, supplemented by many rare medicinal herbs, made by the Emperor Grade Alchemy Grandmaster personally. Don't miss it when you pass by. The cries are still continuing. Yang Kai suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. And Moxioki obviously reacted, clenches the teeth, angrily said, "It's the old liar." While speaking, he has rushed out. Relying on the advantage of the owner's human-shaped hedgehog, Moxioki forcibly made a bloody path in the bustling crowd and rushed directly in front of the seller. Tenderly shouted, "You old liar, actually came to lie again. I don't want to teach you a lesson today." The seller raises the head and recognizes Moxioki. He feels a little bit in his heart. Before Moxioki is in trouble, he suddenly faces Moxioki behind. With one finger, his eyes widened, as if seeing goddess descending. His eyes shone brightly. Cry out in surprise, "Wow! 5 Colors Treasure Tower." Everyone hearing this sigh was overjoyed and looked back. Where is the 5 Colors Treasure Tower? It's empty over there. Fucked again. Moxioki quickly reacted and turned back quickly. There is no silhouette of the old liar in the same place. He has already disappeared without a trace. I am so angry. Moxioki stomped angrily. Far away from thousands feet, somewhere in the crowd, an old man with wretched appearance, deer-headed rat eyes, sloppy dress, and goatee took a lightly breath and said to himself, "It's so dangerous, I almost got caught. I caught it. Why is my life so bitter? The small girl is too much. Thousands of trifling source crystals have to hunt down and kill my senior. Wow, it's really hard to kill me." Feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly pulled on the clothes of a man next to him, and whispered, "Little brother, you also want to enter the 5 Colors Treasure Tower? Do you need a healing holy medicine to be safe?" "Oh, old sir has healing holy medicine for sale." The man suddenly became interested. "Hey hey hey hey." The old man grinned, showing a big yellow tooth, mysteriously and secretively took out a jade bottle from his clothes, with a mysterious face. 9 revolutions come back to life pill, entrance to spirit pill, lively dragon and animated tiger, from the ancestors. Please see the little brother. Seeing Moxioki walking back angrily, Yang Kai knew that she must have returned without success. But Yang Kai felt very strange, because he had some contact with the old man in the black market at that time. Not at all. He found out that there was something peculiar about the other party, that he was a bit wretched. It's not a good product at first glance. But after Moxioki killed him just now, his spiritual mind has been locked on the old man. But in an instant, the old man got rid of his tracking and disappeared in place. Old guy is not even someone who is easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai very much. After all, his divine consciousness is far beyond the current cultivation level, and he has almost reached the principal source stage level. The other party can still get rid of it magically. It can be seen that the old man is not normal person. But having said that, most people don't bluff and deceive everywhere, and they use some tricks that are easy to break through. Marshall Peak Chapter 2031 Chapter 2031 5 Colors Treasure Tower. Time flickered, it was noon. On the high stage, Duan Yuanshan, who had been stooping to lose his smile, walked quickly to Xiao Yuanyang and asked for a few words in a low voice. After getting an affirmative answer, he turned around, raised his breath and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone listened, they immediately understood that the meat show was coming, and they all remained silent, and looked towards the high stage. Duan Yuanshan slightly smiled, holds the fist saying, "Thanks to Lord Xiao from the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, I opened the 5 Colors Treasure Tower in Maplewood City and got Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, Plain Palace, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce assisted in the inward investment of senior amount of heavenly material earthly treasure, cultivation techniques secret book, martial skills secret treasure, all of you today's grace, I am very grateful to Maplewood City Endless. Remember in my heart, this Duan is the city master. On behalf of Maplewood City friends from all walks of life, thank you adults. I hope you all come to Marshall Dow to go up a level. I wish you all. Duan Yuanshan talked endlessly as soon as he opened his mouth, praising and praising. Obviously he was prepared. But before he could finish his words, Xiao Yuanyang frowned impatiently and said, "Stop talking nonsense, talk about the point." Although he was caught in front of countless martial artists in the city such a reprimand, but Duan Yuanshan did not dare to show dissatisfaction. Instead, he quickly nodded and said yes, groaned, and continued, "The hour has come. Please sir, please open the 5 colors treasure tower. Once you enter the tower, you will live and die." Destiny. The 6 Emperor Senior Stage stood up one after another. Under high stage, countless people's eyes turned to 6 people. Xiao Yuanyang, a long whistle in the middle, suddenly pinched the mysterious magic arts with both hands, which caused the surrounding heaven and earth to buzz in bursts, and the mighty coercion came out from him, causing many Void King's stage martial artist is yearning and frightened. Not only the Void King stage martial artist, but even the other 5 Emperor Senior stages, are staring at Xiao Yuanyang intently at this moment, seeming to want to peek into his movements. Xiao Yuanyang's movements are wonderfully quick. His hands are flying, leaving only a heavy afterimage, making him look like he has countless arms. Along with the sound of a light shout, Xiao Yuanyang suddenly pointed his hand forward. At Fang before that, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Followingly, Xiao Yuanyang continuously used fingers as pen, heaven and earth law as ink, and void as cloth. Each and every one rune slowly appeared. As soon as these runes appeared, they began to follow certain rules. The regular flow, like a living thing. The sound of kai 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 does not sound from Danger Land. There is an inexplicable force sputtering the void, rushing to level 4. Not much time, a circle, with huge rune patterns around Tenjiang, appeared in the eyes of everyone. Xiao Yuanyang is loudly shouted again, has to trouble everyone to look after. His voice fell, and the other 5 Emperor Senior stages swayed, their bodies under twinkling, stood in another 5 different directions, and the 5 used their own methods, and poured their own pure and huge source strength into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin around. With the power of the 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses, the pattern turns faster and faster, making people feel a little dizzy and eyes blurred and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 Emperor Senior Stages are solemn, and the source strength poured into themselves seems to consume a lot of them. It will not take a long time, except for Xiao Yuanyang. All 5 of them looked pale. Fortunately, how long this process does not last at all. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yuanyang shouted again, "Please take the Great Emperor." The words fall, "From the light gate, a palm of your hand flashed away." In the darkness, it seemed that some barrier was shattered. Inside the stable light gate, a shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared. That pagoda exudes the light of 5-colored cloud, and no one knows its true colors. 5 colors treasure tower. Under the high stage, the martial artists who saw this scene exclaimed, their eyes widened and greedily looked at the distribution. The Tower of 5 Colors Xiaoguang. That is obviously the treasure of Star Soul Palace, and it is also the Emperor treasure of the entire Star Boundary 5 Colors Treasure Tower. Countless people have only heard the rumors of this tower, but have never seen it with their own eyes. Not only have they seen it now, but they will enter it in a while. Thinking of this, the breathing of the martial artists couldn't help but rush. You guys have worked hard. Xiao Yuanyang sighed lightly, slightly nodded to the other 5 people. The 5 people seemed to be extremely exhausted. Hearing this, not at all, they said more, but under a sway, they returned to the original place again, and the closed pupil adjusted his breath. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yuanyang's hand. He slightly smiled and threw the space ring towards the light gate, shaking his backhand. The space ring shattered in an instant, and from the inside of the ring, suddenly hundreds of rays of light of different colors appeared, and they shot towards the 5 colors treasure tower like an arrow from the string. It is the treasure that Great Influence took out. I saw a secret treasure. Wow, that isn't it the principal source fruit? If I can get this fruit, I can also be promoted to the principal source stage. There are only 3 principal source fruit, but there are tens of thousands of friends here. Can you get the principal source fruit? If I can't get it, don't even think about it. The rays of light turned out to be the treasures placed in the 5 colors treasure tower by several top forces. Everyone became excited, especially the existence of principal source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Void King stage martial artists the most. Although he was excited, no one dared to act arbitrarily. After all, Xiao Yueyang was still staring there. Xiao Yueyang slightly smiled. Everyone, you can come in. His voice fell. How can the martial artists who have been waiting for a long time hold back? They used their body techniques and secret techniques one after another, rushing towards that light gate, lest they slow down others a step. For a moment, the square inches front of City Lord's mansion is very noisy and chaotic. Before entering, there were martial artists who fought for the order of priority. Xiao Yueyang doesn't care about it, but his eyes are fixed on a female in the crowd. Seeing that female is looking towards the owner, he gently nods, secretly to grasp a swing. Soft power hit the female. The 3 of Yang Kai were also mixed in the crowd, and they were squeezed around by the chaotic crowd, and it was miserable. However, those martial artists who accidentally touched Moxioki will be unlucky, just like being pierced by a sharp needle, painful and avoiding them. Yang Kai immediately gave Moxioki a wink when he saw it. Moxioki understood that honor does not allow one to glance back, and opened the way. After some twists and turns, I finally broke into the vicinity of the light gate and rushed into it. The familiar feeling of long-distance teleportation struck again. Yang Kai stabilized divine consciousness and remained unmoved. After a short while, saw a flash and came into a very special environment. He immediately perceives that the world's spiritual energy here is not rich, but rather thin. But in this world, there is a power that martial artists are eager for law power. Although the law power here feels very strange, not as complete as the outside world, but a fragmented state. But because of this state, it can make people better go enlightenment, to understand. It's no wonder that 5 colors treasure tower can be a must-visit place for the Star Soul Palace disciple. Under this special environment, the martial artists of Star Soul Palace can touch the rules more easily than others. Although the broken law power also has shortcomings, the real mystery cannot be clearly understood, but it is the most suitable for people to get started. Martial Artist Void King stage is followed by Principal Source stage, and if you want to be promoted to Principal Source stage, you must feel heaven and earth law. Star Soul Palace has a treasure like 5 colors treasure tower, and it is at least 30% easier for the discipline in the palace to get promoted to Principal Source stage than others. This is a very terrifying chance. Yang Kai's single thought just finished turning, and I heard a sound of its mournful scream coming from not far away. He was startled, and quickly turned his head to look around. I noticed that not far from Moan, a martial artist who arrived here first was bitten through his throat by a crocodile-like monster beast. The fresh blood shot outwards like a fountain. That martial artist, he covered his throat with both hands, but couldn't stop the blood from flowing. In addition, there are more crocodile monster beast, biting his thigh arm and dragging him frantically under the grass. Galulu. In the blink of an eye, this martial artist disappeared, leaving only muddy mud and sewage-like waves on the spot. Here is a swampland, and the martial artist who suffered misfortune apparently arrived here before OWN, but after he was teleported, he felt dizzy for a short time, and when he failed to react, he encountered a bad hand. In the situation just now, even if Yang Kai wanted to make a move, it was too late. These ominous beasts hidden under the swamp move too fast. Wow! A light sound from the corner of Yang Kai's eyes. An ominous beast that was exactly the same as the martial artist he had just killed, came out from under the swamp. A pair of beast eyes full of eyes, scarlet color, hideous and terrible, opened his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl and bit at the throat of the owner. With the lessons learned from the previous martial artist, how can Yankai dare to neglect? At the same time as the body flashed, he bravely slammed a punch, and the 5 colors of sunlight bloomed on his fist, directly hitting the crocodile's head. Boom! As if hitting something made of gold and iron, the fire was everywhere. The crocodile was hit by a swing back, and fell into the mud in front of him. But it didn't die right away. Instead, it slipped into the quagmire with a flick of its tail. Yankai didn't have time to release spiritual mind until then. The next moment, his face can't help but sink. Under his perception, where On is located, all directions, there are countless life fluctuations exuding fierce aura, lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him. These things are obviously the same as the ominous beast of the crocodile just now. The individual strength is actually not that strong, about 9-step monster beast peak, which is equivalent to Void Return 3 layer. This kind of monster beast is really not in the eyes of Yankai. But there are too many of them, and Yankai really doesn't want to be entangled with them. Martial Peak Chapter 2032 Chapter 2032 Altar. If someone like the martial artist just now is transported to this place, they are very likely to encounter misfortune. After all, not every Void King stage can be like Yankai. This ignores the discomfort of the transmission. They are more or less dizzy. The thoughts got to this point. Yankai immediately took a leap and wanted to leave quickly. Something that made him absolutely didn't expect to happen. He didn't rise to the level of 3 Janghais. Suddenly a huge pressure came from the void, just as if a mountain was compressed from the air. It directly pressed him back to the original ground. He didn't even have room to resist. Flying restriction formation. Yankai's face turned black, and he immediately reacted. When Kang Saran introduced the internal situation of 5 Colors Treasure Tower to him before, he said that in 5 Colors Treasure Tower, there are many natural or unnatural restrictions and traps. The role of restriction traps is all kinds of strange things, and no air is the most common one. In these forbidden spaces, martial artists cannot fly too high at all. Once a certain height is exceeded, these restrictions will take effect and suppress martial artists back. What Yankai encountered just now was the backlash from flying restriction formation. It's only a short while, and he doesn't know whether the flying restriction formation here is artificially arranged or naturally generated. He didn't have time to think about it, because at the moment he fell down, there were countless lurking crocodiles, ominous beasts, leaping up from all directions and leaping towards him. Bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, looks shuddering, have one's hair stand on end. Yankai's strength turned. Both fists were thrown out, and the sound of peng 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 was endless. In the blink of an eye, he shot up dozens of crocodiles, but the life force of these things was extremely tenacious. Even if they were hit by Yankai head, they didn't kill them in one shot. Instead, they all turned around and got into the mud and disappeared. And more crocodiles pounced one after another. Soon, Yankai's body was covered with crocodiles. His arms, and thighs were all covered in pain. The crocodile has an amazing natural bite force. Even an ordinary wild beast can't be taken lightly. Even more, how are these monster beasts whose strength has reached 9-step peak? The normal Void King stage, even if it is blocked by movement, cannot withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, the flesh body of Yankai is strong, the 5 elements indestructible sword body is running, and the fierce 5 elements sword chi hurts those crocodiles. Many crocodiles splashed with fresh blood in their mouths, and Yankai had to be released. But Yankai was still dragged by the crocodiles and sank into the mud. The underwater is cold and dark. The most important thing is that this is not clear water, but muddy mud. Even if Yankai opens his eyes, he can't see much. He punches indiscriminately. It can alleviate the situation of owning, but it sinks deeper and deeper, and more crocodiles are besieged, and they can't help but grow bigger. Secret technique, Moonblade. 10 fingers to flick, one after another. Pitch black as ink. Moonblade attacked and flew out, accompanied by a burst of kai. Yankai's pressure is greatly reduced. In the mire, red fresh blood and dead crocodile corpses were all mutilated. Demon Eye. When Yankai opened his eyes again, the left eye was a golden color, and his vision finally recovered a lot. Under the perception of spiritual mind, the slaughter of On not only failed to repel the crocodiles, but instead attracted more crocodiles. Monster Beast. Because of the blood-reeking chi and the noise. Act recklessly. Yankai was furious, thinking that his current strength, even in the face of the ordinary principal source stage, would not be so hurried, but because he was caught in such a situation by a group of monster beasts for a while. This made him fly into a rage out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Yankai directly released the monster insect queen, who was still repairing the flesh body in mysterious small boundary, and gave orders with spiritual mind. Monster insect queen is now regarded as Yankai's blood beast, and his more own ignorance of spiritual wisdom, and naturally follows his orders strictly. The purple and blue swords swayed, and the twinkling of the two-color eyes of light set off a wave of swords. Crack. The icy domain was permeated, not only caused Yankai to fight involuntarily a cold war, but the crocodile monster beast that was besieged over became slower. The brilliance flashed, the sword light shook, and the crocodile monster beast was cut into 2 pieces and died instantly. Even the crocodile a little far away was not spared. With the purple and blue swords in hand, Monster Insect Queen seems to have greatly increased in strength. Even without using the Snows Clear Sky secret technique, it shines with the simplest swordsmanship alone. Yankai Cold Snort. When he was about to take the opportunity to get out of sleep, the corner of his eyes suddenly caught a strange spot. In the depths of the quagmire, there is a place that exudes clear rays of light. Spiritual mind probed the past, and noticed a trace of energy fluctuations. Yankai couldn't help but brighten his eyes, urging his momentum to protect his body, and dive down. Monster Insect Queen, like a loyal guard, is next to Yankai. If there is any interruption, sword light once out, the enemy is divided into 2 parts. Not much time, Yankai went deep below, and came to the place where the rays of light were emitted. With the power of life's exterminator Demon Eye, he finally understood what this thing was. It was actually a palm size, something like spirit mushroom. What is this? Yankai looked blank. Although he knows a lot about medicinal herbs in his hometown of Star Territory, he still feels that his own knowledge is not enough after coming to Star Boundary, especially his knowledge of spirit grass wonderful medicine. Never heard of it. He had never seen or heard of this thing like spirit mushroom in front of him. While observing, the clear rays of light turned into green. After a while, it became red. After thinking for a moment in the limited cognition of On, Yankai determined that Ona did not recognize this thing, but from it judging from the energy radiated by aura, it is definitely a kind of medicinal herbs of principal source grade. Let's talk about it first. Anyway, the medicine garden in mysterious small boundary is still there. After transplanting it, one day we will be able to figure out its type and function. Thinking of this, Yankai immediately started. After a while, he transplanted the medicine herbs like spirit mushroom into their medicine garden of mysterious small boundary. After doing this, he was not at all anxious to get out, but continued to look around. It really made him find a few identical medicinal herbs again. After half a day, Yankai rushed out of the mud. Monster Insect Queen followed closely from behind. Along the road, countless crocodiles monster beast floating on the surface of corpse water. Dozens of hundreds of miles the swamp has been dyed red by fresh blood. It seems that the ferocity and intractability of Monster Insect Queen have deterred the crocodile monster beast, and maybe it was almost killed. Yankai finally did not encounter many more attacks and went out of the water smoothly. This time he didn't feel rash anymore, but flew up to a jang high from the surface of the water, and went to the outsider. There are many types of flying restriction formation. Some are completely banned from flying, and some are restricted to flying height. From the first encounter, the flying restriction formation here is undoubtedly the latter, so as long as it does not exceed a certain height will not trigger formation. The area of the swamp seems to be very wide. Yankai flew for half a day before finally flying out. Monster Insect Queen was also taken back by him long ago. Monster Insect Queen is still repairing its flesh body. It's not at all good for it to fight prematurely, and Yankai doesn't want others to see that One has such a help. Now Monster Insect Queen can be regarded as his biggest trump card. Naturally, the more concealed the better. The space inside Five Colors Treasure Tower is so vast. There are tens of thousands of martial artists in Maplewood City. Yankai has not encountered a single person all the way. He looked around, but he didn't find the target of One, which was a little disappointed. This should be the first one layer of the Five Colors Treasure Tower. Kang Saran told him that after entering the pagoda, try to be the second two layer. Although the first two layer is suitable for Void King stage martial artist experience, but for martial artists like Void King 3 layer, it is better to go to the second two layer. The way to enter is to find a 5-color light beam one after another. Yankai has been looking for the so-called 5-color light beam, but not at all found that. It made him a little disappointed, and he did not know where to look for the 5-color light beam. As he raised his eyes and looked around, the earth suddenly buzzed and trembled violently. In the depths of the earth, the sound of thunder rolling by, it was deafening. Yankai complexion changed, hurriedly run sent Yuan, and looked at all around vigilantly, lest there be any change. All around, not at all what special circumstances, but at that extremely remote location, a true dragon illusory shadow suddenly appeared. The true dragon is not known how long it is. The whole body is flaming red, the dragon tail is swaying, and it rushes straight up to the cloud, and then falls at a very fast speed, without knowing where it landed, and then disappeared. Yankai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that in the first one layer of the Five Colors Treasure Tower, there will be true dragon illusory shadow unexpectedly. That is definitely not caused by secret technique or cultivation technique, but the real true dragon illusory shadow, even with true dragon secret treasure, because when the true dragon illusory shadow appears, I clearly felt a heat in my chest. On his chest, he refining a real dragon scales. And that piece of dragon scales, at this moment, is echoing with something far away. Yankai immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder the rumors say that there are many opportunities in the Five Colors Treasure Tower, and those who enter it with good luck can get a lot of benefits. If the luck is bad, even if the strength is high, the number of entries is useless. The thoughts got to this point. He no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed towards the place where the natural phenomenon came from at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon illusory shadow appears is far away from where he is. Even if Yankai is full of power, it took 3 hours to arrive. Looking up, Yankai couldn't help but stay in a daze, because there have already been many martial artists gathered here, and there are hundreds of them, and like him, he saw the martial artists coming from the natural phenomenon continuously. This is a mountain valley-like terrain, and in the center of the mountain valley, an altar-like building suddenly appeared. The altar seems to have just broken out of the ground, an ancient desolate the aura spread, and the earth all around showed signs of soil renovation. Martial Peak Chapter 2033 Chapter 2033 Soaring Dragon Altar. The ancient and desolate altar above is filled with more than a dozen unknown objects, all of which are covered by the one-layer human light barrier. It's as if a bowl is buckled on it, and through the light barrier of human Gmeng, although the view is not very clear, some prototypes can still be seen. The things shrouded in the light barrier are surprisingly diverse and all-inclusive. There are hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like secret treasures, yellowish cultivation technique secret book, and some jade bottles that have been in the old age at first glance. Each one looks very good, especially those secret treasure, which exudes extremely powerful energy fluctuations. and the lowest is the secret treasure of principal source grade. This makes Yang Kai look hot. Not only him, but the other martial artists who rushed here are also full of greed and covetously looking at the altar above, and everyone is greedy. These things, could it be that those great influences put in this place? Maybe principal source fruit is this place. Suddenly, a martial artist's voice came next to him. Not so. Someone said, I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground. It was not something that originally existed. It seemed that there was someone friends touched the restriction of this place to let the altar appear, and the things on it all radiate the ancient aura, which is definitely not put by those great influences. Speaking of which, things on this altar, isn't it here a long time ago? Is it a treasure left over from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. The treasure left by ancient Eru is so well preserved, its value is hard to estimate. It is countless times more expensive than the treasures put in by great influence. As soon as the news spread, many martial artists, suddenly the blood boiled over. Many martial artists who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back, and they mustered the courage to rush forward. Their move immediately affected the nerves of others, and more martial artists started let's move. Even Yang Kai started to move, but he was not at all in the first row, but behind in the middle position. In this way, he also has plenty of time to observe the martial artist ahead. The movement, lest you fall into any trap accidentally. Everyone, wait a minute. At this moment, there was a burst of breath, and immediately, a handsome young man wearing white cloth suddenly flew high into the sky. The red lips, white teeth of this young student are talented, with energetic eyes, out of the ordinary, and will know when you see it. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Listen to me. The young man shouted again. Many martial artists frowned and raised the head impatiently. After all, treasure is right in front of them. At this time, someone suddenly stopped them from moving forward, which is really unpleasant. Blocking people's wealth is tantamount to killing their parents. This kind of hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. But when everyone saw this person's face, many people stopped in place obediently, and some others also showed a sense of awe. It turned out to be Jiang Chu, young master. In the crowd, there was a martial artist who recognized the youth, a cup one fist in the other hand, opened the mouth and said, I don't know what young master Jiang means. Is it possible that is to rely on the power of Jiang family to dominate the treasure on this altar? If so, please don't say more about young master Jiang. So, although Jiang family is not uncommon in Maplewood City, this place is the Five Colors Treasure Tower. If young Master Jiang wants to dominate, please weigh it. Someone immediately agreed. Listening to what they said, Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of this young man. People of Maplewood City, Jiang family. In Maplewood City, under the city lord's mansion, there are also some family powers. Among them, Jiang family is quite strong, and there is an old ancestor of principal source 1 layer. Although Yang Kai didn't have any dealings with Jiang family, in Jade Clear Mountain, he had seen the bodies of several Jiang family martial artists killed by the little vermilion bird phoenix. This time, everyone who entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower can basically be said to be martial artists from Maplewood City. Naturally, many people recognize Jiang Chu, even if they don't know him. They have heard his name. But, just as the person said, if it's in Maplewood City, everyone might also be concerned about the strength of the old ancestor of Jiang family, and sell Jiang Chu a face. But in this Five Colors Treasure Tower the people of Jiang family have no deterrent. Even more, how treasure is right in front of you. Human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. It's time-honored. Don't talk about Jiang Chu now, even if it's the old ancestor from Jiang family. These hundreds of Void Kings stage only to be afraid is not to be afraid. Jiang Chu is not annoyed. Hearing this said with a smile, this friend is serious. There are hundreds of colleagues here. Even if this Jiang has the courage, he does not dare to offend the people. Dominate treasure and so on. But this Jiang never thought about it. What does young Master Jiang want to do? Jiang Chu continued to say with a smile, This Jiang just wanted to tell you that where there are benefits, there must be risks. Even more how? Here is the 5 colors treasure tower. Could it be that? Do you think that the things on the altar are really at your fingertips? In this way, those things have been passed away long ago. So why would they wait for people like you and me to come and collect them? We naturally know this. But if there is a risk, we don't hesitate. Then what are you still practicing? I'm already mentally prepared when I waited. The person who spoke before cold snort. This friend is so courageous. Jiang Chu smiled at the man, and said diversion. But shouldn't my friend first inquire about what this altar is? The so-called know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. When I enter the 5 colors treasure tower for the first time next time, where do I know what this altar is? The man shook his head, but quickly and surprised looking at Jiang Chu, he said, could it be that young Master Jiang knows? If so, I would like to ask young Master Jiang to let me know. Jiang Chu shook the head. This Jiang is not clear, but I think someone knows here. While speaking, he turned his head and looked at the crowd somewhere, with a smile on his face, and said, young lady Qin, what do you think? The crowd followed his gaze, and they saw a female in the crowd surrounded by martial artists like stars. The female was not very old, about 25 years old, and she was petite and exquisite. Suffering from any disease, complexion is sallow, body is thin, and lips are some signs of paleness. Without these factors, if the figure is more plump, then she is definitely a beauty who upsides all living beings, and so, female is like a flower swinging in wind and rain, arousing pity. Seeing Jiang Chu shifting everyone's attention to owner, the young lady Qin's eyebrows clustered, revealing a trace of annoyance, and the martial artists around her also glared at Jiang Chu, very dissatisfied. Young lady Qin, the Qinyu young lady of the Qin family? There was an exclamation from the crowd, as if this Qinyu was very famous. I heard that Qinyu young lady has read many books since he was a child, and is very knowledgeable, especially about the secret boundary of the world. I don't know how much young lady Qin knows about this altar. Please feel free to enlighten me. I am grateful to all of you. Jiang Chu's face was like a crown jade, and he smiled softly. His annoyance at Qinyu and the glaring of the guards around her could not be seen. As soon as the Yankai complexion moves, he suddenly understands Jiang Chu's intention to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out about the altar. But if he asks that Qinyu alone, he may not be willing to say it, but now he is doing this, and everyone is in full view. Qinyu, if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Even if you don't want to, it has to be said. No one wants to offend the public. This Jiang Chu still has a snack machine, but this means somewhat despicable. There are many martial artists who want to understand like Yankai, but because it is related to their own interests, they have not broken them. Instead, they looked at Qinyu enthusiastically. Yes, young lady Qin, so many friends are here. If you know something about this altar, please let us know. If there is any murderous intention and danger here, I am grateful endless. Under the eyes of countless eyes, Qinyu seemed a little uncomfortable, or maybe the wind here was too noisy. She couldn't help coughing lightly, and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child and should not talk more. Please forgive me. Next to Qinyu, a 4050 years old guard with a Void King 3-layer expression cold, Yaoyao holds the fist saying. Qinyu stretched out his hand for a sign, and whispered softly, it's okay, since young Master Jiang and all my friends want to know then let's talk about this mistress. Also, I don't know what kind of disease she has. Not only does she look listless, she is also weak when speaking, which makes people really worried. But when she said that she was willing to talk about the situation of the altar, everyone couldn't help but shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young lady Qin really has heard of this altar. This Jiang admires it. Jiang Chu was also impressed. His previous actions were just tentatively dry. didn't expect to be straight. On the one hand, he also hopes that Kinyu can say more in detail so that he can understand this altar. On the other hand, he is afraid that others will get intelligence to compete with the owner. For a moment, very complicated. This is Soaring Dragon Altar, Kinyu slowly said. Here, the first one layer of the 5 colors treasure tower is full of silence. Only Kinyu's weak voice is floating in the wind. Take fish leaping over the dragon gate. Incarnation means dragon. The Soaring Dragon Altar. The time of appearance is not fixed, and the position of appearance is also very erratic. It may be in the first 1 layer, it may also be in the 2 layer, 5 layer. Rumors existed in ancient era, so even if people from Star Soul Palace enter here, it is not easy to see Soaring Dragon Altar. In the ancient book record of Star Soul Palace, Soaring Dragon Altar has appeared 8 times in total. Each appearance will be accompanied by the emergence of some rare treasures. If I wait to get one of them, maybe you can fish leaping over the dragon gate. Practicing to Emperor Senior's realm is not impossible. Fish leaping over the dragon gate, Emperor Senior's realm. Many martial artists whispered, their eyes bright. Most of the martial artists of Maplewood City are the bottom group, although the strength is not too bad, but because there is no background and backing, if you want to go further in the Void King stage above, it's as difficult as Heavenly Ascension. But Kinyu's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad and open road in front of the owner, leading directly to the throne of Emperor Senior. Martial Peak Chapter 2034 Chapter 2034 Dragon Prestige Oppression. After Kinyu said something, countless martial artists began to stir. Although I thought the treasures on the altar were good, I didn't have an exact letter. In addition, there are so many martial artists glare like a tiger watching his prey here. No one dares to have anything to act blindly without thinking, lest you provoke a killing disaster. But now listening to Kinyu say this, everyone's minds are refreshed. The temptation to achieve Emperor Senior's realm is enough to make them risk their lives. Some people remained calm and asked loudly, dare to ask young Lady Kin, what is the danger of Soaring Dragon Altar? Danger? Definitely yes, it might cost me my life. But what are the specific dangers? It's not Kinyu's knowledge. After all, the 5 colors treasure tower is the treasure of the Star Soul Palace. It's about it in the ancient book. There are very few records of things. This mistress is also the first time to enter, so hearing this, everyone was disappointed. Although everyone knows that Kinyu definitely still has something to say, people have already revealed a lot of news, which is considered to be the most benevolent. If you try to force it at this moment, it is equivalent to offending Kin family on the surface. They are martial artists who ate in Maplewood City. Who would want to offend the person? Maybe they will be settled by others. But it's said that this Soaring Dragon Altar is a secret treasure, and it is a secret treasure made of dragon bone, so if you want to get close to Soaring Dragon Altar, you have to resist that the dragon prestige from Antiquity True Dragon is oppressed. I don't know what it is, Kinyu added. Dragon bone made, Antiquity True Dragon's dragon prestige oppression? A group of people exclaimed. At this moment, there was a sound of kai 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 not far away. It broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was shocked. They instinctively moved their power and looked around. And at the next moment, someone exclaimed, despicable, shameless, it's so disgusting to act so sneaky. It turned out that Kinyu was caught by everyone's attention. Attracting, when I heard her introduce Soaring Dragon Altar, I didn't know which martial artist was who actually hid his figure and aura, and approached Soaring Dragon Altar quietly. The secret technique of hiding aura and silhouette is extremely profound, and none of them found it. If Soaring Dragon Altar hadn't changed suddenly, I'm afraid that when these people take away the treasure from the altar, no one will notice. But at this moment these people all showed their silhouettes, not many, only 4 or 5, divided into several directions, cautiously approaching Soaring Dragon Altar. I don't know which bad luck guy triggered the restriction near Soaring Dragon Altar. From the altar above, suddenly a mysterious light shot out and struck towards these people. Those people didn't notice for a while, but 2 people were killed on the spot. Fresh blood was spilled. flesh body was shattered, and the remaining few saw a bad chance and rushed to avoid them. So naturally they could not hide. The figure was revealed at once. Fortunately, the restriction of Soaring Dragon Altar doesn't seem to be too strong. After the surviving 2 or 3 people dodged for a while, they went live together in harmony. They looked at each other and saw their whereabouts revealed, clenched. The teeth continue to rush forward without asking. Damn it, it's Ghost Dance Sect. A group of clowns, dare to covet treasure, really courting death. Treasure is me, yes. When someone approached Soaring Dragon Altar, the remaining martial artists were still restrained. They showed their body skills and rushed towards Soaring Dragon Altar, all wanting to rush to Soaring Dragon as soon as possible. Altar took those treasures as his own. That Jiang Chu saw the machine the fastest. Under a twist of his figure, he dashed a dozen feet away and was far ahead. His eyes stared at Soaring Dragon Altar's last cultivation technique. And at the same time the big hand flicked forward. A secret treasure resembling a rope swims out from the cuff and rolls straight towards the cultivation technique a few 10 jiang outside. Young Master Jiang, you. When someone saw it, turned pale with fright. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chu laughed heartily, as if he had seen the cultivation technique. After own practice, the appearance of invincible in the whole world, the arrogant state appeared. Treasure can get it. This cultivation technique belongs to this Jiang. As soon as his voice fell, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened, staring at Owen's rope secret treasure blankly, and said, "Why will this happen?" His rope secret treasure protruded less than 30 feet forward, and fell softly, as if spirituality was lost. No matter how he stimulates his energy, he pinches magic arts, still unable to use. Not only him, but other people who wanted to use own secret treasure to obtain the treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar, all of them lost their spiritual connection with own secret treasure in a very short time. In the absence of Jiang Chu, in the sky it was more like a huge force hitting him, forcibly causing him to fall on the ground, falling into dust, and mud in his mouth and nose. Ha 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 ha, young Master Jiang, you this move? The evil dog-eating shit is really a practice brought to the point of perfection. I admire it. The previous martial artist laughed heartily and ran directly in front of Jiang Chu. In the past, I did not forget to sneer before I left. Damn it, I remember you. Jiang Chu stood up covered in dirt, cursing. Looking around, all around the martial artists who wanted to controlling air flight into Soaring Dragon Altar, they all had the same encounter with the owner. They all fell from the sky, and they fell horribly. This discovery gave Jiang Chu's heart a lot of balance. In an instant, everyone understood that if you want to obtain treasure, you can only have the opportunity to rush to the Soaring Dragon Altar by yourself. But this is definitely not an easy task. Before the distance is far enough, everyone still feels nothing. But the closer you get to Soaring Dragon Altar, the more fierce the inexplicable pressure on your face will become. The entire Soaring Dragon Altar seems to be in the eyes of all martial artists. Incarnation is an ancient evil dragon, roaring fiercely, opening its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, waiting for the food to be delivered. Some martial artists who are weak-minded, weak-willed, or low-powered, unexpectedly lost their minds for a moment, were stupid in place. Their eyes were full of expressions of fear, and their bodies trembled violently. Stand up. Others, even if they can withstand the terrifying dragon prestige, are still struggling and can no longer run as quickly as before. Young lady, we. On the other side, a group of Qin family still huddled with Qin. Under Qin's instructions, they approached Soaring Dragon Altar at a moderate pace. Qin coughed slightly from time to time, with a leisurely expression. On the contrary, it is the martial artist of the other Qin family, all with anxious expressions, lest they be given the opportunity by others. Don't worry. Qin finally took a breath and whispered, Soaring Dragon Altar ... It's not so close. You can take this opportunity to feel the dragon of antiquity. True dragon prestige. This has a great effect on tempering own mind. If you get something You won't be too embarrassed if you encounter a strong enemy in the future. Ginyu only has void return to layer cultivation level, but she seems to have great prestige among this group of kin family guards. As soon as she said this, those guards were really no longer irritable, but each and every one silently exercised the mind to get rid of distracting thoughts in their hearts. While guarding Ginyu and walking forward slowly, with the help of dragon prestige tempering temperament. Suddenly, Ginyu wrinkled and looked in a certain direction. There, Yang Kai grinned at her, also unperturbed, and walked forward in a very leisurely manner. This person. Ginyu looked deeply at Yang Kai's back, and found that the owner, who has always looked at people accurately, couldn't see him. He didn't have the slightest eagerness for the treasures on Soaring Dragon Altar. When everyone else was struggling to fight for it, he seemed to be walking in the garden, unperturbed, and very comfortable. Ginyu shook the head secretly, lowering his eyes, and when he lifted the head again, a strange rays of light flashed through the beautiful eyes, shining like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai is tight, as if in the dark, with a pair of eyes that can be clearly understood, prying into the secret of Own. He turned around suddenly and contacted Ginyu for eyes. In a moment, Ginyu's lovable body trembled, coughing violently. Young lady. Those guards turned pale with fright. Ginyu waved her hand again and again, bent over, and covered her mouth with a silk scarf. She coughed extremely hard. It took a while before she gradually eased. It's okay, Ginyu gasped, and then raised the head to look at the location where Yang Kai was before, only to find that Yang Kai had disappeared a long time ago, so he couldn't help but sigh. This chick is weird. At the same time, Yang Kai brows tightly knit in the crowd. He always feels that the female named Ginyu is extraordinary, but the other party's cultivation level is only trifling's void return to layer, which really makes him puzzled. Especially when Ginyu looked at him just now, as if he could see the secret of Own. Yang Kai couldn't help but have one's hair stand on end. If it is not necessary in the future, it is better to have less contact with this female. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. Otherwise I don't know when the secret is revealed. Just then, a scream came out. A martial artist who was deterred by the dragon prestige long ago stood in place, screaming sternly. His eyes trembled, as if he had seen something terrifying. His power chaotically ran away, heading wildly at all move around. Within a moment, with a touch of the ground, this person's head burst open. Red and white things splashed everywhere, and the headless corpse fell softly, looking terrible. This shocked the martial artist nearby. This is not over yet. The death of this person is like a fuse. The next moment, the scream of one after another came from different places. What happened to those people? And the general appearance of the martial artist is like being in a nightmare, with violent powers, a few random moves, and his head burst open. Dragon prestige oppression. Someone yelled in panic among the crowd. Everyone understands how these people were killed, obviously because the supreme dragon prestige oppressed spiritual mind, and then suffered an accident. For a moment, some martial artists who are courageous and low-powered no longer dare to move forward. Instead, simultaneously go to retreat in order to protect themselves. But when their bodies just started to move, on the Soaring Dragon Altar, countless mysterious lights suddenly burst out, accompanied by the sound of Kai Kai. Everyone turns pale with fright. What people didn't expect is that those mysterious light not at all aimless kills, but only attack those retreating martial artists, without exception. Without exception. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 30 dead bodies on the ground. Martial Peak Chapter 2035. Chapter 2035 Sneak Attack. The sudden scene left everyone on the spot. For a while, someone suddenly shouted, "You can't retreat. A retreat will touch the restriction and die on the spot. You guys, be careful." Damn it, this is a trap. Damn Star Soul Palace. What should I do? Many of them are not high in strength, those who covet treasures, now in a dilemma, blame Star Soul Palace, as if this is a trap set by Star Soul Palace against them. In this situation, the more you move forward, the more fierce the dragon prestige pressure you have to endure. A careless person will violently die. Some martial artists who died tragically before are the best examples. But even if they left with the intention of leaving, they couldn't retreat. The 30-odd corpses that just fell were a lesson. In this way, some martial artists really did not enter or retreat. For a moment, they froze in place. After all, it's not all those powerhouses with real strength and confidence in their own still withstand the oppression of the dragon prestige, marching towards soaring dragon altar step by step, focusing on the altar with fiery eyes. With the dozen or so unknown things that were put, each step seemed extremely difficult, but after that step, his face was full of joy, as if there was something to gain. Danger lurks within the riches and honor. This is a truth that everyone knows. Among the martial artists here, who is not a person who has experienced a lot of life and death, most of the temperament are extremely determined. Even more how, not to mention whether you can snatch those dozen or so unknown treasures, just the benefits you get in the process of going to soaring dragon altar. Let these martial artists be wild with joy. Every step taken, those martial artists can feel that the temperament and perseverance of own has increased a lot. Even under the oppression of the supreme dragon prestige, the power of many Void King stage within the body, it is rapidly transforming towards source strength. The speed of this transformation is by no means comparable to taking source congealing pill. Yang Kai naturally discovered this. In fact, he can completely ignore the oppression of dragon prestige from soaring dragon altar. After all, he has the source power of golden holy dragon within the body. Although soaring dragon altar is made of dragon bone, it is born with supreme dragon prestige, but in the face of golden holy dragon's source power, the oppression of dragon prestige still can't play any role. It is rumored that in the ancient times, there were countless clansmen in the true dragon clan. But in this clan, the level of bloodline suppression was very obvious. The Golden Holy Dragon has a very high status in the true dragon family. From the natural phenomenon that Soaring Dragon Altar appeared before, the dragon bone that created Soaring Dragon Altar may be the bone of Fire Dragon, because the true dragon illusory shadow that appeared is a red giant dragon. Red dragon. The fire attribute power is commonly used. The source power of Golden Holy Dragon is enough to suppress the dragon prestige from Soaring Dragon Altar in all aspects, making it impossible to get close to the 30 feet of Yang Kai. When Yang Kai discovered this, he even thought of desperately rushing to take away a dozen treasures from the altar. Think about it carefully. But I am not so rash. After all, there are hundreds of Void King stage martial artists here. Let's not talk about where their owner can escape the pursuit and siege of these people after robbing the treasure. Even if it succeeds, I will leave 5 colors treasure. I am afraid it will be a trouble after tower. Once people outside learn that Own has gained so many benefits on Soaring Dragon Altar, then he might become a target. An innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Yang Kai can't believe that those principal source stage will not covet the baby from Soaring Dragon Altar. If you really want to be targeted by principal source stage, it will not be in the future. It's great. So he did not at all. At this moment, he was mixed in the crowd, while approaching Soaring Dragon Altar step by step, relying on the oppression of the supreme dragon prestige, transforming the source strength of Own within the body, and at the same time, he was leisurely observing all around. Look at the situation of other people. Not much time. So many powerful Void King stage martial artists were silently remembered by Yang Kai. These people are undoubtedly the fully transformed existence of source strength. When they resist the oppression of dragon prestige, they are much more relaxed than others, so they are moving faster, and they have already competed with others behind. Opened a certain distance. Yang Kai speeds up a little bit, while thinking in his mind how to pack those treasures away without knowing it. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice of gnashing teeth came from the side. Dare to exceed this gentleman, go to die. The death character took a long time. A hand image rushed towards Yang Kai. In the hand image, a screaming and violent wind came out, which seemed to contain great destructive power. Yang Kai complexion sank, and instantly raised his hand, and his vigorous force poured into his palm and patted the opponent's hand image. Slap! A light sound, and then, two violent forces collided together, swept the quartet with great power. Yang Kai's body shook slightly, and there was no movement. On the contrary, the person who took the initiative to attack him gave an exclamation. It seemed that he couldn't resist Yang Kai's attack. Fly to the rear. The complexion of this person was greatly changed, and he was pale and bloodless. After all, the martial artists who retreated before were all beheaded on the spot by the mysterious light shot from Soaring Dragon Altar. He was not sure whether the owner would be treated the same if he was beaten back. If this were the case, he would not have the confidence to resist the attack from Soaring Dragon Altar. The thoughts got to this point, he bit the jaw, and his body sinks downward suddenly, like a wooden stake on the ground. He would rather let all the power rush into own within the body than dared to move a bit under his feet. Pa pa pa. This person within the body heard a burst of sound. His face turned pale, his mouth and nose overflowed with fresh blood, and his appearance suddenly became hideous and terrifying. Young master! Someone yelled, and hurriedly stepped forward 2 steps, against this person's behind, to resolve the last trace of strength, and finally let him stood in place steadily, without retreat. Yang Kai looked back and saw a familiar face, and couldn't help being sned. It turned out to be young Master Jiang. This sneak attack his people, surprisingly, are Jiang Chu who spoke before. When Yang Kai met him for the first time just now, he still felt that this person's majestic appearance was gentle and gentle, but he had the demeanor of young master. But after clearly understood Jiang Chu's intention to turn his attention to Kinya's body, Yang Kai understood that this person had bad water in his stomach. At this moment, he not only had bad water in his stomach, but also had no capacity for others. Simply an abominable young man. The reason why he rushed to the owner was only because owner was faster than him and surpassed him. Who is your excellency? Jiang Chu suffered a big loss and almost suffered a killing disaster. While hating Yang Kai in his heart, he was also extremely jealous. He didn't expect that he was in front of a martial artist on the Void King stage, and he couldn't even take a single move. Furthermore, in the situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the opponent, that's all. If it is really a battle of life and death, isn't Own an opponent at all? Is this a fucking human? Jiang Chu was filled with terror and fear. When did Maplewood City have such a figure again? Ask me? Yang Kai grinned. Left and right are just the young Master Jiang who can't afford to offend. See Yang Kai so boosting shamelessly. Jiang Chu, there was a trace of unconvinced expression on the face, but after thinking about it, maybe the other party might come from what great influence. After all, Maplewood City has gathered many powerhouses during this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chu expression can't help but twinkling, holds the fist saying, it's this Jiang who is offended. You don't blame it. It's still a little self-knowing. You are killed. Yang Kai smiled coldly, no longer entangled with Jiang Chu, turned and moved on. Jiang Chu stared at his back, a burst of green and a burst of red on his face. On the one hand, he wanted to suppress the injury of the owner. On the other hand, he had to resist the Supreme Dragon prestige. For a moment, it was extremely hard. At the end of the crowd, Kinyu walked slowly with many of Own's guards. After all, her strength was really not high and she couldn't move forward as quickly as the others. But because of this, I can see the scene just now in my eyes. This person ... What's the origin? Kinyu frowned. As a martial artist from Maplewood City, Kinyu naturally knows what kind of cultivation level Jiang Chu is. Although Jiang Chu is so good at aptitude can't be considered, he has the resources of Jiang family devoted. Coupled with so many years of hard practice, I have already reached the peak of Void King 3 layer, and all my strength has been transformed into source strength. In other words, even if Jiang Chu is not invincible in Void King stage, he cannot be injured by a single move. Someone did. While this surprised Kinyu, he became more interested in Yang Kai. Young lady, what's wrong with that person? A guard saw Kinyu staring at Yang Kai, and couldn't help asking, "Have any of you met that person? Do you know his origin?" Kinyu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads continuously, indicating that the owner had never seen Yang Kai. The guard who had spoken earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after leaving the Five Colors Treasure Tower, the subordinates will let people go to inquire." Kinyu nodded. "Remember, just inquire, don't offend him." "Yes." Near Soaring Dragon Altar, with times as time went on, everyone's strength gap gradually emerged. Although everyone is basically a Void King stage, and many of them are even Void King 3-layer, under Soaring Dragon Altar's trial Jinsei, each other's strengths and weaknesses, the comparison came out soon. Those who are superior in temperament, perseverance and strength, undoubtedly go faster and farther. The rest are lagging behind. For a moment, with Soaring Dragon Altar as the center, countless martial artists are divided into several levels, all desperately trying to get closer to the Imperial Court. In the first 1 layer, there are more than 40 Void King 3-layer powerhouses. The gap between them is not too big. It is foreseeable. If nothing happens, this more than 40 powerhouses will undoubtedly arrive at Soaring Dragon Altar first. As for the 2-layer, 3-layer and even later martial artists, there is no hope. But they dare not retreat at will, provoke a killing disaster, and can only march forward by brace oneself. During this period, more and more martial artists died violently because they could not bear the oppression of dragon prestige. Within a few tenjang of Soaring Dragon Altar, there were 100 or 200 headless corpses, which looked terrible. Martial Peak Chapter 2036. Chapter 2036 cuts the Soul Blade. The short 1,000 feet road leading to the Soaring Dragon Altar has become the buried place of countless Void King stage martial artists. After 1 hour, the dozens of martial artists in the 1-layer time are less than 10 jang from the Soaring Dragon Altar. At such a close distance, the dozens of treasures on the altar can also be seen clearly. For a moment, regardless of their origins, breathing becomes rapid. Stand up. But there are only a dozen treasures, and there are as many as 40 martial artists who arrived in the vicinity first. No matter how they are considered to be impossible, most of the martial artists are bound to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously discovered this too. So after approaching Soaring Dragon Altar Tenjang, everyone secretly raised their power, and their eyes were erratic, and inexplicable hostility grew crazily. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and the energy of heaven and earth was in a mess. Suddenly, a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed and attacked a burly Great Han. Damn it, I knew you would sneak attack for a long time, but finally I couldn't help it. The burly Great Han seemed to be prepared for a long time, and he immediately reached out when he saw the enemy next to own. At one point in front of him, the next moment, a hexagonal cyan green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking most of his body behind. Bump! There was a loud noise. Although the golden arrow was powerful, it was still blocked by the burly Great Han who had long been prepared. The person who took the sneak attack can't help but stay at this situation. The burly Great Han gave a grin, and withdrew the shield in a thunderous manner, with his fists clenched. Source strength surged on his fists, and he suddenly shot at the enemy, loudly shouted, "Tyrant King Holy Fist." This is obviously a secret technique with great formidable power. At the moment of the punch, there is a trace of domain permeating it. It can be seen that this burly Great Han has already touched the principal source stage. The threshold is up, and maybe he is only one step away to be promoted to the level of principal source stage. In that fist wind, wrapped in an imposing manner that only me to dominate, the world's imposing manner, changed the martial artist complexion who had previously made a sneak attack, and turned around in a hurry, and stretched out his hand at the same time I grabbed it in the void, and a King Fing sword about 3 feet long suddenly appeared on the palm. He to grasp a swing on the sword edge, source strength pours into the long sword, and the expression suddenly becomes solemn. "Shuayu Jinghua," he muttered in a low voice. Long sword turned a half circle in the air, and suddenly a mirror composed of sword light appeared in the void. Light can be seen. Tyrant King Holy Fist arrived as expected, but was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Void King stage domain of two people big accomplishment came out at the same time, and fiercely suppressed the opponent. Kaka. It seems that even the space cannot withstand such violent force collision, and a small crack appeared at that instant. Well, good, I finally ran into a decent guy. Happy. Seeing this, the burly Great Han not only was not surprised, but laughed. His expression was wild. On the contrary, his opponent inwardly complained that he didn't repeat himself. He didn't expect On to take a sneak attack at will. He wanted to cut off his competitors in advance, but he encountered such a lunatic. In desperation, I can only brace oneself to challenge. The battle between the two people just broke out. The more than 40 martial artists of the one-layer stage seemed to be half of the negotiated, and they all acted. However, instead of approaching Soaring Dragon altar at all, they shot one after another and attacked the martial artist closest to On. In a flash, there was chaos near Soaring Dragon altar. Sneak attack and the good show of being sneak attack staged one after another. Often when a martial artist has just started a sneak attack on his own target, he is countered by another martial artist and has to grit his teeth 1 against 2. There are solo fighters, melee fighters, and team-ups to eliminate enemies. These elite Void King stage powerhouses belonging to Maplewood City seem to be after facing each other's enemies. They became jealous after a short while, and the brilliance of martial skills and secret treasure was simultaneously blooming and dazzling. The dumbstruck watched by martial artists who were behind for the second 2-layer and 3-layer for a moment. But soon, they were pleasantly surprised. Because of this, they may still have a chance to get the treasure on Soaring Dragon altar. At the moment, each and every one was muffled, and moved forward with all their strength. But they obviously thought it was too simple. The martial artists of the first 1-layer are indeed fighting, but if a latecomer approaches, these guys will give up attacking opponents and join forces instead. Kill the latter instantly. In their view, only the first 1-layer martial artist is considered a real competitor. The latecomers are just a group of clowns, that's all. How can they be qualified to engage in treasure? After 2030 latecomers died one after another, the martial artists of the 2-layer time finally saw the situation clearly and did not dare to approach at will. Yankai is just behind the 2-layer martial artist. When he sees this, he can't help but frown. If he wants to get close to Soaring Dragon altar at this time, he must be attacked by the martial artist of the 1-layer time and become a target. But if he doesn't get close, he won't be able to get the treasure on Soaring Dragon altar. The thoughts got to this point, he couldn't help crying out coldly, and shouted, "Treasure is the place where you are predestined. You are so domineering, and you don't take people seriously. My friends, if you want to fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, come with me." After saying that, set an example, and rushed up first. Originally, the 2-layer martial artist was unwilling to be blocked in place. At this moment, when I heard Yankai shouting fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, I remembered what Kinyu said before. All of them were filled with indignation, and they responded to Yankai's call, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and moved forward with eye shows the ominous light. Smelly brat sharp-tongued, let you die first. Soon, the two powerhouses in front of Yankai stared at him. The two powerhouses were at war with each other. You came and I was very fierce, but when Yankai said that, they all regarded him as a target. Since the two people can be in the 1-layer time, they are obviously the elites in the Void King stage. If they work together, even if they lose to the principal source stage, they are definitely not the same level of the Void King stage. Withstand. One took out a big axe and slashed his head towards Yankai. The axe head flashed brightly, and the huge axe mark fell like a meteorite, unstoppable. The other person stretched out his hand and slapped a small clock in On's hand. With each shot, his face became solemn, and the clock made a strange sound, converging into an invisible impact, roll towards Yankai. Yankai expression coldly, he didn't dare to be careless. His power turned frantically, He turned his hand and held a big knife. He used the spiritual mind to drive the sword and slashed it at one of them. The brilliance flashed on the big knife, and the silent attack rushed straight to the person's consciousness sea, and immediately tore the person's divine consciousness defense, and smashed into the consciousness sea. In the consciousness sea, this person suddenly rises up with rising winds, scudding clouds, and seems to have great power. It divides him into two by the consciousness sea, rolls up the heaven overflowing giant wave, and the giant wave is not at all falling, but it evaporates strangely in the air. Consciousness sea is the source of martial artist's divine soul. The water in the consciousness sea is evaporated, and divine soul is bound to be damaged. This person as if struck by lightning. The whole person suddenly stiffened in place. His eyes trembled, full of fright, staring at Yang Kai in a daze. His mouth made a sound, but he couldn't tell in one sentence. The next moment, this man crooked his neck and fell directly to the ground and died. What? The other person turned pale with fright, looking at his previous opponent in disbelief. How difficult this opponent is. He is extremely clear. The two people just played against each other, and simply won or lost. But now, they are being treated by a martial artist who is also the Void King stage. Killed with one move. Void King stage absolutely does not have this ability, so the reason lies in the big knife. What level of secret treasure is this? In his absence, Yang Kai had already shaken his figure, avoiding the joint attack between him and the other person, and approaching him with a grinning smile, while raising the big knife in his hand again. Until this moment, this man discovered that this big knife was a little bit strange. The blade was actually flowing with dark rays of light, and it seemed that there was an inexplicable power, pulling the divine soul of On. As if to look at it one more time, On's divine soul was about to be cut open, and it hurts slightly. Under the shock, he quickly looked away. Cuts the soul blade. Emperor treasure belonging to the insect emperor. After Yang Kai killed the insect emperor, he found two emperor treasures from him. One was slave insect bracelet, and the other was Cuts the soul blade. However, the powers of the two emperor treasures are too powerful. Yang Kai was not strong at the time and could not refining at all, so he could only put it aside. After several adventures, slave insect bracelet played some roles. For example, in Lost Earth, it repelled the attack of imaginary void butterfly. Under the blue feather sect ice cliff, it shocked the monster insect queen and allowed Yang Kai to conquer it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of emperor treasure, and only then began to try refining Cuts the soul blade in his spare time. Although it has spent a lot of energy and time, it is still unable to fully refining Cuts the soul blade. Even if it is used, it can only exert the power of fur, just like the Emperor treasure Nirvana Thunderbead. Yang Kai has never been able to exert all his power. But the Emperor treasure is after all the Emperor treasure. Even if it is just fur, it is definitely not something that Void King stage can resist. Especially the power of Cuts the soul blade is extremely peculiar. With spiritual mind utilize, it only cuts divine soul without hurting the flesh and blood, which is extremely difficult to prevent. To some extent, Cuts the soul blade can be regarded as a divine soul secret treasure. The degree of rarity is more rare than the defense of secret treasure. Yang Kai's spiritual mind is extremely powerful. Utilize Cuts the soul blade is against the enemy. How can the Void King grade of the same level fight? One face. The enemy divine soul was shattered and died on the spot. Yang Kai also did this intentionally. Now the one-layer martial artist seems to have an invisible consensus, and that is to prevent the two-layer martial artist from approaching the soaring dragon altar. If you want to deter the enemy, you can only use ulting to kill a few first. So killing the chicken to warn the monkey, I believe no one will dare to stop him. Sure enough, when that person died, another person saw Yang Kai raise the Cuts the soul blade again, and the black light of the blade turned. He was instinctively going to retreat with horror. This retreat immediately touched the restriction of Soaring Dragon Altar. Marshall Peak Chapter 2037 Chapter 2037 Scam. Thank you for your support until now. There are actually 2000 chapters. I never thought that Wu Lian can write so many words. When the book first hit the shelves, the grades were so bad that it was too bad to make ends meet. Xiaomo told the owner that even if it is bad, even if there is no income, he should write 2 million words. The hardworking chapter should still be in the VIP chapter and be a man with a beginning and an end. Now I have done it 3 times. Everything has to be thanked by all the book friends for their strong support. I sincerely thank you. It's nice to have you. A mysterious light suddenly shot from the Soaring Dragon Altar, and the target was directed at the retreat person. This person's complexion changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, he fled out again at a faster speed. At the same time, the rays of light flashed wildly on his body, which seemed to have used all the defensive power. But he can't be as fast as Soaring Dragon Altar's power. But with a breath of effort, the mysterious light chased this person and directly penetrated this person's body. So I don't know how many layers of defense. The power, in front of this mysterious light, was as fragile as paper. A scream came, and the man fell to the ground with a thud. Like the martial artists who were killed by the mysterious light before, the skeleton was shattered and his death was miserable. All around everyone, all are terrifying changes countenance. After all, since Yang Kai shot, until the death of 2 people one after the other, it was nothing more than 3 breaths. With a short 3-breath time, the 2 Void King stage peak powerhouse in the 1-layer time was killed one after another. No matter what secret treasure or moves Yang Kai used, it was enough to demonstrate his power and not to be trifled with. In an instant, the martial artist near Yang Kai watched his expressions all change their taste. Full of fear and panic. They deliberately or unintentionally pulled away from him to show that they didn't want to do it. Enemy. This effect is exactly what Yang Kai expected. He flipped his hand wrist and put away Cuts the soul blade. He walked forward with thorns, seeing all around martial artists as nothing and arrogant. Extremely roar. Suddenly, a high-pitched roar came from the crowd, some resembling dragon roar, but also like an animal roar. Everyone was surprised at the complexion. Simultaneous looked at the place where the sound came from. The next moment, the expression could not help but stagnate. Because in that position, a man in brocade clothes about 30 or so didn't know what secret technique was used. His whole body suddenly turned red, like a cooked prawn. Exuding there was a burst of heat, and on top of his head, there appeared a fire-red Flood Dragon illusory shadow. The Flood Dragon illusory shadow is almost condensed into substance, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, with a swaying look, and a slight shake, then suddenly shot down and got into the man's body. At the next moment, the man's imposing manner suddenly rises, and the imposing manner he exudes is mixed with a trace of aura similar to dragon prestige. Duan Dancy. It's Duan Dancy, someone suddenly exclaimed. Is it the son of Lord City Master? I have heard that this guy got a chance when he was young and got a complete soul of Flood Dragon. It turned out to be true. It's broken. With the help of the soul of Flood Dragon, his resistance to advance will be greatly reduced. Many martial artists, everyone talking at once, yelled. Some were unwilling, and some people look envious, but more jealous. Yang Kai also instantly understood the identity of this person. It turned out to be Duan Dancy, the son of City Master Duan Yuanshan. The Flood Dragon illusory shadow was obviously the soul of the Flood Dragon he had acquired in his early years. It was inspired by secret skills to resist the oppression of the powerful dragon prestige here. Flood Dragon is not a true dragon clan, but there is still a trace of true dragon bloodline. At this time, it is best to use it against dragon prestige. Duan Dancy is also a tolerant person. He has not exposed this advantage of own until he is close enough to Soaring Dragon Altar before he suddenly preemptive strikes. Obviously, the plan is very big. But he is not alone in making this calculation. Just as Duan Dancy inspired the soul of Flood Dragon to enter his body, a young man sighed not far away, and a semicircle suddenly appeared outside his body, like a defensive cover, like a big bell. The attack of all-around martial artist fell on him. He didn't care about it. He just stared fiercely at the treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar, and walked forward step by step, and none of those attacks could break his defenses, and they were all blocked. It is the motionless Heavenly King Clock of Raging Fire Palace. This person is Zhong Zijin of Raging Fire Palace. Some martial artist recognized the name and identity of the martial artist. Secret treasure used. Principal source grade middle rank defends. Secret treasure, motionless Heavenly King Clock. This is cheating. How to fight it? Many Void King stage martial artists exclaimed. Although Zhong Zijin's cultivation level cannot bring out all the powers of motionless Heavenly King Clock, it is after all the secret treasure of the principal source grade middle rank defense, not a normal Void King stage at all. What a martial artist can break, unless more than a dozen people join forces to issue a full strength attack, can it threaten him? Zhong Zijin walked forward, and turned his head to look towards those who attacked him, said with a sneer, Zongma remembers you, and when things are over here, Zongma decided he'll pay good attention to you and wait. With a word, many Void King stage faces suddenly pale. Zhong Xiao, this is a misunderstanding. Before the game, I had no eyes and didn't recognize Zhong Xiao. I was offended. Forgive me, Zhong Xiao. If you report your name earlier, I would be impossible to attack you. A Void King stage quickly became softened, for fear that Zhong Zijin would settle accounts with Own afterwards. I am too Zhong Xiao, as the saying goes, sweetheart. It is suitable to be solved but not to be knotted. Why is Zhong Xiao? Zhong Zijin sneered again and again, constantly underfoot, at the same time indifferently said, okay, since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. But if anyone dares to harass this young master, he will not be merciless in the future. Don't dare. Zhong Xiao, forgive me. The martial artists were overjoyed. Zhong Zijin obviously also knows that now is not the time to entangle these people. If they don't back down and force them to fight, either the fish dies or the net splits with the owner. It will only be cheaper for others in the end. So not at all the persecution is too much. Except for Duan Dancy and Zhong Zijin, two people, only Yang Kai's is the fastest. Already at this point, he naturally operated a little golden holy dragon's source power to resist the invisible dragon prestige oppression, so to some extent, he is the easiest one. As the three of them moved forward, they looked at each other at the same time. When their eyes met, sparks loomed. Yang Kai's heart is secretly bitter at this moment, and there is no joy at all, because he is different from Duan Dancy, and Zhong Zijin has no backing, no background. If he really uses the means to make the Soaring Dragon Altar, if all treasure is packed away, it is bound to become a target of public criticism. He is considering whether to let Duan Dancy and Zhong Zijin start first, in order to share the pressure. But soon, he denied this idea, because no matter how many treasures are taken away when the time comes, they will definitely be targeted. If this is the case, then he will do nothing. Just when he made up his mind, Duan Dancy suddenly pinched his hands, and immediately made a few violent clicks on the owner. With the clicks of those fingers, Duan Dancy's whole person, the imposing manner, which is not weak, skyrocketed suddenly. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, with a laugh heartily, he jumped out several feet quickly, and he came to the side of Soaring Dragon Altar. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai felt a little bit in his heart, and Zhong Zijin also complexion changed, gritting his teeth and speeding up. It's all mine. Duan Dancy laughed loudly. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he held a long sword-like secret treasure. There are more than a dozen treasures on Soaring Dragon Altar. This long sword has the best-selling appearance. The brilliance is flowing. The whole body is glowing, and it is not ordinary at first glance. Duan Dancy is also a cautious person. When he took this long sword secret treasure, he also specially observed all around. At the same time, the power within the body operated secretly, guarding against accidents at any time. What surprised him the most was that he picked up the long sword with great ease. This kind of result made him stay for one, but more surprises. Just when he wanted to collect his first harvest into Space Ring, something unexpected happened. The long sword left Soaring Dragon altar for less than a breath of time. In a twist, it turned into a dead branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lacked spirituality. When the wind blew, the dead branch broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. Duan Tansi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of many martial artists who are looking at him are also wonderful, with doubts, surprises, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, and looking thoughtful. Could it be that fake? After a while, Duan Tansi roared unwillingly, threw away half of the dead branches in his hand, and grabbed the other hammer secret treasure. The second secret treasure was taken out by him. In the same way, after leaving Soaring Dragon altar, it turned into an ordinary stone. Illusion technique. This is illusion technique. We are all deceived. Suddenly there was an exclamation in the crowd. There is no need for this person to remind, almost everyone is aware of this. After all, the process of Duan Tansi picking up the two secret treasures was under the public gaze. There was no chance to falsify, and it was impossible to drop the package. In this way, the only explanation is those on Soaring Dragon altar treasure is not true, but a visual illusion created by martial artists through a huge illusion technique with formidable power. For a moment, the martial artists who were moving forward stopped one after another. The expressions on their faces didn't know whether to cry or laugh. No one didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. Soaring Dragon altar, fish leaping over the dragon gate. Incarnation is the dragon. This is a legendary thing. It turned out to be a big scam. Yang Kai is also stupid. At the moment Duan Tansi performed the secret technique and rushed forward, he was still anxious. But now such a dramatic scene appeared. It made him quite unprepared. Suddenly, his expression moved, closed pupil, and then opened. No one noticed that his left eye became a golden vertical eye. The next moment, he rushed forward quickly. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also came to the vicinity of Soaring Dragon altar, and looked at Duan Tansi, continuously picked up treasure from Soaring Dragon altar, and then fell to the extreme. Those seemingly good cheat, cultivation technique, are all extremely ordinary things, and they are not of much use at all. After being thrown on the ground, they directly become ashes, and the wind blows away. Soon, Yang Kai joined them. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it and looked at it, cursed angrily in his mouth, and threw the jade bottle away. Not much time. Under the joint efforts of the three, none of the things on Soaring Dragon altar are true. How could this be? Duan Tansi seemed to be unable to accept the ending, muttered with disappointment. It seems ... we have all been tricked. Zhong Zijin laughed at himself. Martial Peak Chapter 2038. Chapter 2038. A problem. Soaring Dragon altar in 5 colors treasure tower is actually a huge scam. Hundreds of Void King stage. For a moment, some can't accept this reality. Near Soaring Dragon altar, everyone is complexion gloomy, looking at the dead bodies and broken bodies all over the floor. If Soaring Dragon altar is a scam, then what are these dead people for? Some of these people have relatives and friends of people who are still alive. Young Lady Qin, should you give an explanation about this? Suddenly, in the crowd, someone looked at Qin who was at the end, coldly asked. Qin also stopped a long time ago, and because of her low strength, she didn't go far. At this moment, together with her guards, she is behind the crowd. The distance to the nearest martial artist is also 40 jang. Hearing this, Qin under black eyebrows frowned, raised his head, weakly said, "What does this friend say? What does it mean? HMPH. What it means that young Lady Qin? Could it be that not clear yet? You said this is Soaring Dragon altar. I believe in it, but I don't want it to be simply a scam. and that many people were killed or injured. Young Lady Qin, could it be that still pretend to be deaf and dumb? The person who spoke was filled with righteous indignation. What seemed real was that Kinyu had cheated them and asked her to be responsible for the martial artists who died. This statement of his has been recognized by many martial artists, and they all looked at Kinyu with unkind faces, as if they were about to vent their grievances on Kinyu. Kinyu's eyebrows are frowning more severely. She hasn't spoken yet, and a guard next to her can't help but cold snort. My friend, please think about it before talking. What does it have to do with my young lady? How is it not? If it weren't for Kinyu, young lady who said this is Soaring Dragon Altar, I'm also impossible to wait. Impossible broken with blood? Before that person could finish speaking, Duan Tansi suddenly sneered, looking at the person with murderous aura, and said in his mouth, it's so ridiculous. You wait for the owner to think about it. Thinking, even if there is no young lady Qin's guidance, there is such a great opportunity here. Will you be willing to let it go? Duan Tansi is the son of City Master after all, and his strength is not weak. In Maple Woods, among the martial artists of City, there are very high reputation and popularity. Hearing what he said, many people bowed their heads and meditated, and found that the truth is indeed true. Even without Kinyu's explanation at the time, everyone would not ignore Soaring Dragon Altar, and they would definitely swarm them. The ending when the time comes is probably the same as it is now. In other words, with or without Kinyu, the ending will not change. Just because of young Lady Qin's advice, I put the blame on her. Don't you think it is too ridiculous? Duan Tansi looked gloomy and cold before talking. The martial artist. How dare that person look at Duan Tansi, and a pair of eyes can't help but drift from side to side. Yes, young Lady Qin is not at fault. If anyone dares to accuse her, he is an enemy of my Raging Fire Palace. Zhong Zijin also spoke indifferently. My Jiang family also has this attitude. Jiang Chu answered with a smile, and stood on the righteous side at the right time to build a reputation for Jiang family and own. Of course I will not blame young Lady Qin. This is just a few irresponsible rhetoric, that's all. Young Lady Qin does not have to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for young Lady Qin, I wouldn't even clear what this thing is. If I didn't say thank you, I would say that's all. I even made accusations. It's really a scum of Maple Woods City martial artist. I'm ashamed of this. And the others are in the team. Everyone talking at once yelled out. Then the face of the person who accused Kinyu was flushed before. I can't wait to find a hole drill, go on and never come out again. Kinyu slightly smiled not far away. Yin Ying said in a polite manner, you are all people who understand things, but this mistress not at all is wrong. Soaring Dragon Altar does have treasures. Where is it? Duan Tansi and Zhong Zijin complexion got hot and asked hurriedly. Yang Kai's heart sank, staring at Kinyu unmovingly, lest she say something that the owner doesn't want to hear. Kinyu faintly smiled and said, this Soaring Dragon Altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps the things placed on it were formed by illusion technique, but the Soaring Dragon Altar was created by the bones of dragon. This is the item refining material that even the Emperor Senior Stage covets. As soon as I said it, everyone's expression became hot. Kinyu said again, but with the power of ours, Soaring Dragon Altar cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, it will not always exist in the 5 colors treasure tower. Expert, take it away and attack it rashly. I'm afraid it will cause a strong restriction, so this mistress advises you not to act blindly without thinking. Listen to her, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tansi. His expression gradually calmed down, and he turned his head and glanced at the huge Soaring Dragon Altar, then sighed with grief. Boshan is right in front of me, but I am unable to mine. This feeling is really tangled. By the way, young Lady Qin. Yang Kai, who has never spoken, suddenly holds the fist saying, since young Lady Qin knows something about Soaring Dragon Altar, then dare to ask ... when will we be able to get out of here? After all, friends of retreat ... you saw the end. We can't always be trapped here, right? Yes, young Lady Qin, Please advise. Many people also suddenly realized this problem, and all turned to Kinyu's attention. Kinyu took a deep look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "You can leave now." Once the treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar disappears, the power of restriction will also lose its effect. Yes, and this Soaring Dragon Altar will sink into the ground in 1 hour, free from the void, and appear next time. I don't know when. But you can choose not to leave. After all, this dragon prestige is still a prest existing. The benefits of practice here must be clear to you. No need to say more about this mistress. Yang Kai is very uncomfortable by her eyes, and there is always a feeling of secret exposure, but still grateful. Many thanks young lady Kin for pointing. That said, but he didn't move. The teacher of the past. He does not want to be killed by the mysterious light unfathomable mystery that Soaring Dragon Altar shoots out. So he simply sit cross-legged on the ground, and took out a source congealing pill to take it, relying on the strong dragon prestige here to oppress, top-pronged, transforming the source strength within the body. Not only him, all martial artists did not move, waiting for the birth of the first person to eat crabs. And most of the martial artists are just like Yang Kai. They sit cross-legged directly, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they eagerly want to leave here and look for treasure elsewhere, but they have no guts to leave. Their eyes are erratic, and Twinkling is watching uncertainly. Seeing this situation, Kinya slightly smiled, turned around and walked a few steps backward. Young lady. The guards around her turned pale with fright, hurriedly shouting, and the back was wet with cold sweat for a short time. What can give them peace of mind is that Kinyu not at all encountered an attack from Soaring Dragon Altar. It seems that what she said before is true. Once the treasure disappears, the power of restriction will not be works again. As soon as Kinyu leads by example, many martial artists have settled down, resorted to various methods, and left where they were. Soon, there are only dozens of martial artists left near Soaring Dragon Altar. Yang Kai is among them. He has dissipated the golden holy dragon source power, with the flesh body to withstand the terrifying dragon prestige oppression. Under the catalysis of the medicine efficacy of the source congealing pill, he only feels the power transformation speed of own within the body fast. A little calculation. If you practice 1 hour here, it is enough for the owner to practice hard for about 10 days outside. As Kinya said, after 1 hour, with the humming and trembling of the earth, the Soaring Dragon Altar on the ground actually sinks into the ground slowly under the action of an unfathomable mystery. In just 5 minutes before and after, the entire Soaring Dragon Altar is gone. Even the oppression of the dragon prestige disappears without a trace. Yang Kai sighed and got up. He turned his head and took a look. The dozens of martial artists who remained behind also stood up. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 or 4, but they were all to live together in harmony. Not at all what disputes occurred. Soon, these dozens of people galloped out towards a different Xiangf. Yang Kai also randomly finds a direction, and continues to look for the 5-color light beam leading to the 2-layer. Fly not much time. He suddenly frowned, and suddenly speeds up. An hour later, his complexion was difficult to look at, and he suddenly stopped his steps, turned around, and looked behind him. Behind is empty, but after a while, there is a mysterious light rushing from the distance. After getting closer, Yang Kai could see that it was a flying secret treasure similar to the one that owner had seen before. The ship above, a slender silhouette stood on the deck, looking into the distance. After seeing Yang Kai, he quickly turned around, as if he had ordered something to others. Not much time. The ship flew in front of Yang Kai and landed slowly. Young lady Kin. Yang Kai looked at Kinyu and a few Void King stage guards who came down from the boat. The complexion said gloomily, "What does young lady Kin mean? Follow all the way. Do you think I can't notice it?" Kinyu listened and said apologetically, "Your Excellency, this mistress did not deliberately follow, but your speed is too fast. My Kin family's boat somehow I couldn't catch up, so I followed along all the way." Yang Kai frowned, his expression softened a bit, opened the mouth and said, young lady Qin means something to do with me? That's right. Ginyu hearing this nodded. I have nothing to do with young lady Qin. I don't know what you are looking for me. Yang Kai looked confused, but instinctively rejected this weak female. In front of her, Yang Kai always feels insecure. In fact, it's nothing. But this mistress has a question for you. A question? Well, dare to ask your surname. Is that the problem? Yang Kai stunned. Of course not. Ginyu pursed his lips, and then suddenly lightly coughed, and then opened the mouth and said, this mistress is not about this question. Yang Kai nodded, said, I surnamed Yang. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Ginyu understood, and immediately moved his lips. A voice was transmitted into Yang Kai's ears. Dare to ask Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar? Martial Peak Chapter 2039. Chapter 2039 declined. Dare to ask Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar? Kinyu's voice is accurately transmitted to Yang Kai's ears. Why would young lady Qin ask that? Yang Kai looked at Kinyu stunned, very surprised. Kinyu looked at Yang Kai deeply. A pair of clear and flawless eyes looked directly at Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see Yang Kai's deep in one's heart. Yang Kai's expression looked at him indifferently, and suddenly, frowned, and whispered, young lady Qin means ... Could it be that said that the dozen treasures on the Soaring Dragon Altar actually it's not all illusion technique? Hee. Kinyu laughed. I'm not sure about this mistress, but just casually asked, that's all. At that time, it was Brother Yang and Brother Zong. People are near Soaring Dragon Altar. You have checked the dozens of things on it. Yang Kai shook the head, said, anyway, I didn't see treasure, and according to my observation, the two did not get any benefit. So that's how it is, but this mistress thinks too much. Kinyu nodded apologetically. This is what young lady Qin wants to ask. Yes. It delayed Brother Yang time. It's really sorry. It's okay. Since there is nothing else, then I will leave. Yang Kai cupped one fist in the other hand and left. Brother Yang, wait. Kinyu suddenly called him. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned, a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing the other party is a weak female, and the temperament is pretty good, he doesn't bother to talk to each other. After all, he and Kinyu before there is no intersection. Brother Yang calms down. This mistress wants to ask, Brother Yang, are you going to find the entrance to the two-layer next? Yes, and how? Yang Kai did not deny it. Then Brother Yang knows where the entrance is? Yang Kai shook the head. He only knows that the entrance is a 5-color light beam one after another. How can I know that? Where is the specific location of the 5-color light beam? Kang Saran never told him about this at the time. However, since it is a series of 5-color light beams, it should not be difficult to find them. As long as the distance is not too far, you should be able to find something. But seeing Kinyu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as the owner imagined, and could not help expressing and moving and saying, young lady Qin knows where the entrance is. I don't know the exact location. Kinyu shook the head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Kinyu laughed and said, although this mistress doesn't know the specific location, but she knows a general idea. So, she suddenly chanted in a low voice, group between the mountains, misty clouds and clear springs, light beams appear. Among the mountains, misty clouds and clear springs, light beams appear. Yang Kai brows tightly knit repeated. Exactly. Ginyu nodded. The 5-color light beam at the entrance is connected to the sky, but if you don't find the right place, it is impossible to find it. Even if you pass by, it may be a missed opportunity. Is this what you see from the ancient book? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Kinyu nodded. Young lady Qin really reads many books and has a lot of knowledge. Yang Kai admired it. Kinyu's pale face showed a slight blush, and for a moment he seemed more alive, and shook the head, said, Brother Yang is overpraised. This mistress just likes to see some messy things. Dire Hall. Actually, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the two-layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about walking with me? She actually sent out an invitation to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hearing this, raises the head and looked at the secret treasure behind her. with a moved expression on his face. If you have this boat, you can save a lot of energy, and you can even rest on the boat to keep your energy up, which is a good idea. But my one is used to being alone, so young lady Qin's kindness is accepted by my heart. Yang Kai thought it over, but declined Qin's proposal. Qin suddenly had a disappointed expression, but did not force it, but nodded. In that case, this mistress will not bother Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang good luck. So are you. Goodbye. Yang Kai cupped one fist in the other hand and turned away. Failed to appreciate somebody's kindness. After his silhouette disappeared, a guard next to Qin stared at the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared. Cold snort, an expression of dissatisfaction, was obviously for Qin feels worthless. Qin faintly smiled and said, "It's just that he acted cautiously." How is it related to fail to appreciate somebody's kindness? I think it is normal for him to choose this way. That's young lady, you are kind and kind. The guard looked upset. By the way, young lady, why did you ask him like that before? The treasure on Soaring Dragon Altar, could it be that is not all fake? Perhaps ... but ... I have seen some discrepancies from the ancient book, and I don't know what's going on. After a few words, Qin coughed violently again. The guard turned pale with fright and quickly said, "Young lady, let's go back to the boat, the wind is strong outside." Qin quickly nodded and turned back. Go to the boat. At the same time, somewhere in the first one layer, there is a female with a petite figure and a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This female is impressively entered 5 colors treasure tower with Yang Kai, and separated from Moxioki. At this moment, Moxioki is riding a monster beast that resembles a lion and a tiger under his crotch. The monster beast has a fierce look, and the hair is full of snow and silver. The body is huge, and the nostrils spray out. The heat seems to contain an inexplicable force, and it will corrode the ground into small holes in the ground when it hits the ground. If anyone is here, be sure to startled, because the thing Moxioki rides under his crotch is the famous silver hair lion tiger beast. Although this monster beast does not inherit the bloodline of the Antiquity Holy Spirit, it is also extremely difficult. The date of birth is 5-step monster beast, depending on its aptitude, until peak can grow to 10 steps or even 11 steps. In other words, it is a martial artist comparable to Void King stage or even Principal Source stage. There are even legends that practice the 12-step liger from the Emperor Senior stage. And this silver hair lion tiger beast is obviously not comparable to Principal Source stage. It only exudes aura of 10-step peak, but it can't be underestimated. Silver hair lion tiger beast is inherently ferocious and combative. It is not what an ordinary martial artist can surrender. Even the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse may not be able to succeed. The most likely result is a liger. You fight desperately, and finally died of exhaustion. But now, this majestic silver hair lion tiger beast is used by Moxioki as a means of transportation. Instead of being dissatisfied, he obeys his words. He doesn't dare to go west and the guide will not go north. It is really incredible. In front of Moxioki, there is a palm-size alien beast flying. This alien beast looks a bit like a bat and is unremarkable, but it comes from the power fluctuations within the body. Look, it's also a 10-step monster beast. Flying bats, like silver hair lion tiger beast, are extremely rare species. I don't know what exactly Moxioki used to get along with these 2 monster beasts and make the 2 monster beasts obey her. I don't know if these 2 monster beasts were surrendered after Moxioki entered the 5 colors treasure tower, or they were there. Little bat, hurry up, find the entrance and I will give you delicious food, here and here. Small silver, hurry up and keep up. Don't be so slow. Moxioki sits. The order was issued on the back of the liger, apparently looking for the entrance to the 2-layer. The flying bat named as the little bat by Moxioki seems to have some special abilities. He took Moxioki along all the way, and soon came to a place surrounded by mountains. The mountains stream above, clouds and mists, the peaks are straight across the heavens span. The top is not visible. very strange. And somewhere in the mountains, there is the sound of mountain spring ding-dong, which is endless. The flying bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring, and flew around in a certain place. Moxioki quickly drove the liger to follow and came to the place. She raised the head and suddenly he laughed out. "It's not hard to find. I must be the first one. Hey hey." When she was about to go forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Yes, see where Big Brother Yang is." While speaking, she took out a circular bead from the own space ring and punched a few principal law decisions in it. After a while, she showed a touch of disappointment and gritted her teeth and said, "It's damned, in this ghost place, sound bead actually doesn't work." Is it because heaven and earth law is too broken? Forget it. Big Brother Yang is definitely going to come here too. Little bat, just wait here, and bring it when you see Big Brother Yang. He enters the 2-layer to find me. After giving the order, she took out a piece of jade slip, poured spiritual mind into it, and left some information to the flying bat. Then he rushed forward happily. Not far ahead, Guanghua flashed past, and Moxioki and the liger were gone. Flying bat stayed in place, but it only circled all around, then suddenly fell beside a pile of rocks, and its body disappeared underground. At 5 Colors Treasure Tower 3-layer, Lan Xun walked along, looking around the surrounding environment. She was exuding a faint dazzling light. That dazzling light seems to have an inexplicable power to withstand all dangers. Suddenly, she stayed in a secluded mountain valley area. After perceiving it carefully, her expression couldn't help but feel happy. This is it. While speaking, she started many formations and bases were taken out of the space ring, busy in the vicinity. 2 days later, she arranged everything and took out a large amount of source crystal accumulation in the vicinity. Then she began to sit cross-legged, silently cultivates, and began to hit the bottleneck of the principal source stage. With the passage of time, Lan Xun's lovable body exudes an inexplicable attraction, and all around, suddenly there are many things that look like fire insects. These things are the same as Yankai. The starlight absorbed in the starlight channel looks a bit similar. But if you perceive carefully, the two are completely different in nature. The starlight in the starlight channel, like a catalyst, can prompt the same tuan of the martial artist within the body to quickly transform to source strength. But in the starlight here, there are many broken heaven and earth laws. When starlight enters the body, Lan Xun feels law power, and his aura fluctuates stronger and stronger. Martial Peak Chapter 2040 Chapter 2040 Gold Crystal Grass. Enter the 5 Colors Treasure Tower. 5 days later, somewhere in the 1-layer, Yankai landed indifferently from the air and landed on the other 2 martial beside the artist, staring at the dead monster beast body. Unlike Yankai is indifferent, the other 2 martial artists are extremely excited. The 2 martial artists, one wearing blue clothed and the other wearing white clothed, are both male, and their cultivation level is also Void King 3-layer. The 3 not at all told each other's names, but they only knew each other's last names. And the reason they gathered here was only because they were temporarily working together, that's all. After separating from Kinyu before, Yankai has been looking for the entrance to the 2-layer. After coming here, he met these 2 martial artists. 2 people appeared, and Yankai briefly explained the situation. Yankai learned that the 2 of them had discovered some rare gold crystal grass, but the gold crystal grass here is guarded by 4 iron-armed gods, and the iron-armed gods have hard skin. Extremely, the natural defense is amazing. The 2 people had previously fought the 4 iron-armed gods, but they couldn't take advantage of them. They had to withdraw temporarily, so they wanted to find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beasts. It happened that Yankai passed by here and showed up to invite him. After listening to their explanation, Yankai immediately decided to join in. Although I don't know what gold crystal grass is, since it can make 2 Void King 3-layer memorable, it's definitely worth out of the ordinary. It's just 4 monster beasts, and I must not waste much time. Furthermore, for the 2 Void King 3-layers, he doesn't take seriously. Even if they have any crafty plots and machinations, Yang Kai feels that with the current strength of the owner, he can handle it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai learned that gold crystal grass is a rare spirit grass that can help martial artists tempering flesh body. Even if it is directly swallowed by refining, it can also give martial artist flesh body power. Defensive power has been improved a lot. If it can be refined into gold crystal pill with the help of other medicinal herbs, the effect will be even better. And that Iron Armed Godna will live together here because of gold crystal grass. As soon as the three of them totaled, they made an unceremonious move. The four Iron Armed Gods, the biggest one is only 10-step peaks cultivation level, equivalent to Void King stage peak. Just give it some more years, it's nothing difficult to get promoted to 11-step. Others, the three small ones, have almost Void King 2-layer level. If it is an ordinary monster beast, the two martial artists can also handle it. At the worst, a tie is still possible. But the Iron Armed Godni has amazing defenses, strong as an ox, and fierce and unafraid of death. The previous confrontation made the two people suffer and did not lose their benefits. However, after Yang Kai joined, the situation was completely different. Although Yang Kai also hides his own strength, there is no problem in controlling the big Iron-Armed God. The other two people joined forces, and Secret Treasure did everything possible to kill three small ones. Then the three attacked together, and the big one failed to escape the poisonous hand. Brother Yang really did, and he was still able to do well under this evil creature, unscathed. This Zhao admired. The man wearing blue-clothed smile seemed a bit far-fetched when he said this. Yes, this slightly longer Iron-Armed God, but elder brother Zhao and I almost suffered a heavy blow before. Didn't expect brother Yang to deal with it for so long. This son blushed with shame. The man wearing white-clothed also opened the mouth and said, I'm too overpraised, and I'm not able to have a flexible body posture, that's all. Although it's strong as an ox, I don't get entangled with it. It naturally has nothing to do with me. Yang Kai indifferently said. The two people of Zhao and Sun looked at each other, not at all to say anything, but called Ha to take the matter over. After all, when the three of them teamed up to deal with the last Iron-Armed God, Yang Kai's showed that they also saw it. It was not just a flexible body. For at the moment, the two people both had some fear of Yang Kai. Now that these four animals are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of the Iron-Armed God are all good materials and can't be wasted. Surnamed Zhao, the man suggested. Exactly, especially their fur. If it is used to refine the Secret Treasure defense, it is most appropriate. The surnamed Sun Man also continued with joy. Now the three of them no longer hesitate, and they have used methods to deal with the four Iron-Armed Gods. Not much time. The three of them all showed satisfaction. They were given the same amount of material, and only some flesh and blood and skeleton were left in place. Then only the gold crystal grass is left now. I don't know how many there are, but I hope there are a lot of them. The surnamed Zaman cast his fiery gaze to a cave ahead. Just go in and take a look. Yang Kai slightly smiled, taking the lead and walking towards the cave. Zhao and Sun, two people, looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The cave is dark and damp, and there is an inexplicable smell that makes people vomiting. There are many other monster beast skeletons near the cave entrance, and the sound of cracks comes from the footsteps. Called have one's hair stand on end. The four Iron-Armed God clearly made their home here. Walking not much time, the three of them came to the bottom of the cave, and in front of that, there is a stone pier, which is about 5 feet away. There are more than a dozen small grasses with metallic cluster on the stone pier, each with only 2 fingers length. The three spiritual mind to release outside. After confirming that there is no danger in this place, they approached the stone pier one after another. DSK. There are 13 plants. The surnamed Zaman looked happy and authentic. Not good points. The frowned surnamed Sun Man thought of another question. Yang Kai laughed and said, since there are 13 plants, Then each of the three of us will take 4 plants each. As for the remaining plant, we will convert it into the corresponding source crystal and take gold crystal grass. It's good for someone to take out the source crystal and compensate the other 2 people. Brother Yang pays attention. Just do it. Zhao. Some 2 people naturally have no reason for disapproval, and quickly nodded. At the moment, the 3 of you, one by one, and I divided up the 12 gold crystal grass, and the 3 of them discussed the last one for a while, and finally Yang Kai offered 5,000 source crystal by it. Everyone is happy after being busy. This cooperation is happy. I hope there will be another chance next time. The surnamed Zaman holds the fist saying at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Yes, Brother Yang is good at strength. I really hope there will be time to cooperate with Brother Yang again. The surnamed Sun Man also said. There is a chance. Yang Kai casually said in a perfunctory sentence, since the matter is here, then I will say goodbye. Brother Yang is destined to meet again. Zhao Sun Aaron quickly cupped one fist in the other hand replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around to go outside. When I reached the entrance of the cave, I suddenly turned around and said, don't look for the entrance to the 2 layer. Surnamed Zaman he said with a smile, naturally, I want to go. But in the previous battle, this Zhao was very expensive. I want to recover here for a while. Brother Yang will ask me first. The surnamed Sun Man said that also means this. Yang Kai showed a clear look, nodded, said nothing, and left the cave straight away, while the other 2 people really sat cross-legged down and took out the medicine pill from the space ring. In the entrance, the closed pupil adjusts his breath. For a moment, the cave is quiet and silent. After a long time, the surnamed Sun Man suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he should have gone far. It's been such a long time. Could it be that still staying in the vicinity? Surnamed Zaman continued. Elder brother Zhao, why did you just tell me not to act blindly without thinking? Gold crystal grass is so rare, let him take 5 plants in vain. And, looking at the way he bid, he seemed to carry there are many source crystals. If you can kill him, do you think that our 2 people are his opponent? Elder brother Zhao, the man hearing this, gave a cold snort. Why? Although his performance is really good and his strength is hidden, but you and I are not. With 2 enemies and 1, I am afraid of what he will do. The surnamed Sun Man looked unconvinced. Emoji. That's the terrifying you didn't know about him. The surnamed Zhao Man hummed. Remember that I told you before, I came from Soaring Dragon Altar, right? I saw it with my own eyes. This person killed Qiuxiao with a single knife. Qiuxiao was in front of him, and there was no chance to resist. Qiuxiao. The Qiuxiao who turned blood sect. The surnamed Sun Man was shocked by hearing this. Yes, how do you think we compare to Qiuxiao? Naturally not as good as blood sect, although it is not a powerful sect. It is even worse than Raging Fire Palace. First, I've heard of Qiuxiao. That's why I didn't let you do it. I didn't think of it when I saw him before. I finally saw him act. I only then did he realize that he was the one who could kill Qiuxiao with a single knife. Even if you and I join forces, you will definitely not be his opponent. When the time comes, you and I both ill rather than well. So that's how it is. Thanks to Elder Brother Zhou's prompt reminder. Otherwise, if you turn your face with that person. The surnamed Sun Man had cold sweat on his face. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Fortunately, this person seems to be very knowledgeable. He doesn't even know the use of gold crystal grass. It is really interesting to find you and me intentionally or unconsciously. Yes, this man is really strange. Since his strength is so powerful, how can he not even heard of gold crystal grass? The surnamed Sun Man was also puzzled. It's not better. It's cheaper for you and me. Since he doesn't know gold crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know. Gold crystal grass will only grow in places where rare minerals gather. In other words, there are definitely rare mineral deposits underground here. Surnamed Zaman slightly smiled. Now that he has gone far, it should not be too late. Let's do it now. If we find the minerals of Emperor grade, then you and I will be developed. Emperor-grade minerals are so easy to find. It is rumored that Emperor-grade minerals can only be seen in Star Sea. This is only the first one layer of 5 colors treasure tower. But I am satisfied with the minerals of principal source grade. Now, two people while speaking, they no longer hesitate and use their own methods to blast towards the place where the stone pier is in front of them. After a while, they blast the ground into a big pit. Soon the two people's technique changed again, using power to transform into various moves, and digging down continuously. Sure enough, there is a ghost not far away. He used the secret technique Nihility to hide his own aura and the existence of Yankai Cold Snort. Marshall Peak Chapter 2041 Chapter 2041 Huge Jaw. Previously, Yankai felt that Zhao and Sun's two people behaved differently. After all, the cave of the iron-armed god is dark and humid, and it smells unpleasant. However, the two people even stayed to meditate and recover after acquiring gold crystal grass. This obviously shows some problems. If there are no other benefits, how can they choose to stay in that environment? So Yankai pretended to leave, but in fact he hid in the vicinity and quietly investigated. At this moment, as soon as I felt the signs of the two people using their strength, I immediately affirmed the judgment of the owner. However, under the current situation, Yankai is not good at killing people and surpassing goods. After all, although Zhao and Sun two people have concealed something from him, they have not really disadvantaged him. The blame is that he owns some ignorant and inexperienced. It looks like it's time to make up for the knowledge about the various materials in Star Boundary, otherwise I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Yankai doesn't know what there is in the underground that is worthy of the Zhao or Sun two people's excavation, but it is not convenient for him to show up directly, so naturally he can only continue to hide. The movement over the continued to spread, and soon, a large hole was dug out of the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped into it one after another and continued to dig. After a full half day, at the cavern's mouth, Zhao and Sun two people laced from the inside one after another, but the expressions of the two people were not happy, but they all brows tightly knit, which seemed to be nothing. Looks like nothing. Fucking bad luck. I wasted this half day. The surnamed Zhao man foul-mouthed. Yeah. Who would have thought it was this kind of situation? If I knew that, I might as well just leave. Hey. The surnamed Sun man also sighed. Forget it. Time is also fate. We can't force it. Let's hurry up to find the entrance to the two-layer. This 5 colors treasure tower doesn't know when it will be closed, so hurry up and look for it. The advantage is that, especially the principal source fruit, it is very useful for you and me. In a few words, the two people no longer have the mind to stay here, and they have taken out their own fly the secret treasure and break through the air. After a while, Yankai's silhouette suddenly emerged from the void, staring at the direction where the two people disappeared, with a thoughtful expression hanging on their faces. From the previous conversations of the two people, it seems that there is no benefit from the cavern landing. Otherwise it will not be so annoying, but listening to their meaning, it seems that there is no benefit to not saying that underground. This makes Yankai puzzled. He shook his figure and returned to the cavern. After reaching the deepest point, he fixed his eyes and saw a big hole in the same place. Yankai jumped in. Not much time, both feet landed, and after spiritual mind let go, the underground situation was immediately obvious at a glance. The efficiency of Zhao and Sun is really good. After all, they are Void King 3-layer martial artists. In just half a day, they dug the underground into a hole with an area of about thousands feet. And there is no sign of collapse. Yankai was amazed and couldn't help but admire two people's methods. But in this underground cave that occupies a lot of feet, there is only one thing, an incomparable gigantic, a complete ore. The ore didn't know what mineral it was. The whole body was tinged with light blue, as if it had grown a lot of moss. But when I looked carefully, it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore have been mined, so Yankai can clearly see that this ore is in an irregular shape, but it is the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Yankai, there are still traces of being attacked on the ore. There are many marks, some inches deep, and some are just similar to scratches. These traces are obviously left by Zhao and Sun before. Yankai suddenly understood why Zhao and Sun had such an annoying expression when they walked out of the cave. It turns out that this underground is not without benefits, but the benefits ... Two people can't take them away. They can only sigh with joy. Such a large piece of ore, no one's space ring can accommodate it. Obviously Zhao and Sun also know this, so they want to knock down some of this ore and take away the remaining ones. Traces are the best evidence. Unfortunately, this ore seems to be extremely hard. With the strength of Zhao and Sun, it can't be destroyed. In the end, it can only be reluctantly abandoned to avoid wasting time. Yankai's eyes gleamed. He smiled. His space ring is no different from others, and naturally can't hold such a large piece of ore, but besides space ring, he also has mysterious boundary bead. Back then, a block as big as embodiment was directly stuffed into mysterious boundary bead by Yankai, let alone such a piece of ore. It is much smaller and more delicate than the embodiment of the year. This ore exists in the first one layer of the 5 colors treasure tower. It is definitely not a mineral of emperor grade. Yankai estimates that it is at most a mineral of principal source grade or a void king grade. This is so huge and valuable. Embodiment has now practiced the heavens devour battle law. It is when a lot of materials are needed to swallow the refining. This ore can be a good resource for embodiment to become stronger. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, but directly sat cross-legged down, and immediately after spiritual mind burst out. With the knowledge of body and spirit, he completely wrapped this huge ore. Next, Yankai sighed, and the power of divine consciousness came out. The next moment, the huge ore in front of me disappeared and appeared in mysterious small boundary. After doing all this, Yankai couldn't help shaking his body. His face turned pale, and there was a pinch of pain in his head. He didn't panic at all, but quickly took out the spirit pill used to restore divine consciousness and stuffed it into his mouth, refining and absorbed it. Time slowly passed, and it was another half-day before Yankai took a breath and slowly eyes opened the curtain. The consumption of divine consciousness has basically recovered. With the help of colorful mild soul lotus, Yankai's divine consciousness is more than dozens of times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, based on his current realm and just now pay, at least 1015 days before you can act again. Spiritual mind swept into mysterious small boundary. Yankai found that the huge ore had been moved to the side of embodiment. At this moment, embodiment is also a little different than before. Although it is still a giant as high as a mountain, it is undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yankai saw it, and at embodiment all around, the impurities that have been tempered have been paved for 10. A few jang high, thick one layer. This time Yankai waited and watched. I saw that the embodiment body had continuously discarded rubble falling down, rustling constantly, which was quite spectacular. Yankai is very satisfied. According to this speed, it can be as short as half a year and as long as a year. Embodiment can help the owner and will never be shelved because of inconvenience. He retracted divine consciousness, jumped out of the hole, went outside to recognize the direction, and left straight away. 7 days later, Yankai frowned and looked at the mountains not far away, with a trace of anxiety on his face. He has been looking for the entrance to the 2-layer in these days, but unfortunately he has not found it. Kinya's words were still in his ears that day, and he didn't think that the other party would deceive the owner, so in accordance with Kinya's instructions, he kept looking for places with mountain range. I found several locations one after another, but found nothing. He also not clear whether the mountain range ahead is the target that the owner is looking for. But I always have to take a look. With a flickering figure, Yankai moves forward. Not much time. The man came to the mountains, he raised the head and looked up. The complexion couldn't help being happy, because this place is surrounded by mountains. The clouds and mist above the head are transpiring, which is exactly what Qin Yu said in the first two sentences. Just as he secretly felt that Own should be in the right direction, a small black shadow suddenly shot from a short distance away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and his mighty power came out, attacked towards the dark shadow. The black shadow's reaction is wonderfully quick. It originally shot straight at Yang Kai, but at the moment Yang Kai shot it, he suddenly made a 90-degree turn, rushing into the sky, and then again like a meteorite falling. It fell straight down, and the sound of zizz continued to be heard in the mouth. The tone is a bit aggrieved and a bit rush. Yang Kai listened for a while. The stove in place did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards the owner. Until then, he didn't look at clear. The dark shadow was a palm-size monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, with its wings shaking. Its body shape was extremely flexible, and its speed was wonderful. Quick is extremely. At this moment, this bat-like monster beast is suspended in front of Yang Kai, and a pair of small beast eyes are staring at Yang Kai, with a smell of recognition. Yang Kai astonished. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, he listened to its screaming zizz, then opened his mouth, spit out a jade slip from his mouth, and gestured to Yang Kai. For me? Yang Kai frowned, but still figured out the intention of the little beast. The little beast uttered zizz again, seeming to be responding to Yang Kai, and then slowly flew in front of him. As soon as his mouth became loose, the jade slip fell down. Yang Kai took the jade slip and spiritual mind poured it into it. After a while, dumbly burst into laughter. It turned out to be Xioki. He didn't understand until this time. The little beast in front of him is a flying bat bred in captivity by Moxioki. It stays here to meet and guide the owner. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm. But it looks like Own did not find the wrong place. Moreover, Moxioki, that girl, entered the two-layer so much earlier than Own, which is really amazing. Lead the way ahead. Yang Kai collected the jade slip, and rushed towards the flying bat. Slightly smiled. This little beast seems to be able to understand human words. Hearing this, and immediately turned to flies to a direction. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. This friend stays. While speaking, there was a sound of hunting and hunting. Yang Kai complexion sank. Just now he was only surprised by the spirituality of this flying bat. He didn't notice anyone approaching. He immediately reacted after hearing the sound. After scanning divine consciousness, Yang Kai knew that there were 6 martial artists nearby, and all of them belonged to the Void King stage. Martial Peak Chapter 2042. Chapter 2042 Natural Gravity Field. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, and he saw 6 Void King stage martial artists approaching. The leader has a dignified appearance, temperament is out of the ordinary, and the face is like a crown jade, and he has a good background. And it turns out to be someone Yang Kai knew. Flying Saint Palace's palace master, Ning Yuanxing. In the black market that day, Ning Yuanxing and Moxioki had some conflicts because of the snake egg. Yang Kai hid his appearance and used tiger skins as a banner, threatened with threats, and brought Flying Saint Palace together. People scared back. But I didn't want to. In the first 1 layer of the 5 colors treasure tower, I met the people of Flying Saint Palace again. But at this moment, Ning Yuanxing's side, I don't see the silhouette of the principal source 2-layer powerhouse Liu Yi. After all, this time 5 colors treasure tower is open and the principal source stage is inaccessible. So Ning Yuanxing, you can only bring some Void King stage into this place. I don't know what method they used, but they got together, and they also met Yang Kai here. Although he is an acquaintance, Yang Kai did not panic at all. He hid his appearance that day. I believe Ning Yuanxing can't recognize Own at this moment. Something? Yang Kai turned his head, lightly looking at Ning Yuanxing, and asked, "This is not nonsense. How can I stop you if nothing happens?" A Void King stage behind Ning Yuanxing gave a cold voice. Yang Kai chuckled, coldly glanced at the speaker. "Don't be rude," Ning Yuanxing said loudly, shouts, seeming to reprimand the guard, but immediately raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai, smiled and cupped one fist in the other hand, proudly said, "This friend, I'm here at Flying Saint Palace, Palace Master Ning Yuanqing. I don't know how to call my friend. If you have something to say, you don't need to be close. Yang Kai expression is still indifferent. He almost understands the other's character, and naturally knows that he is impossible to be so polite, but it's only because of his not very clear own identity that he tried it out. Perhaps ... it has something to do with what happened in the black market. Once I was bitten by a snake for 10 years. I was afraid of well ropes. Yang Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuanqing frown, which seemed quite unpleasant, but he just opened the mouth and said after a moment of indulgence, in that case, it's straight to the point. Just now it seems that this little beast gave you something. So what? Yang Kai was immediately happy, thinking that it was because of that jade slip. Ning Yuanqing, my jade slip is regarded as a treasure, and it suddenly seems to be profitable. What is that? Ning Yuanqing's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly, what does it have to do with you? You are so courageous. The guard who had spoken before was furious, and burst into a scream. Little Palace Master asked, you only need to answer obediently. How can you be qualified to ask questions? Ning Yuanqing waved his hand and stopped the guard's next action. The expression gradually turned cold and he didn't have much patience to continue dealing with Yang Kai. Opened the mouth and said, it's this kind of, I am very interested in your little beast. I don't know if you can cut love. I am willing to come out. Not interested. Yang Kai before he was finished, he refused. Not to mention that this little beast is a 10-step monster beast. It is not easy to cultivate. Even Yang Kai's own is impossible to sell. Even more how? It is still Moxioki's. After speaking, he turned and left. My friend seems to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Take him for me. Ning Yuanqing saw that Yang Kai was so disrespectful, and he didn't bother to act ashamed. Let's cast aside all considerations for face, and said, those 5 Void King stage hearing this, they must act immediately. But at this moment, the flying bat that has been flying in midair suddenly opened its mouth, and a string of sharp chirps came out. The visible sound waves of naked eye, like ripples, spread madly forward, covering the people of Flying Saint Palace in a fan shape. In an instant, the 5 Void King stages even brought Ning Yuanqing to their complexion changed. They only felt the irritation of the eardrums, the blood was tumbling all over, and the body source strength rolled uncontrollably. Everyone was shocked, and quickly moved their power to resist the sharp scream, suppressing the tumbling of blood. After came back to his senses, Yang Kai and Xiao Beast have already traveled far away, only to see the back. Damn it, chase it for me. In any case, grab the little beast. The little beast seems to be able to find heavenly material and earthly treasure. It may play a big role in this place. Ning Yuanqing expression became angry and shouted. How can the other 5 people dare to neglect? They showed their skills and pursued them. But after a while, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did it go? Ning Yuanqing looked around, but found nothing at all. Let's return to Palace Master. I will not clear them. They seem to disappear suddenly. A guard also looked unfathomable mystery. Should be in the vicinity. Search for me. Can the thing this young master sees can escape? Ning Yuanqing said with a cruel expression. The 5 immediately dispersed, looking all around. Not much time. A guard surprised yelled, let's take a look at the Palace Master. This seems to be the entrance to the 2-layer. What? Ning Yuanqing hearing this overjoyed, and then angrily said, fart. The entrance of the 2-layer is a 5-color light beam, which is extremely obvious. Are you blind as this young master? Can't you see it? What's the ... huh? Ning Yuanqing said, suddenly raises the head and looked at the sky. Sure enough, he saw a 5-color light beam standing in that place one after another. He was frowned and took a few steps to retreat, and the 5-color light beam in front of him was so disappeared. After a few steps forward, the light beam reappeared. So amazing? Ning Yuanqing was shocked. Yes, Palace Master, This entrance seems to have to stand at a specific location to find it, otherwise it would be impossible to detect it even if it is close at hand. The guard who discovered the entrance looked surprised and authentic. The guys at Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is very lucky, and God has taken care of him. Otherwise, how can I find this entrance? Ha 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 ha. So what hesitates? Go to the 2-layer. That guy must also go to the 2-layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm. Without Palace Master, the little beast may not only be able to find heavenly material earthly treasure, you can still find the entrance. It's really a strange beast. The young master must get it even more. Maybe you can find the entrance to the 3-layer. Enter that 3-layer. Take a look. Ning Yuanqing had a fervent expression on the face, and he took 5 guards into the 5-color light beam. The next moment, the silhouette flashed, and the 6 people disappeared. After they enter the 2-layer, Yang Kai is long gone. At the same time, somewhere in the 2-layer, Yang Kai was walking and galloping, and the flying bat led the way. Yang Kai knows that it is looking for Moxioki, so he leisurely follows it behind, while secretly looking at the situation of the 2nd layer. There seems to be no difference between this and the first 1 layer. The world's spiritual energy is extremely thin, not suitable for practice, and the law is extremely broken. However, the 2-layer seems to be much more dangerous than the 1 layer. Yang Kai did not encounter too many traps and restrictions in the 1-layer exploration for such a long time. After coming to this 2-layer, his spiritual mind released his perception, but he could feel a lot of hidden power fluctuations. Those restrictions are obviously man-made or naturally generated. Once they break into a certain range, they will trigger a restriction attack. However, there are flying bats leading the way. Yang Kai is not worried about any danger. This little beast seems to have a very powerful perception of danger, and can often avoid many traps and restrictions in advance. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 person pass through a gorge. The gorge is about thousands feet wide, and the valley is strong. Wind is biting cold. Yang Kai looked around and confirmed that there was no danger. But at this moment, the flying bat that flew over the canyon suddenly cried out with a sharp "Is it?" and there was a sense of lose one's head out of fear in the voice. Yang Kai was surprised, before he had time to find out what happened to it. At this moment, the whole person suddenly sank. At this moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction from under the feet, causing the owner's body to fall downward involuntarily. Yang Kai complexion greatly changed. The power of running within the body in a hurry, trying to resist the inexplicable suction. But soon, Yang Kai found out that all this was in vain. With his Void King 3-layer cultivation level, he couldn't actually stabilize the own body. As for the one who is good at flying and hiding, the little beast, also unable to escape this tribulation, fell from the sky to the canyon. By the ear, the wind whistling, the speed of the fall is getting faster and faster. The strong wind blows on the face. It is as painful as a knife. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that Owner was afraid that he had encountered some powerful restriction. Not only did Owner not notice this restriction, but even the flying bats were unaware of it. Such a powerful restriction is unlikely to be man-made, and it has a high chance of being born. This kind of restriction is generally difficult to detect, and it will be too late when it is detected. Falling down at this speed, no matter how strong the Yang Kai flesh body is, and even spurring the 5 elements indestructible sword and dragon transformation secret technique, it will definitely be a crushing end. This method of death is too miserable. The sharp chirping sound of the little beast keeps coming into the ears, but because the speed of the fall downward is too fast, it is a little out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes and couldn't see the situation clearly below. As a last resort, he released Divine Consciousness. After some investigations, the situation finally improved. He used Divine Consciousness to lock the position of the little beast, to grasp a swing, and a golden blood silk thread flew out, but in this case, he couldn't maintain enough accuracy. Can roll the little beast back to own. In desperation, Yang Kai put out his 10 fingers, dozens of golden blood silk thread shots, weaving into a big net, and finally brought the little animal net back. The next moment, He hugged the little beast and escaped into the mysterious boundary bead without thinking. After a while, a light sound came from the bottom of the canyon, and the mysterious boundary bead rolled a few times, and there was no movement. Until then, Yang-Kai dared to release spiritual mind to investigate all around. But the attraction of this place is too terrifying. Even his spiritual mind is somewhat unstoppable, and the deformed shape cannot be spread far away. He thought about it for a moment, then spoke to appease the little beast and let it stay in mysterious boundary bead, but the owner suddenly rushed out. At the next moment, Yang-Kai's whole body was stuck to the ground with a suction force, and it seemed extremely difficult to move his fingers. Natural gravity field? Yang-Kai's expression changed several times. Marshall Peak Chapter 2043. Chapter 2043 Heavy Earth. Star boundary is vast and dangerous. Not to mention star boundary, even in the star territory, there is this kind of natural gravity field. In a certain place, the gravity is several times, 10 times, that of ordinary places, which can often make people caught off guard and suffer a big loss. But the natural gravity field here is even more terrifying. Even the cultivation level of Yang-Kai Void King 3 layer is stuck in place. It is impossible to move even a little bit. You can imagine it. How powerful is the power? That is definitely thousands of times more gravitational than normal places. The natural gravitational field is extremely scarce, and the formation conditions are also very harsh. Although Yang-Kai has encountered it before, he can break free of those gravitational fields with only a little power, but here his face gradually became dignified, continuously urging the power within the body, but he could only move slowly, making it impossible to fly. Raises the head looking up. There is an empty shadow of frontline heaven at the position where I don't know how high. If you can't fly at such a high distance, it's impossible to go up. Looking around again, Yang-Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This gorge is actually not long. It only has thousands feet. But just below the 1,000-feet gorge, there are white bones piled up, including monster beast-shaped bones, and also humanoids. Most of them are already long. The fall was scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse, apparently not long after his death. Even the fresh blood nearby hadn't dried up yet. The ground was covered with meat, and the internal organs sputtered far away, looking terrible. This person is obviously the Maplewood City martial artist who entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower this time. Like Yang-Kai, he was accidentally pulled down when he flew over this canyon, but he didn't have Yang-Kai's means. In the end it fell to the end of ashes. Before he died, he must be very reconciled. Yang-Kai thought to himself, after all, he has already practiced to the Void King stage level. Who would have thought that Owen would one day fell to death somewhere? The spread of this method of death is afraid that people will laugh out loud. Just how can the gravity here be so terrifying? Yang-Kai was puzzled. He had encountered natural gravity fields before, but no one could mention on equal terms here. As a last resort, he displayed the 5 elements indestructible sword, and 5 colors of sunlight envelop himself. After a while, he displayed the dragon transformation secret technique, which finally allowed the owner to walk slowly at the speed of a tortoise under this canyon. 5 minutes later, Yang-Kai dispersed the 5 elements indestructible sword and dragon transformation secret technique, gasping for breath, and fell on the ground. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumes a lot of him, but the effect is minimal. The gain is not worth the loss, and he simply no longer wastes his power. You won't be trapped in this ghost place, will you? Yang-Kai had a sad thought in his mind. After a while, he frowned again. His astonished expression appeared on his face. No. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the world's spiritual energy here is actually extremely rich. Among Star Boundary, what kind of rituals spiritual energy the best cave heaven paradise has, he doesn't know. After all, he only came to Star Boundary not long, and he has never been to the headquarters of any big sect. But the world's spiritual energy here is not comparable to the headquarters of Blue Feather Sect, nor can the cave mansion rented by owner in Maplewood City be able to mention on equal terms. The rich world's spiritual energy here is almost beyond the limit of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, there is no need for movement. All around the spiritual energy will automatically drill towards within the body. After a while, the strength that Yang Kai used before will be restored. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Since Yang Kai entered the Five Colors Treasure Tower, he has felt that the world's spiritual energy all around is extremely thin, whether it is the first one layer or the second layer, and suddenly a piece of world's spiritual energy has such a rich range. It's hard to make people think or not. Furthermore, because of the terrifying natural gravity field here, all the world's spiritual energy is firmly absorbed in a place less than 3 feet away from the ground and cannot spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this gorge, in this space 3 feet from the ground, the spiritual energy is as dense as thick mist, and there are even signs of spiritual energy melting. Yang Kai had just gone through a change before, and he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, I watched carefully and immediately startled. This underground ... Could it be that what treasure is there? A single thought unstoppably emerged in Yang Kai's mind. Only this speculation can explain the weirdness of this place. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited. He braced himself and stood up, urging the power within the body. With his 5 fingers together, dozens of golden blood silk threads emerged leisurely, and those golden blood silk threads twisted together, gradually turned into the existence of a drill bit. In Yang Kai a light shout, the drill bit turned into golden blood silk thread rotates and strikes towards the ground. The next moment, a loud noise came out. Golden light overflows. Dozens of golden blood silk threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original appearance again, and can no longer maintain the appearance of the drill bit, and somewhere on the ground, unexpectedly it was the fire shining and sparks flying everywhere. After a while, Yang Kai stared wide-eyed at a rice-sized pit on the ground, crying out in surprise, so hard. He finally to be sure. There is definitely treasure underground. Because of the soil on the ground, his observations are basically ordinary soil, but I don't know why. There is one layer invisible power that makes them hard. Even golden blood silk thread can't cause too much damage. Under the full strength attack, only the pits the size of rice grains are left, and in the blink of an eye, the pits disappeared. The ground is leveled again and again. That inexplicable power has the ability to repair itself. Yang Kai looked fiery, but helpless. Because he can't dig the ground, he doesn't even want to take away the underground treasures. But he doesn't take away the underground treasures. In his current state, even the ground cannot be broken. This is completely trapped in an endless loop. Just like the egg or the chicken came first. It would be great if Xiao were here. Yang Kai suddenly missed the small ability. The natural talent divine ability of Stone Puppet Clan strengthened the body with the devouring minerals, but it can also shuttle underground at will without any restriction. If Xiao is not separated from Own, Yang Kai can use the power of small at this moment to let it go into the ground to get treasure. Unfortunately, Yang Kai doesn't know where Xiao is now. As for the embodiment in mysterious boundary bead, although it can be regarded as Stone Puppet Clan, it is too big, and its own impurities are not yet tempered. Yang Kai estimates that it will not be able to perform the ability to escape. When he was full of disappointment, Yang Kai suddenly brightened his eyes and thought of something. He immediately took out the mysterious boundary bead, spiritual mind dived into it, and communicated with the flying bat. Since the name of this little beast is Flying Bat, it must be nothing difficult. If it can use its power, the little beast is a 10-step monster beast. Even if it doesn't comparable to the spiritual wisdom of human race, it is not without IQ. And simple communication with Yang Kai is not a problem. After a while, Yang Kai cautiously reached out and clicked mysterious boundary bead. The light flashed by, and the little beast suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression is awe-inspiring. Spiritual mind has always been wrapped in the little beast. Once you detect something wrong, you must immediately take it back. After all, The pressure here is too terrifying, and 10-step monster beast doesn't know if it's possible. Resist. If he burst into death, he and Moxioki couldn't explain it. Fortunately, the situation is not too bad. Although the little beast showed its hard and painful expression after its appearance, the whole body seemed to be short, and within the body there was even more creak of bones. At the sound, the small beasts gradually became blood red, as if bloodshot. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and yelled twice at Yankai. Yankai is overjoyed, opened the mouth and said, "Then it's up to you. If you think the situation is not right, come up quickly, don't force it." Little beast again Zizi replied twice, and immediately turned around, sinking into the ground like falling into the water. However, its speed is not fast. After enough 10 breaths, the figure gradually disappeared. Yankai waited in place anxiously, using spiritual mind to investigate the situation of the little beast, but was powerless. As soon as divine consciousness left the consciousness sea, he was completely deformed by the terrifying gravity. It is impossible to detect the underground situation. A tea time has passed. 5 minutes of time has passed. An hour has passed. Yankai's complexion gradually became hard to look. Just when he thought that the little beast strip might be what's gone can never come back, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, accompanied by a very hard zizz sound. Little the beast reappeared. Yankai was overjoyed and hurriedly responded. He urged divine consciousness urgently, trying to encase the little beast and bear most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body was completely drilled out of the ground, Yankai stretched out his hand and grabbed it. At the same time, his body shook, and the human and the beast got directly into the mysterious boundary bead. Somewhere in mysterious boundary bead, Yankai sits cross-legged on the ground, and the little beast gasping for breath lies on his knees, as if going through a battle in the past, a little exhausted. "Thank you." Yankai combed its fur lightly, exporting comforted. Little beast raised his weak eyelids, glanced at him, and there was no movement. After a while, it suddenly got up, then opened its small mouth, and spit out an earth-yellow object about the size of a pigeon egg. Yankai held out hands to receive. "I don't know that this thing looks that small, but at the moment of starting." He staggered Yankai and almost fell to the ground, as if there were 10,000 catties. The thing falls into the hand. He was shocked and quickly ran his strength to stabilize his figure, and finally he did not make a fool of himself. The little beast called Zizi, as if it meant taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Yankai didn't care about it. Instead, he observed the earth-yellow, irregular things on his hands with the expression grave. After several changes in expression, he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earth?" What the little beast brought back from the ground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Marshall Peak Chapter 2044 Chapter 2044 Earth Arteries Bead Toothache, for several days, painful. I can wake up at night when I sleep. Heavy earth and weak water are both treasures of the same first grade level. Both are extremely heavy and have their own characteristics. Ordinary martial artists are rarely seen. Even those martial artists with profound cultivation level are extremely difficult to encounter this kind of treasure. Moxioki has a weak water bead, which seems to be refined from weak water. In Jade Clear Mountain that day, Shay urged the power of weak water bead to restrain it. Vermilion Bird Phoenix Cub. Vermilion Bird Phoenix is Antiquity Holy Spirit. Even the cubs are not easy to provoke. That many people died in Jade Clear Mountain that day is the best explanation. They can be imprisoned by weak water bead after that. He was unable to break free, showing the power of weak water bead. Moxioki's background is not small. It is not surprising that weak water bead this kind of treasure. Heavy earth is the same name as weak water. Even to some extent, it is more rare and precious than weak water, because heavy earth is not only extremely heavy, the place where it exists will give birth to a natural gravity field, which can be used by martial artists to practice in it, and it can also be refined into various treasures. No matter what secret treasure, as long as you add some heavy earth, it can become much heavier, more sturdy and not easily destroyed. Moreover, There are some magical features in heavy earth. If heavy earth is used to refine pill refining furnace or item refining furnace, then these human furnace can be improved during pill refining and item refining. Some chances of success. Alchemy expert and item refining expert are desperate for heavy earth. Not only that, because of the strong spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if the spiritual objects are planted in heavy earth above, the growth cycle of those spiritual objects can be shortened by a lot. In other words, if there is a spirit grass with a growth period of 100 years, then planted in heavy earth above, it may only take 5 years, or even a shorter time to mature. Such a supreme treasure, not only for many martial artists, but also for those big sects. Which sect does not have an own medicine garden? Each sect's medicine garden has cultivated a large number of spirit grass wonderful medicines, but the more precious spirit medicine, the longer the terrifying growth cycle. Several decades and hundreds of years are considered short, and hundreds of years and thousands of years are normal. There are even thousands of years to mature. These growth cycles and long spirit medicine, ordinary individual martial artists can't be cultivated, and they don't have that much energy and time. Only sect has this power, but they also have to vote for senior. The time will do. But once you have heavy earth, the situation is completely different. A heavy earth with enough weight may allow an acre of medicine garden to continuously produce various spirit grass wonderful medicines. It works well enough to make a power go up a level. Unfortunately, heavy earth is so rare that it makes people feel desperate. Some heavy earths that occasionally appear in this world have also been used to refine some secret treasures, which are not enough to be used in medicine garden. Yang Kai knows heavy earth because he has been practicing 5 elements indestructible sword. 5 elements indestructible sword requires 5 elements supreme treasure in order to practice, so he pays a lot of attention to the treasure of 5 elements attribute. And heavy earth is undoubtedly the highest treasure of earth attribute. To some extent, it is more precious than sun's true essence, comparable to mild soul lotus. Such a small piece of heavy earth the size of a pigeon egg is enough to refine several pieces of secret treasure, but Yang Kai will naturally not be satisfied. He believes that there are more heavy earths deep underground in the canyon. Otherwise, how could the gravity field here be so terrifying? After thinking for a while, he put down heavy earth, then took out a lot of spirit pill for recovery from his space ring, put it on the palm, and handed it to the little beast's mouth. The little beast was exhausted, and even lost the strength to move the bullets, but when they saw these spirit pills, the beast's eyes lighted up, opened its small mouth, and swallowed them all. Creak creak. Medicine pill is like a jelly bean, being chewed by small animals. Do you want spirit pill? I have a lot more here. Yang Kai slightly smiled, waved his hand and took out a dozen jade bottles. The animal eyes of the little beasts are getting brighter. Very well, help me fetch this thing underground. Spirit pill needs as much as possible. Yang Kai laughed, fingering heavy earth, tempting him to profit. The little beast's eyes turned, and it was obvious that he was very excited. After a while, the little beast zizzed twice, which was regarded as a response to Yang Kai. Mysterious boundary bead is not affected by the gravitational field, so Yang Kai and the little beast meditated and rested in it, and both recovered extremely quickly. Together with the spirit pill wonderful medicine, it took only 2 hours. The little beast gets up again lively dragon and animated tiger. Yang Kai took it with him, emerging in the canyon. Another hour later, the little beast came out of the ground. Yang Kai had quick eyes and quick hands. He brought it back to mysterious boundary bead to recuperate. After a while, Yang Kai to one's heart's content once again won a heavy earth the size of a pigeon egg. In this case, it is repeated. 5 days later, the heavy earth in front of Yang Kai was piled up. It was already the size of a desktop, and it was as thick as 3 fingers. There are so many heavy earths that are simply appalling. You know, only a piece as big as a fingernail is enough to raise a secret treasure to the next level, and it is a treasure that has no market, and the desktop size is 3-finger heavy earth. I am afraid that the top 10 Emperor Senior is here. I also have to look jealous. and rob him regardless of his status. Yang Kai finally believes that the inside of the Five Colors treasure tower is indeed an ancient place. If this is not the case, where is this kind of treasure? Thanks to the special terrain of this canyon and the terrifying gravity field, otherwise, this kind of benefit is not owned by others. I am afraid it would have been taken away by others. Anyone who passes through this canyon and finds an abnormality has already fallen and died cleanly. Only with the help of mysterious boundary bead, the owner escaped the catastrophe and finally gained a huge reward. In fact, he should have thought of it long ago. The anomaly below this canyon is so obvious. In addition to heavy earth, what else can cause it in this world? The little beast is still busy outside, but at this moment the gravity field of the canyon has been weakened to the point where it can be almost ignored. After all, heavy earth is basically transferred to mysterious boundary bead by Yang Kai now. Because of heavy, the gravity field generated by Earth is naturally disappeared. So Yang Kai does not need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, his thoughts move, and under his power, he rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. On the outside, he absolutely does not have this ability. I am afraid that only the Emperor Senior stage can achieve this level. But here is mysterious small boundary. It is the space inside mysterious boundary bead. Mysterious boundary bead is Yang Kai's secret treasure. After some refining, Yang Kai can dominate everything here. It's so hard to fly around with so many heavy earths. Finally brought heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked at the empty medicine garden, smiled knowingly, and used techniques to bury these heavy earths in the medicine garden. In this way, he has a medicine garden that is against the sky. If he sees seedlings of heavenly material earthly treasure in the future, they can be transplanted and shorten the growth cycle. There is no need to worry about survival for dead spiritual objects. Of course, Yang Kai also left a small piece of heavy earth as his own practice 5 elements indestructible sword. Checking the results of own, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Then, he shook his figure and disappeared in place. When it comes to emerging, it is already under the canyon. Without that gravitational field, the rich spiritual energy below the canyon is finally free of constraints, and one after another escapes upward. The little beast is nowhere to be seen. He should be still busy underground. Heavy earth is so rare, Yang Kai naturally doesn't want to miss a single bit. So he lets the little beast work hard in the underground to find nature. It's better to find nature. It's okay if you can't find it. Anyway, his harvest this time has been enough. Up. He got up on foot, not much time, and came to a skeleton, and reached out to remove the space ring from the skeleton. The bones don't know what died here. The flesh and blood have long since disappeared, leaving only Bai Sensen's bones and a space ring. Yang Kai certainly has no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching, Yang Kai actually harvested more than 50 space rings below this canyon. In other words, there are more than 50 people who accidentally fell to death because they passed by here. Most of these people should be martial artists of the Void King stage, except for those who just died. The martial artist, the rest should be from Star Soul Palace. After a slight check, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little emotional. It is indeed the discipline of Star Soul Palace. Everyone's ring is rich in wealth, not only a large number of source crystal, but also some secret treasure and spirit pill. But it's a pity that some rings are too long, and the ring itself has been damaged, and the contents cannot be taken out at all. Even if some things are taken out, the spirituality is a big loss. Useless. Yang Kai will leave the useful ones and discard the useless ones. Suddenly I harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 middle-rank source crystals. But I didn't see the high-rank source crystals. As for the secret treasure of Void King grade, it has a lot of 30-40 pieces, and there are 2 pieces of principal source grade. This makes Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little. The last time I went to the black market and sold a lot of spirit pill surreptitiously, I only got less than 200 source crystal, but now I just walked under the canyon and I got such a huge harvest. Suddenly, he was relieved of his urgent need for not having enough money. After confirming that there are no emissions, Yankai waited till one's heart's content stood in place. Not much time. The little beast got out of the ground from a certain place and flew in front of Yankai. With a mouth open, he spit out something from it. Yankai took a look and found that he was not at all heavy earth, and he was a little disappointed. But looking closely at these things, he became happy again. Earth arteries bead. There are so many earth arteries beads. The things that little beasts found from the ground this time turned out to be earth arteries beads. Earth arteries are products of the world's spiritual energy that are rich to a certain extent, but all sect headquarters are built in places where there are earth arteries, so as to ensure the use of hanger and disciple practice. The stronger the sect, the better the earth arteries it occupies. Those who are a poor, humble sect can only occupy a few earth arteries. Every year, there are many sect families who fight against the land that owns the earth arteries, causing countless casualties. Marshall Peak Chapter 2045. Chapter 2045. Do you want principal source fruit? Earth arteries cannot be moved. Once moved, it will destroy its roots and cannot last forever. Therefore, if you want good earth arteries, you can only obtain it by grabbing the territory. However, there are always exceptions. There are some earth arteries that have existed underground for many years. Because of some special reasons, their energy condenses and finally converges into a special existence. That is, earth arteries bead. An earth arteries bead is equivalent to an earth arteries, which contains all the energy that an earth arteries should have. Earth arteries bead is also very rare. Yankai spent that many years in his hometown Star Territory, and only saw one in the Violet Star Treasure House. He was eventually placed under the Medicine Garden of Mysterious Small Boundary to maintain the spiritual energy of the Medicine Garden. Abundant, cultivate spirit grass wonderful medicine. But at this moment, the flying bat has collected as many as 4 from the ground. Yankai quickly took it over with great joy and looked at it carefully. Soon, he discovered that these 4 earth arteries beads had a higher level than the one that Own took from the Violet Star Treasure House. Whether it is the total amount of energy stored inside or the purity, it is far from the Violet Star is comparable. If the earth arteries bead obtained from the Violet Star Treasure House is low rank, then the 4 in hand are at least middle rank, and even the largest one should be a high rank. The rich spiritual energy it emits makes Yankai amazed. There were so many earth arteries beads under the canyon, which surprised and delighted Yankai. But after careful consideration, Yankai feels that this is again as it should be by rights. If it weren't for these earth arteries beads, how could the world's spiritual energy here be so rich? Although heavy earth is precious, it cannot form such a rich world's spiritual energy. Only earth arteries bead can. However, the existence of heavy earth is probably also the root cause of the formation of earth arteries bead. The natural gravitational field and its terrifying, wandering to the nearby world's spiritual energy will naturally sink to the bottom of the valley, converge underground, condense, suppress, and over the years, the earth arteries bead is produced. The time of existence of 5 colors treasure tower has been extremely long, and the time of existence of this ancient battlefield cannot be verified at all. Innumerable years. The world's spiritual energy attracted by the gravity field has formed these earth's arteries bead. This explanation is reasonable. Yankai had just a little thought in his mind, and he almost guessed the truth of the matter. Although the value of these earth arteries beads is not as good as heavy earth, they are definitely not cheap. Even if you put in a large sect, it is enough to increase the richness of the world's spiritual energy inside it to a higher level. Yankai hand-wrist sent them under the Medicine Garden of Mysterious Small Boundary, supplied with the previous one, 5 earth arteries beads, plus that many heavy earth. The Medicine Garden in Mysterious Small Boundary can be said to be the best medicine garden in Star Boundary Up. Yankai actually has some impatients who want to cultivate some spirit grass wonderful medicine to see the effect. Half a day later, Yang Kai sighed and gave up his intention to continue searching. All the benefits of the underground seem to have been taken away. Without heavy earth and earth arteries bead, the environment below the canyon is restored to the same environment as other places. The world's spiritual energy is extremely thin and not suitable for long stay. He then waved at the little beast, urged his strength, and flew upwards. Without the involvement of the natural gravity field, he flew into the canyon without difficulty. The flying bat continued to lead the way ahead, looking for Moxioka's trail, and Yang Kai followed at a moderate pace. 3 days later, Yang Kai passed by a small hill and suddenly glanced down with feeling, coldly smiled, stopped his step, opened the mouth and said, "Do you own my friend? Or do you want me to push you out?" There was no movement below, only the sound of the wind blowing on the leaves. Stubborn. Yang Kai cold snort. As soon as he lifted his palm, a golden blood silk thread shot out and hit Fang Fang down. At this moment, a blue light flashed from the bottom, welcoming the golden blood silk thread. With a bang, the golden blood silk thread was bounced back, and underneath, there was originally no one. But there was a middle-aged man sit cross-legged there, look pale with a bitter face staring at Yang Kai. His eyes are full of murderous intention. Yang Kai is startled. With his eyesight, it was natural to see that the opponent was seriously injured at a glance, and it was not a normal injury. It seemed to have hurt the root. This situation is completely different from what he had previously guessed. He thought that this person was hiding here because he wanted to sneak attack One. But he knew he was hiding here and healing, but he was shocked by the owner. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little scornful. But he was also a bachelor. After realizing something was wrong, he quickly held the fist saying, "Sorry, it seems that there is some misunderstanding. My friend, don't blame it. You continue to healing. Let's say goodbye." My friend, could it be that I was here to take my life? If I had to do it, I would be better soon. Why bother? The cat crying and the mouse fake mercy. More things that Yang Kai could not expect happen after listening to Yang Kai's explanation. The middle-aged man not at all relaxed his vigilance, but yelled angrily, as if Yang Kai really had the same absolutely irreconcilable hatred. Yang Kai frowned, said, "My friend misunderstood me, and I don't know you. Why should I take your life?" This matter was caused by his mistake. So the other party's attitude was bad, and Yang Kai didn't care. While speaking, he took out a jade bottle and threw it at the person, saying, "This is a bottle of healing pill, which should ease your situation." After speaking, he left immediately. Middle-aged man stunned for a while. At this time, he seems to have realized that Yang Kai was not intentional. Otherwise, Yang Kai could kill him when he was weak. He stretched out, beckoned to kill him. The jade bottle took it, opened the jade bottle and sniffed it lightly, confirming that it was really a healing medicine, and the expression on his face suddenly struggled. Eyes looks at Yang Kai and is about to go far. This person finally made up his mind, and said, "Hold on." Yang Kai stopped his steps and looked back at him. He glanced at it and sighed. "What about my friend? Although I made the move and ruined your hiding place, but you can change the location. I also lost you a bottle of healing pill. Just forget it. Don't you take an inch." Middle-aged man hearing this, without the slightest anger, but a mysterious smile, and whispered, "I'm not going to tell you this." "Then you want how?" Yang Kai looked a little impatient. "Do you want principal source fruit?" The middle-aged man stared at Yang Kai and said slowly, "What?" Yang Kai's face was solemn, and he immediately turned around. A few twinklings came to the middle-aged man and looked at his space ring. Said solemnly, "Did you just say principal source fruit?" "Exactly, my friend heard you right. I did say principal source fruit just now." Middle-aged man nodded. "You got the principal source fruit?" Yang Kai looked at him astonished. The middle-aged man was nodded again, with a calm face. Heavenly Marshal Holy Land has placed 3 principal source fruits in the 5 colors treasure tower this time, and this Jiang was lucky enough to get one of them. I didn't wait for Yang Kai to ask where the principal source fruit is. The middle-aged man surnamed Jiang faintly smiled and said, "Friends don't have to worry about it. Even if you kill me, Without getting the principal source fruit, I hid it in a safe place before the healing. Yang Kai couldn't help coughing. What did I kill you for? It's hard to say. Men surnamed Jiang laughed. My friend doesn't look like a big gangster, otherwise, I won't go away just now. I'm afraid it has already moved. It's the heart of murdering to seize the treasures. But the principal source fruit is so precious, especially for you and me of this kind of people. I can't guarantee that you can still kill me in front of this kind of treasure. What you said makes sense. Yang Kai nodded, agreeing with his statement. Even if the average martial artist does not actively murder to seize the treasures, whether he can maintain his original heart in the face of a rare spiritual object like principal source fruit is really two different things. But you took the initiative to call me back and told me about principal source fruit. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Naturally, I want to give principal source fruit to my friends. Men surnamed Jiang expression opened the mouth and said, Are you kidding? Yang Kai squinted at him with an expression of disbelief. Men surnamed Jiang shook the head. People are about to die, and their words are good. Why should I be joking with you on this matter? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, indifferently said, I don't think you are going to die soon. Men surnamed Jiang smiled bitterly. In order to escape, I have burned out 80% of the blood essence. Even if I can survive, the cultivation level will also plummet. Even more. How? I was poisoned, and even the consciousness has been contaminated. Yang Kai complexion changed and released divine consciousness on him. Fan, this is to confirm that the other party is not telling lies. This man surnamed Jiang is actually strong in appearance but weak in reality, holding the last bit of strength to maintain vitality. Maybe he has taken some spirit pill wonderful medicine before, so he can sigh his own breath. This kind of injury, even if no one interferes with him, he will not survive for 2 days. Yang Kai sighed. If you just have flesh body poisoning, I might be able to help you, but even divine consciousness is contaminated. I am also powerless. This Jiang is mentally prepared. Friends don't care. Men surnamed Jiang is very free and easy. Hearing this laughed. I never knew you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, but you called me back and said you want to give me principal source fruit. There is no such kind of good thing in this world. Come on, what do you want? My friend is really smart. Men surnamed Jiang smiled restrained on his face and said, Time is not much. I will be straight to the point. Yang Kai nodded, put on a listening posture. I can give you the location of principal source fruit. After you take principal source fruit, whenever you find someone to refine pill success, you must give me a Jiang family descendant. Men surnamed Jiang opened the mouth and said, I am the master of Maplewood City Jiang family, Jiang Goxuan. Jiang family is not a great aristocratic family in Maplewood City, but it has been here for hundreds of years. I Jiang Goxuan in Maplewood City. Many people also know that after you go out, you can find out the location of my Jiang family. After you take away the principal source fruit, if you fail to refine pill success, there will be no failure. In other words, if it succeeds, there will be at least 3 principal source pills. You only need to give me one of the Jiang family descendants, and the rest will be yours. Marshall Peak Chapter 2046. Chapter 2046 feels wrong. After listening to Jiang Goxuan's words, Yang Kai nodded said, This request is reasonable and reasonable. I agree. But you are not afraid that I will not keep my word? Jiang Goxuan gave a wry smile. What about being afraid? I will die soon. If there is no suitable person to entrust, then the principal source fruit is only the president in the 5 colors treasure tower, and my Jiang family will not get the slightest benefit. So I only have a bet. Unfortunately, I don't have the divine soul contract. Otherwise I don't have to worry about anything. Would you like me to swear? Yang Kai grinned. Jiang Goxuan took a look at him, indifferently said, Forget it, swear this thing. I really can't help it, and seeing my friend's temperament is pretty good, so I did it. After my friends go out, I want to invite my friends to sit in Jiang family for 10 years. 10 years. Yang Kai cold snort. Friends really know Lion's big mouth. Are 10 years too much? Jang Goksuan looked at Yang Kai with an astonished face. You know, I gave you a principal source fruit. Even if a martial artist spends his entire life, he never wants to see it. With it, your chances of being promoted to principal source stage should be increased by at least 4050%. As long as your friend's aptitude is not too bad, promotion is definitely a solid matter. Yang Kai indifferently said, to be honest, I can be promoted without principal source fruit, so this thing is not very attractive to me. My friend is so big. Jang Goksuan was a little shocked. Now, I looked at Yang Kai up and down, trying to see if he was playing tricks on Profound Void. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression was calm. After a while, he sighed and said, it looks like your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, and even principal source fruit can't make your heart beat. That's it. That 10 years is fine. 3 New Year. Yang Kai shook the head. Jang Goksuan complexion changed, dissatisfied. Then what do you want? 3 years of time. For you and me, this kind of Void King 3-layer martial artist, it doesn't take long at all. This condition has been it's loose enough. Yang Kai he said with a smile. It's not a question of 10 years or 3 years. It's because I don't want to be bound by time, even 1 year, because I don't say number. How long will the Quasiona stay in Maplewood City? When the time comes, if there is something to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't it break the agreement and let me heart demon my life? I won't do this kind of loss-making business. This. Under Jang Goksuan's startled, a smile appeared. It seems that this Jang is right. My friend should be a promised person. Yang Kai will bargain with him, which means that he is really going to make the deal and will abide by each other's agreement. Otherwise, why should Yang Kai be so troublesome and just agree with him, and he can ignore it afterwards? The heart demon mentioned by Yang Kai also gave Jang Goksuan some confidence in him. If it is not the person who keeps the promise, it is absolutely impossible to give birth to a heart demon because of a broken agreement. Well, I can promise you that during my time in Maplewood City, under the conditions I will help you Jang family a little bit. If you Jang family put forward something too excessive, I won't agree to the request, and they only have 3 opportunities to ask me. Yang Kai considered it, opened the mouth and said 3 times. Jang Goksuan was lost in thought. It took a long while to raise the head and said, well, just as you say, 3 times 3 times. However, I need you to give me directions. Jang family brings a message. This is no problem. Yang Kai nodded. The 2 people are settled here. At the moment, Yang Kai is waiting quietly, while Jang Goksuan takes out a jade slip, and spiritual mind pours it in, obviously leaving some last words. After a while, everything was in order. Jang Goksuan handed the jade slip to Yang Kai and looked at him with his own eyes. He solemnly put it away. Then he took a long breath and said, everything is a friend. The location of principal source fruit? Yang Kai asked. Jang Goksuan slightly smiled, stretched out his hand and pointed out. Did you see the hill on the opposite side? The principal source fruit is over there. The specific location. Here, Jang Goksuan suddenly lost his voice, but as his lips moved, he still transmitted with spiritual mind sound. Yang Kai quickly understood. My friend, take this Jang's space ring back to Jang family. I don't use it anymore. Jang Goksuan slowly withdrew the space ring from his hand and threw it to Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai came to the opposite mountain peak, and according to the tips given by Jang Goksuan, he found the place where he had hidden principal source fruit. You are really careful. Yang Kai muttered to himself. The patriarch of Jang family not only hid the principal source fruit elsewhere, but also placed a restriction on the place where the fruits are stored. This restriction must be guided by his own blood essence to be able to open it safely. If you crack it with brute force, the force of restriction will destroy principal source fruit. In other words, if someone really wants to be unfavorable to Jang Goksuan, and even forced him to tell the whereabouts of principal source fruit, without him taking the initiative to take out the blood essence, it would be impossible to succeed. The final result would only be trying to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. but Jang Gokseon was seriously injured, and after taking out 1 drop blood essence, the situation became worse. Yang Kai estimates that he is lucky to live another day. I'm afraid he will have to return to the West in half a day. Using Jang Gokseon's previous method of cracking the restriction, using its blood essence as a guide, poured it into the restriction. After a while, the power of restriction disappeared, and a beautiful wooden box appeared on the spot. Yang Kai stretched out the beckand and sucked the wooden box over and opened it slowly. Suddenly, a golden fruit about the size of an apricot was printed in front of the eyes, and the nose aura had a pleasant fragrance, and there seems to be some magical power in this smell, allowing the martial artist to more clearly feel the world of law power all around. Principal source fruit was originally used to refine the principal source pill, and to assist martial artists to promote the principal source stage. It is not surprising that it has this kind of effect. However, Yang Kai found that this principal source fruit was a bit dry. It seems that it has been a long time since it was picked, and there is a little sign of the medicinal properties passing away. Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Deep in one's heart, could not help but have a hint of slander for this top sect in South Territory. Previously, the martial artist of Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land dropped 3 principal source fruits into the 5 colors treasure tower, which was crazy. But now that I have really got it, Yang Kai discovered that this principal source fruit is definitely a defective product in the storage of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Think about it, if it is really a high-quality principal source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land will not bear it. But even if it is a defective product, this is the principal source fruit. It is absolutely no problem to refine the principal source pill, but the amount of pill may be slightly worse. Carefully put the principal source fruit away, and Yang Kai leapt up and disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the leadership of the Flying Bat, Yang Kai came to a barren valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be extremely happy. With a slight shake, he dived into the soil and moved forward at a very fast speed. It didn't take a long time to come behind a soil slope. Yang Kai frowned, let out spiritual mind and perceive it forward carefully. Before he could see a clue, Moxioki's voice came in his ear. Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and followed the voice to determine Moxioki's position. But she couldn't see her silhouette at all. She seemed to use some secret technique to completely hide the whereabouts of One. While in Jade Clear Mountain, Yang Kai discovered that Moxioki's practice of concealed secret technique was extraordinary. Now it seems that One still underestimated her technique. I don't know what she is doing in such a mysterious and secretive manner. Yang Kai also shook his figure, using the Nihility secret technique, converging his own aura, and walking forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the soil slope and looked over it carefully. Only then did he find a trace, and he couldn't help but say with a smile, "Xioki, what are you hiding here for?" SHHH. Moxioki raised an index finger to his mouth, motioning Yang Kai to look forward. Yang Kai was suspicious, squatted down quietly, followed the direction Moxioki signaled, and glanced over there. Under the eyes, Yang Kai was surprised, because there are a lot of martial artists gathered around Tenli in the front. Roughly, there are dozens of them, in groups of 3 or 4 sit cross-legged on the ground, each using means. The Imperial Court pours the power of One into one location. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. I also not clear. It seems that some restriction has been discovered. They want to break open together. Moxioki replied softly. Oh? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. If there is restriction, doesn't it mean there is treasure? Why didn't you join in the fun? Moxioki frowned, shaking his head. I don't feel right. There may not be any treasure in the restriction. It's not treasure. What is that? Yang Kai astonished. I don't know. So I'm watching here. Moxioki as it should be by rights replied. Yang Kai couldn't help being speechless, but he was also very curious about what restriction was there that required so much Void King stage to work together to crack it. Generally speaking, the greater the formidable power of the restriction, the more extraordinary what is hidden inside. The restriction, which requires dozens of Void King stages efforts to crack, is at least the treasure of Principal Source grade, and maybe it is Emperor grade. No wonder so many people can work together safely. What is wrong with you? Yang Kai thought for a while and asked, after more than 10 li, and there are that many martial artists over there. He did not dare to release divine consciousness to investigate, so as not to expose his whereabouts. I can't tell. The closer I get to the other side, the more I panic, as if there is some danger. Moxioki replied seriously. Are you sure? Yang Kai complexion changed. Generally speaking, martial artists all have own telepathy. This kind of induction is unclear, but once it appears, it shows that martial artist himself will really encounter something. Moxioki was born out of the ordinary. Since she feels this way, it means that the restriction over there is very likely to seal something dangerous. I am still panicking now. Moxioki patted his chest with his small hands. Moreover, the little bat also feels this way. Martial Peak Chapter 2047. Chapter 2047 Sudden Change. Yang Kai of course knows that the little bat in her mouth is the flying bat that led the owner all the way. This little thing is naturally sensitive, and Yang Kai also thanks to it along the way. Just avoid many restrictions and traps. Since a man and a beast have this feeling, it should not be wrong. At the moment, Yang Kai no longer makes a sound, and hides in the distance with Moxioki. Two people secretly observe. This look made Yang Kai discover an interesting place. That is, the martial artist who is hidden all around watching. Not only him and Moxioki, two people, but some guys used secret technique, concealing the body and converging aura, or hiding in the void, or hiding in an unknown place, all looking forward. Over there, dozens of Void King stage cracking restrictions seem to have lasted a lot of time. Each and every one has a lot of consumption. They took out the medicine pill and plugged them into the entrance, and continued to crack while refining. As dozens of people poured in, a cross-shaped sign emitting dazzling light, burning like a flame, gradually appeared in the center where they gathered. Scorching power comes up and down from there. Roaring flames cross seal. After seeing this scene, Moxioki suddenly whispered, "Do you recognize?" Yang Kai asked quietly. Moxioki gently nodded. "I saw it on the ancient book, but it is a very old sealing technique. Now basically no one knows how to use it. The principle of this kind of sealing is very simple, but it takes a very strong support to do it, and I don't know what is sealed underneath. I'll know in a while." Yang Kai continued. At 10 li ahead, when the roaring flames cross seal appeared, dozens of martial artists who were cracking the seal were suddenly excited, and some even shouted, "Everyone, work harder. The restriction is about to break open, and treasure is about to emerge." In one word, it completely mobilized the enthusiasm of martial artists. Each and every one martial artist desperately agitated their own strength just like chicken blood, pouring continuously into the center. As time goes by, the shape of the roaring flames cross seal becomes more and more complete and clearer, and with the infusion of a lot of power, the roaring flames cross seal seems to be gradually unbearable look like. The burning flames began to riot, and the sound of crackle was heard inside the seal. At a certain moment, the cross flames trembled suddenly, and the Imperial Court's heart suddenly shrank in the midst of a burst of distortion. In the next instant, a loud bang came out. Countless blazes are flying around, and the violent power has stirred up heat waves and impacts, and has lifted dozens of Void King stages. Fortunately, everyone has been prepared and has taken out to defend secret treasure, so although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction is broken. Someone yelled, a surprise in his voice. The rest of the people looked forward, and they all moved in their hearts. In the place where the restriction originally existed, the roaring flames cross seal has disappeared. Instead, a big pit appeared on the ground, black. It seems a bit bottomless. The many Void King stage martial artists who have just stabilized their bodies are still holding back, and every one of them shakes their bodies and rushes towards the big pit at a very fast speed, trying to make everyone a step ahead. Treasure is snatched. Everyone's ideas coincided with each other. Suddenly many people rushed to the big pit, looked at each other, hostility grew, and all around the big pit, it was staged. A good show of melee. They joined forces temporarily because they wanted to crack the restriction. Now that the restriction is broken, there is no need to join forces anymore. There are even some martial artists who are hiding in the dark to watch a good show, showing their bodies one after another, rushing towards the big hole. Yang Kai and Moxioki stayed still, and a few careful guys did not show up. Not far ahead, the rays of light were released soon, and the power of secret treasure and martial skills was displayed, and people were injured and fell from time to time. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the big pit. When others saw this, they would hesitate and gave up their opponents one after another, and pursued them as well. For a moment, above the big pit, there were only a few martial artists who had killed their eyes. All the others chased into the pit. It's so lively here. Suddenly, a voice appeared not far from where Yang Kai and Moxioki were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked, because although he had been paying attention to the situation in Diakeng, he did not relax his vigilance on all around. He did not notice anyone approaching Ona until the voice sounded. Only when he was on alert, turning his head to look, Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. On right hand 10 feet away, an old man with a shabby appearance, a sloppy dress and a goatee. I don't know when he appeared there, behind one hand, stroking his beard, and squinting. The eyes looked forward. Human beings will die for riches, just as birds will for food. Why? The old man said in a low voice suddenly, looking like a profound mystery. At this moment, the old man it gave people a feeling of floating in the dust, which surprised Yang Kai. It's this old liar. Moxioki also found the person. After seeing his appearance, he was furious, and immediately showed his figure to teach old who had deceived her. Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Moxioki didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, but he was also nodded obediently. At this moment, the goatee old man took a step forward and came out a few tenzangs under a blur of his figure, then squatted down, looking at a missing arm and a broken leg. The constantly howling Void King stage martial artist. This martial artist was severely injured in the melee just now. He even cut off his limbs in half, and finally escaped from his life. Finally he fell down here with exhaustion, fresh blood pouring out like a fountain. It's spectacular. Brother, you are hurt very badly. The goatee old man stared at him, with a pitiful expression on his face, like Bodhisattva, who was helping. Old mister, help me. The martial artist stretched out his remaining arm and desperately grabbed it at the old man, begging hard. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. The old man cannot ignore it. This severed limb injury is exactly so easy to handle. If it is not handled properly, it will be a disability in the future. TSK, it's really pitiful. But, fortunately, there is an ancestral spirit pill in the old man, 9 revolutions come back to life pill, which is enough to be flesh and bone, the living dead. The old man sees you have a fate, so let's sell you cheap. While talking, the old man took out a spirit pill from the space ring mysteriously and secretively. The martial artist's eyes lit up, as if he saw a life-saving straw in the drowning, nodded and said, "How much source crystal do I need when I buy it? It's not expensive, just give me your space ring." The old man laughed and said, at the end of the speech, I couldn't help but put the so-called 9 revolutions come back to life pill in the mouth of the martial artist, and then unceremoniously took off the space ring in his hand. The martial artist hadn't reacted yet, and the deal had been concluded. He rolled his eyes angrily and fainted. Go to sleep, take a good night's sleep, wake up, and nothing else. The old man grinned, and smiled as if chanting, showing his big yellow teeth. Big brother Yang, look at this old guy. He actually started to snatch things. It's too much. Moxioki suddenly filled with indignation. She and Yang Kai hid in the dark, seeing what the old man did. I thought this old guy was just a liar, that's all. But now it seems that he not only likes to deceive people, but also engages in robbery. How can this make Moxioki bear? It's too much. Yankai nodded. I'll teach him a lesson, Moxioki whispered, revealing his figure. But before she could do anything, the earth shook suddenly, and the sound of Hong Long Long came from the ground, like a muffled thunder. Yankai and Moxioki complexion changed at the same time, and they don't have to wait for them to find out what happened. In the big hole 10 li away, one after another flowing light lose one's head out of fear. Listening out. It is the martial artists who rushed in to compete for treasure before. When these martial artists rushed in, there were dozens of people, but now only half of them came back alive, and all of them were wounded, expressing panic, as if they were hell in the day. After going out of the big pit, he kept his figure constantly, fleeing wildly. In the blink of an eye, many martial artists disappeared from the vision of Yankai and Moxioki. What happened underground? Moxioki cried out in surprise. The situation is not right. Go quickly. Yankai made a decisive decision and wanted to take Moxioki away from this ghost place. Under his perception, he vaguely sensed a strong life fluctuation underground and quickly awakened. Come. The speed is simply unimaginable, and the fluctuation is so strong that he has no plans to rival it. Crack. Suddenly there was a cracking sound from the earth, and in the blink of an eye, every big appeared on the ground around several dozen li with the big pit as the center, and small crisscrossed cracks. This is not over yet. From the cracks, blue-green color vines appeared. These vines are like the life of their own, continuously twisting and wriggling, growing crazily, and instantaneously. The range of several dozen li in a radius is like a dance of demons, which looks terrifying. Yankai and Moxioki have already leapt up into the sky. As soon as they moved, an arm-thick vine suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was sharp like a sword, and a thorn pierced the place where Yankai and Moxioki were before. Position. It is conceivable that if the previous actions of the two people were a little slower, I am afraid that they have already fallen into a hard fight. Ah! A scream suddenly came. Yankai was startled, turned his head and saw that not far away, a martial artist who had been hidden in the void was caught. The sharp vine pierced the chest and hung in the air. This martial artist is also a Void King stage level, but no matter how hard he struggles at this moment, he can't get rid of the shackles of vines. In the blink of an eye, more vines wrapped around him tightly. Martial Peak Chapter 2048. Chapter 2048 Wood Demon. Immediately afterwards, there seemed to be the sound of drinking water, naked eye visible, the vine above, spreading a red color, like fresh blood. Normally, the martial artist trapped in vines was silent for a moment. Not only that, his whole person actually shriveled, and soon became skinny, like a body, and flesh disappeared. Swallow blood essence. Yankai complexion greatly changed. Of course he could see what happened to the martial artist. The essence of the man's flesh and blood was sucked by the vine that pierced him in just 1 or 2 breaths, and he couldn't die anymore. Died. That person is a Void King stage, and in front of this vine, he is like a 3-year-old child unable to withstand a single blow. Wood Demon. It is Wood Demon. This underground seal is actually a wood demon. At this moment, Moxioki suddenly screamed, and his voice was transparent, with an obvious sense of panic. This is the first time Yankai has seen such a panic. Even if she encountered the Vermilion Bird Phoenix Lava on Jade Clear Mountain that day, she was safe and sound. But at this moment, after learning the truth, Hwarong immediately changed countenance. Big brother Yang, hurry up. We are not opponents. It can quickly recover itself by absorbing the essence of other people's flesh and blood. After Moxioki finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and tossed a white jade flawless war chariot. It appeared before my eyes. As soon as she pulled Yankai, the two people went to war chariot at the same time. Immediately, Moxioki pinched Spirit Heart in his hand, continuously pumping power into the war chariot. With a buzzing sound, more than a dozen layers of restriction light appeared on the war chariot. It turned out to be a solid look. Immediately afterwards, Moxioki whispered, "Go." The war chariot was slightly trembled, and it was about to flee here with 2 people. But at this moment, countless vines madly spread from the cracks in the underground, or turned into whips, or gathered thorns, and came madly towards the war chariot attack. For a moment, the restriction rays of light on the war chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, the war chariot level seems to be very high. The restriction is quite powerful. The vines that can instantly kill the Void King stage attack unexpectedly. For a moment cannot break through war chariot's restriction. But with so much power, the war chariot was a little swayed, and it was impossible to escape. After such a delay, the war chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Moxioki's face turned pale. Moonblade. Yang Kai cold snort. Putting his hands together and opening, suddenly an incomparable gigantic moon blade shot out, cutting away the vines that were entwining the war chariot. Despite the results of the battle, Yang Kai is still sinking, because he found that One has underestimated the defensive power of these vines. The huge moon blade only cut 4 vines. Then the formidable power is lost, and the vines that were cut apart, in the blink of an eye, they regrown and continue to wrap the war chariot. Big Brother Yang, with the power of fire attribute, other forces cannot completely destroy these vines. Moxioki yelled to remind him, and at the same time stretched out his hand on a cloth bag on the waist of the owner. The cloth bag, a Kylin-like ominous beast, sprang out immediately, with a reddish color, exuding a 10-step peak aura. When this ominous beast took a big mouth, a fierce flame was expelled from the mouth. Where the fierce flames passed, the vines twisted and retracted as if they had been hit hard. When Yang Kai saw it, he suddenly had a scrutiny in his heart. He urged the fire sword chi of 5 elements indestructible sword chi to condense a long sword that burned like a flame in his hand. The vines that were chopped down kept falling. However, the vine that was chopped off did not regrow immediately. The power of fire attribute seems to have restrained the vine. Moxioki was not idle either. After releasing the Kylin-like ominous beast, she took out a scarlet-eared handkerchief and poured source strength into it. The handkerchief immediately turned into a fire. Clouds, burning the quartet. With the power of 2 people, one beast finally emptied the vines that had wrapped the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for those vines to wrap around again, Moxioki has already stomped war chariot on Jade Foot, and war chariot flew out instantly, like an arrow from the string. Behind, countless vines bearing fangs and brandishing claws are chasing after them, but they are being pushed farther and farther. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone, and the vines stopped chasing. Moxioki gasped for breath now, avoiding a catastrophe on his face. Looking back, in the area of 10 li, countless vines are like tentacles flying around indiscriminately. It looks like one's hair stand on end. Moxioki, what is Wood Demon? Yang Kai asked just now. It is the product of Divine Tree Psychic, possessing the mind of One, which is extremely difficult. Depending on the type of psychic Divine Tree, Wood Demon has different natural talent divine ability. What we have encountered, this one doesn't know what kind of ability it has. But basically all Wood Demon is extremely difficult to kill, because pure wood attribute originally represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely damaged, its own can recover after a while. And Wood Demon also has good and bad. This Wood Demon should be extremely dangerous. I don't know how long it has been sealed. It will definitely be very difficult to deal with. Otherwise, with our current strength, fundamentally it is impossible to escape this tribulation. Wood Demon is so terrifying. Yang Kai stunned. Of course, Big Brother Yang. Don't underestimate it. There used to be the powerhouse falls of the Emperor Senior stage in the hands of Wood Demon. Now it has been released. It must be immediately restored. Strength, and from the previous situation, the best way to restore its strength is to swallow the flesh and blood essence of our kind of martial artist. Broken. This 2-layer is no longer safe. Moxioki said here. Complexion changed. It won't be right. The second 2-layer has a lot of space. Can we just find a place to hide? What if we get hit by it? Moxioki looking at Yang Kai, worrying. What should I do? Back to the first 1-layer? Yang Kai frowned. 5 colors treasure tower can only go up, not down. We can't go back to the one layer. Moxioki frowned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It's better to 3-layer. Yankai stunned. How to go? Didn't it mean that this time 5 colors treasure tower only turned on 1 or 2 second layers? Go try well. If you really can't go up, there's no way, in case of good luck. Moxioki laughed, while speaking, and put the Kylin-like ominous beast into the bag, and released the flying bat again. Tell it to find the entrance to the 3-layer. 3 days later, 2 people stood in front of a 5-color light beam one after another. This 5-color light beam is exactly the same as the one that Yankai saw before. Obviously it is the entrance to the 3-layer, but Yankai tried it just now. After the owner stepped in, it didn't respond at all. As before, it will be sent to the next 1 layer as soon as you step in. He looked at Moxioki helplessly, but the latter smiled mysteriously and took out a long shuttle-like secret treasure from his space ring. As soon as this secret treasure appeared, Yankai's complexion slightly changed. Because he felt a unique aura from this secret treasure. This is definitely not Void King grade secret treasure, nor even Principal Source grade secret treasure can have. Emperor treasure. This long shuttle-like secret treasure is definitely the Emperor treasure. Emperor treasure comes with its own law power, which is the case with several Emperor treasures in his hand, so he can exert great power, and this one Moxioki has is obviously also an Emperor treasure. Although Yankai was shocked, after thinking about it carefully, he as it should be by rights. So he not at all asked rashly. This 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle is a secret treasure given to me by Aunt Feng before. It specializes in breaking all kinds of restrictions. Although I can't use all the formidable power with my ability, but with the help of Big Brother Yang, may be able to break the restriction here and enter the 3rd layer. Moxioki actively explained. What do I need to do? Yankai asked. It's this kind of. Moxioki briefly explained to Yankai, and then taught him a set of techniques. Yankai carefully remembered that after several simulations, it was nodded to Moxioki. Moxioki knows. He reaches out and throws the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle. While Spirit Art is pinching, the secret treasure grows leisurely and has 2 jang lengths. She first entered the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle, and then beckoned to Yankai. After the 2 people have entered, Moxioki closed the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle, and looked at each other with Yankai. At the same time, he flipped his hands and flicked Spirit Art. As time goes by, the power of the 2 people within the body continuously pours into the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle, and the surface of the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle also twinkling a little starlight. At a leisurely pace, on the surface of the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle, a star pattern is lit. After a while, another star pattern was lit. After a while, the 3rd star pattern is lit. By this time, both Yankai and Moxioki have reached the limit of owning. The 2 people are full of ups and downs and their expressions are extremely difficult. After all, it is the Emperor treasure, and with the power of 2 people, it can't mobilize half of its power at all. Moxioki's expression made a sigh, and Spirit Art in his hand changed leisurely, and his mouth tenderly shouted, broken. The next moment, 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle shook slightly and suddenly rushed in the 5-color light beam, immediately disappeared. The 2 people staying in the shuttle have a sense of weightlessness at the same time. Both people are complexion happy, but not at all take it lightly, but continue to maintain the prestige of the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle can. After a while, the feeling of discomfort disappeared. The 2 people looked at each other. Moxioki opened the 9 stars restriction breaker shuttle expectantly, and rushed out first. Then, her cheers came. Big Brother Yang, we seem to be really I'm on the 3-layer. Yankai was also very pleased. When he came out, he found that although the place looks similar to the 2-layer, there are some differences in reality. Flowing in all the broken law power around it seems to be a lot denser. It's not that hard. Moxioki laughed, quite proud. It's important to recover first. The 3-layer is much more dangerous than the 2-layer. Yankai reminded him, and at the same time spiritual mind to release outside. investigating the situation of all around. After confirming that all around is not dangerous, he then sits cross-legged and takes out a bottle of spirit pill from the space ring, plugs it into the mouth and takes it, restoring the previously consumed strength. Moxioki is the same, but before she did this, she released the own silver hair lion tiger beast, the flying bat and the fire Kylin-like monster beast, and let them in the all-around alert. I seem to be very careful. Marshall Peak Chapter 2049 Chapter 2049 Broken Law Power. One day later, Yang Kai and Moxioki, two people, opened their eyes one after another, and their divine light was shining, and they had clearly recovered. Moxioki recalled a few monster beasts of own, and asked Yang Kai, "Big brother Yang, now that we have reached the third layer, you can't miss the benefits here. We are together action or split action?" Yang Kai hesitated for a while, and asked, "What do you mean?" Moxioki laughed, "If you want to be safe, I think it's better to act together. But if you want more benefits, you still act separately." "Big brother Yang, you don't know, the benefits of Five Colors Treasure Tower are not actually the heavenly material, earthly treasure that breeds here, nor those left behind. The real benefit of secret treasure here is the broken law power and star source floating in the world." "I have heard of this before, but I have never seen it." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. Moxioki said with a smile, "Of course it's because the first one layer and the two layer don't have much of these things, but the three layer is different, and we are here now, two people. No one is competing with us at all. If we can get some broken law power and star source, it will definitely help us promote to the principal source stage." Yang Kai nodded, said with a slight smile, "Look at what you mean. Do you want to act separately?" Moxioki suddenly stuck out his tongue somewhat. "Sorry, after all, if two people are together, even if they encounter those benefits, divided into two parts. Big brother Yang, I don't want to split equally with you, but I understand. Since you have confidence in own, then act separately." Yang Kai smiled, interrupted her. "Then Big brother Yang, you must be careful. There is monster beast of principal source stage in the three layer." "You too?" Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai is actually not worried about Moxioki. With her methods and those secret treasures she wears, even if she actually encounters the principal source stage, which is the 11-step monster beast, there will be nothing if you lose. You can protect yourself, and own itself is not too scared. If it doesn't work, just release Monster Insect Queen. As long as you don't encounter a large group of 11-step monster beast besieging, Yang Kai is confident that he is safe in the three layer. He can even take this opportunity to condense Own's Blood Beast. The Blood Beast army that was condensed in the hometown of Star Territory back then is no longer useful in Star Boundary, and it is time to update it. After the two people negotiated properly, they soon found a direction to separate. The two people run in the opposite direction. I believe that even if the Five Colors Treasure Tower is open to the time limit, they will not meet again. This way, there will be plenty of space for the two people to find their own opportunities. One day later, Yang Kai stood on a flat ground above, between the opening and closing of his hands. One after another Moon Blade attacked forward. Not far from the front, the Monster Insect Queen swords of the white and snowy color came out together, drawing out the light of purple and blue, and the set of Void King grade high rank secret treasure. The power of is played to the extreme. Monster Insect Queen all around, the icy domain is permeated, accompanied by the icy law power, turning the land in the radius of thousands feet into frozen earth. The opponent of Monster Insect Queen is an 11-step blue flame thunder jackal. This is a monster beast that resembles a wolf and a jackal. It is small in size, extremely flexible and natural. Mastering the power of fire and thunder is extremely difficult. Monster Insect Queen can now also exert the power of Principal Source 2 layer, but after fighting with it for a long time, it still cannot be killed. This shows the outstanding ability of this blue flame thunder jackal. Yang Kai didn't dare to intervene in the battle between them rashly. He just stood in the distance and continuously used the spatial secret technique to interfere with the movement of the blue flame thunder jackal. As time goes by, more and more wounds appear on this blue flame thunder jackal, and as Monster Insect Queen Ice Cold domain spreads and invades, its opponents move more and more. The slower it gets. This is the terrifying point of Bing and domain. It can weaken the enemy's perception and speed in silence, and make the enemy become sluggish without knowing it, thereby losing life. 2 hours later, accompanied by a stern and screaming sound, Monster Insect Queen's purple and blue swords finally pierced into the enemy's vital spot, bringing out a large swath of red fresh blood, and blue flame thunder jackal's mortal counterattack requires Monster Insect Queen retreat again and again. But this is just a futile struggle. After a while, the eyes of blue flame thunder jackal lost their brilliance and fell to the ground, never moving. Until then, Yang Kai stepped forward. Monster Insect Queen opened her mouth, swallowed the purple and blue swords into her mouth, and immediately crawled on Yang Kai's feet, rubbing him affectionately. General Bloodbeast is basically impossible to do so, but Monster Insect Queen has its own chaotic spiritual wisdom, so the behavior can be explained with a little spirituality. Squatting in front of the blue flame thunder jackal, Yang Kai thought for a moment, but decided to condense it into the own blood beast. He forced out a golden blood silk thread from his fingers and pierced into the blue flame thunder jackal among the corpses. Sit cross-legged in front of it, pinch spirit art to condense the blood beast method and concoct it. Half a day later, the already dead blue flame thunder jackal shook and stood up again, but at this moment it had dim eyes and no glamour, and the whole beast radiated one layer light of light blood energy. This is the most distinctive feature of Blood Beast. Yang Kai felt a little bit and was sure that the strength of this new Blood Beast did not fall to the Void King stage level, but still maintained the principal source stage, and couldn't help being very satisfied. There are two major Blood Beast guards, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, and he can go to most parts of this 3-layer now, so he doesn't need to worry about any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took 2 blood beasts and continued to explore. 2 days later, Yang Kai sit cross-legged somewhere in the 3rd layer, with a happy expression on his face, silently cultivated. At the same time, from the sky, one after another naked eye visible flowing light continuously shoots at him, like a swallow coming home, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The flowing light visible to naked eye contains the broken law power of this ancient battlefield. This is what Moxioki said, the biggest advantage inside 5 Colors Treasure Tower. Yang Kai also happened to pass by here, only to find out, and immediately stopped, hesitates and quickly absorbed his work. He absorbs these flowing lights into the body, and he can clearly understand the mysterious place of the law, laying a good foundation for his promotion to the principal source stage in the future. But soon, he discovered a strange thing. That is, after these flowing lights enter on within the body, the broken law power they carry is too huge. Oni has no time to absorb all of them, but they did not disappear. Instead, simultaneous turned toward mysterious boundary bead. The location flooded, and then disappeared. The message sent back from embodiment let Yang Kai know that all the disappeared law power has flooded into mysterious small boundary. Mysterious small boundary has undergone tremendous changes. The space inside mysterious small boundary, with the infusion of law power, becomes more and more expansive, more and more magnificent, and gradually the outline of a real world appears. And inside mysterious small boundary, it seems that some unexplainable changes have taken place because of the infusion of law power. Yang Kai originally didn't quite understand what all of this was because of, but after careful consideration, a probability came to mind. Mysterious boundary bead is the Emperor treasure, a powerful Emperor senior stage powerhouse. It has refined a huge space and formed the space secret treasure. Its internal laws are not perfect, So even if people can live, it can accommodate the living beings in it, but it still cannot be like the real world. At this moment, the law power pouring in from the 5 colors treasure tower is helping Mysterious Small Boundary perfect the law of own. Once the laws in Mysterious Boundary bead are completed, Mysterious Small Boundary will truly become a world. The correctness of this guess Yankai cannot be verified for the time being, but I think it's pretty close. So he was not at all too panic, but let it go. Anyway, this is the remaining law power inside the 5 colors treasure tower. No matter how much it absorbs, it won't hurt him. This absorb is the time of most of the day, when there is no more flowing light falling in the sky. Yankai couldn't help but open his eyes with some thought. Intuitively, Yankai found that Owner's understanding of law power has indeed improved, and vaguely understood some of the magic of Principal Source stage, but this is far from enough. Moreover, Mysterious Small Boundary has not been satisfied. It seems that it can absorb more law power and become more complete. Standing up, Yankai continued to search. What Yankai doesn't know is that the practice place like his just now should be enough for more than a dozen Void King stage martial artists to be promoted to the Principal Source stage, but because of the existence of Mysterious Boundary bead, absorbing most of the laws not only shortened his own perception time, but also made the land of practice become ordinary in the next 100 years, no longer possessing any magic. If this matter is known to Star Soul Palace, it will definitely not let him go. To some extent, this kind of practice place is a kind of foundation of Star Soul Palace, Bad Person Sect Foundation. This is not a small matter. In the next few days, Yankai has been looking for a location similar to that before. Unfortunately, there seems to be very few such places, and he has never found it. In the past few days, he has also encountered some monster beast attacks, but there are 2 big blood beasts, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, and these monster beasts naturally have nothing to do with Yankai. Either died tragically under the siege of the 2 blood beasts, or escaped at the wrong time. Yankai did not condense the new blood beast, but processed the dead monster beast body, took out the core and all valuable parts, and prepared it for future use or sale. The deeds in the previous hometown Star Territory made him understand that Blood Beast does not need too much, and controlling it too much will consume the power of divine consciousness. And condensing Blood Beast not only consumes its own golden blood silk thread is also equivalent to giving up the material of Monster Beast's body, which is really not worth it. Several days of searching have been fruitless, which makes Yankai feel a little unhappy. He doesn't know when 5 Colors Treasure Tower will be closed, but this time 5 Colors Treasure Tower has been open for a long time. I think it shouldn't last long. Nowadays, the rare opportunity is impossible again, so he impatiently wants to find more flowing light. Marshall Peak Chapter 2050. Chapter 2050 Taking Advantage of Others. On this day, Yankai was flying close to the ground. Suddenly the figure stopped and raised the head looking at the distant sky. At that very far position, there is one after another flowing light across the sky, and the earth falling down to the ground is as gorgeous as a meteor shower. Those flowing lights are indeed the broken law power he has been searching for a few days. It's just that the number of flowing lights is much larger and larger than the first time that Owen encounters. Countless times. He was overjoyed, stopped, hesitates, and rushed toward there suddenly. 3 hours later, Yankai came to a mountain valley. What he saw immediately made him startled in place. In the center of the mountain valley, there is a large group of bright beings emitting dazzling rays of light, and at the same time, there is still continuously flowing light falling down in the sky, converging in this group in the rays of light. Its brightness is added. This group of rays of light is surprisingly a collection of flowing light in the sky. So much. Yankai was mentally prepared and was shocked by the scene before him. Previously, the flowing light absorbed by him and Mysterious Boundary bead is probably less than 1% of the total here. Those alone have benefited Yankai infinitely, and made Mysterious Boundary bead a huge change. If he can absorb all the flowing light in this place, his understanding of law power will definitely be raised to principal source stage level, and he will be promoted without any difficulty in the future. Even the mysterious small boundary inside mysterious boundary bead can undergo fundamental changes. Complexion was overjoyed, and Yang Kai jumped out and stopped at a position almost 30 jang away from the rays of light. It's not that he doesn't want to get close, but the law power contained in this group of rays of light is too huge, and he can't get close at all. If you rush into it, I'm afraid it will be crushed into ashes by the chaotic law. The light ball in front of me even made a buzzing sound because it was too huge, making it very unstable. Yang Kai took a deep breath, released Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, and let them guard in the vicinity, while the owner sat cross-legged down and operated cultivation technique. In an instant, as if by an invisible pulling force, one after another mysterious light blasted out of the huge light group, rushing toward the place where Yang Kai was. These mysterious lights did not kill at all, and flooded into Yang Kai within the body disappeared. At the moment the mysterious light flooded in, Yang Kai felt that Own could gain insight into the mysterious law. At the moment, he no longer hesitates, immersed in his mind, and realized it with his heart. He is a Void King stage, and he can't absorb all the mysterious light. Like last time, when his physical ability exceeds the limit, the mysterious light floods into the mysterious boundary bead. It becomes a part of the world in mysterious small boundary, perfecting the rules of mysterious small boundary. Time is passing slowly. Yang Kai's expression began to change constantly, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing, sometimes looking blank, sometimes suddenly realizing. And from the light ball, blasted out, the mysterious light is also increasing and denser. However, Yang Kai is like a bottomless pit. No matter how many mysterious light comes, he will absorb it. Time flies. It is 3 or 4 days. Through the bottomless absorption of Yang Kai, the huge beam of light has shrunk several times at this moment, and the rays of light it emits are not as strong as before, but there is still continuously mysterious light from it. The lissing came out and flooded into Yang Kai's body disappeared. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a looking thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He pondered for a moment. He suddenly stretched out his hand and swiped in the space in front of him. There was an inexplicable force flowing at his fingertips. A dark space crack suddenly appeared where his fingers ran. Yang Kai is not at all using his space force at this moment, but he can still achieve this level, all thanks to the law power of heaven and earth. Principal source stage martial artist. The initially clearly understood principle can mobilize law power for its own use and enhance the killing strike of Own. Yang Kai has already touched the edge of the law at this moment. All this is due to the bottomless perception and absorption of these days. But the law power that he clearly understood is still shallow, so when his finger is swiped across, the tiny space crack immediately recovers as before, unable to maintain a long time. His spiritual mind moves, and he looks inside the void mind crystal that owns within the body. I saw the void mind crystal, which was originally as dark as a black hole. At this moment, a faint dazzling light flowed from the surface. Yang Kai's void mind crystal, what he condensed is all his insights and experience of Space Force, which can increase his performance on Space Force. At this moment, after law power is clearly understood, Void Mind Crystal is attached to the power of the law and becomes even more unpredictable. From now on, Yang Kai can slightly mobilize the law power of heaven and earth if he wants to. Moreover, the space principle is strange and inexplicable. This increase is a qualitative change and a fundamental change. Although he cannot use his current cultivation level too many times, once he is promoted to the principal source stage, the situation is completely different. He closed his eyes with satisfaction, and once again absorbed the mysterious light in front of him with mysterious small boundary. 2 days later, that group of rays of light has shrunk more than 10 times, and the emitted light has become a little dim. It seems that through such absorption, it has become almost nothing left. Yang Kai is unaware of this, only immersed in his own perception. Suddenly, A slight moan sound came from the front. The voice is soft, but extremely real. Yang Kai originally thought it was an illusion of own, but when the second moan sound came, his complexion changed and quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the shadow transformation of his mood, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, who had been guarding in the vicinity, also hurriedly returned to guard him. At the moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened, staring stupidly forward, with an incredible expression on his face, and it took a long time to cried, "Someone unexpectedly." It wasn't until this moment that he realized that there was a silhouette in the light ball in front of him. The light ball was too bright before, and law power was too rich, and he didn't notice the internal abnormality at all. Now the light ball is weakened to a certain extent, and the silhouette inside is revealed. Is this person already inside or ran in later? And who is this person? Yang Kai is completely at a loss. But judging from the lithe and graceful silhouette, the existence in the light group is a female. Yang Kai immediately thinks of Moxioki. After all, in this three-layer, now he and Moxioki are the only two living beings. But after thinking about it, it's not right. One clearly runs counter to Moxioki. How could she hide in this light group in advance? Moreover, the silhouette of the silhouette is also a little different from Moxioki. Isn't it the old monster sealed here? Yang Kai thought of the wood demon he had encountered in the two-layer before, and he couldn't help but guess. And suddenly he was dripping with cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the female on the opposite side opened her eyelids slightly, and her bright eyes glanced at the owner through the light ball. Yang Kai frowned, hurriedly got up and looked forward vigilantly. What made him didn't expect is that the other person just glanced at him, and then closed his beautiful eyes again, as if he did not exist. But soon, Yang Kai understood why she was like this. As soon as the female closed her eyes, the spiritual energy was agitated in the sky. The females in the vicinity, the good source crystal burst, turning into a pure and rich world's spiritual energy, gathered together. Immediately afterwards, in the sky, thunder was rolling, and a large black cloud was born suddenly, and there were even signs of lightning passing by. The world's spiritual energy, formed by the bursting source crystal, frantically gathers upwards, forming a terrifying natural phenomenon in the blink of an eye. Breakthrough. Yang Kai couldn't help but stepped back a few steps. His face changed. This female is surprisingly going to break through a great realm here, and the natural phenomenon in front of me is obviously the baptism that needs to be greeted when breaking through the great realm. At this time, Yang Kai also noticed the female's true cultivation level, which is actually the same as own, both of which are Void King 3-layer beak. If it is a breakthrough, then it's the principal source stage. This female should not be an old monster that has been sealed here for countless years, but like the owner, a martial artist from Maplewood City. Yang Kai made a judgment in his mind. It's just that, I don't know what method she used. She can even enter the third layer. This thought surged and made Yang Kai's heart startled. Regardless of whether this female is who in the end, since she can go to the third layer, it is obviously extraordinary, and she came to the third layer deliberately. I am afraid it is to break through her own realm. And the huge light ball before, I think she should have gathered it. In other words, Own seems to have taken advantage of others. In an instant, Yang Kai cold sweat down. The place of right and wrong should not stay too much. One first grade has trouble finding her own after promotion. Although Yang Kai is not too afraid of a newly promoted principal source stage, it is always a trouble. So immediately after the reaction is over, the soles of the feet must be greased. At this moment, the female over the seems to have clearly understood Yang Kai's intentions, and suddenly opened the mouth and said, "Stand obediently and don't move, otherwise I want you to look good." The sound is clear and sweet, and it is very pleasant. If Yang Kai has made up his mind to leave, how can he care for her? The big beckoned immediately, put the two blood beasts away, and flew away. The female is a cold snort, the flourishing jade hand is lifted, and a large starlight emerges on the jade hand. Those starlights converge into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, which is swept under her. Then shoot straight at Yankai. From the sky-splitting sound, Yankai felt a chill behind him before the attack. Under the shock, he turned around and threw 2 punches. In an instant, rising winds, scudding clouds, the fist wind condensed into substance collided with the Seiya, making a violent sound, and the air wave swept all around. Yankai drifted away in an instant with the force of recoil. From beginning to end, he didn't even say a word. It's really fast. In the light group, female gnashing teeth, Deus eyebrows frowned, and said a little dazedly, "It's strange, how can there be anyone at the 3rd layer, and this guy? It doesn't seem to be a normal Void King stage either."